Chapter 28:01. Lu Xinglan had just walked out when Mother Lu released her fingers. She was paralyzed on a chair as if she was dead. Her feet were soaked in blood, and she was so scared that her whole body trembled. She wanted to call her unfilial son, but the words were choked in her throat, and she almost died. Xi and Wui walked over with a paralyzed face. "Do you need a doctor?" Mother Lu pointed at him with a trembling finger. Her face was red, and she was about to speak. Xi and Wui had already turned around. "It seems that your body is still strong. There's no need for a doctor." With that, he disappeared. He left a room full of corpses in the same room with Mother Lu. Mother Lu was stunned for a long time. The room was empty. The incense was still floating, but it couldn't hide the strong smell of blood. Finally, Mother Lu's scream came from the room. "Lu Xinglan, you unfilial son." Lu Xinglan walked out of the courtyard and still heard this sentence. He stopped in his tracks, but his expression didn't change at all. The girl in his arms was especially cold. It was the result of that drug destroying her body's qi and blood. She wouldn't have children in the future. Moreover, her hands and feet were cold all year round, and she would be especially weak due to qi deficiency. A drug that could directly cause a girl to lose her virginity must be a tyrannical drug. It didn't do the body any good. If she didn't take good care of herself, she would definitely be a medicine jar for the rest of her life. Lu Xinglan couldn't help but quicken his steps and finally arrived at his courtyard. He walked into the room and carefully put her on the bed. Wei Wei Bai was still a little sluggish. She didn't vomit blood again, but the blood at the corner of her lips was still there. A trace of heartache flashed in Lu Xinglan's eyes. He pursed his pale lips, and there was a trace of haggardness on his pale face. Then he immediately turned around and went out to get hot water. He took a clean towel, warmed it, and carefully wiped her face. The girl's face was pink and white, and there was no color in it. Her clear eyes turned slightly, as if she had finally returned to her senses. "Young master." Her voice was a little hoarse. "I'm fine." This sentence was light and indifferent. There was no resentment. Lu Xinglan didn't know why, but his nose felt sour. He immediately lowered his head to wash the handkerchief again. "With me here, nothing will happen." He did not dare to tell her what those drugs were for. To a woman, the end of her family line was the most terrifying and vicious curse. How could he bear to tell her this? She was still young. The most vicious thing had happened to her. Lu Xinglan's chest was filled with pain, but he couldn't explain what kind of feeling this was. There was guilt and pity. More than that, he felt a surge of helplessness in his heart when he saw that she was still forcing herself to remain calm after being injured. The girl's figure was still as soft as ever. "Young master, I won't have children in the future, right?" Lu Xinglan's fingers stiffened. Then, as if nothing had happened, she wrung the handkerchief dry. The warm handkerchief held her fingers. The blood on her fingers was stained with blood. It was like the color of impatience, oil on her nails. When Wei Wei Bai saw this, she smiled. "Young master, this is the rouge flower juice that I made myself today. It can be used to apply nail polish. The color is very nice." It was the same color as the bloodstains. However, she did not mention how much blood was on it. Let's just talk about her rouge flower juice. Lu Xinglan's eyelashes trembled. His voice was hoarse. "It looks nice." He held her fingers. They were cold, but he couldn't warm them up no matter how hard he tried. He used a bit of true qi and channeled it in her fingertips bit by bit, warming her up bit by bit. "In the future," he said in a low voice, "your body will recover. I'll find a doctor for you." The man lowered his head and knelt on one knee by the bed. He was almost leaning against the girl. He did not raise his head. His dark eyes were half covered by his eyelids, hiding most of the broken light, leaving only an obscure darkness. Wei Wei Bai stared at his lowered face. A sweet smile appeared on her fair face. "Yes, I'll be healthy after seeing a doctor. Moreover, I'm still young. I'll live for a long, long time." A bitter smile appeared on Lu Xinglan's lips. Suddenly, the girl stretched out her other cold hand and gently placed it on his shoulder. She leaned over, and her cold breath brushed past his ear. "I'm younger than you, so I'll live longer than you. So when you die, I'll worship you, and burn paper for you." Her voice was soft and cold. It was as light as smoke. but it was so heavy that Lu Xinglan suddenly raised his head and couldn't breathe properly. The girl in front of him smiled gently. Her eyes were sparkling, and her snow-white face was breathtakingly beautiful. "I'll remember you, Lu Xinglan." Lu Xinglan stared at her for a long time. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 50. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. / transmigration system. Male god, come here. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Button at the bottom to record your reading record. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Chapter 28:02. The girl's gaze was like a flower and warm light. Lu Xinglan was speechless for a moment. His cold and dark eyes were filled with surging tides. Sourness spread to the corners of his eyes. He blinked with effort and pursed his thin lips tightly. In the end, he couldn't hold back the surging sourness in his heart and lowered his voice slightly. "I'm such an unfilial person. I don't deserve to be worshipped in the future." He ended the Lu family's bloodline. It was natural for him to become a lonely soul after death. Wei Wei Bai's lips were wiped clean. Because of the loss of qi and blood, there was an unhealthy pink. Her charming eyes curved sweetly, and she stretched out her fingers to touch the fragile man in front of her tenderly. Her fingertips were cold, but the temperature of her voice was unusually comforting. "You are worthy of the heavens, worthy of the earth, worthy of this country, and worthy of the people. I believe that the ancestors of the Lu family spent their lives to protect all of this and handed it to you. And you kept it. This is the greatest filial piety." Speaking of this, the girl's smile revealed a hint of bitterness. "When I heard of your deeds in the past, I admired you very much. I felt that you were a great hero who protected the southern nation and also protected us little people." There was a hint of sorrowful pity in her eyes. "Later, when I washed clothes in the snow for the first time in winter, my hands hurt from the cold. I thought of you at the border. Was it colder and hungrier? I just washed clothes, but you braved the snow and carried your life on your shoulders to fight in the war." This trace of pity revealed a hint of sadness in her words. "How can a person like you not be worshipped after death? There are more than 10 million people like me who love you." She revealed a smile. "You are worthy of others, but they are not worthy of you." Lu Xinglan didn't move. His eyes focused on her. He was extremely obedient and was gently stroked like this. He had never understood the tenderness of a girl. He had never experienced gentle treatment. He thought that he was used to rolling in the cold snow and wind without anyone to comfort him. He didn't feel that it was hard, but it turned out that it wasn't hard. It was just that he didn't care. He remembered something. An old soldier was sitting next to him. He was drinking and reading the new letter his wife had written for him to the illiterate veteran. The last paragraph. He didn't know how he remembered. "When you're outside, pay more attention to your food. The night at the border is cold, and I'm looking at the moon. When I sat by the window and mended your clothes, I looked at the moon and thought that you were also looking at it, and my heart was comforted." He didn't quite understand when the old soldier heard this sentence. "Why are you crying like an old dog?" It turned out that it felt so good to have someone thinking about you. She was so good that when he looked at her, tears welled up in his eyes. Every word was filled with tenderness. Compared to Lung Shui's knife, it was sharper, but it made people gladly hold her hand. He wanted her to take pity on him, but her words pierced right through his heart. Wei Wei Bai suddenly retracted her hand and turned her face away to wipe her eyes. "How am I being sentimental? I just feel that a hero like young master shouldn't be so dejected. You're a great general." Suddenly, she stopped talking. The man gently pressed his face against her thigh. The frosty white couldn't compare to the fragile whiteness on the man's delicate side face. His eyes were half closed, and his hands were wrapped around her waist like a child seeking solace. The girl was silent for a long time. Then she gently reached out and touched his hair. Her fingertips stroked his messy hair and smoothed it out one by one. No one spoke. This rare silence was like a wounded lone wolf that found a safe place and finally dared to put down its vigilant eyes and slowly rest. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 55. Chapter 28:03. Mother Lu was under house arrest, and the courtyard was sealed. The people from the royal family seemed to be on guard. They didn't send offerings over. Lu Xinglan didn't react when he heard the news. It was as if the two sides had stopped fighting and quieted down. As for Mother Lu, it was said that the maid who served her was beaten and scolded by her. Lu Xinglan only raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Since she doesn't like to be served, let her do it herself." Mother Lu had too many problems. Her selfishness was in her bones. Lu Xinglan hated her, but she was his biological mother, so he couldn't kill her. But he didn't have so much patience in other places. Lu Xinglan finished practicing his bow and looked at all the arrows that hit the bullseye with a calm expression. He was dressed in white, his sleeves were narrow and neat, and a corner of his robe was tied at his waist. He looked extraordinarily handsome and elegant. He threw the bow and arrows to Xian Wu. Beside him, a pair of soft hands held a cup of tea and placed it in front of him. Lu Xinglan took it. He looked up and saw Wei Wei by wearing a green dress, standing slim like a lotus leaf in summer. Her hair was also tied into two cute buns, with pink ribbons and small pearls hanging from them, like pink flower buds on a lotus leaf. When she saw him looking over, she gently touched her cherry-like red lips with a handkerchief and said with a smile, "Young master, drink some tea. Don't be too tired." Lu Xinglan looked at her charming and enchanting eyes, full of pure charm, and smiled. He suddenly felt that the sun was a little hot. He quickly picked up the tea and took a sip. He didn't know what the tea tasted like, but it was definitely delicious. After drinking the tea, Lu Xinglan went to take a bath. When he came back, he saw that Wei Wei Bai was already sitting in the room. She was sitting by the window, and the window was propped up, revealing the white light. The girl had her head lowered and was carefully grinding the petals. When she saw him, she immediately smiled. "I had nothing to do, so I made some rouge." After all, there weren't many rouges in this era that were easy to use. There were even heavy metals that exceeded the standard. Wei Wei Bai, who was afraid that her face would rot, used a terrifying amount of perseverance to become an expert in natural plant skincare products in a short period of time. There was nothing that could stop her from running wildly on the path of pursuing beauty. Lu Xinglan saw that her soft and tender fingertips were stained with the juice of flower petals. The bright colors were exceptionally beautiful. Lu Xinglan watched in silence for a while before she struggled to shift her gaze elsewhere. Then he said, "You make everything look good." Wei Wei Bai smiled even more brightly. "I'm glad you like it." Lu Xinglan was puzzled for a moment. She applied it herself. What did it have to do with whether he liked her or not? He suddenly realized what she meant. Lu Xinglan pursed her lips and walked to the table as if nothing had happened. Then, she picked up a pen and began to draw a map, one stroke at a time. But the painting was completely out of shape. If they were to use this map to attack the enemy, they would probably fall into the enemy's trap. Lu Xinglan lowered her eyes. Her expression was obscure and dark. He pulled out another piece of white paper, but just as he was about to write, he suddenly paused. The girl by the window didn't seem to notice his peeking gaze. She leaned against the chair. Her wide green sleeves revealed her beautiful, white lotus-like wrist. On her wrist was a jade bracelet. The emerald green jade bracelet made her fair skin look even whiter and more delicious. When Lu Xinglan came back to his senses, the tip of his pen had already outlined the girl's beautiful figure. Chapter 28:04. With just a few strokes, the image of her leaning against the window was deeply engraved. Lu Xinglan stopped writing, and his face suddenly turned red. He quickly tried to take the paper away. However, he heard the girl's sweet voice. "Young master, it's done. Do you think the color looks good?" Lu Xinglan's fingers stopped, and he looked up. He saw the girl stretch out her fair fingers. Her fingertips were covered with delicate pollen. The red color had a glossy halo. Due to the lack of qi and blood, the color on her lips had thinned quite a bit. She smeared the lipstick on her lips. That bright red color was so beautiful that it dazzled the eyes of others. Wei Wei Bai's fingers hung down casually. The red color fell between her nails. It was like a flower bloomed on her fingertips. However, the most beautiful flower was the one on her lips. Does it look good? She seemed to see his daze and couldn't help but laugh softly. She innocently reached out to cover her seductive red lips. Lu Xinglan's face was a little red. He seemed a little embarrassed. He lowered his eyes and didn't look at her. He seemed to see that she was teasing him. Wei Wei Bai seemed to find it funny too. He had never seen a woman wearing rouge, so he didn't hold back. So she corrected her attitude and lowered her head seriously to continue making the rouge. Lu Xinglan looked at the drawing on the paper. His dark eyes had a trace of embarrassment and panic. For girls, although he appeared calm, he felt that he was facing a huge problem. Her every move, he didn't know how to deal with it. Even when he woke up in the middle of the night and stared at her sleeping face, that burning surge made him feel extremely uncomfortable. But he didn't dare to touch her. The more he had feelings for her, the more he was afraid of hurting her. Lu Xinglan wouldn't be at a loss like he was facing Wei Wei Bai even if he was facing a powerful enemy. Outside the window, Xian Wu shouted, "It's time for dinner." Wei Wei Bai was already hungry. She immediately jumped up from the chair. "Have you eaten?" "Young master, I'll help Xian Wu serve the dishes." With that, she happily ran past him. Two pink ribbons gracefully swept past his arms. The touch of brushing clothes, almost no. However, it made Lu Xinglan stiffen. After she ran out, silence returned to the room. Lu Xinglan stood there for a while, then began to pack up the paper as if nothing had happened. Just as she was about to put the painting back into the box, she heard a voice coming from behind her. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the lipstick scattered around the window and on the small table. He was silent for a while. Then, he took out a clean brush and dipped it in some red. Then, he placed it on the painting. The girl's originally colorless lips had a trace of bright red staining them. It was tempting and delicious. It was like the beauty of a cherry. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 65. Lu Xinglan lowered his eyes in a daze. Then, he heard the sound of cheerful footsteps coming from outside. Only then did he immediately put down his brush and put away the painting. Then, he spread out a new piece of paper and scribbled on it. It looked like a map, but it was actually a bunch of nonsense scribbles. Wei Wei Bai and Xian Wu set the table. "Time to eat," the girl called out in a sweet voice. Lu Xinglan lowered his head, his back facing them. He calmly said, "After I finish these few strokes and finish this map, I'll eat." He said it as if he had really drawn a map. After eating, Wei Wei Bai sat under the light and did needlework. Her needlework was abnormally rough. A pair of mandarin ducks were embroidered with the temperament of two dumb ducks. Lu Xinglan was still indifferently commenting on it. "It looks pretty good." // Chapter 28:05. When she said she wanted to make a sachet for him, he immediately saw anything she embroidered. In his eyes, everything was perfect. Xian Wu poked his head in to take a look, then curled his lips. "It's so ugly. It's worse than old Yin Yang who sold pancakes at the border." Wei Wei Bai said, "Old Yin Yang?" Xian Wu said, "Her fingers are disabled, so she embroidered it with her toes." Wei Wei Bai was speechless. Lu Xinglan slowly pulled out his sword, then walked out and said to Xian Wu, "My hands are itching. There must be mosquitoes. Come and kill them with me." After that, the sword light went straight for Xian Wu's head. Xian Wu was confused. "Are there mosquitoes on my head?" Then he realized that Lu Xinglan was angry again. He said his woman was beautiful. He was angry. He deliberately insulted his woman, and he was angry again. And the embroidery was really ugly. That was the truth. It was not only women who were pretentious, but also men. She was so pretentious and unreasonable. After killing the mosquitoes, Lu Xinglan came back slowly. He saw that Wei Wei Bai was seriously embroidering the sachet, and he was relieved. It was good that she did not think that her embroidery was ugly. Wei Wei Bai asked the system, "Is my embroidery nice?" The system said, "You want to hear the truth or the lie?" Wei Wei Bai said, "Only children make choices. I choose to listen." The system said the lie is ugly. Wei Wei Bai was calm and proud. "My embroidery skills can only be understood by the immortals." The system said, "The truth is too ugly. What kind of motherfucking thing are you embroidering?" Wei Wei Bai was silent for a while, then said, "No wonder. You're just an ordinary system." After hurting each other, Su Tong felt refreshed and continued with her ordinary life. Lu Xinglan was sitting beside her, holding a book, pretending to read. He was actually looking at her. Such a warm and quiet life. It was something Lu Xinglan had never experienced before, but after experiencing it, he felt that it would be great if it could continue like this. He saw the girl's eyelashes fluttering, her beautiful eyes looking around. She stole a glance at him. However, she met his gaze. The two of them were stunned for a moment before they lowered their heads and blushed at the same time. Lu Xinglan's breathing quickened, and her fingers couldn't help but twitch. Then, she gently reached out her hand. At the speed of a snail, he wanted to touch her hairband. It was purely because he thought that her hairband was pretty. He didn't want to touch her on purpose. Lu Xinglan thought expressionlessly, but she didn't wait for her fingers to touch him. Xian Wu's voice sounded eerily. "Young master, you have news to deal with." Lu Xinglan's fingers stiffened, and then she retracted them as if nothing had happened. She raised her extremely cold eyes and looked at Xian Wu outside the door. Xian Wu's head was swollen, and his expression was cold and emotionless. He couldn't tell if it was intentional. Lu Xinglan originally wanted to refuse this kind of official business. However, he heard Wei Wei Bai say gently, "Young master, you have matters to attend to. Go ahead." Lu Xinglan couldn't bring herself to reject him. He was a hero in her eyes. Heroes can't treat their work as nothing, right? So Lu Xinglan smiled and said, "Okay, I'll be right back." Then she got up and walked out. Her face was as dark as charcoal. Xian Wu whispered the news. Lu Xinglan was indifferent. It was a spy hidden by the imperial family who needed to pass on the palace's news at Lotus Lake. Lu Xinglan had to go there himself. This kind of message passing was dangerous, but it wasn't, because the location of the message was always different. Generally speaking, the person who passed on the message was very professional. If there wasn't someone more professional tailing them, there wouldn't be a big problem. Lu Xinglan pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned and walked into the house. It was still early. The scenery at Lotus Lake was beautiful. She must be bored in the residence. Lu Xinglan thought of many reasons to take her out to play. However, when his calm eyes met the girl's puzzled eyes, all his words were stuck. The two of them looked at each other for a while. Lu Xinglan suddenly turned and walked out. Just as she was about to leave, he suddenly stopped at the door with his hands behind his back. The man's tone was calm. He stepped on the moonlight and said, "Although the night scenery at Lotus Lake is ordinary, it's fun to play and pick lotus seeds occasionally. I'm going to admire the lotuses tonight. You can wait by my side." Wei Wei Bai's reaction was a little slow. She was stunned for a moment before she put down the needle. "Yes, young master." Lu Xinglan nodded with his back to her. Then, when he stepped over the threshold, he almost tripped. His steps were nimble. He was about to fall, but he immediately steadied himself. Then, Lu Xinglan's eyes were cold and calm. "The moon is too dark. I can't see clearly." Wei Wei Bai and Xian Wu looked at him, speechless. There was no need to explain. It was even more awkward after the explanation. The S/the full articles, the downloads, the S. Chapter 28:06. There was a lotus field in the depths of Lotus Lake. Boats came and went. Lu Xinglan sat at the side of the boat, wearing a bamboo hat. He held a fishing hook in his hand and was fishing at night. Xian Wu had a mustache. His face was painted black and wrinkled. He looked like an old man in charge of rowing the boat. The lotus field in Lotus Lake was too dense. As the boat moved forward, the lotus leaves that were too tall opened up on both sides of the boat. Wei Wei Bai didn't dress up. She and Lu Xinglan sat at the stern of the boat, humming as they picked a bunch of lotus leaves and lotus flowers. Lotus leaves could cook underwater fire. Lotus flowers could be made into lotus cakes. She wanted to see if she could use flowers to make some skincare products. Recently, she had the urge to make skincare products for any flower that wasn't poisonous. Lu Xinglan's eyes were calm, as if he was staring at the fish hook. In fact, he couldn't catch a single fish. If his heart wasn't calm, the fish wouldn't come. He listened to the sweet song in his ears. It came from the girl's throat, from the tip of her tongue, and from her lips that were painted with flower rouge. Half of Lu Xinglan's face, which was hidden under the bamboo hat, seemed to be facing the fish. In fact, he had been looking at his side from the corner of his eye. The girl was happy and content. She calmly arranged a large number of lotus leaves and lotus flowers. The lake was very lively. The light of lanterns was everywhere. The shore of Lotus Lake was full of people who came to avoid the summer heat. There were hawkers everywhere. There were also boats on the lake to buy fresh water chestnuts. Wei Bai reached out and casually touched the apricot hairpin in her hair bun. She was at the tender age of a young girl. She was budding. She was gorgeous yet pure. It was the most attractive age. A boat was approaching from the edge of their lotus field. It was much bigger and more gorgeous than their boat. Lu Xinglan looked up indifferently. She knew what kind of boat it was with a glance. It was a boat for high-ranking officials and nobles to have fun. They were afraid of being caught by their parents on the shore, so they directly brought it into the lake. There were brothels on the boat. It was all about eating, drinking, and playing. Those vermin who indulged in a life of luxury. Of course, Lu Xinglan was too lazy to care about these things. However, when the ship passed by them, a few lotus flowers fell into the lake. It was right beside them. There were some ripples in the lake, and the lotus flowers were about to float away. Lu Xinglan calmly used her fishing rod and caught the lotus in her mouth. He dragged the lotus over. Wei Bai looked at her curiously. Small pearls dangled from her beautiful hairband. They fell on her neck, accentuating the fair skin of her slender neck. It was even prettier than the luster of the pearls. She asked softly, "Young master, what is this?" Lu Xinglan didn't try to hide anything. After fishing up the flowers, she placed them in her hands. "There's a small wooden tube inside. You can pick it up." Wei Bai reached out with her fingertips and clasped the inside of the petals. Sure enough, he found the wooden pipe inside. Then, Wei Bai passed the wooden tube to Lu Xinglan. All this was hidden in the gloomy lotus field. Only the big ship was brightly lit, illuminating one side of their ship's bow. The playboys on the ship were unrestrained. One of them was a young man with his clothes open, drinking wine wildly. He was malicious and pale. The people around him were exceptionally careful with him. The singers and dancers came over to serve him enthusiastically. When they chartered the ship, these officials and nobles who were usually abnormally powerful gave orders. They had to serve this young man who was the last aboard the ship, but no one had seen him before. However, when they saw those officials' sons who were usually extremely arrogant, at this moment, they were serving the young man like little quails. Everyone knew to be careful. Full text / download / to facilitate your next reading. You can click on the Chapter 2807. The young man drank wine with a sinister expression. When he saw a woman come over to touch him, he didn't refuse. A songstress was bold. Her slender fingers reached into his open clothes, intending to give him an incomparably ecstatic night. The young man's eyes were lazy, but the emotions in his eyes were cold. The lights of the big boat swayed. He casually looked at the lotus field. He saw a simple yellow paper lantern at the bow of the boat. Under the lantern, the lotus flowers bloomed. A young girl, standing at the bow of the boat, reached out to adjust the position of the lantern. Her beautiful wrist and delicate fingers touched the lantern. The lotus flowers picked from the bow of the boat were placed at her feet. Her beautiful skirt was next to the petals. Her figure was petite, but she was unusually well-proportioned and beautiful. As if she didn't care, she looked up at the big boat indifferently. Her eyes were charming, and the corners of her eyes were slightly red. She was even more beautiful than the flowers. The young man was stunned for a moment. However, he saw the girl adjust the position of the lantern and sit back down. The boat was small, and the lotus leaves were too high. They covered her face, but it gave her more of a sense of mystery. Seeing that the big boat was about to pass, the young man suddenly pushed the woman away. Then, he stood up and looked outside the boat. He finally saw clearly that a man was fishing on the boat. The girl was squatting down, holding a flower, and saying something to the man beside her with a smile. The young man was just taking a look on a whim. He happened to see the man raise his head and reach out to straighten the girl's hairband. That man only revealed his chin. The young man's eyes were extremely ruthless. Lu Xinglan? Why was he here? Could it be that someone leaked the news that he came to the flower boat tonight? So he was here to assassinate him, or follow him. Mother Lu was under house arrest. More than half of Lu Xinglan's power had spread to the capital. Many ministers kept talking about how good Lu Xinglan was. The young man was ruthless when he thought about it. This country was his, not Lu Xinglan's. Weren't Lu Xinglan and the Lu family their watchdogs? What watchdog overshadowed its master's limelight? He said sternly, "Stop the boat and call the guards." The people on the boat were shocked. Those nobles knew how powerful this young man was. She immediately pushed away all the female singers and kicked the pimp. "Stop the ship. Go quickly." On Lu Xinglan's side, his fingers caressed the girl's silky hair. He also straightened the hairpin. Her bun was too loose. Therefore, hairpin could not stay still. Lu Xinglan carelessly put down her hand and said indifferently, "All right, be careful. The hairpin won't fall." Wei Wei cupped her face and revealed a cute smile. She sat and said, "Thank you, young master." Lu Xinglan turned around with a serious expression and hummed in acknowledgement. No one saw that most of the ears under his bamboo hat were red. The fishing rod still couldn't catch a single fish. This was the worst fishing record he had ever had. Lu Xinglan was just about to put away her fishing rod. He saw a familiar figure standing at the bow of the ship. The young man was dressed in casual clothes, and his hair was casually draped over his shoulders. He gave off a lustful feeling. With one look, it was obvious that they were having fun in the boat. Lu Xinglan faintly raised her eyebrows. No wonder the person who sent the message said that they were coming here. It turned out that Yuan Xian was here to have some fun. He followed Yuan Xian out of the palace and brought the news along. Lu Xinglan saw it and couldn't pretend that he didn't see it. He threw away the fishing rod in his hand and then stood up unhurriedly. After blocking the girl, he bowed politely. Chapter 28:08. But he didn't call him His Majesty. Yuan Xian appeared in the wrong place. He was wearing private clothes, so he didn't want anyone to know his identity. Lu Xinglan lowered his eyes, hiding the cold mockery in his eyes. He really had nothing better to do. He was having fun among the people. Yuan Xian stood at the bow of the boat, standing high. When he looked down at Lu Xinglan coldly, his arrogance was obvious. He smiled coldly, but thought of something. He suppressed his resentment and showed a friendly smile. "Xinglan, you're also visiting the lotus field at night. It's not that I didn't know that you, who are always busy with work and never go out to play, have the mood to do this. What a coincidence." When a young man said this, the suspicion and malice in his eyes were obvious. Lu Xinglan's face was calm, his thin lips slightly curved. "I'm really used to being alone at the border. I'm not used to the atmosphere here in the capital, so the people beside me can't stand it. So they drag me to visit the lake, right?" The people beside him? The young man's malevolent gaze fell behind him. But Lu Xinglan had covered her up so well. Wei Wei said to the system, "Cannon fodder?" The system said, "The emperor of the southern kingdom in this plain is called Yuan Xian. He's ambitious and works against the male lead, so he's a cannon fodder with a strong sense of presence." Wei Wei understood. Isn't this more unlucky than cannon fodder? After comprehending so many planes, Bai Weiwei was also clear. The people she conquered were all favored by the heavens. Whoever killed them would die. Look, she just didn't have many planes to live in, right? She must have died early because she tried to conquer her targets every day. So those who went against her targets either died early or were on their way to early death. Lu Xinglan saw Yuan Xian's venomous gaze fall behind him. His deep eyes darkened a little. Then he saluted and said to Yuan Xian, "Then I won't disturb you. It's late at night, and there are women behind me, so I need to return early." Yuan Xian smiled brightly. "Why did you bring your womenfolk here to play? If you don't play, what are you doing here?" He was still suspicious. This young emperor was naturally suspicious and cruel. He would rather kill a group of people by mistake than let go of one. Sometimes, he would even kill people casually for something that didn't exist. Therefore, Lu Xinglan knew very well that no matter how good his reasons were, she would not be able to change her mind. Yuan Xian would still doubt his motives. He even doubted it. Was he following him? And these suspicions were enough for him to kill everyone around him. That was the only way to ensure that all the spies around him would die. As for whether or not there were innocent people, this cruel tyrant didn't care. Lu Xinglan pursed her lips tightly as a trace of murderous intent flashed through her dark eyes. Unfortunately, the person who had been hiding beside Yuan Xian had sent him a message. If Yuan Xian returned to the palace with suspicion in his heart, he reckoned that by tomorrow morning he would be able to receive news of the death of the person he had hidden beside Yuan Xian. Lu Xinglan didn't show any emotion on her face, but she couldn't help but clench her fists. He was going to comfort Yuan Xian, or just leave, or a reason that he could believe. Lu Xinglan pondered for a while and was about to take a step forward. His hand was gently held by the person behind him. Young master, Wei Wei Bai poked her head out from behind him. The beautiful girl was smiling, and her eyes were charming but not seductive. Is she your friend? She asked with a smile, like an innocent girl who didn't know anything about the world. Chapter 2809. But she has a lively appearance that young girls don't have, and that pair of beautiful eyes are full of clear curiosity. Yuan Xian was originally coldly observing Lu Xinglan. He began to suspect that the people around him were tipping him off. But for a moment, he was dazzled by the smile of the girl beside Lu Xinglan. Lu Xinglan frowned, wanting her to stand behind him. But Wei Wei Bai had already walked out from behind him, holding his finger and looking at the people on the boat with him. Wei Wei Bai looked up, as if she didn't know the turbulent waves between the two of them. Her voice was clear. May I ask where the young master on the boat is from? Are you my husband's good friend? There's wine on the boat. Why don't you come down for a get-together? She was neither servile nor overbearing and didn't think that he was a big shot, so her tone was very natural. Like a little sister next door, looking at him with a gentle smile. Yuan Xian was stunned, and then he stuttered. Your husband? Hearing his question, Wei Wei Bai looked at the man beside her shyly. Her cheeks were stained with pink, like a pinched apricot flower. Then she said in a low voice, I'm the one who makes him come out to play. After all, how can he stay at home every day and not do anything? Also, it's so lively outside, and the summer nights are stuffy and hot. Why don't we come out to the lake to cool off? Although her voice was low, it was clear, so Yuan Xian heard it clearly. Lu Xinglan held her fingers and exerted a little force. He didn't seem to approve of her coming out. But Wei Wei Bai took a step forward and came to the side of the boat, standing among the lotus flowers. It's late at night, and the heat has dissipated. The lake is moist and cold, so it's better for the young master to wear more clothes. My husband and I will leave first. After all, he's not in good health and is used to sleeping early. Yuan Xian looked at Lu Xinglan strangely. Not in good health. Lu Xinglan's martial arts were the best in the world. How could he not be in good health? Could it be that he had some hidden injury, but he didn't show it? The suspicious young king started to be suspicious because of the girl's words. Wei Wei Bai said to the boatman, Uncle, do you still have wine? Give me a bottle. The old man who was rowing the boat was silent for a while before he threw her a small bottle of wine. Wei Wei Bai let go of Lu Xinglan's hand and held the small wine bottle with both hands. It was a small jar with a seal. It was not heavy, but very delicate. Wei Wei Bai looked up at Yuan Xian and said, Since you're my husband's friend, it's fate that we met when we went out. This is the wine I made. I hope you don't mind. After saying that, she threw the bottle with all her might. The wide sleeves slid down to her elbows. Her arm, as white as jade, was exposed. Lu Xinglan's expression changed, and she immediately pulled on her sleeve. It's cold. You're not allowed to show your hand. Yuan Xian had already grabbed the wine bottle with one hand. The small bottle could only fill about 10 glasses. He stared blankly at the ground. However, when he saw Lu Xinglan's worried expression, he smiled coldly. Lu Xinglan could touch women now? He thought that Lu Xinglan was lying to him. After all, everyone knew how much he hated women. How could he come out to the lake with a woman? However, when he reached out to stroke her slightly messy hair, held her hand, and whispered something worriedly, Yuan Xian's heart surged with anger for some unknown reason. He blamed it on the damned secret medicine that had lost its effect. How did he make Lu Xinglan like women? If the Lu family continued to exist, wouldn't he have to bear more pressure? The military power would be controlled by the Lu family for generations. /save button. Chapter 2810. Of course, this thought only briefly flashed through his mind. More importantly, he saw the girl tilt her head and smile. All right, it's tiring to come out and play. Go back and rest after saying goodbye to your friend. Lu Xinglan seemed to be stunned, but used his finger to caress her cheek. This look, he really liked the way women looked. It couldn't be an act. Yuan Xian held the bottle and watched Lu Xinglan turn around to bid farewell. Then the boat slowly sailed into the lotus. The girl seemed to turn around, her clear eyes filled with gentleness. She smiled and casually turned around again. Yuan Xian couldn't recall his thoughts at that moment. He didn't even suspect Lu Xinglan's purpose. After all, if Lu Xinglan could really touch women and like women, then it was natural to bring a woman to the lake. This Lotus Lake was the biggest and best place to play in the capital. At night, people with a little extra money would flock here. It wasn't surprising to meet them. Yuan Xian convinced himself. He didn't even realize that with his suspicious personality, he was so easily convinced. He stood at the bow of the boat for a long time, holding the bottle and frowning. As the cold wind blew, he thought of the girl's words. It was cold at night, so he had to wear more clothes. He was a martial artist. How could he be afraid of this little bit of cold? The songstress rushed over excitedly. Hey, little brother, why are you here for the wind? Let's go in and do something fun. Yuan Xian's absent-minded expression changed, and he glared at her with his malicious eyes. He pushed her away and said in disgust, Someone, throw this woman into the lake. After that, he slowly walked into the cabin, holding the bottle tightly in his hand. When he walked into the boat, he suddenly said to the little eunuch beside him, who had also changed into civilian clothes, Bring me a robe. As he said that, Yuan Xian pulled his unbuttoned robe with one hand. On the other side of the boat, the system said faintly, Why are you hooking up with cannon fodder? Wei Wei Bai said, I'm not hooking up. I'm hooking up just because I smile. I smile at you every day. Why don't you love you? Don't I love you enough? Wei Wei Bai said perfunctorily, If you say so, then so be it. I'm just helping Lu Xinglan out of trouble. That little brat doesn't look like a good person. His eyes are about to roll to the sky. I just smiled and let him know that Lu Xinglan definitely likes me. After saying this, she helplessly said, If he falls in love with me like this, then I'm really harming him. Who told me to be born beautiful and hard to give up? Loving me is also his fate. Ugh, I don't love you goodbye. Wei Wei Bai giggled. I won't see you off. Come on, it's another beautiful day of hurting each other. With that said, the boat docked. Lu Xinglan went ashore first and reached out to take her hand off the boat. Wei Wei Bai placed her fingers in his palm. After getting off the boat, she gently smiled and said, Thank you, my husband. Lu Xinglan held her hand tightly and didn't respond. She just turned around and led her away. Along the way, there were bustling lights and people brushing shoulders. He had forgotten to get on the carriage. Wei Wei Bai didn't remind him either. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the man with a calm face said, Call me again. Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She softly smiled and said, Husband. Lu Xinglan stiffened for a while, then continued to walk forward stiffly. After walking for a while on the brightly lit street, the man suddenly said, Yes. She called him husband. He responded, Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 70. Download the at https://m Sashu.com. Chapter 28:11. Wei Wei Bai felt that this world was going very smoothly. For a man like Lu Xinglan, as long as he didn't do anything big like killing his father. Time was long. As time went by, the favorability would be full. This was a strategy model for a long time. Wei Wei Bai embroidered a duck, no, a mandarin duck sachet, and smiled. It was a beautiful world. Most importantly, the flower skincare products were very effective. Her skin was very good now. If she could get a medal of the most beautiful woman in the universe, it would be perfect. The system saw the host's silly look and calmly ate the Emperor Deluxe brand chocolate. He sighed. He was a little poor and couldn't eat the Cosmic Star chocolate, so he could only nibble on the damn Emperor Trump on his cheeks. The side quest sighed. Is it good? The system said, It's SOSO. I'm sick of it. Next time I'll change it. The side quest said, Is that so? I recently bought some super awesome food brands. Then I saw that the fridge was too small, so I changed it to a bigger one. It can only adjust the temperature and a series of functions. The system reacted and then showed a warm and awkward smile. Oh, long time no see. Isn't this a side quest treasure? Do you want to go on a blind date? I've been short of an ATM recently, not a bosom friend. The side quest looked at him coldly. The system laughed. The side quest looked at him with a death stare. The system picked up the shield to block the death stare and continued to laugh. In life, people relied on their cute smiles to survive in the world. The more he smiled, the more people would like him. Then, he would give him more delicious food. The side quest finally said, I changed a new fridge, it's locked. The system's smile froze. The side quest said, you ate my food that could be exchanged for 300,000 life points. I have frozen your account. All your life points will be used to pay for my loss. It was calm and professional. It didn't laugh with the system. The system's face was stiff at first, but when it heard that its account was frozen, it immediately said generously, it's my fault. I'll give you all the life points in my account. This attitude made the side quest's face soften a little. Since you've admitted your mistake, I'm not that heartless. I'll lower the difficulty of the side quest for you. The system immediately patted its chest and promised, my account had a lot of life points. It's all because I scrimp and save. Look at me. I'm so poor that I can only eat your food. You know how thrifty I am. When the branch director heard this, his expression softened. Indeed, for someone to bring their host to so many planes, they must have received a lot of life points and credit points. Even the side rewards were given to the system in proportion. Furthermore, it had heard of the legend of System 004 before. Although he was not approachable, Ping, he was approachable. The octopus star, pentagram star, and the like that were brought along were all eventually built up to become kings through huge amounts of wealth. 004 was a super rich man. When he thought of the side quest, he realized that he had actually obtained account number 004. It felt a little unreal. It was going to be rich. He was extremely rich. Thinking about this, he suddenly felt that this repulsive 004 was simply a great philanthropist. He was very handsome, too. The system chimed in. You've taken advantage of me. Just wait till you're rich. Sigh, the wealth that I scrimped and saved was taken away by you. I might have to eat expired food soon. The branch director immediately shared the password to his refrigerator. For you to eat. The system's face was gloomy. If you eat this once, you won't be able to eat in the future. / to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Chapter 2812. The system immediately said, I'm rich. I promise you'll be able to eat your fill for the next few years. The system immediately laughed. Let's sign the contract. After all, it involves such a large amount of wealth. When he heard the side quest, he was impressed. It immediately took out the contract, and the system signed it. No one could go back on their word. The system steeled its heart and wrote on it, 3 years of luxury food set for the system. The system also signed it immediately, and all its health points were transferred to the system. After the two of them signed, they both laughed. The system said, good brother. What an idiot. The system said, good friend. What a long-term idiot luxury meal ticket. Wei Wei by her to ding. She was embroidering a sachet and felt her eyelids fight, so she closed her eyes. Hearing the familiar ding, she lazily supported her chin with her hand. The system's giggling voice sounded, my dear, I love you. Wei Wei by, what kind of terrifying mission was he going to give her? Did it want her to kill Lu Xinglan's entire family? No, Lu Xinglan's entire family was dead, except for Mother Lu. With Mother Lu's behavior, killing her would probably only reduce Lu Xinglan's favorability by 5 points. Or was it going to destroy the world? Wei Wei Bai's eyes lit up, and she was very alert. Yes, I miss you too. Miss you to die. Miss you to die. Miss you to die. Miss you to die. Important things need to be said 3 times to show sincerity. The system said eagerly, the difficulty can only be lowered by 1 level. This can't be helped. The authority is limited. Your previous difficulty was raised too high, so even if it was lowered by 1 level, it would still be more difficult to complete. Wei Wei Bai. Oh, was it short-circuited by lightning? Power, state, throne. Wei Wei Bai's eyebrows twitched. Please help the male lead to the change of dynasty and ascend to the throne in 2 months. 2 months. Ascend to the throne? This was the lower difficulty of the mission. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but ask humbly, if it's not lowered by 1 level, then what is my mission? Ding! The mission is for the host to ascend to the throne within half a month and become a strong woman like Wu De. The side quest was also a pity. Although it's a bit difficult to complete, I did choose it on purpose. Do you feel like the main female lead? Wei Wei Bai, big, very big, big your head. With this comparison, he suddenly felt that letting Lu Xinglan ascend the throne wasn't something unacceptable. And why was the side quest's attitude so gentle? It was too magical. Could it be that it had also fallen in love with her beautiful face and pure soul? Wei Wei Bai sighed. Her beauty was really a sin. It was not impossible for Lu Xinglan to become the emperor. Right now, the power of the entire southern nation was in his hands. After so many generations of the Lu family sacrificed themselves in battle, Lu Xinglan's reputation had grown tremendously. Anyone who talked about Lu Xinglan would have to talk about the Lu family's martyrs. He had a huge natural advantage, which was the support of the people. Not to mention, Lu Xinglan was the god of war of the entire Southern Empire. He was also the stabilizing force of the Southern Empire. As long as Lu Xinglan was willing, she would wear the imperial robes tomorrow and kick that little brat off the throne. There would definitely be no problem for him to sit on it. Wei Wei Bai supported her face with her hands and pouted. So this side quest was not a death quest. She suddenly reacted. What's the punishment for failure? Side quest. Oh, disfigurement, soul disfigurement. Wei Wei Bai. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. / crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here say button at the bottom to record your reading record. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Chapter 28:13. Side mission. I think this is your weakness, so I made this punishment permanent. In the future, all your mission punishments will be disfigurement. Wei Wei Bai, side mission, but I know I made you unhappy. I will definitely change the next side mission in advance. Now that the mission in this plane has been locked, it can't be changed. When Bai Weiwei heard this, she felt a little better. The side mission was so gentle. She really fell in love with it. Disfigurement of the soul was too scary. She felt like she was about to wake up from a dream. If she was disfigured, wouldn't this world lose her beautiful face? This loss was too great. She muttered this sentence to herself. Side mission. The system patted its shoulder comfortingly. My host is like this. You have to get used to it. Side mission rubbed its chin. Who could get used to such a weird host? But then it thought about how it got the account number 004. It didn't seem like it couldn't be tolerated. Lu Xinglan went out to handle official business. There was news from the imperial family. It said that Yuan Xian was building a moon admiring court in the South Garden again and wanted to use military funds. He went to visit the ministers of the Ministry of Revenue one by one today. Then he went to the Prime Minister's house to drink tea. Yuan Xian's desk would probably be full of impeachment reports tomorrow. Using military funds. Wasn't this weakening his power? Yuan Xian's methods were vicious and didn't care about the Southern Empire. This crazy idea even thought that it was better for the Northern Empire to attack the Southern Empire than for the Lu family to cover the sky. This twisted and crazy mentality. It was simply a lunatic. Lu Xinglan was very calm. He was very disappointed in the imperial family. If it wasn't for the Lu family guarding the country for generations, and him inheriting this responsibility, and if the Southern Empire was in a precarious situation, he would have left everything behind and retired to the countryside. Otherwise, who would want this heavy job? He wouldn't starve to death from farming. And he had a virtuous wife at home. Cough, cough, the life of a deity was just like that. Lu Xinglan had never been so anxious to return home. He rode his horse through the main street. There was a long road ahead, and at the end of the road was the Lu residence. The horse's hooves stepped on the long gravel road. Da-da. Xin Wu also followed behind him, but he ran too fast, so he was already quite far away. On both sides of the long road were high walls. In the summer, the phoenix flowers bloomed, and the entire tree was red. Lu Xinglan looked up at the flowers and thought that Wei Wei Bai always liked beautiful flowers, although those flowers had been smashed by her and smeared on her face. But this could also be considered as liking flowers. He stretched out his hand and flicked a finger towards the tree. A few red phoenix flowers fell into his arms. A trace of a smile appeared on the man's beautiful face. Under his eyelashes, a pair of black eyes were filled with gentleness. He was just about to pull on the reins and continue forward. Suddenly, he heard the sound of killing intent. This kind of almost inaudible shattering sound was almost drowned out by the clamor of cicadas in summer. However, Lu Xinglan had lived on the battlefield since she was young. The sharpness of the aura of death and the sound of weapons was carved into his bones. The shattering sound was the sound of an arrow being loaded onto a bow. After the string moved, the long arrow suddenly arrived. The light of the arrowhead was like the scythe of the grim reaper in the scorching sun. Ruthlessly and accurately, it shot towards Lu Xinglan's chest. Lu Xinglan's expression turned cold. She leaned to the side and pulled on the reins in her hand, dodging the arrow. But soon, even more arrows rained down on them like a torrential rain. Lu Xinglan knew that the other party came prepared. // Chapter 28:14. They were waiting to ambush him. He heard Xian Wu rushing over to help him. Lu Xinglan pulled out the long sword beside the horse and knocked down all the arrows. But one arrow was still very fast and pierced into his shoulder. Half of the arrow went into his flesh and blood started to flow out. Lu Xinglan looked at it expressionlessly. This kind of small wound was nothing to him. He did not pull out the arrow, because if he did, more blood would flow out. Xian Wu rode his horse and quickly arrived in front of Lu Xinglan. He took out his longbow expressionlessly. Lu Xinglan said coldly, 3 on the east wall, 2 on the south corner, more than 10 people in a row to the north. Lu Xinglan had already memorized the direction of the arrow that was fired. Xian Wu nodded and put 3 arrows on his bow, shooting towards the east. There were exactly 3 screams. Although the others were panicking, they still put arrows on their bows calmly. But it was too late. The swords were all knocked down by Lu Xinglan. Xian Wu was like a cruel grim reaper. Every time he attacked, no one could escape the punishment of death. One defended while the other attacked. He killed all the assassins who blocked his way. Wei Wei Bai heard the system say, "Someone is killing the male lead outside the door." Wei Wei Bai was pulling petals to make rouge. She asked, "Who sent them?" The system said, "Who else could it be? That Emperor Cannon Fodder. He can't wait to kill the male lead, but since he's so eager to kill him, this Cannon Fodder probably doesn't have much time left." Wei Wei Bai smiled. "That's great. Lu Xinglan is being murdered, so if he's hot-blooded, he'll be able to complete the mission." The system nodded in agreement and took a big bite of the super luxurious golden diamond drumstick. Lu Xinglan took care of those people. He walked through the door. He reeked of blood and held a sword in his hand. His long hair was messy behind him. His white robe was mostly red with blood spots. He looked like a red plum blossom, but also like a demon. Lu Xinglan wiped his face expressionlessly. There was blood on his face, too. He looked at it indifferently and did not care. Xian Wu went to call the doctor. As he habitually walked out of the house, he suddenly thought of something and his expression froze. He had to treat the wound first and then take a bath. Otherwise, it would scare the people in the house. With that in mind, Lu Xinglan turned to leave. However, he heard a soft voice call out from behind him. "Husband?" Lu Xinglan's footsteps froze. She didn't come back to her senses. She only responded with a faint hum. Then he said, "I have something to do. I'll take my leave first." After saying that, he coldly raised his foot and was about to step forward. But the corner of his clothes was tugged. Lu Xinglan's entire body froze. She loosened her grip on the corner of his shirt and gently hooked her fingers around his again. "Husband, what's wrong?" she asked worriedly. Lu Xinglan pursed her lips and lowered her eyelashes to hide the hesitation in her eyes. Then he turned around and revealed the bloodstain on his shoulder. There was no way to hide it unless he pushed her away and ran away. But when he wanted to push her, he couldn't. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were a little sluggish for a moment, and then there was a little panic. This panic was suppressed by her. She calmed down and said, "Let's go in. Has the doctor called?" Lu Xinglan thought that she would be scared to tears, but he only saw her worried expression. He heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, he did. She immediately took his hand and walked into the house. "How deep is the wound on your shoulder? How deep is the arrowhead?" To stop the wound, Lu Xinglan didn't pull out the arrowhead. It looked bloody and frightening. But Wei Wei Bai was unusually calm. She asked him to sit down, brought hot water, and cut open his clothes to reveal the wound. Then she began to use the hot water to wipe the blood around him. The doctor soon arrived. He was half lying down, and the doctor began to remove the arrowhead. Lu Xinglan was used to this kind of scene, but he stared sideways at the girl squatting by the bed. The girl's eyes were filled with deep worry. Her fingers gripped his fingertips tightly. She forced herself to be calm, but her trembling fingers betrayed her. She was still afraid, but she didn't want to burden him and chose to force herself to be calm. The moment the doctor removed the arrowhead, Lu Xinglan's face turned pale and his muscles immediately tightened. Wei Wei Bai cried out in alarm. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She helplessly held his palm with both hands. It was as if this action could make him feel better. The doctor bandaged the wound. Lu Xinglan regained his spirit. His pale face was full of sweat, but he slightly turned his eyes. His gaze was deep and gentle. "I'm fine." Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips. Her lips had lost their color. She said, "I'm not fine." Lu Xinglan was puzzled. He saw her lower her head and rest her eyes on his palm. Tears fell. "You really worried me, Lu Xinglan." The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 28:15. Her soft face leaned against his palm, and her fluttering eyelashes were like a small fan, scraping his palm. Cold tears seeped into the gaps between his fingers. Lu Xinglan's pale and calm face showed a trace of uneasiness. His voice was low and contained an imperceptible helplessness. "Don't cry. I'm fine. It's just a small wound. I'm used to it." Lu Xinglan thought that if he said that, she would not worry. However, he saw the girl's tears fall even more fiercely. She did not look up. Her lips were tightly pursed, and her delicate brows were furrowed because of sadness. "Why are you?" Her voice was muffled with sobs. "So heartbreaking." Lu Xinglan looked at her blankly, as if he did not understand. Heartbroken, he suddenly moved his tear-filled fingers. The girl looked up in shock. Her eyes were red, and so was her nose. She was unusually cute and pitiful. She bit her lip. Traces of tears were all over her face. Lu Xinglan's fingers trembled. He touched her tears, but he thought of something and quickly stopped. He wiped his fingers on his robe to make sure that they were dry. He immediately covered her face with his fingers and wiped her tears. "Don't cry. Next time, I'll take you to the lake. Don't you like those flowers?" At this point, Lu Xinglan took out a phoenix flower from his arms. The flower was incomplete. However, it was still fresh and beautiful. "Look, is this flower beautiful?" After saying that, Lu Xinglan realized that the flower was incomplete. Lu Xinglan frowned and immediately suppressed his tone, trying to be calm. "Yes, it's fine. I'll bring you more next time." Then, he wanted to take the flower back as if nothing had happened. However, a pair of soft hands held his hand. Then, she smiled with tears in her eyes and said, "It's beautiful." Lu Xinglan stared at her silently. His deep eyes were slowly covered by an extremely gentle emotion. His fingers gently approached her hair, and then he pinned the flower to her ear. The bright color of the flower made the girl's delicate and fair face look a little rosy. Lu Xinglan's voice was hoarse. Very beautiful. She was the most beautiful person he had ever met in his life. But that was in the past or in the future. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 75. Inside the palace, all the eunuchs and palace maids were trembling with fear, not daring to breathe loudly. Yuan Xian smashed a vase and kicked away a young eunuch. "You still have the face to tell me about your failure? Capture all the losers and execute them." The great eunuch trembled as he knelt on the ground. He did not dare to raise his head to say, "Your Majesty, they are all dead." Not a single one was left. They were all killed by Lu Xinglan. Yuan Xian turned around. The pale and treacherous youth with long hair draped over his shoulders said fiercely, "Then take back the corpse and grind the bones to dust." After he finished speaking, his thin red lips curled up coldly. "I've truly underestimated Lu Xinglan. I thought that I would definitely kill her when she was unprepared." He thought he could wait. However, she didn't know that the last time she saw him in the lotus field, he had a stomach full of anger. The more he thought about it, the more he felt threatened. The more he thought about it, the more resentment he felt. This country belonged to his family, not Lu Xinglan. Why did he have to be so arrogant? Everyone in the southern nation was talking about that damned Lu Xinglan. Moreover, he wanted to build a moon admiring court. All he did was embezzle some military funds. Then those damned pedantic officials would come and stop him. He was the master of this country. He was the emperor. Chapter 28:16. Who dared to make decisions for him? He could do whatever he wanted. The whole world belonged to him. Why should he listen to them? He clearly knew that he should continue to endure. After all, Lu Xinglan's power was too great. In addition, he had the will of the people. If he made a move, Lu Xinglan would be vigilant and have some rebellious thoughts. His current power was not enough to wrestle with him. The prime minister hurried over and saw the mess on the ground, as well as the ashen-faced palace maids and eunuchs. He immediately knelt down and saluted. "Your subject salutes your majesty. Long live your majesty." Yuan Xian threw a paperweight at his feet. "What? Are you here to persuade me? Can't even afford to build a moon admiring court?" The prime minister immediately said respectfully, "Your majesty, you have to bear with the humiliation. That thief Lu Xinglan may have evil intentions. First, you have to coax him, then find an opportunity to ruin his reputation. Finally, you have to kill him." Yuan Xian glared at him and said, "How can you ruin his reputation? Didn't you give your daughter to him? In the end, you were kicked out by him. This is simply a disgrace." When the prime minister thought of his daughter being kicked out of the temple by Lu Xinglan, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. Recently, there were rumors that he likes women, and he especially favors one concubine. He even put his mother under house arrest for this concubine. If this news spreads, he will definitely be reviled by the public. After all, filial piety was the highest. Whoever was unfilial would be pointed at the spine and scolded. Yuan Xian paced back and forth in frustration, especially when he heard about the concubine. He gnashed his teeth in hatred. "Too slow. I don't want to wait." The prime minister said, "Your majesty has waited for so many years. Why can't you wait a little longer?" Although Yuan Xian was suspicious and irritable, he still had patience. Why did he go crazy after returning from the lake trip? Yuan Xian glared at him fiercely. "Even you dare to control me?" The prime minister immediately bowed. "Your subject does not dare. Your subject is guilty." A trace of murderous intent appeared in Yuan Xian's eyes, but he also knew that the prime minister was the most powerful person on his side. Killing him would do him no good. Yuan Xian suddenly said, "It's my birthday in 3 days. I'm going to hold a grand birthday banquet and have Lu Xinglan bring her family to attend. Just treat it as my compromise. When the time comes, I'll just send my regards to her." This would ease Lu Xinglan's heart. He couldn't suppress the killing intent in his heart, which was why he made such an impulsive decision. He regretted it afterwards. After all, if they couldn't kill Lu Xinglan, it would be over if Lu Xinglan decided to rebel. When the prime minister heard this, he knew that Yuan Xian had calmed down. He immediately smiled and said, "Your majesty is wise." Yuan Xian raised his eyebrows coldly. Then they began to spread rumors that he was a pervert and unfilial son to his mother. Bit by bit, they tainted his perfect reputation. The prime minister replied, "Yes, your majesty." Yuan Xian said coldly, "Leave." The prime minister withdrew. Yuan Xian stood in place. After a long time, he flung his sleeves and walked inside. He sat in front of the table and stared at the memorials that prevented him from building the moon viewing pavilion. He snorted coldly. Then, without knowing why, his eyes lightly fell on a bookshelf next to him. There was a small earthenware pot of wine. He didn't even open the seal. It was quiet. Yuan Xian stared for a long time. Suddenly, his face flushed red, and he looked away in panic. Xin Wu gave Lu Xinglan a handwritten order from the palace. Lu Xinglan casually glanced at it and threw it aside. It was Yuan Xian's birthday banquet in 3 days. The order asked him to bring his family. He clearly knew that Mother Lu was under house arrest by him, but he deliberately made this move. Chapter 28:17. He picked up the pen and was about to continue drawing the map. However, he heard the familiar sound of footsteps approaching from afar. His fingers froze, and he was about to throw the pen away. But he heard Wei Wei Bai's voice. "Young master." Lu Xinglan put down the pen and turned around with a calm face. "Yes, I'm back." Wei Wei Bai was holding a plate with bandages and medicine on it. She glanced at the ink on the table and the ink pen that was casually thrown aside, and a half-drawn map. The girl frowned and sighed unhappily. "Why are you working again? Didn't I tell you to rest when you're injured?" Lu Xinglan put his fist to his mouth as if nothing had happened and coughed to cover it up. "No, I'm just tidying up. I didn't use the pen to draw." Wei Wei Bai looked at him helplessly for a while. She saw that he was looking around guiltily. Then she walked to him and put down the plate. Then she rolled up his sleeves and said gently, "Take off your clothes." Lu Xinglan's back was facing her. When he heard this, he lowered his eyelashes and blushed. He took off half of his clothes and straightened his back, not showing a trace of helplessness. The girl behind him put her hand gently on his shoulder and began to remove the bandages. There was a faint fragrance with the smell of flowers. She lowered her head and touched the area around his wound with her soft fingers. The coolness of the medicine slowly covered it. Under the light, the two of them were quietly intertwined. After Wei Wei Bai applied the medicine, she began to bandage him. The slope of the man's shoulder was perfect and beautiful. When she touched it with her fingers, she could see that the skin under his shoulder had many light white marks of healing. Wei Wei Bai's fingers paused and touched a deeper mark. Lu Xinglan's shoulder stiffened. He felt that the slight coolness of the girl's fingertips seemed to have some kind of indescribable magic. A little itch spread from her fingers. He lowered his eyes, and his breathing became heavy, and his fingers couldn't help but move. He had a feeling that he wanted to hold her fingers, without waiting for his hand to reach out. He heard Wei Wei Bai say softly, "Were these wounds all made at the border?" Lu Xinglan's finger froze, and she quickly retracted it. She said calmly, "Yeah, it's not a big deal. It's just a small injury." He was afraid that she would cry again. He immediately explained, "They're really not fatal. I've been through special training since I was young, so I can avoid all fatal attacks as much as possible." Although that was what he said. However, if they were to really enter the battlefield, they would only have a slight chance of survival compared to others. How many powerful people had died on the battlefield due to bad luck? Lu Xinglan felt that her luck was pretty good. At the very least, he had never died before. Wei Wei Bai suddenly said, "Who wants to kill you?" Lu Xinglan's originally gentle expression froze for a moment. Then, she said in an indifferent tone, "Maybe he's overshadowed his master." He knew who wanted to kill him. However, he didn't expect the other party to be so anxious. So stupid. There were still many problems in the southern nation. Kill Lu Xinglan. The north immediately swept over. Who could stop him? Lu Xinglan couldn't think of anyone who could stop him. If she could find him, even Yuan Xian himself could. He would have left long ago. Why would he still be here? In the past, he didn't have any other goals. He just lived for the Lu family. Now he was a little weak. Chapter 28:18. That small thought had shaken him so much. He already had someone he cared about. He was no longer a wandering soul who lived for the Nan Kingdom without a goal. So if there was really no other way, he would take her away. He would try his best and not force it. Wei Wei Bai seemed to be stunned for a long time before she woke up from this question. Yes, Lu Xinglan had already turned around. He stretched out a finger and gently pressed against her lips. Don't say it. After all, he was the emperor. How could he talk about her behind her back so easily? Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes fluttered. Her lips moved slightly and brushed against the man's finger. His face turned red, and he immediately retracted his finger. Then, he turned around as if nothing had happened and did not say anything else. Wei Wei Bai did not say anything. After the bandage was done, Wei Wei Bai pinched his clothes with her fingers. Suddenly, she sighed softly. My heart aches for you. Lu Xinglan, this is too dangerous. Haven't you thought about how to make yourself safer? For example, kicking away that bastard on top. Sitting on the golden chair. How satisfying. Lu Xinglan was silent for a while before saying slowly, I thought about it. I wanted to hand over the military power and leave this place. Wei Wei Bai, so unambitious. She immediately tried to persuade him. Without the military power, wouldn't you be in more danger? It would be easier to kill you. Lu Xinglan shook his head gently and revealed a smile. I have a backup plan. Once I leave, no one will be able to find me. He was still confident about this. Wei Wei Bai, damn it. Was this 1,000-year-old turtle? He was already being murdered, but he could still tolerate it? She racked her brains and said, Don't you have a trace of resentment? Lu Xinglan was silent for a while. His expression was more solemn and gloomy. He said, I do have some resentment, and I have also thought of some rebellious thoughts. But the Lu family has been loyal for generations. This heavy reputation was built by many heroic souls. I don't want to bear the reputation of a traitor. Otherwise, I will be letting the Lu family's plaque down. If the Nan kingdom could be maintained like this, even if he was resentful, he could persevere. If the Southern Empire was ruined by the imperial family to the point that there was no chance of survival, at that time, he might even think of rebelling. Anyway, the country was going to be destroyed, so he didn't care about his reputation. But now, if the country were to perish in that case, he might not choose to seize power and betray, but to leave. Because the girl by his side couldn't withstand the bloodshed that would ensue when he seized power. If he took her away, she would be able to live a peaceful life. Lu Xinglan's eyes were dark and determined. He pursed his lips and pondered for a while. Then, he said in a hoarse voice, In the future, even if we reach the end of the road, I will not abandon you. I will take you with me and leave this place. This was the most passionate thing he could say. Even if it was reserved, it was unusually deep. Wei Wei Bai, if Yuan Xian was a brat, Lu Xinglan was a son of a bitch. How could he be so tolerant? Was he still a man? That didn't seem to be the case. Last time, when she laid down and asked him to do it, he didn't do it. Now that he had almost been killed, he was still so patient. Since he was forced into a corner, he might as well just leave. Wei Wei Bai only wanted to carve the word bitch on his face. After Lu Xinglan finished making this promise, he felt that it was a little too rash. He looked sideways slightly, but he didn't dare to really turn his head. He could only pretend to be calm and say, It's already late. Don't be too tired. The girl behind him was silent for a long time, just when Lu Xinglan felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. Suddenly, there was a gentle touch on the light-colored mark on his back. Her soft lips kissed gently. The girl's faint breath blew on the healed wound mark. Lu Xinglan was stunned, but he heard her whisper softly behind him, Rest, young master. Her words were a little ambiguous and gentle. /save button. Chapter 28:19. Her voice became shy again. I'll take off your clothes. Lu Xinglan's face was stiff and calm. He was so calm that he looked like a statue and didn't dare to move. Wei Wei Bai's lips left his back and slowly took off his outer robe. The girl's fingers were always cold. The man sat with his eyelashes like fans. His thin lips were slightly pursed, and he didn't move. The outer robe was taken off, revealing a thin white shirt underneath. The outline of the man's back was unusually good-looking. Under the thin white shirt, the protrusion of his shoulder blades could be faintly seen. His muscles were unusually tense. It seemed to be because of her proximity. Wei Wei Bai bent down slightly. He was tall. Even if he was sitting, she could touch his neck by lowering her head slightly. There was a cool medicinal scent on his body. There was also a slight smell of blood. But more than that, there was a faint sandalwood scent on this man that didn't dissipate. It was the incense that he lit to calm his nerves over the years. And after she came, he hadn't lit this kind of incense for a while. Most of the time, He used a fainter but sweet flower bud fragrance. It was more to a girl's taste. When Lu Xinglan breathed, he didn't smell his own scent at all. It was hers. It was soft and light, but it smelled like a girl's scent. It made him want to hold his breath, but he couldn't bear to. After Wei Wei Bai took off his outer robe, she said softly, "Quickly rest." Lu Xinglan sat stiffly for a while before nodding and getting up. Then he turned around and was about to step over to the bed. Suddenly, he bumped into a soft and petite body. The girl wasn't tall. Her head bumped directly into his shoulder. Wei Wei Bai was also shocked, but she didn't avoid it. Instead, her eyelashes drooped, and there was a hint of redness on her face. She looked sweet and delicate. He stood still and let her lean on him. He stretched out his hand and couldn't bear to push her away. Instead, he gently placed it on her thin shoulder. He said in a low and hoarse voice, "Where did you bump into?" Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips and remained silent. Then, she nervously shook her head. The two of them stood there quietly like two dumbstruck geese. With great difficulty, Wei Wei Bai finally took a deep breath and left his embrace. Then she turned and walked to the bed to tidy up the quilt. Lu Xinglan stood there for a while and stared at her bent back, as well as her thin waist. Then he walked over, just as he was about to reach out to help. Without waiting for him to bend over, he suddenly saw the side of the girl's burning face. Her delicate red face seemed to be dyed with her lipstick. He also pursed his lips and felt the tips of his ears turn red. Under the dim yellow light, there was an indescribable tension in the atmosphere. This kind of tension was different from that of life and death on the battlefield. However, compared to the moment between life and death, his heart was beating faster. Lu Xinglan took a deep breath and barely managed to suppress her surging emotions. She couldn't bear to scare her and was about to tell her to rest. However, he heard the girl's figure, which was incomparably weak, hesitant, and shy. "Young master, are you feeling better?" Lu Xinglan was taken aback, but he saw Bai Wei Wei raise her eyes. Her white face was flushed, and there was a hint of a charming smile. "That's right. Can you touch me now?" Lu Xinglan only felt his heart beating extremely fast. His eyebrows also jumped, and his fingers couldn't help but clench tightly. His mind went blank for a moment. Only her words kept echoing in his mind. "Can you touch me now?" "Can?" Lu Xinglan lowered his eyes and didn't say anything, but his hand gently touched her waist. The girl was a little ticklish and flinched. She seemed to want to dodge, but she forced herself not to move. Chapter 28:20. Her eyes were misty, and there was a pure expression on her delicate and beautiful face, but it was so charming that it could bewitch people. Lu Xinglan's fingers tightened, and he was about to pull her into his arms. But the smile on the girl's face disappeared. Then, she calmly took a few steps back and bowed to him politely. "Young master, you should rest first." Only then did she reveal a small smile and casually touched the flowers on her hair. The girl was beautiful. "You've just recovered and need a transition period. I won't disturb you. We'll sleep in separate beds today." Lu Xinglan looked at her blankly. He seemed to be unable to react. The girl didn't care about him anymore, but turned around and walked out with her skirt fluttering. The system was munching on the platinum sunflower seeds. "What's wrong?" "Wei Wei Bai. Isn't he very tolerant? Just let him be. His head is about to be chopped off, and this son of a bitch still wants to play the rural recluse. Look at him. He might as well just become a eunuch. Wouldn't that be more perfect?" 3 months to change Lu Xinglan's mind and change the dynasty. He thought it wouldn't be difficult. In the end, he met a ninja turtle. He tolerated. Anyway, he wasn't a man. She couldn't tease him to death. Wei Wei Bai stepped out of the door with one foot and coldly snorted. The system heard this, and then it was blocked. Oh, did the host flirt too much? After all, she wasn't flirting with a real eunuch. The system, who was used to being blocked, slowly picked up the number 1 super expensive coffee in the universe and elegantly took a sip. Ah, these days were really beautiful. The side mission sucker was really good. It was so kind that it could move heaven and earth. It used the millions of life points in its bank account in exchange for 3 years of free luxury food. When the system thought of its debt, It immediately blocked the account and escaped. The side mission signed, and the name of the account was transferred to itself. In the past, it didn't believe in good people. After meeting the host, there were no good people in this world. Now it believed. The side mission, great philanthropist. It had fallen in love with it. Ha ha! Wei Wei Bai was also smiling, but before her other foot could step out of the door, she had already stepped out of the door. The man behind her had already grabbed her waist with one hand and closed the door with the other. Wei Wei Bai was shocked. She quickly turned around, only to see the man in front of her take a few steps forward and force her against the door. However, Lu Xinglan pressed closer. She touched her waist with one hand and touched the flower in her hair with the other. He lowered his head, and his breath was a little hot. Sleeping in separate beds? Wei Wei Bai raised her head and seemed to be a little nervous as she laughed. Isn't it because I'm afraid that my husband has just recovered from his illness and can't exercise vigorously? And your wound? She didn't even finish her words. The man in front of her had already lowered his head and blocked her words. He had thought of this countless times when he looked at her from the side at night. He had been holding it in all this while. He didn't dare to go overboard with her. After all, she was still young. Her eyes were so charming, but they were so pure that no one dared to profane her. Lu Xinglan had always used this reason to restrain herself. But he couldn't hold it in anymore. Wei Wei Bai reached out to push him away, but he didn't make things difficult for her. Instead, he panted and rested his head on her thin shoulder. His voice was low and hoarse. Wei Wei, can I? This weak plea was wrapped in a shaky sense of reason. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips and finally said with difficulty, No. Lu Xinglan's fingers gently pressed against her lips, and his lips landed on her pink and white neck. Chapter 28-21. Small and fragmented. A bit rusty, but with irresistible passion. Wei Wei Bai, why can't you bear it? When you shouldn't bear it, shouldn't you bear it boldly? The night slowly deepened. No one paid attention to the candlelight, and it gradually extinguished. The candlelight made a crackling sound, and it was filled with darkness. Only the moonlight shone through the window, illuminating the messy clothes on the ground. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 80. The emperor's birthday banquet was extremely grand. On the road outside the palace, bright lights spread all along the way. All kinds of people were invited to perform, and lively singing troops made the usually cold and quiet palace gate very noisy. Yuan Xian stood on the palace wall and watched unhappily. The ministers who came to attend all got off the carriage outside the palace. He finally saw the familiar sound of horse hooves. It was Lu Xinglan's. He never rode in a carriage. But this time, the sound of horse hooves was a bit slow. He looked carefully and saw Lu Xinglan riding a horse, slowly walking. And beside him was a carriage. The curtain on the small window of the carriage was half open. It was too far to see clearly. But he saw that Lu Xinglan seemed to have heard the person in the carriage say something and couldn't help but laugh. Yuan Xian raised an eyebrow and coldly snorted. The head eunuch carefully reminded, it should be General Lu's concubine. Who didn't know that Lu Xinglan hated women? It was rare that he was enlightened for a woman. This kind of inconceivable thing spread all over the court. The people all heard about it. The reputation of that concubine also followed. They all said that she had to be beautiful to be able to move a man like Lu Xinglan. The head eunuch saw Yuan Xian's expression become even uglier. He tried to figure out the emperor's intention and immediately said with an ugly expression, But General Lu is too arrogant. His Majesty's birthday banquet, he actually let a mere servant come in. A concubine was a servant. Not to mention that the concubine was indeed a servant. But when this sentence came out, Yuan Xian immediately raised his foot in anger and kicked the old eunuch out. Who is a servant? You're rebelling. Zhen didn't say anything. Is it your turn to talk about it? The old eunuch immediately kowtowed and begged for mercy, slapping himself repeatedly. Yuan Xian couldn't care less about him and immediately rushed down. The eunuch immediately followed, and everyone was at a loss. Just a moment ago, he had come to look at the city walls in high spirits, thinking that he was here to watch a circus. But after looking at the carriages of the ministers for a long time, when he saw Lu Xinglan's carriage, he immediately got angry and stopped looking. Could it be that His Majesty was angry again after seeing Lu Xinglan? The carriage entered the palace gates. Lu Xinglan had special privileges. Wei Wei Bai saw that everyone else was alighting in front of the carriage. He swaggered into the palace gates with the carriage in tow. He couldn't help but complain to the system. She's not rebelling, yet she wants all kinds of privileges. Is Lu Xinglan deliberately looking for trouble? This guy was swaggering around as if he didn't care about the royal family. However, he had no intention of overthrowing the royal family. How stupid would one have to be to do such a thing? The system said, because the male lead hates the royal family. To him, protecting the country is his goal, and the royal family is his stumbling block. He despises the royal family, while protecting the southern kingdom is not conflicting. Wei Wei Bai said, which part is not conflicting? Isn't he afraid that the royal family will retaliate and kill him one day? The system said, if they don't kill him, the male lead's momentum will continue to grow. When he dies, the royal family will be ants under his feet, unable to do anything. Download the at https://m Sashu. Com. Chapter 28-22. Wei Wei Bai held her forehead and felt a headache coming on. She had forgotten about the halo of being the chosen one. It was just that no matter how hard she tried, she wouldn't die. She had secretly hinted a few times during this period of time. The result was that Lu Xinglan would never rebel, because to him, it was easy to rebel but unnecessary. So, he wouldn't rebel. Wei Wei Bai looked at the 3 months and thought that it was a long time. In fact, it was very short. It was so short that the day when she saw her soul disfigured and scared the system to death was coming. So, during this period of time, she looked at the mirror whenever she had time. She was worried that if she was disfigured in the future, she wouldn't be able to look at it anymore. After getting off the carriage, Lu Xinglan took her to see the huge lake in the palace. It was full of koi fish. There were also beautiful red lotuses. The brightly lit palace was unusually lively. Lu Xinglan held her hand and slowly walked forward. When the banquet starts later, sit in the women's section and wake up after eating. I'll deal with it for a while and then take you to see the juggling. It was rare to see such a lively juggling. There were also opera troupes invited in advance from all over the country. This was impossible to see on a normal day. The cost was huge, and there had to be a reason to do so. The emperor's birthday was the best reason, although Lu Xinglan didn't agree with such extravagance and waste. However, in recent years, the trade market he opened at the border had become lively. He could also earn a huge amount of money to maintain the daily operation of the Southern Army. As long as there was no war, it was a stalemate. He wasn't afraid that the royal family would use some reason to deduct the military funds given by the imperial court. So Lu Xinglan thought that it would be good to bring Wei Wei Bai to see it. It was rare to see such a lively scene. It would be difficult to see it next time. As a girl, she had always been in the residence and had never made a fuss about going out to play. His heart ached when he saw it. As for the royal family, he would leave after dealing with them. The failed assassination just now should have made Yuan Xian not dare to act rashly. He knew Yuan Xian too well, so this assassination was very unexpected, because it wasn't like him. Although he was cruel, he was unusually patient and wasn't an idiot. There was no benefit in killing him at this time. Lu Xinglan was still trying to figure out the reason for killing him. However, when he was invited to the birthday party, he saw Yuan Xian admitting defeat. Lu Xinglan reminded Wei Wei Bai with concern. I will have the palace maids follow you. I won't let you get lost. Wei Wei Bai held the lotus-colored handkerchief and chuckled. Am I a child? Why are you so worried? This teasing was like a sweet fruit, sweet to the ears. Lu Xinglan stared at her blankly. Then, she looked away as if she had thought of something. Her body stiffened slightly. Then he held her hand and walked towards the palace banquet. He didn't say anything along the way. When the palace maids arrived, she would sit down and wait for the banquet to start. Lu Xinglan let go of her hand and watched as she turned to leave. He then called out in a low and hoarse voice, Wei Wei. Wei Wei Bai turned around. She saw the man standing under the light. The delicate halo fell on his excessively handsome face, and there was a kind of sudden amazement, like a fairy. He looked at her quietly. Then his thin lips curled slightly, revealing a gentle smile. "Nothing, I just wanted to see you." It was such a small distance, he could see her just by looking up. However, he still felt that they had to be separated for a meal and was not satisfied. Lu Xinglan never thought that he would be so wishy-washy one day. However, he saw the girl looking at him with bright eyes. She revealed a sweet smile and said, "Let's watch the show together later." Eating was secondary. The main reason was to watch the show and sideshow. Lu Xinglan's eyes were full of tenderness. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 85. This favorability was on steroids. Wei Wei Bai was not surprised and followed the palace maid forward. She looked at the side mission again. Progress, 0. Lu Xinglan, that bastard. It was annoying to see his favorability increase. As she walked, she suddenly felt that the road was too long. Wei Wei Bai glanced at the palace maid, but saw that the palace maid returned to her senses and respectfully handed the lantern in her hand to her. "Miss, it's in front. You can go there yourself." After saying this, the palace maid hurriedly left. Wei Wei Bai held the lantern and stood there speechlessly for a while. What was going on? Could it be that bastard Yuan Xian thought it through and directly killed Lu Xinglan at the birthday banquet by smashing the cup as a signal? This was good. It was best to make Lu Xinglan so angry that he rebelled. Just as she was about to let the system recognize the way, she saw a person's shadow in the corner in front of her. Wei Wei Bai tilted her head and said with a light smile, "Sorry, it's my first time in the palace, and I'm not familiar with the roads. May I ask where the banquet is?" The figure in the corner froze. After a while, he lowered his voice and said, "Go back and walk a dozen steps. If you see a eunuch, let him take you there." The figure seemed to be hesitating whether to come out or not. In the end, he could only stand in the corner in fear. He felt that he was too impulsive. How could he let someone bring her here? Just as he was about to leave. Then, he saw a lantern appear in the corner, and the soft light shone down. The girl's soft and boneless fingers pressed on the wooden frame of the lantern and poked her head in to look at him. Her eyes were gentle, but there was a hint of bewitching charm. "It's you. Aren't you my husband's friend?" Yuan Xian, who was standing in the dark and illuminated by the lantern, stood there stiffly. Then, his face slowly turned red. /record. Quick transmigration summoned my male god. Chapter 28-23. The night was dark. The halo of the lantern dyed the darkness. Wei Wei Bai looked at him curiously with a calm expression. "Are you also here to attend Her Majesty's birthday banquet?" Yuan Xian moved his lips, but didn't say anything. Wei Wei Bai smiled. "What's your name?" Yuan Xian was silent for a moment before saying in a low voice, "Xiao Bao." As soon as he said this name, Yuan Xian's eyebrows twitched. This was his nickname. Other than his father, who had died early, no one dared to call him by this name. Even his mother couldn't. Just as he was about to change his words, he saw the girl in front of him lower her head and smile. Her eyes were bright, as if they were full of stars. Xiao Bao. This name, was it very funny? Yuan Xian's eyes became cruel. She dared to laugh at him? She was reckless. However, he saw Wei Wei Bai raise her head. Her eyes were gentle, but her smile was unusually innocent and sincere. "I think your parents also cherish and love you. This name is the best they can expect of you. If they didn't like her, they wouldn't have given her such a nickname. It was because they loved her too much that they doted on her so casually." The cruelty and distortion in Yuan Xian's eyes dissipated bit by bit. Instead, he was a little embarrassed. He could clearly endure and deal with that girl, Lu Xinglan, patiently and maturely. Why did he feel like he didn't know where to put his limbs when facing her? Wei Wei Bai suddenly looked back. Her voice was gentle. "Then I'll leave first. The banquet should have started. I don't know if the palace maid is in a hurry to go to the toilet and left me here. I'm not familiar with this place, so I don't dare to wander around and cause trouble." Yuan Xian was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he took a step forward. "I will take you to the banquet hall." The palace maid deliberately brought her here and took a few detours. She didn't know where to go if she walked by herself. Wei Wei Bai walked out of the dark with a lantern in her hand. The slender and elegant girl smiled sweetly. Okay, thank you, young Master Xiaobao. Young Master Xiaobao. Yuan Xian froze for a moment, then turned and walked away with his head lowered. Wei Wei Bai followed along. They were a few steps away from each other, neither too far nor too close. It was an unusually polite distance. Wei Wei Bai would occasionally ask a few more questions, such as where did he work, and whether he had known her husband for a long time. Yuan Xian couldn't come up with anything at the moment, so he could only fly into a rage out of humiliation. Why are you asking so many questions? Wei Wei Bai was stunned. Yuan Xian stopped talking for a moment, thinking that he had scared her. However, he heard her say, softly, I just want to get to know my husband. I'm a woman who stays at home every day. I don't know how difficult it is for him to be outside. With one more friend, it will be easier for him. When Yuan Xian heard this, he was immediately enraged. But her eyes were gentle, delicate, and weak. He was also afraid of scaring her. She could only suppress her anger and say sarcastically, he's so good. Who doesn't respect and love him? When he goes out, those unmarried girls throw flowers and fruits at him. He can open a shop. When Wei Wei Bai heard this, she immediately laughed. He's really popular. Yuan Xian sneered. Aren't you afraid that he likes women now and will go out to attract bees and butterflies? Wei Wei Bai shook her head lightly. I only want him to be well. Everything else doesn't matter. Yuan Xian felt the anger in his chest turn into a sharp sword. It was so twisted that his heart hurt. Why was Lu Xinglan so good? Would she die if she didn't praise him? When Yuan Xian saw that they had arrived at the banquet hall, he casually pointed to the inner hall of the womenfolk. There, just go in. When a little eunuch saw that there was a distinguished guest, he immediately came out to greet them respectfully. Chapter 28-24. When he saw Yuan Xian, his eyes almost popped out and he was about to kneel down in fear. However, he saw Yuan Xian staring at him coldly, like the god of death. The little eunuch trembled and couldn't say a word. Then he said, This is Lu Xinglan's wife. Why aren't you welcoming her in and serving her well? If you don't serve her well, be careful of your brains. This sentence came out too smoothly. Yuan Xian immediately shut up. He was worried that Wei Wei Bai would hear something. He couldn't help but look back and see that Wei Wei Bai wasn't paying attention to him. Instead, she was looking around curiously. The scenery here was good. There were flowers everywhere. Girls liked this kind of decoration. He pursed his lips. Knowing that she didn't notice, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. Then he turned and said to Wei Wei Bai, Then I'll leave first. I still have something to do. Wei Wei Bai hurriedly bowed and said to him, Take care, young Master Xiaobao. Yuan Xian curled his lips indifferently and left in large strides. When he reached the corner of the flowers, his face suddenly turned red. Young Master Xiaobao, it was the first time he knew that his nickname sounded so good. He couldn't help but murmur, Xiaobao. Why was it so disgusting and pretentious? Yuan Xian's eyebrows twitched. He felt that he was bewitched. He flung his sleeves angrily and then stepped on the stairs to the main hall. The head eunuch rushed over. His face was covered in cold sweat, and he was so scared that his legs were trembling. Your Majesty, this servant has finally found you. You scared this servant to death. Suddenly, he disappeared. There were so many people at the palace banquet. What should he do if something happened? He even called the guards away. Was he trying to scare people to death? If something happened to the little emperor, they would all lose their heads. Yuan Xian coldly said, Get lost. Is Lu Xinglan here? The head eunuch immediately said, Yes, she is in the main hall. She is preparing to meet you with the civil and military officials. Yuan Xian said, He knows his manners. These words were said in a cold and murderous tone. The head eunuch was shocked. Your Majesty, you must be patient. The assassination attempt earlier had already infuriated Lu Xinglan. What if Lu Xinglan had the thought of rebelling against him again? In the end, wasn't Lu Xinglan the person that the southern nation was relying on? Without him, the northern Qi army would not be able to hold on. More than half of the generals in the imperial court wanted to rebel. The head eunuch wiped his sweat with his hand. He really didn't know how to persuade him. Yuan Xian smiled coldly. We know what to do. If you keep blabbering, I'll cut off your tongue. The eunuch immediately shut his mouth, not daring to speak. When he sat on the throne, he saw the civil and military officials below him bowing and congratulating him on his birthday. The leader was Lu Xinglan. This man stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. That aura made others feel like they were nothing more than chicken feathers. Yuan Xian felt that it was an eyesore. However, he still put on a fake smile. Why aren't you getting up? There's no need for me to salute you. I heard that you've been injured recently. It's best if you don't overwork yourself. Otherwise, your body won't be able to take it. These words were filled with anger. Lu Xinglan's expression was indifferent. His handsome face was devoid of any emotion. He said indifferently, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I'm fine." Yuan Xian chuckled. "Of course you're fine. If you're not fine, who's going to protect our country?" These words simply made everyone shudder with fear and trepidation. It was no longer sarcastic, but a blatant provocation. Lu Xinglan's gaze was steady and unwavering. "How can this country be protected by me alone? It's all because of Your Majesty's wisdom that thousands of soldiers are willing to risk their lives for you. .. You'll be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf, if you like." Chapter 28-25. Two people's words. They were mocking each other openly and secretly. They were just short of drawing their swords and slashing each other. The atmosphere of the birthday banquet was bleak and terrifying. Yuan Xian also knew that he couldn't hold back his anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "My dear minister, you should take care of yourself. Don't die early. I have a lot of support for you." Lu Xinglan lowered his eyes, but his body was straight and elegant. He said coldly, "I am afraid that I can't live up to Your Majesty's expectations." Could they still have a good chat today? Was he going to throw his cup and draw his sword the next moment? The minister had already taken 3 steps back, afraid that he would be affected. Finally, Yuan Xian forced himself to calm down. "All right, it's getting late. Let's start the banquet." The main hall was filled with male ministers. The family members were in the inner hall. They couldn't come here. Yuan Xian could only look at Lu Xinglan, and Lu Xinglan could only look at Yuan Xian. The more they looked, the more impatient they became. Lu Xinglan drank a cup of wine and thought about it. Why was Yuan Xian, this brat, so impatient? Today's arrangement didn't have any intention of making things difficult for him. She didn't expect him to mock her verbally. Yuan Xian wouldn't do anything that didn't benefit him. But mocking him just now, she couldn't think of any benefits. Lu Xinglan swirled the wine in her cup. His incomparably cold eyes were reflected in the wine. Forget it. She meant to eat a few mouthfuls and then go fetch Wei Wei. They went to watch the show. As for Yuan Xian, he could do whatever he wanted. As long as they didn't disturb him, everything would be fine. Yuan Xian was also drinking to drown his sorrows. The eunuch beside him didn't dare to persuade him. He could only ask someone to add water to the wine. He didn't dare to let Yuan Xian drink anything wrong. Yuan Xian was cruel, but the eunuchs in the palace were the most loyal. Without his penis, he could only treat the royal family as his subordinates. He felt that it was natural to be beaten, scolded, and punished. All of them were proud to serve the royal family. They were even more protective of Yuan Xian. This was the duty of a servant. Suddenly, Yuan Xian looked at Lu Xinglan and asked coldly, "Where is Lu Xinglan going later?" Seeing how perfunctory he was, he wouldn't stay for long. Yet, he brought a female. He had no idea why he had brought her here. She was just a concubine. Wouldn't she be humiliated if she was thrown into the group of women in the inner palace? Could it be that Lu Xinglan thought that Wei Wei was of a lowly status and wanted to defile her like this? Yuan Xian's expression turned much colder. Immediately, he threw the quilt aside. Send the head palace maid over to see who was making things difficult for the women folk. Lu Xinglan brought. The head eunuch immediately understood. "Your Majesty, are you going to make things difficult for his women folk and humiliate him?" His Majesty's recent hostility towards Lu Xinglan was too obvious. The Grand Empress Dowager should not have thought of this in such a short time. When Yuan Xian heard this, he looked coldly at this slave. For a moment, the great eunuch felt the stare of death. Then, he automatically turned around and lay down. Yuan Xin kicked his butt and coldly said, "Just go when I tell you to go. Have the head palace maid follow her at all times. Whoever makes things difficult for her is to be put on my list and wait for me to deal with them." The head eunuch was confused. What was going on? He was clearly fighting to the death with Lu Xinglan. Why did he turn around and take care of his womenfolk? Could it be that His Majesty knew that he had to endure the humiliation but couldn't bring himself to do it? He could only compensate Lu Xinglan's womenfolk to maintain a good relationship with her. The head eunuch felt a headache coming on. He didn't know what these big shots were thinking. Of course, he also needed to know. If he knew too much, he would be beheaded. Chapter 28-26. Lu Xinglan was paying attention to Yuan Xian's movements, but he didn't know why he sent the head eunuch out. It didn't matter what he did. He knew the layout of the palace, the timing of the guard change, and the situation. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Yuan Xian didn't make any arrangements today. It was purely to annoy him. Lu Xinglan was in a good mood, so he didn't mind. Seeing that it was about time, he got up and bid farewell. Yuan Xian looked at him coldly, then snorted eerily. "Take care, my dear minister." Lu Xinglan revealed a rare smile. "It's lively outside the palace. I'll go take a walk with my wife. If your majesty wants to play, I can be your majesty's guard." He was actually just saying it casually. People had to be polite. It was just a matter of pleasantries. Who would take it seriously? How could Yuan Xian go out with him? He was afraid of him, and he was also wary of him. Follow him out. Yuan Xian was most afraid that he would kill him in a place where no one was around. Lu Xinglan finished speaking and was about to leave, but he saw a trace of intense struggle on Yuan Xian's face. Lu Xinglan's expression was strange. Why was he struggling? Yuan Xian fidgeted for a while. Lu Xinglan looked at him strangely. This behavior. Then Yuan Xian raised his chin and snorted. "Since my dear minister is so enthusiastic," then he hesitated for a moment. Lu Xinglan already saw it. He was about to slip away and pretend that he didn't hear him. But Yuan Xian had already gotten up and ran faster than him. "Then I'll reluctantly let you follow me." Lu Xinglan, can you be more shameless? Can't you understand polite words? It was like asking a guest to leave and asking him to stay for a meal. Why are you leaving? Why don't you stay and have a meal together? There's food to eat. Fine, I won't leave. Scram, eat your head. Lu Xinglan's expression darkened, and he immediately followed him. It was rare that he was going to watch a show with Wei Wei. Why did he have to squeeze with Yuan Xian? Wasn't Yuan Xian afraid that he would kill him and rebel? Why wasn't he afraid now? Was Yuan Xian sure that he wouldn't rebel? Lu Xinglan's handsome face darkened. One by one, the emperor and his minister went to the inner hall to look for her. Because Lu Xinglan walked quickly, she didn't pay much attention to Yuan Xian's path. He thought that Yuan Xian was just following him. In the inner hall, Wei Wei Bai was eating. This dish is pretty good. He had never heard of such sarcastic discussions. General Lu's concubine? Aya, it's nothing special. It's very ugly. Wei Wei Bai paused in her actions and narrowed her eyes. Then, she slowly raised her head and saw a woman wearing a head full of gold hairpins. She was dressed like a turkey and was laughing and talking about her. Look at her beady eyes and round face. How can she tempt General Lu? Wei Wei Bai put down her chopsticks. He said to the system, "Who is this?" The system said, "Princess, I think. Like the wife of Yuan Xian's little cannon fodder clan's royal uncle or something." In terms of seniority, he was quite high. Wei Wei Bai said, "She said I'm ugly." The system thought for a while. "No, beady eyes and round face. Isn't that an objective evaluation?" Wei Wei Bai, the system reacted. "No, your eyes are very beautiful. They are authentic walnut eyes. How is your face like a round face? It's much prettier than a round face." This was a compliment. One had to compliment someone who didn't know how. Are you a spy sent by the enemy? Wei Wei Bai's original intention to kill the princess was ruined by the system. She felt that the system was more detestable. Forget it. Wei Wei Bai continued to eat. Who asked her to be a Buddhist? If she was hot-blooded in the past, she would have cornered the princess and beat her until she couldn't take care of herself. Just as she was thinking about that, a palace maid who was standing in the dark walked out. Without hesitation, she picked up a cup of water and splashed it on the princess's face. The princess was furious. Ew. The palace maid bowed. Your servant was sent by His Majesty. The weather is hot, so I'm here to wash the princess's face. The princess almost couldn't swallow her anger, but she didn't dare to speak. Who didn't know about Yuan Xian's brutal reputation? It wasn't surprising that he did anything. But why did he suddenly target her? What did she do? Before she could figure it out, all the palace maids in the hall knelt down and bowed at the same time. Long live His Majesty. The princess trembled as she saw Yuan Xian walk in with a dark face. And the person behind him was actually Lu Xinglan. When the two men walked in, their imposing manner made the inner hall seem dull and dull. Wei Weibai had just eaten, so her reaction was a little slow. Before she could get up, she saw everyone kneeling. She looked up. "Hi, Yuan Xian, that bastard." And Lu Xinglan, that bastard. She also wanted to get up, but her expression was a little blank. But she saw Yuan Xian walk over and say to her, "Let's go out and play." Wei Weibai looked at him strangely, then looked at the people kneeling in the hall. Yuan Xian then realized that his identity had been exposed. He felt a little guilty, so he lowered his hands and said carefully, "They're just playing. It's very lively outside. There are juggles and plays and all kinds of shops and stalls. Later, there will be lantern dances and fireworks." Wei Weibai stared at him for a while, then smiled. "It's very lively." Yuan Xian immediately smiled happily. And Lu Xinglan, who was a few steps behind, saw this scene and felt that something was wrong, especially when it was possible that Bai Weiwei would laugh along. He kept feeling that something was wrong. Chapter 28-27. The circus troupe was unusually lively. There were all kinds of fire-breathing, stilts, and people-stack people. Wei Weibai rarely went out. She carried a little rabbit lantern in her hand and walked with Lu Xinglan. Yuan Xian swaggered in front. Just now, the two men had already given in to each other. "Your Majesty, this subject and my wife are of low status. How dare we walk side by side with your Majesty?" Lu Xinglan pulled Wei Weibai behind her unhurriedly. Then, she bowed politely, but her eyes were staring coldly at Yuan Xian. She didn't have any self-awareness of her low status at all. Yuan Xian smiled perfunctorily. "Oh, I see that my beloved subject likes to ride to my bedroom on horseback. I thought that my beloved subject is used to ignoring the rules." Lu Xinglan, this subject will change now. Please walk in front. Yuan Xian still wanted to mock her, but he saw Wei Weibai timidly looking at him from behind Lu Xinglan. The corners of the girl's eyes were slightly pink, like the delicate beauty of peach blossoms. Under the light, she was soft and beautiful. He choked for a moment. Then, Yuan Xian walked in front, followed by Lu Xinglan and Wei Weibai. The three of them were surrounded by a strange, calm atmosphere. On the contrary, Wei Weibai was more relaxed. After all, she came out to play. She didn't want to think about the mission. Lu Xinglan and Yuan Xian were background to her. They weren't as good-looking as the circus that spat out fireballs. She saw a monkey circus and couldn't help but take a few steps forward, but her wrist was grabbed. Wei Weibai looked up. Under the bright yellow light, the man glanced indifferently at the circus monkeys. Then, he unhurriedly lowered his eyes and said calmly, "The living things are restless. Don't come closer." Wei Weibai chuckled and then took 2 steps back. Lu Xinglan followed and calmly took 2 steps back. She only took a few glances at the monkeys, then carried the rabbit lantern and continued to walk forward. Yuan Xian stretched his ears and didn't turn back to listen to the movements behind him. After making sure that the people behind him were following him, he swaggered forward. Lu Xinglan didn't say anything. She just glanced sideways at the girl beside her and saw that her cheeks were a little flushed. His face also heated up, and his pursed lips curled up slightly. His fingers slowly trailed down her wrist and finally held her soft fingers. Their loose sleeves were next to each other. Under the light, one could occasionally see the gaps between their sleeves. Their fingers were tightly intertwined. Yuan Xian had not left the palace to celebrate with the people for a long time. It was rare for him to come out, and he was with Lu Xinglan, the person he hated the most. However, his mood had nothing to do with annoyance. Instead, it was occupied by another emotion. He was a little nervous. There was also some apprehension. He was even excited. He walked with his hands behind his back, listening to the footsteps behind him. Lu Xinglan's footsteps were unusually light because of his high level of martial arts. Wei Wei Bai's footsteps were also light because she was petite. He tried hard to identify the footsteps, but he was still unable to determine which one belonged to her. He was afraid that the person behind him would get tired from walking too fast, so he slowed down his pace. However, due to his status, he didn't dare to look behind him openly. After all, his status was noble. It was not appropriate for him to look at other people's wives so blatantly. Yuan Xian narrowed his eyes, but he really wanted to take a look. Should he take a peek? Coincidentally, there was a bustling opera troupe in front of them. It seemed that the stage hadn't been set up yet. This group of performers were talking and laughing as they went to buy things. Yuan Xian hated the smell of these people's cosmetics and wanted to move away. However, he paused, thinking that if he turned around in the crowd, it wouldn't be too abrupt. Chapter 28:28. So he didn't dodge. Instead, he deliberately went forward. The crowd rushed over, and Yuan Xian took the opportunity to turn around. The sound of a knife scraping through cloth came from beside his ear. He was greedy for pleasure. Although he didn't like Lu Xinglan since he was young and practiced some martial arts, it was just fancy moves. However, years of experience of being assassinated allowed him to distinguish the sound of a knife in the wind. He almost instinctively took 2 steps back. Then he saw a scene that scared him out of his wits. In the crowd, a Hua Dan took out a short knife from his sleeve and stabbed straight at his chest. Yuan Xian's face was pale. He thought he was going to die. The next moment, Lu Xinglan had already appeared beside him. Her fingers easily reached over and snatched the knife from Hua Dan's hand. Then she stabbed him back. Just as Hua Dan was about to scream, Lu Xinglan had already taken a handkerchief from Hua Dan's waist and stuffed it into his mouth. The opera robe was unusually wide, and there were no traces of blood. When Hua Dan lay down, he died quietly. It almost didn't cause any commotion. Lu Xinglan didn't want the girl behind her to see such a bloody scene. Although Yuan Xian's face was pale, he didn't dodge. Instead, he deliberately blocked this scene. The two of them thought that it was over. The people who were singing suddenly turned around, pulled out their short knives, and rushed toward Yuan Xian. Lu Xinglan's expression was calm, and her eyes quickly looked back. Seeing that Wei Wei Bai had already retreated to the darkness in front, she didn't leave with a worried expression, but she didn't risk death to come forward. She heaved a sigh of relief, then turned around and grabbed a short knife from a person and pushed Yuan Xian out of the encirclement. "Let's go, Your Majesty." Yuan Xian came out with her. If he died, he was going to rebel. After all, the emperor was dead, and his life was the greatest rebellion. It was too troublesome to rebel. It was better to save Yuan Xian and let him continue to suffer on the throne. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Lu Xinglan's mind. In the end, she let Yuan Xian go first. She thought that Yuan Xian would run away directly because this guy was very afraid of death. And Wei Wei Bai didn't go forward. The guards who were following from afar had already rushed over. He was in time to protect her. Lu Xinglan stopped all the assassins and was about to make a move. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He turned around abruptly, but did not see Wei Wei Bai. Yuan Xian was also gone. They disappeared together. Lu Xinglan stabbed a few assassins to death. She was still pondering whether Yuan Xian had suddenly become kind and new to take others with him. Of course, this was just a fleeting thought. Yuan Xian had a grudge against him. She was always thinking about his death. Even if he was being kind, it wouldn't be sent to him either. After all, Wei Wei Bai was his wife, but he took her and ran away. Lu Xinglan finally killed all the assassins. Amidst the screaming crowd on the street, the man stood under the light of the lantern. His exquisite face was hidden against the light, and his black eyes were unusually deep. He suddenly started walking forward. The shadow cast on half of his face made him look cold and gloomy. He finally realized that something was wrong. Yuan Xian's entire line of sight tonight was focused on by Wei Wei. Occasionally, he would not look at her, but it seemed more like he was guilty. What was he guilty of? No, it was not guilty. It was shyness. Lu Xinglan's face was finally exposed to the light. A trace of ruthlessness appeared in his dark eyes. He actually took his wife and ran away. Wei Weibai was also dumbfounded. She was watching the show. Assassins came? So be it. It did not affect the show. Chapter 28-29. However, Yuan Xian turned around and ran, leaving Lu Xinglan to deal with the enemy alone. Bai Weiwei was in a good mood when she saw it. She quickly looked at the side mission. Side mission progress, 0. 0 my ass. Yuan Xian ran away when there was an assassin, leaving Lu Xinglan to deal with it alone. How could Lu Xinglan not be angry at such a cowardly bastard who treated other people's lives like ants? Did he not want to remove Yuan Xian from the throne? Calling Lu Xinglan a tortoise was still polite. This was an old tortoise. He was too good at enduring. Wei Weibai was speechless. She was about to bring the rabbit lantern to Lu Xinglan to cause some trouble. Yuan Xian was halfway there when he suddenly thought of something. He hesitated for 3 seconds, turned around abruptly, and ran towards her. The pale-faced youth rushed over without hesitation, wanting to hold her hand. Wei Weibai took a step back. He only grabbed her sleeve. Yuan Xian pursed his lips and did not say anything. He just firmly pulled her sleeve and ran towards the palace. Wei Weibai blinked and said to the system, "Yo, it's getting cold recently. Give Lu Xinglan a hat and let him experience my virtuous and beautiful heart. Okay?" The system was speechless. It was silent for a while before saying, "This, I think the green is a bit glaring." It was a good picture of a long-lasting relationship. Let's just focus on our strategy and stop making trouble. If we do something like vomiting blood again, it won't be easy to end it. Wei Weibai nodded. I think so too, so I made the color darker. Dark green looks better. A little green is not enough. A little more and it will be dark green. System, Wei Weibai said faintly. Aren't all turtles green? He likes to be a turtle so much. Let him be. System, what the host said made sense. He should just eat properly. The recent dinner was so luxurious that it took a lot of effort to finish it. Yuan Xian was so nervous that his whole body trembled. He grabbed the girl's soft sleeve, his fingertips also trembling. It did not seem like fear. Instead, it was more like uncontrollable excitement. He caught her, although it was just a sleeve. When he finally saw the guards, he did not reprimand the soldiers who were too far away. Instead, he turned to look at Wei Weibai. The girl behind him seemed to be in a hurry. She was a little out of breath, and her face was a little red. Her eyes were filled with bewilderment and worry. She didn't care about anything else and turned back to look at the street in front of her. Lu Xinglan was facing an enemy on the street. Yuan Xian said unhappily, "His martial arts are high. He won't die. Don't go over and cause trouble." After saying that, he realized that his tone was too condescending. He was very impolite. He shut his mouth in embarrassment. However, he saw Wei Weibai turn around worriedly. "Hubby, are you really okay?" Yuan Xian's heartbeat quickened. He lowered his head and said, "Yes, I'm fine." He couldn't hurt Lu Xinglan's martial arts, even if he used the most powerful shadow assassin in the inner palace. Last time, the ambush that used arrows to assassinate was almost a sure kill array. It was still easily broken by him. He killed Lu Xinglan until he was in despair. How could those mere assassins possibly do any harm to Lu Xinglan? Moreover, those assassins were targeting him. Of course, he was inferior. He was much easier to kill than Lu Xinglan. Thinking of this, the young emperor's arrogant and inferior mentality became a little twisted. There was a hint of grief and anger in the twist. In any case, Lu Xinglan was the stronger one. He was puzzled. Why didn't Lu Xinglan rebel? Chapter 28-30. He was so sullen sitting on the throne. He might as well not sit and let Lu Xinglan sit by herself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so indignant. After he sat at the highest point, he endured the greatest pressure and the loneliest life. But he still couldn't get the supreme power and reward. Lu Xinglan got all the benefits of this lousy position. He was only left with that loneliness. What did one do here? Yuan Xian's expression was gloomy and irritable. The few guards beside him immediately trembled. They knew that Yuan Xian was about to explode again. He was often like this. Once his emotions exploded, he wouldn't stop until he killed a few people around him. Suddenly, his fingers tightened, but he saw the girl in front of him lift her sleeve. Then, he realized that he was grabbing her clothes. The violence in the young man's eyes lessened, and even became a little unnatural. He wanted to let go of his fingers, but he thought, why should he let go? The sleeve he was grabbing was his. So Yuan Xian grabbed even harder. Wei Bai didn't care that her sleeve was being grabbed. The worry between her brows didn't fade, but increased. What's wrong with you? She whispered softly, her voice soft and urgent. Yuan Xian pursed his lips. His eyes were a little red, and he didn't say a word. Wei Bai took a step forward, but felt that it wasn't good to be too close, so she took 2 steps back. But she saw the young man in front of her suddenly take a step forward. When she stepped back, he moved forward. The result of retreating was that Wei directly hit the wall. Yuan Xian definitely wouldn't do such a thing normally. But he was in a special period now. His entire person was surrounded by violent emotions, and he was much bolder. His moral bottom line had been completely exposed. He smiled coldly. If you're so worried about him, why don't you die together with him? They all liked Lu Xinglan. Everyone liked him. He was a piece of gold. Many noble people would be moved when they saw him. In this world, except for the people of the north, he probably hated Lu Xinglan the most. Wei Bai seemed to be a little surprised that he said such words. She moved her lips, and her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. Her gentle eyes lowered slightly. The sorrowful girl did not have much of an expression on her face, but made one's heart ache when they saw it. Yuan Xian's insulting words came to a halt. He opened his mouth again and stuttered, Don't worry. If you can't die, you can't die. You don't have to die for love. He might as well not have comforted her at all. Sure enough, he saw her. She didn't say a word. She pursed her lips and looked at him coldly. It was rare for the little emperor to treat someone well, but he knew that he had messed up again. His emotions were unstable, and he would often explode. This was the first time he had erupted with such regret and fear. Obviously, he didn't want to scare her. Wei Bai looked at him indifferently and gently opened her eyes. Her eyes were red, and her voice was weak. My husband is a loyal person. I hope your majesty doesn't hate him so much. Sure enough, he saw through it. He hated Lu Xinglan. In the beginning, he was unwilling to reveal his identity because everyone knew. Lu Xinglan was not on good terms with him. She was Lu Xinglan's woman, so how could she not know? Yuan Xian gripped her sleeves tightly. He took another step forward, and his shadow loomed over her. It almost covered her under his shadow. His voice was low. I hate Lu Xinglan, but I don't hate you. This word hadn't been said yet, but he felt a chill on his back. Yuan Xian turned around and saw that Lu Xinglan was already standing not far away. The man's eyes were dark, and his slender figure was as sharp as a sharp blade. His face, hidden in the darkness, was pale and exquisite, but there was a cold glint of gloominess. Finally, Lu Xinglan slowly revealed a smile. Your Majesty, you are very warm to my wife. Chapter 28:31. Under the countless lights, Lu Xinglan's thin lips curved slightly, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Instead, his face that was exposed under the candlelight looked even colder. Yuan Xian was still holding onto Wei Bai's sleeve, forcing her to lean against the wall. It was the pose of a hooligan flirting with an innocent woman. The little emperor was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Lu Xinglan to come back so quickly. He pursed his lips, then reluctantly let go of Wei Bai's sleeve. That hesitation, it made Lu Xinglan's eyes even colder and fiercer. Wei Bai quickly retracted her sleeve, and even shook it, showing that she was not close to the little emperor. Then she squeezed her tears, sobbed, turned around, and ran to Lu Xinglan's side, holding onto his sleeve with both hands. Young master, you scare me to death. Her watery eyes were hazy, looking at him with grievance and worry. Her fingers could not help but tug at his sleeve, shaking it. Lu Xinglan was expressionless. His eyes were still dark and cold. He stared at Yuan Xian for a while. Then slowly his eyes fell on Wei Bai. He stared at her for a long time without saying a word. The atmosphere was very heavy. System, are you going to do the splits? In front of the male lead, he flirted with another poor girl. Although he did not show it, he still showed his scumbag nature. Wei Wei Bai was indifferent. I can't do the splits. I've always been flexible. And when did she flirt with others? She was innocent from the beginning to the end. She was ignorant, pure, innocent, and cute. The system silently vomited. It was immune to its host's narcissism. It vomited because it ate too much. The girl's eyes were full of worry and a trace of helpless fear. She pursed her lips, tears rolling in her eyes, but did not fall, as if she was afraid of causing trouble for him. Lu Xinglan's heart softened for a moment. He reached out and gently hooked her fingers that were pinching his sleeve. Lu Xinglan's expression was still indifferent and cold. He raised his eyes to look at Yuan Xian. Your Majesty, it seems that it is not suitable for you to leave the palace. There are a lot of people outside who want to kill you. It is not safe for you to go out. Yuan Xian also curled his lips coldly. It's not safe for me to go out. Don't I still have my beloved minister to protect me? Lu Xinglan stared at him indifferently for a while. Her eyes were extremely cold. Then he finally sneered. Your Majesty, how do you know that I am not one of the people who killed you? These words were truly heart-rending. Yuan Xian's expression changed as all the blood drained from his face. He pursed his lips and wanted to explode, but he couldn't help but look at the person beside Lu Xinglan. Lu Xinglan noticed the look in his eyes. Since when did the extremely brutal Yuan Xian need to look at whose expression when he wanted to lose his temper? This cruel little incapable ruler. He actually cared about the thoughts of another person? Lu Xinglan looked at him coldly. Yuan Xian glared back coldly and put on a fake smile. Looks like my beloved minister is quite humorous. On the way back, the atmosphere was heavy with a surge of killing intent. The palace gates were wide open. The head eunuch led the palace maids and eunuchs to wait for them. Yuan Xian was walking forward when he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned back. He saw Lu Xinglan holding Wei Wei Bai's hand. His footsteps were slow and light, deliberately accommodating to Wei Wei Bai's speed. Under the sparkling moonlight, the girl's face was exceptionally beautiful and soft. Her eyes were gentle as she raised her chin and looked at the man beside her with admiration. Yuan Xian's eyes turned red. He couldn't hold his breath and felt extremely uncomfortable. Then, he flung his sleeves and walked directly into the palace. The palace gates closed slowly. Lu Xinglan bowed calmly outside the palace gates. Chapter 28:32. In the gap of the palace door, Yuan Xian turned around and faced the door sideways until the gap of the door separated the girl beside Lu Xinglan. Only then did the malice in his eyes appear. Lu Xinglan, who was standing straight outside, also slowly looked up. His eyes were cold and ruthless. The door closed with a bang. Lu Xinglan then turned around and pulled Wei Wei Bai forward. His fingers were a little forceful. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but want to withdraw her hand. However, she realized that the man suddenly pursed his thin lips and his eyes were as dark as ink. He lowered his head and glanced at her indifferently. Suddenly, his fingers loosened and completely left her hand. Wei Wei Bai? ? The moment his fingers left her fingertips, he reacted quickly and tugged at her sleeve. Her sleeves instantly tightened. Wei Wei Bai blinked and looked at him in confusion. However, she realized that Lu Xinglan suddenly took a step forward and was too close. She couldn't help but take a step back. It was like a chain reaction. He pressed on step by step, and she retreated helplessly. Suddenly, her back bumped into something. It was a dark corner, a red round pillar under a long corridor. The lantern beside it was emitting a faint cold light. It fell into the man's dark eyes and brought a hint of cold luster. Just now, his voice was faint and suppressed. How do you feel when he grabs you like this? Wei Wei Bai was forced to lean against the pillar. The man's aura was strong and cold. He was rarely so sharp and scary when he was with her. It was more like a weapon in a scabbard with a faint sandalwood fragrance, making people forget that he came from a place of wind and snow. It was full of sharpened ruthlessness. At this moment, the man had such ruthlessness. His eyes were cold and deep as he lowered his head and stared at her. It was as if as long as she revealed a trace of something wrong, It was as if he could cut her. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Instead, she quietly raised her head and met his gaze. This wasn't a confrontation. It was confusion. There was a trace of confusion in her eyes, and the corners of her eyes were red. Her fair face was like a pond lotus in the dark night. She was slender and elegant, with a fragrance that could easily attract people's attention. She was so beautiful, even though she was standing in the palace. It was also exceptionally outstanding. It was no wonder that the little fatuous ruler would be moved. Others might not know, but Lu Xinglan did. The little fatuous prince was muddle-headed in other areas. Moreover, he was always ready to go against him, and always used all sorts of absurd reasons to deduct his military funds. However, he had never truly indulged in debauchery. The little fatuous prince was not very interested in women. He's ambitious and doesn't like women. He's wholeheartedly fighting with him for the right to rule the country. It was unknown whether he had ever touched those women in the harem. That was why her heart sank when she realized that Yuan Xin's feelings for her were not normal. After all, for a woman, it was the harem, the throne, and the emperor. He would be more attractive than the other one. Wei Wei Bai looked at him strangely for a while, then looked at her sleeves. They were pulled so tightly that it was difficult for her to break free. Lu Xinglan was still motionless, wrestling with him like this. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips, the confusion in her eyes fading away bit by bit, like the clouds parting to see the moon. She thought of something, and the corners of her eyes curved. The young girl's eyes were charming when she didn't deliberately seduce people. She deliberately looked up. It was even more seductive. Like a delicate flower blooming, the young girl took a small step forward, her soft and fragrant body moving forward. She reached out and carefully hugged his waist. The young girl was petite. Blocked in front of the pillar, the man's slender figure enveloped her. Not far from them was the brightly lit street. Chapter 28:33. She seemed to feel that she was too bold, but she still overcame this feeling of shyness and leaned her face against his firm chest. Lu Xinglan's body stiffened. He also didn't expect her to suddenly take the initiative. And it was in public. Even if he blocked her body, it was an extremely difficult thing for a girl to do. Wei Wei Bai was like a lazy cat. Her cheek rubbed against his chest, feeling the man's sudden tremble. She whispered, "Lu Xinglan, are you jealous?" Lu Xinglan's lips tightened. He didn't say anything, but there was already a broken light in his eyes. It wasn't as sharp and cold as before. Wei Wei Bai looked up. There was a smile in her eyes. It was broken, as pure and beautiful as the moonlight. Lu Xinglan felt that his emotions were all seen through by this pair of eyes, including his clumsy attempt to cover up his feelings. His face turned red from embarrassment. He was still silent. The smile in Wei Wei Bai's eyes became more obvious. She slowly tiptoed. "You're asking me how I feel? I don't feel anything." Her lips came to his jaw. The man's jawline was very good. The perfect outline of his face had a sharp and exquisite beauty. In the shadows, he looked especially delicate and elegant. His appearance was more like that of a refined scholar, not a boorish military general. The girl's kiss was too light. It was like a light breeze, with the fragrance of flowers. Her fingers were tight as she hugged his waist. Then she buried her face in his arms. Her voice was low and soft. "Lu Xinglan, the one I like is you. I don't have any feelings for anyone else." The man didn't say anything. Just when Wei Wei Bai thought that she didn't work hard enough, causing the favorability to stagnate. The man's fingers gently pinched her chin, making her look up. The man's thin and cold lips were already on her lips. The soft breath, the man's sandalwood. In the dark corner, under the swaying light of the lantern. It was like a beautiful dream. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 88. When she attended the birthday banquet, she rode a horse and rode a carriage alone. When they returned, they held hands and walked home under the moonlight. After returning home, the two of them washed up separately. Only then did he go to bed. Wei Wei Bai curled up in Lu Xinglan's arms and closed her eyes with a gentle expression. Then he excitedly said to the system, "Lu Xinglan, that little bastard, must be thinking of rebelling." Her favorable impression of him was so high. Moreover, Yuan Xian had also revealed his true colors, a green hat wholesaler. Lu Xinglan knew what Yuan Xian was thinking. She definitely wanted to strangle him to death. The system replied, "Yes, when that bastard grabbed your sleeve, the rebellion index jumped from 0 to 60. 60 was jumping back and forth on the edge of rebellion, an index that could jump down at any moment. A little more provocation, and they would definitely rebel." Wei Wei Bai showed a gratified smile and was about to praise herself. The system continued, and when you hugged and kissed him, the rebellion index went back to 0. Wei Wei Bai, the system continued, and it made the male lead even more determined to live in seclusion in the countryside. Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched. Her mind was a little confused. Wouldn't a normal man be angry for a woman? Someone was already coveting your woman and was planning to take her. A normal man would pick up a stool and beat someone to death. Why did he want to live in seclusion in the countryside? Shouldn't it be that I want to kill 100 flowers after blooming? Am I going to rebel? Chapter 28:34. Damn, Lu Xinglan was indeed not a normal man. He was a tortoise. The system was still analyzing. Maybe the male lead felt that since the emperor likes you and you like him, he took you away. It was an exceptionally carefree and beautiful thing. Wei Wei Bai said calmly, "Don't say any more. I'll take a break." After taking a break, only then did she hear the host's eerie voice. I saw that green grassland. On the grassland, there was a group of tortoises knitting hats. Why was she singing? The system was depressed. Then it picked up the bird's nest soup and drank it slowly. It had eaten too much recently, so it drank something light. The days passed unhurriedly. After the birthday banquet, Lu Xinglan was busy for a few days. It seemed that her official duties had increased, and she often had to go out to socialize. Because of the matter with Yuan Xian, Lu Xinglan was also very cautious about the timing of her trips. And recently, the northern countries seemed to be ready to make trouble again. Lu Xinglan flipped through the reports of the northern countries' movements at the border every day. And in the palace, Yuan Xian was impatiently listening to Yuanda's complaints. "Tell me what's wrong with me. I heard that last time at your birthday banquet, Xinglan brought that bitch to attend, right? And he kept protecting her." The matter of Lu Xinglan falling in love with a concubine, it had already spread throughout the capital. Who didn't know that General Lu, who had never been moved in 10,000 years and hated women, he was now infatuated? Yuan Xian's brows were tightly knitted. When he heard the word bitch, his eyes turned violent. But Yuanda was unforgiving. "I killed that bitch. Brother, you have to help me. She was just a half-sister." Yuan Xian didn't like her to begin with. With this provocation, he immediately exploded. He picked up a pen holder in front of him and smashed it hard on Yuanda's head. Yuanda was smashed to the ground, his head full of blood. She screamed in disbelief. "Brother, how can you do this to me?" Yuan Xian said gloomily, "Don't mention Lu Xinglan in front of me, and you're not allowed to talk about her. Her or him." Yuanda wasn't stupid and reacted in time. This she was not the same as Lu Xinglanzi. It was Wei Wei Bai. She looked at him in disbelief for a while. Suddenly, her whole body began to tremble. Yuanda laughed wildly. He pointed at Yuan Xian and said loudly, "Didn't you have a weak body? Why are you interested in women?" No one knew about this. Lu Xinglan didn't know either. After all, it was a scandal of the royal family, and Yuan Xian was the only legitimate prince, the rightful heir to the throne. Even if some of the older officials knew about it, they still kept it a secret. Yuanda only found out by accident. Yuan Xian's face darkened as killing intent surged in his eyes. He was about to kill Yuanda. The bloodied Yuanda suddenly crawled forward with a sinister smile. "Royal brother, you like that bitch, and I like Xinglan. How about we join hands and lock them up?" Yuan Xian paused. Yuanda smiled even more happily. She wasn't normal. She knew it. This crazy and decadent royal family had done all sorts of dirty things. No one who grew up in this place was normal. Yuan Xian was the same. She was just as crazy as him. Yuanda laughed bitterly. "Since we can't get what we love, why do we need them to be willing? Just lock them up. Even if we can't get their hearts, we still need them." Yuan Xian was silent. Yuanda cried pitifully again. "This is the last way. When we catch the two of them, you'll share the Bai one, and I'll share Xinglan. How fair is that? Yuan Xian sneered. You're crazy. For Lu Xinglan, you're neither human nor ghost. Yuan wiped the blood off his face. He looked ferocious and sad. Yes, I'm crazy. What about you? Yuan Xian looked at her coldly and suddenly said, I'm tired. Get lost. Yuan staggered his feet and walked out. As he walked, he laughed again, because she knew Yuan Xian agreed. On Wei Wei Bai's side, she was embroidering a turtle. It was a handkerchief for Lu Xinglan. As she was embroidering, she listened to the live broadcast of the situation in the palace. The system said, these two are perverts. They want to cuckold both of you at the same time. They want to share one with each of them. Do they think the male lead and the host are human? Wei Wei Bai looked at the rebellion index of 0 with resentment. Let's split them, she said as she embroidered. The system was confused. Split what? Wei Wei Bai said, Lu Xinglan, that bastard, will share with the ugly princess. I'll share with Yuan Xian, that bastard. The system looked at the host who had given up and asked, if both of you get a share, what does the male lead get? Wei Wei Bai said, what else? She laughed softly. Let's split the cuckold. If he didn't rebel, she might as well give him the Green Turtle Award. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click the button. Chapter 2835. It was late at night again. Lu Xinglan sat on the chair with a cold expression. Xin Wu was organizing the map he drew. Lu Xinglan looked at him indifferently, then turned to look at the moon outside the window. She was probably asleep. The candlelight in the study had been lit all night for half a month. The North had already raided the border of the South 3 times. Each time, they were beaten back by the army he trained. And he was in the capital, handling letters every day and sending all the plans to the border. The map was more than half of the North's terrain. Lu Xinglan had been collecting all the terrain information of the North since a long time ago. He also planted countless spies in the North, spies in the North's royal family. Lu Xinglan's confidants were all clear. Lu Xinglan's goal was to completely conquer the North. With the destruction of the North, he would usher in 100 years of stability in the South. This wish was the wish of many generations of the Lu family. Lu Xinglan had also had this wish since he was young, but ever since he met the person he liked, his thoughts were more about living a peaceful life with her. After all, once the war started in the North, he would have to leave this place. He would go to the border and start the Northern Expedition. How could Lu Xinglan bear to take Wei Wei Bai with him? The snow at the border of the North was too cold, and the wind was too strong. She was a delicate southern woman who grew up in the stable capital. Even though she suffered a little when she was a slave, she didn't suffer more because she had a good life. Or instead, she was sent to his side and finally accepted his protection. So in Lu Xinglan's eyes, he looked at Wei Wei Bai as if he was looking at a white and soft dumpling. He couldn't bear to pinch her, afraid that he would hurt her. He cherished her so much. How could he let her go out with him to suffer? Moreover, there were almost no flowers at the border of the North. There was only snow and some plants that were persevering in the snow. They were all bare and dark. They didn't look good at all. Lu Xinglan pursed his lips and stared at the candlelight. Xin Wu said slowly, think about it before you make a decision. The North's probing this time was just to see if they could take advantage of you when you weren't around. After all, they were scared by Lu Xinglan. He was also crippled. Now, they had to offer a large sum of money to the Southern Empire every year for peace and stability. If this went on for too long, the Northland would definitely not be able to take it. Because the Northland was currently poor. Silver was their life. And Lu Xinglan deliberately made them pay. If a country was short of money, it would not be able to provide for its army. Without an army, they would begin to weaken. If he continued to weaken like this, even if he did not attack him, without any major changes, there was nothing to be afraid of in this country. In these few times when he was not around, his army was able to beat them to a pulp. In the future, he probably wouldn't dare to probe anymore. They could only sell their pots and pans and take out money to ensure their safety. If it were in the past, Lu Xinglan wouldn't have waited so leisurely and let Northland go bankrupt. Instead, they would reorganize the army and ride into the place where the Southern Empire had a blood feud with them for generations. But now he hesitated. Xin Wu also saw it. It was a path filled with blood and gore. Even someone as strong as Lu Xinglan couldn't guarantee that she would be able to safely destroy the Northern Kingdom without a hitch. He wanted to destroy a country. Even if it was a small country, the resistance it encountered was extremely terrifying. Not to mention the Northern Kingdom, which was still strong even though it was crippled. If this battle continued, who knew how long it would take? Lu Xinglan crossed his hands and supported his chin. His indifferent eyes were deep and dark. Chapter 28:36. He didn't answer Xin Wu. He had drawn those maps one by one over the past few years. Every route on it was planned by him. How to use the fastest and least loss to take over the northern country. He watched as the last map was put away by Xin Wu. He only looked up indifferently and said softly, "Let's wait a little longer." His long-cherished wish of many years. He wouldn't let it go for a while, but he still hesitated. Xin Wu nodded in understanding. Lu Xinglan didn't stay up all night this time. When he returned to his room, it was just before dawn. In the deep darkness, a candlelight was burning faintly. When Lu Xinglan walked in, he saw the needle and thread casually placed on the table. She wasn't good at needlework. The embroidered handkerchief was made of an unknown animal. But in Lu Xinglan's eyes, it was extremely beautiful. He quietly came to the bedside and saw the girl quietly hugging the blanket, sleeping with her eyes lowered. There was no trace of blood on her soft face. This was an unhealthy pale complexion. Lu Xinglan knew that it was the aftereffects of the drug that deprived her of fertility. Her body had been exploited excessively and was a little weaker than ordinary people. It might not be obvious on normal days, but Lu Xinglan reached out and gently landed on her fingertips. Even after sleeping for so long, her slightly cold fingers still didn't have any warmth. He quietly got onto the bed. His warm fingers gently covered her fingers, helping her warm them. Suddenly, she turned over and, like a small animal seeking solace, put her arms around him. Lu Xinglan didn't move. In fact, he was even more careful. He couldn't bear to wake her up. Her long hair fell on his shoulders. The side of her face was leaning against his arm. Her soft breathing was almost inaudible. He could only feel the gentle heat beside his neck. Lu Xinglan pursed his lips, his eyes dark. His fingers gently and slowly landed on her back. He just hugged her like that, waiting for dawn. He had been too conflicted during this period of time, to go to the northern country or not, to sit there and delay the northern country, to drag it out for decades and destroy it, or not to drag it out, to spend a period of time and destroy this place. If it was in the past, he would have already moved. And now, he looked down and saw that Wei Wei Bai was frowning. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. She was drowsy, and her eyes were misty. She rubbed the corners of her eyes sleepily and yawned. "Why is it so late again?" Lu Xinglan pursed her lips. After a moment of silence, she said softly, "Some things are hard to decide." The sleepiness in Wei Wei Bai's eyes disappeared. She leaned closer to him, placing her fingers on his chest and her face on his shoulder. She didn't ask him. Nothing was hard to decide. Instead, she just hugged him quietly. Finally, she heard the man's soft sigh above her head. "If I leave you for a while," her fingers suddenly pinched the clothes in front of his chest. However, he didn't say anything. Just like that, they continued to fight in silence. His fingers were trembling. Lu Xinglan immediately stopped talking, afraid that she would scare her. After a long time, dawn had arrived. Weak light began to seep through the screen and into the house. Lu Xinglan finally heard the soft and helpless voice of the girl in her arms. "Lu Xinglan, don't you want me anymore?" These words were almost inaudible, fragile as silk with a hint of panic. Lu Xinglan didn't know why, but the corners of her eyes were dry. The fragility and fear in her words were so obvious. // Chapter 28:37. Lu Xinglan was silent for a while before he reached out to hold the back of her head. She couldn't help but look up. In the dim light, the corners of the girl's eyes were red, and there was a hint of redness on her soft and fair face. She was sad. He stared at her quietly for a while before he sighed and said, "I can't bear to leave." As soon as he finished speaking, He lowered his head and kissed her. He couldn't bear to let her hug him and ask him weakly if he didn't want her anymore. He also couldn't bear to let go of the girl who comforted him when he died without a burial. Even if he died, she still guarded his grave and burned incense for him. Thousands of people could bear the responsibility of Northern Nation. He was the only one who could protect her. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 90. Just as Lu Xinglan was about to give up on destroying Northern Nation, and when he adopted the strategy of dragging it down, Xin Wu suddenly received news of a mutiny in the border army. It's a small troop that suddenly betrayed and sold the news to Northern Nation. They led a small troop of more than 50 people to join the Northern Nation army. Lu Xinglan's eyes were cold. How much did we lose? Xin Wu. Because we didn't expect our own people to betray us. About 200 people died. There was no big battle, but so many people died suddenly. It was too much. Lu Xinglan's eyes were cold. He looked down at the list of the dead attached to the news. Why did they suddenly betray us? Xin Wu. The leader was from Northern Nation, but he grew up in Southern Nation. With incomplete information, no one expected him to be a Northern Nation spy. Lu Xinglan listened with a cold expression. Is Northern Nation declaring war on me? His voice was unusually cold. On the contrary, the expression on his face was still gentle. Xin Wu frowned. This is strange. Who gave Northern Nation the confidence to provoke us when they suffered so much? This was a betrayal. Northern Nation had completely shed all pretense of cordiality and was going to confront Lu Xinglan. After being beaten to such a state by Lu Xinglan, anyone with a brain problem would know to rest and recuperate. Lu Xinglan frowned as if thinking about something. He pressed his fingers on the list, and there was a hint of bloodlust in his cold eyes. There was silence. Only then did Lu Xinglan look out of the window. He stared for a long time before saying in a soft and cold voice, "Don't be what I think. Yuan Xian isn't that stupid. No matter how much he wanted to kill him, they wouldn't really collude with the Northland royal family to deal with the Southland army." Lu Xinglan sneered. "I watch him grow up. Although he's muddle-headed and casual, he's not that stupid. He was really using the Northlands to attack him. If he won, Yuan Xian wouldn't do anything. He had lost. There was no one in the Northern Kingdom who could stop them, and they directly rode down to the south. Yuan Xian can just wait to be the ruler of a fallen country." Xin Wu tied up the letter written by Lu Xinglan. He was going to deliver the letter himself. At the same time, he could help Lu Xinglan guard the border. This was to prevent too many things from happening and causing trouble. Xin Wu stuffed the map and the letter into a small bag. After carrying it on his back, he said, "Whatever decision you want to make, I will support you. Even if you don't leave the capital, I can go to the border and solve the problem." Lu Xinglan sat on the chair and didn't say anything. The man's deep eyes were covered by shadows, carrying a trace of coldness. However, when he looked at Xin Wu, the coldness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a trace of hesitation. Xin Wu adjusted his bearing. "I'll leave first. Even if you give up protecting the Southland, don't feel burdened. You've done too much for the Southland all these years. So many generations of your family have also sacrificed. Someone has to help you take off the burden." Chapter 28:38. Even if Lu Xinglan gave up protecting the Southern Nation, who had the right to criticize him? No one. The Lu family had sacrificed for the Southern Nation until now, and only Lu Xinglan was left alive. How could others have the face to ask him to continue sacrificing? Not to mention that Lu Xinglan had done enough all these years. No one blamed him for whatever decision he made. But Lu Xinglan had not given up protecting the Southern Nation all these years. Even if the royal family was so muddle-headed and corrupt, he still had not given up on the royal family. And finally, Wei Wei Bai appeared, which made him think of letting go of his heavy burden. Of course, Xin Wu encouraged him. He was glad that there was such a person. She could make Lu Xinglan's life better. When Xin Wu walked out, he saw Wei Wei Bai holding the hem of her long dress and walking over. When she saw him, she smiled. Xin Wu also smiled, then turned around and disappeared. The system also smiled then silently took a bite of the super luxurious pork chop. Lu Xinglan sat in the study with the door half open. He turned his face sideways and looked at the messy papers on the table. Some were maps that he had drawn that were not destroyed. Some were pictures of girls that he unconsciously drew when he was tired. He sat in silence for a while. Just as he was about to get up and tidy up the table, he sensed something and turned around. He saw the door open. Wei Wei Bai stood outside the door, the girl's fingers resting lightly on the door. She looked at him with a hint of worry in her eyes. Young master, Lu Xinglan was stunned, then pursed his lips and suppressed the hesitation in his heart. After all, protecting the southern nation and destroying the northern nation. The idea of returning to the border was very tempting to him. But when he saw Wei Wei Bai, this kind of temptation faded away. If he really had to choose, he might choose to stay. The man gently raised his eyes. His indifferent eyes cast a faint shadow like a broken light. He was about to get up when he saw the girl slowly walking over. Then, she squatted down gently and pressed the back of his hand on his leg. He could only sit. Seeing that he put his hands on his legs, the girl looked up and looked at him silently for a long time. Then, she said, "I know what you're worried about." Lu Xinglan lowered her eyes and was about to tell him not to worry. However, he saw the young girl silently staring at him. Her sparkling and charming eyes were filled with understanding. It seemed to know what he was thinking. Her fair fingers gently pinched his fingertips. "Young master." Her voice was calm and her lips curled up slightly. "Go fight at the border." Lu Xinglan pursed her lips and didn't respond. Her dark eyes were incomparably silent. There was a long silence. He finally said in a hoarse voice, "If I leave, what will you do?" When a young girl heard this, she couldn't help but smile. Her eyes were filled with amazement. Her face gently pressed against the back of his hand. She was like a child acting coquettishly. "Of course I'm waiting for you." Lu Xinglan's breathing paused. She felt her heart beating faster and faster. Wei Wei Bai narrowed her eyes and smiled cutely. "Young master, you're my hero. You defeated the North, protected the South, and also protected me." She was a citizen of the Southern Empire. He protected the Southern nation. He protected her. Lu Xinglan's eyelashes trembled. He stared at her face that was pressed against the back of his hand. After a long time, she heard him say in a low voice, "This is the last time." The young girl raised her eyes in confusion. Her eyes were clear and reflected his handsome face. The man's voice was light and firm. "This is the last time I protect the South." He lowered his head slightly and kissed her cheek. "Then, I will use the rest of my life to protect you." Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 92. Chapter 2839. Before dawn, the sky was still dark. Lu Xinglan woke up early. He put on his clothes and packed his bag yesterday. The man walked lightly to the wall and took out his long sword. There was also a bow and a quiver. Although the extravagant atmosphere in the capital could make him live a more exquisite life, it could not touch his heart at all. The more extravagant and exquisite his life was, the more cautious he was. The noble of the Southern Kingdom had always been famous for being absurd and fond of pleasure. The best food, the most beautiful clothes, and the most beautiful dances all came from the noble circle of the Southern Kingdom. The royal family did not suppress this atmosphere. It was even worse. Lu Xinglan grew up in the border, which was completely different from the capital. Even though it was summer in the capital, it had already started to snow in the border. The coldness, there was not something the nobles in the capital could imagine. The cruelty and suffering there. The nobles of the Southern Kingdom might not be able to experience it in their entire lives. Iron-blooded armor, cold arrows, and corpses. If he hadn't guarded the border in the Southern Kingdom, the barbarians in the Northern Kingdom who were used to suffering would have been able to crush them with absolute advantage. They would crush all the exquisite and extravagant things into powder. So the more exquisite his life was, the colder his heart was. After packing up everything, the man wore a black suit with narrow sleeves binding his wrists. He carried a bag and a bow on one shoulder, and his long sword was casually placed beside the bed. Then he carefully lifted the bed curtain. He saw Wei Wei Bai's black hair spread out on the pillow, and the fair skin on her back could be vaguely seen under the blanket. There were faint red marks of ambiguity on it, black hair and white skin. Her sleeping posture was lazy and peaceful. If he was the emperor, he would probably be dragged away from court. Thinking of this, Lu Xinglan's expression changed. He had actually hesitated for a long time, but he still couldn't make up his mind. It was because Yuan Xian coveted his woman. He left, even if there were trusted generals guarding the Lu family. He couldn't guard against the royal family. Lu Xinglan thought of the court, although he had controlled his power for most of his life. Once he left, who knew what would happen in the next moment when the power of the court was surging? How about Lu Xinglan stared at Wei Wei Bai's sleeping face for a long time. Her face was pale. Even when she was aroused last night, her face was only a light pink. His body couldn't handle it, so he couldn't take her to the border. That place was too torturous. Lu Xinglan was reluctant. He was not used to the extravagant life in the capital, but he thought that if she had been here before. Of course, the more exquisite the better. The more extravagant, the better. The more comfortable, the better. Lu Xinglan thought for a long time with an expressionless face, then sighed. The military officers guarding this place were all trusted aides of the imperial court. More than half of the imperial guards were under his control as well. There shouldn't be any problems. Lu Xinglan sat until the light of dawn began to appear on the horizon. Only then did he slowly get up. The man's long and narrow eyelashes suppressed the dark light in his eyes. He reached out his fair fingertips and lightly touched her hair. Then he lowered his head and kissed her red lips. Soft and cool lips. His kiss warmed her up a little. She seemed to be disturbed. Only then did Lu Xinglan hold her breath and leave her. He didn't want to disturb her. He deliberately made her tired last night because he thought that she wouldn't have to face his farewell today. Otherwise, he would see her reluctant eyes. He would waver again. Lu Xinglan reached out and gently took the long sword by the bed. The bed curtains slowly fell, covering the girl's shadow. Then he silently turned around and walked out in the light of dawn. Chapter 2840. Lu Xinglan went out of the door and whistled. A black horse galloped over. He got on the horse and was about to gallop off. However, he saw a servant taking care of the carriage, as if someone was about to leave. A carriage of this size was required to leave the residence. There were only Mother Lu and Wei Wei Bai. Lu Xinglan looked at the carriage indifferently for a while before pulling the reins. The horse immediately started galloping. Meanwhile, Wei Wei Bai was sleeping soundly. The system finally came back after being blocked for an entire night and saw the male lead running away. He immediately turned on the super alarm. I've waited for 1,000 years. I've waited for 1,000 years. I have no regrets. The decibel exceeded that of a plane taking off in 1,000 years. Wei Wei Bai immediately jumped up. She covered herself with a blanket and looked confused. What's wrong? Who's watching a snake's marriage scam drama so early in the morning? A snake's marriage scam. Such a touching love story between a human and a beast. How could it be a scam? The system silently turned off the alarm. You said that you wanted to go to the border with the male lead to increase his favorability. In the end, the male lead ran away. To go with the male lead, Wei Wei Bai prepared 2 days of pots and pans, quilts, pillows, incense burners, various skincare products, and the like. The food could fill half the carriage. The carriage was already prepared and ready to leave at any time. Wei Wei Bai pulled her clothes and put them on under the blanket while yawning. Lu Xinglan, that beast is not human. Even a beast's waist is not as good as his waist. Did he eat a tiger's penis, bastard? After a night of torment, even beasts did not have his drive. She put on her dress, carried a small bag, put on her shoes, and ran out. When she saw her carriage, she hurriedly went up. She had no choice but to go to the border. Lu Xinglan had no intention of rebelling. If she was not by his side, he would go to war for 3 to 5 years. If he did not come back, she would be disfigured first. She had thought about it. Anyway, when she was at the border, she would think of ways to frame Yuan Xian for treason or something. As time passed, he didn't believe that Lu Xinglan wouldn't rebel for the sake of the southern nation. She finally understood. If Lu Xinglan wanted to rebel, she wouldn't be able to take the romantic route. because the more favorable his impression of her, the more he wanted to live in seclusion and farm in the countryside. On the contrary, when the royal family was courting death, his visit index would increase. However, the increase was limited. It was probably because that brat Yuan Xian had not really provoked him. Wei Wei Bai had already thought of a series of ways to sell out the information and how to make Lu Xinglan suffer heavy losses. It would be best if she could walk the line between life and death. This way, Lu Xinglan could see everything clearly. That bastard Yuan Xian really wanted him dead. He would not give him any chance to live in seclusion. Then, for the sake of her own life, Lu Xinglan would have no choice but to rebel. Wei Wei Bai was thinking of all kinds of plans. Once in a while, he would chat with the system to help sort out his thoughts. After the system finished listening, it said, "Why are you no different from those evil demonesses?" She was simply an evil female supporting character, constantly thinking of inciting others to rebel. He couldn't wait for the Southern Empire to be in deep trouble. Wei Wei Bai said, "Say that again." The system said, "Evil demoness." Wei Wei Bai said, "The last 4 words." The system said, "Evil demoness." Wei Wei Bai immediately held her face in satisfaction. "Thank you for the compliment." It was an evil demoness, and all 9 of them were the number 1 beauties. The remaining one was a fairy. She liked this beautiful description. The system was speechless. The carriage left the city and headed north. However, it didn't take more than 2 steps. The carriage stopped. Chapter 28:41. Wei Wei Bai lifted the curtain of the carriage and didn't wait to ask the coachman what was going on. She saw a handsome man sitting on a black horse in front of her. He seemed to have waited for a while. His long hair was tied up in a high ponytail and fell behind him. He was wearing a black robe with narrow sleeves, which set off his slender figure even more nimble. Wei Wei Bai looked at him silently. Lu Xinglan also looked up and stared at the girl sitting in the carriage. She held the curtain with her fingers, and her delicate face was calm and gentle. Finally, she said in a calm voice, "Young master, I'll go with you." This sentence was clearly soft, but for some reason, it gave people a special feeling of strength. Lu Xinglan's eyes were deep, and he sat on the horse without moving. Finally, he sighed, "It's very cold at the border. Your body is weak, and your hands and feet are cold in a warm place like the capital. You'll feel even worse there." The girl sitting in the carriage was stunned, as if she didn't expect him to say this. But she immediately reacted and curved her beautiful eyes. She said with a smile, "Then will young master help me warm my feet?" These words were said too calmly. Instead, there was no ambiguous feeling. It was more of a coquettish act. Lu Xinglan pursed his lips and said, "There are no flowers there." She had always liked these flowers, but there weren't any at the border. Wei Wei Bai casually used her fingers to comb the strands of hair that had fallen by her ear. Then she smiled sweetly. "If there are no flowers, I think you'll be fine." The man was as handsome as jade, and his face was unparalleled. He was much better looking than the flowers in the capital. Lu Xinglan reacted quickly and immediately understood what she meant. He was speechless for a moment, and a few traces of red crept up his fair cheeks. He lowered his head a little awkwardly. "You'll suffer if you go." Wei Wei Bai smiled. "It's not difficult to follow you." Lu Xinglan looked at her silently for a while. Suddenly, he got off the horse and picked a gorgeous wildflower from the roadside. He jumped onto the carriage. His movements were light, so as not to disturb the horse. On the contrary, Wei Wei Bai was shocked by his nimble and fast movements. She instinctively wanted to retreat. "I'm not leaving, Lu Xinglan. I want to follow you." Lu Xinglan, on the other hand, calmly placed the wildflower in her hair. Her pale and clean face was soft, and there was a trace of blood in it due to the beauty of the wildflowers. He smirked. "Are you going to suffer with me?" Wei Wei Bai said, "I'm not afraid." Lu Xinglan was silent for a moment before saying, "I'm scared." He was afraid that her body wouldn't be able to take it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xinglan snatched the coachman's whip, turned the carriage around, and whipped the horse. Under Wei Wei Bai's astonished gaze, he jumped off the carriage. "Send Madame back to the capital and forbid her from following us." His words were in order. She wanted to follow him, but he wouldn't let her. If she wanted to suffer, he wouldn't let her. She should be the one he doted on and loved. He refused to let her suffer even a little bit. The coachman was a trusted soldier of the Liu family, so he obeyed Liu Xinglan's orders. He immediately ran in the direction of the capital. Liu Xinglan stood in the same spot as the black horse walked over and stood beside him. Wei Wei Bai's shocked and anxious voice sounded. Liu Xinglan, I want to follow you. Liu Xinglan's heart softened, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. He stood there in a daze. After a long silence, he looked up and smiled helplessly. Looks like I have to speed up. This was the first time he wanted to abandon a safe plan and change to the most intense and fastest way. To end this hopeless battle, just because she's still waiting for me to go back. / Chapter 2842. Liu Xinglan said softly. Then he got on the horse, and with a fierce look in his eyes, he pulled the reins and galloped away. He had to end it quickly. He had to come back quickly. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 94. Wei Wei Bai was sent back to the capital and was stuffed into the Liu mansion, unable to leave. When she went out, she was followed by a line of soldiers. Those who didn't know would think that they were escorting prisoners. Favorability, 94. Rebellion index, 0. Wei Wei Bai said that she couldn't be cured. She couldn't be a demoness who brought disaster to the country. She was going to be disfigured. Soon, a month had passed. There was only 1.5 months left before the side mission. She would be unrecognizable. It wasn't easy to not fail now. The communication system in ancient times was so bad. Liu Xinglan disappeared after going to the border. She couldn't even send him a message, let alone a strategy. The system was curious. What message did you send to make him rebel? Wei Wei Bai was expressionless. I want to mess with Yuan Xian. I made him a cuckold. He'll rebel when he's angry and kill us. System. The host is going all out for the side mission. Wei Wei Bai sighed. It's a pity he can't even do it. He's afraid that I'll run away. The Liu mansion is like an impenetrable fortress. Because she was so sad, Wei Wei Bai decided to go shopping to relieve her mood. She bought a bunch of flowers and was about to go home. The carriage didn't stop for a long time. Wei Wei Bai asked, "What's wrong?" The carriage took a lot of detours. Did the driver get lost? System. No, he just wants to give you a gift. Wei Wei Bai, ? System cuckold. The carriage stopped and the driver disappeared. Bai Wei Wei lifted the curtain to take a look. She saw pavilions, terraces, and pavilions, red walls, blue tiles, and flowers. The palace, the young man standing below the carriage, wearing a yellow robe, had a delicate face, and because his eyes were bright and happy, it washed away the darkness around him. He seemed to be at a loss of what to do. When he saw the young girl looking at him in confusion, he wanted to explain, but his mouth was a little clumsy. Jean, no, I saw that you were in a bad mood, so wanted to have someone bring you here to relax. This reason was too perfunctory. He went to the imperial palace to relax. Wouldn't it be even more depressing? Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips and didn't say anything. There was a trace of coldness in her charming eyes. Although it was cold, but it was still beautiful. Yuan Xian took a few steps forward and looked at her quietly for a long time before reaching out his hand. Wei Wei, do you like it here? Wei Wei Bai didn't say anything, but something was wrong in her eyes. She finally reacted and wanted to return to the carriage. But in the next moment, he saw Yuan Xian get into the carriage. Wei Wei Bai immediately shouted in a low voice, "What are you doing?" "I'm a married woman, Your Majesty." These words were cold and heavy. Yuan Xian hadn't even taken half a step into the carriage when his figure stopped. He lowered his eyes, and the joy in his eyes was replaced by indifference. Then he snorted softly. "She won't be very soon." He paused and thought for a moment before saying, "You should say that you are a widow of the Liu family." Wei Wei Bai's face paled. "Please don't say that, Your Majesty." Yuan Xian's black eyes surged with a twisted heat. He smiled. "Liu Xinglan is dead. He was ambushed by the Northern Kingdom's army and fell off a cliff. The Northern Kingdom is holding a celebration party. Although they didn't see the corpse, no one could be sure whether he was dead or not. The suspicious Yuan Xian had already sent out the best assassins to find the corpse, or the living Liu Xinglan. Then they would kill him again." Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips and looked at him coldly. disbelief written all over her face. Yuan Xian sneered. The malicious youth reached out and grabbed her slender wrist, wanting to pull her into his arms. You have to believe it, even if you don't want to. Lu Xinglan is dead, so he met her cold eyes. He said fiercely and heavily, "You're mine now." Slash the say button at the bottom to record your reading record. Chapter 2843. It had always been a cold emperor's bedroom. It suddenly became lively. A group of palace maids was sent. The young emperor, who had always hated flowers, suddenly asked people to collect all kinds of rare flowers and plants. When he was in the Lu mansion, the young man had specially inquired about it. She liked to make her own rouge and powder. They were all made of flowers. She didn't even like those artificial jewelry, but she liked to casually pin flowers in her hair. He often thought of the scene when they met in the lotus field. The girl's jade-like face was full of smiles. Later, when he met her several times, he could see that she more or less had flowers in her hair. If it was someone else, the flowers would be overshadowed by the conspicuous flowers. Only on her body, the petals that were fleeting were merely embellishments to her stunning beauty. The young emperor was so careful, checking everything. He was afraid that it wasn't good enough and he wouldn't get a good response. A row of palace maids came over with jewelry, clothes, rouge, flowers, and all kinds of beautiful accessories. They came to a closed door. The head palace maid carefully opened the lock without making a sound. It was as if she was afraid of alarming the people in the palace. The palace was where Yuan Xian lived. It was unusually spacious, and the white gauze curtain that had just been hung was fluttering lightly. It isolated the prying eyes of the people outside. The head palace maid didn't dare to look up and put down the things. Then she said respectfully, "Miss, do you want to change clothes?" There was no response. The head palace maid was secretly nervous and looked up carefully. But she saw that there were flowers on the table beside the screen. Her plain-colored fingers landed lightly on the flowers. The young girl's face was calm. She supported her cheek with one hand. Her eyes were emotionless as she looked at the flowers on the table. The head palace maid whispered again, "Miss, please change clothes." Wei Wei Bai was too lazy to look at her. After all, she was watching the Gourd brothers fight the snake spirit that the system played for her. It was said that the Gourd brothers were finished. She could see what Su Xian, the White Lady, and Fa Hai had to say. Wei Wei Bai said, "Yes, it looks good." The head palace maid was full of cold sweat, but when she thought of the emperor's orders, she didn't dare to disobey. She stepped forward and reached out to grab Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai finally glanced at her lazily and did not stop her. He was locked up for 3 days. Actually, she was also rotten. He was also hungry. It was time for him to accept his fate. The head palace maid's fingers had just landed on the back of her hand. Suddenly, he heard a cold sneer behind him. "Who allowed you to touch her?" The chief palace maid's face turned pale, and her legs immediately went soft. She knelt down and begged for mercy. "Your Majesty, this servant knows her mistake." Yuan Xian walked in from outside. He was a young man in a black robe. His face was still an unhealthy white. His eyes were incomparably gloomy, as if everyone owed him 8 million. "Men, drag him away and flog him." There was no mention of the number of beatings, meaning that he would be beaten to death. Wei Wei Bai finally pulled her emotions back from the love story of the 7 brothers of the Calabash brothers. She sighed faintly, and the flower on her fingertips fell onto the table. "Don't kill her. She didn't disrespect me." A trace of pleasant surprise appeared on Yuan Xian's gloomy face, but he restrained himself. Instead, he said gloomily, "She didn't do anything good. Leaving her alive is just a waste." Wei Wei Bai sat with her eyes lowered. She slightly turned her face, and her eyes were cold. There was no trace of seduction in her charming eyes, only cold indifference. Yuan Xian's thoughts were seen through by her. Chapter 2844. He lowered his head in embarrassment and clenched his fingers. Finally, the girl said softly, "I'll bathe and change my clothes. I'll eat properly. There's no need to shout at others." Yuan Xian's expression changed, but he was still stubborn. "I'll punish them because they didn't do well. I'm not usually so cruel." The palace maids and eunuchs kneeling on the ground. Wei Wei Bai looked away casually and continued to look at the flowers on the table. There was a hint of sadness on her beautiful face. Then, she seemed to be testing him. "Do you have any news?" She seemed to be so desperate that she didn't know who to ask. She could only ask the executioner. Yuan Xian's eyes were filled with viciousness, but when he saw her hanging her head, a trace of mist appeared in her clear eyes. She was as fragile as a broken flower, so beautiful that it could disappear at any time. His heart trembled, and he suddenly told the truth. "Who knows what happened to Lu Xinglan? I can't find him. He suddenly disappeared." Bagua was also affected by the contract. He didn't move again. Whether Lu Xinglan was dead or not became a common worry for Yuan Xian and Bagua. Wei Wei Bai was silent. The slender girl, sitting quietly, was so dreamy that she didn't look like a real person. Yuan Xian stared at her blankly for a while and couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. However, he saw her take out a handkerchief and gently cover her eyes. The tears that she couldn't cover in time fell from the corners of her eyes to her pink cheeks. She cried silently. It was so sad that it moved people. Yuan Xian's heart ached, but he was crazily jealous. She was crying for Lu Xinglan. "Don't kill him. He's a hero." Wei Wei Bai's voice was choked with sobs. She endured and said this sentence as if she was crying blood. Yuan Xian stopped in his tracks and opened his mouth, but he didn't get angry again. These words were too heavy. They were too admiring. She liked how a person looked. Even when they were sad, they were dazzling. Yuan Xian gritted his teeth, thinking that he must find Lu Xinglan, and then kill him. Wei Wei Bai suddenly looked up. The handkerchief in her hand was soaked with tears. Her cheeks were flushed, and her long eyelashes were wet. She spoke softly, almost pleadingly. "I was willing to pay any price for his safety." Only then did Yuan Xian see the unwavering suspicion in her eyes. She didn't believe that he didn't know where Lu Xinglan was. She thought that he still wanted to kill Lu Xinglan, so she lowered herself to beg. He locked her up for 3 days, but she refused to say a single word, refused to eat a single mouthful of rice, refused to pay any attention to him. Today, to get information about Lu Xinglan, he had to do it, to beg him not to harm Lu Xinglan. She was actually speaking so humbly. Yuan Xian's thin lips were tightly pursed, and the malice in his eyes was exceptionally thick. He really wanted to fling his sleeves and yell at her for not giving up on Lu Xinglan. Wouldn't it be better to be his concubine? He was the true master of this country, and Lu Xinglan was just a watchdog. Now that the dog was worthless, he had no choice but to kill it. Who dared to say anything? Even if Lu Xinglan died and his country was temporarily unstable, he felt that he had the ability to protect it. He didn't believe that Lu Xinglan wasn't there. Could those wolf cubs of the Northern Kingdom really swallow up the entire Southern Kingdom? As long as they didn't swallow it all, he still had the ability to make a comeback. He had lived in Lu Xinglan's shadow since he was young. Now, even the girl he liked belonged to Lu Xinglan. The pride of an emperor made him clench his fists tightly, and the killing intent in his eyes boiled. He opened his mouth a few times. However, he saw that the girl seemed to be a little tired with her eyes half closed. She hadn't had a good rest during this period of time, and the shadow under her eyes was exceptionally obvious. / Fast. Chapter 2845. Her health wasn't good, and the main culprit for her poor health was that he gave the secret medicine to Mother Lu and poisoned her. She supported her face with her fingers. Half of her pink wrist peeked out from her sleeve. It was delicate and flawless. She was a delicate beauty. Her black hair was a little messy, and the flowers on the ground seemed to have bloomed under her feet. She was so beautiful that Yuan Xian was stunned for a moment. She pursed her lips. Her lips were a little dry. Her face was also unusually pale. She looked like she would collapse at any moment. Yuan Xian paused for a long time. There was a hint of struggle in his eyes. Suddenly, he took 2 steps forward. "Are you willing to do anything?" His voice was low and dangerous. Wei Wei Bai's long eyelashes fluttered, and then she looked at him with cold and empty eyes. She didn't answer. Yuan Xian looked away first. "Okay, isn't it just Lu Xinglan? She's worth your life. I won't kill her, okay?" Even if he took back the assassin, there was still the pursuit of the North. This time, he cooperated with the North to take Lu Xinglan's life. Both sides had reached an agreement. For the people of the North, their country could only be safe without Lu Xinglan. For Yuan Xian, he could only grow and become a real emperor without Lu Xinglan. He could even get the girl he liked. Wei Wei Bai's cold eyes were replaced by a kind of joy. She revealed a smile. Her cold and frail appearance had a hint of smoke and fire, and the corners of her charming eyes curved slightly. Seductive. Yuan Xian was stunned. He suddenly felt that a promise not to kill Lu Xinglan in exchange for a smile was worth it. A crazy thought even appeared. Didn't Yuan like Lu Xinglan? He liked her so much that he built a huge and gorgeous cage under his residence. He was waiting to catch Lu Xinglan and imprison her. He had never liked that crazy sister of his, but he felt that he could understand her desperate and terrifying thoughts. Just like him now, he wanted Lu Xinglan alive and threw her to Yuan to watch over. Then, he could use Lu Xinglan's life to threaten her to smile at him. Yuan Xian's inferiority complex and twisted madness slowly overflowed. He couldn't. She would not like a eunuch. If there wasn't anything that could threaten her, how could she be willing to stay? Yuan Xian pursed his lips and walked up to Wei Wei Bai. He reached out and stroked her hair. Wei Wei Bai seemed to want to dodge. Yuan Xian said coldly, "I won't kill Lu Xinglan." She was stunned and did not move. She sat there obediently and allowed him to stroke her hair. Yuan Xian immediately revealed a good-looking smile. It was so useful. Lu Xinglan still had this kind of value. When they caught him, they would think of a way to secretly transport him back to Nangong and break his limbs. Be his tool of threat. Wei Wei Bai's hair was stroked by someone. She said to the system calmly, "That's all you've got." Yuan Xian admitted that he was a brutal little lion cub. In Wei Wei Bai's eyes, she was simply a silly little husky. The system said, "Don't tease him, don't tease him, don't tease him." The little emperor couldn't resist the host's tricks at all. The host hasn't gone overboard yet. The little emperor couldn't take it anymore. Wei Wei Bai said, "What did I do? Did I expose my thighs or my arms? Or did I seduce him?" "You didn't have to do anything." Yuan Xian, the little brat, got carried away by himself. Can you blame him for not seeing a beauty? Blame yourself for being too beautiful. You haven't done anything yet, and he couldn't resist being seduced. The system indicated that the host was still in a narcissistic state today. Chapter 2846. Wei Wei Bai. And it's not a show for the little rabbit, but for the bastard. Lu Xinglan had planted a bunch of spies around Yuan Xian. She didn't show anything. Lu Xinglan could see it. After all, if she wanted to take a side mission, she had to do it miserably. Otherwise, how could he let Lu Xinglan see his woman under another man's body? That tragic feeling? Once she was in trouble, he had to come and save her. She rebelled while he was saving her. Wei Wei Bai smiled calmly and then sighed. "I finally have a reason to take a bath." She pretended to be loyal and aggrieved. Was it easy to not eat, drink, rest, or wash up? If the bastard didn't rebel, she would take a pair of scissors and cut him off before she failed her mission. It wasn't a man's toy. It was cold at the border. It was already the end of summer in the capital. It was when it started to snow at the border. Xin Wu grabbed the wooden tube on the pigeon and opened it to take out a message. He walked into a dilapidated thatched house. Lu Xinglan was lying quietly on the bed. His chest was wrapped in a thick bandage, and blood was still seeping out from a bandage. His bloodless face was unusually pale, and his eyelashes were drooping, creating a fragile shadow under his eyes. Xin Wu came in expressionlessly, but hesitated whether he should hand out the message. Suddenly, the man on the bed's eyelashes trembled, and then Xin Wu saw him open his dark and deep eyes. His voice was hoarse. "Give it to me." Xin Wu handed the note to him. Lu Xinglan reached out and took it. The note was very thin and made of a special material. It could write a lot of messages. The last item on the note, it was Wei Wei Bai's message. She was captured and sent to the palace. He first learned of this news not long after he was shot, because his life was at stake. Xin Wu told him the news coldly. If he died, then Wei Wei Bai would belong to someone else forever. This news stimulated him. Lu Xinglan touched the note with his fingertips and hesitated for a while before reading it slowly. There was a long silence. Lu Xinglan struggled to close her palm and crush the note into powder. He pursed his thin lips, and his thin face gave off an incomparably sharp and handsome aura. An extremely thick sense of coldness appeared in his pair of deep black eyes. He looked up, his face deathly pale and mournful. She said he was a hero. That was why she had to use everything she had to exchange for his safety. She had been tormented by not eating or drinking for 3 days in the palace. She was almost ready to die, but because she wanted to save him, even if it was just an illusory promise, she was willing to give up everything in exchange. Lu Xinglan coughed lightly. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Xian Wu immediately came over and smoothed his back, wiping away the bloodstains. Lu Xinglan didn't move. Instead, she lowered her eyes and sneered. She gritted her teeth and said with hatred, Yuan Xian. He had never hated the royal family. No matter how preposterous it was, or how much of an eyesore it was, he still felt that it was his duty to protect the Southern Empire. He couldn't stand the actions of the imperial family, so he interfered. He didn't really hate her either, but this was the first time a violent rage had surged in his heart. This hatred was surging and couldn't be stopped. It destroyed the last trace of loyalty he had to the royal family. Lu Xinglan lowered his head. His eyes were cold and deep. After a long silence, he finally said softly, She said I was a hero. Xian Wu nodded. She worships you. This wasn't a secret. The corners of Lu Xinglan's mouth twitched, but he couldn't smile. Finally, he said in a hoarse voice, I used to be the hero of the Southern Empire, but from now on, I will be her hero alone. At this point, Xian Wu heard Lu Xinglan say calmly, It's the opposite. She could sacrifice everything to save him. Wasn't he the same? He could betray everyone for her. He was no longer willing to protect everyone. He only wanted to be her hero. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 96. The download address is at https://www.sashu. Come, you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time, if you like. Chapter 2847. Yuan Xian looked at the pile of rouge in distress. He specially asked an old master to make this. They were all packed in beautiful porcelain boxes. He felt that the boxes were too ordinary and even asked someone to pack them in a gold box. When he opened it, he saw countless boxes of rouge. She liked rouge, so he asked someone to make it. He didn't want her to make it herself and tie her hands. The killers on Lu Xinglan's side all returned, but they couldn't find Lu Xinglan. Perhaps Lu Xinglan was really dead. Yuan Xian had a conflicted and complicated feeling in his heart. It was best that she was dead. But what would she do after she died? During this period of time, Yuan Xian finally saw it clearly. Wei Weibai liked Lu Xinglan. She liked her very, very much, so she couldn't eat anymore and started to get sick. She took medicine and spat it out. His heart ached when he saw it. Yuan Xian stared blankly at the table full of flowers and rouge, thinking about what else girls liked. He couldn't be bothered to look at those concubines. To know what girls liked, he even went to the harem. In the end, those concubines all used a bunch of tricks to make him stay. One was too out of line and found something wrong with him. He directly chased her to the cold palace. The eunuchs and palace maids would naturally deal with this kind of concubine who knew the secret. The imperial physician rushed over and reported every time, as usual. Yuan Xian heard and frowned. Can't you let her eat more? The imperial physician said, Mental illness is difficult to treat. Yuan Xian nodded and then asked someone to remove the imperial physician from his position and chase him out of the palace. Useless imperial physician, scram. After the imperial physician, it was Yuanda's turn. She was dressed exceptionally gorgeously and smiled eccentrically. Imperial brother, congratulations on getting what you wanted. Yuan Xian looked at her coldly and didn't say anything. Yuanda sat down in the main hall and said in a sharp voice, You got what you wanted. Where's my Xinglan? Yuan Xian rolled his eyes and said coldly, She got into an accident and I can't find her. Yuanda roared loudly, I know you want to kill her. We agreed to split one. Why do you get one and I don't? Yuan Xian sneered. What? Lu Xinglan is missing and I can't find her. Yuanda staggered to his feet and cried, Why don't you chase after him? What if the people of the northern kingdom find him and want his life? Yuan Xian looked at her silently, looking at her crazy and ugliness. Suddenly, he said, "You're too." Yuan De retorted coldly, "You're more pitiful than me." The brother and sister glared at each other coldly. The system and Bai Weiwei watched them stare at each other, bored. The system was munching on its snacks. The little emperor can't be cuckolded. That illness is very serious. It was no wonder that he would drug Lu Xinglan with such a misogynistic drug. Because Lu's eyes. He had a deep understanding of this aspect. Bai Weiwei said weakly, "Hungry." Then it silently picked up the bird's nest and red date porridge. "Come, Lulu." Yes, the woman had been snatched away. The visitor index was only 60. In other words, although that old tortoise son, Tsu Lu, would verbally say that he was rebelling, but in his heart, he did not care about the throne. In the end, Gao Bui succeeded in his rebellion, but he still left the throne to someone else. Wei Wei Bai was half lying on the bed, reading a book of pretentious ancient Chinese. She muttered, 60 is too low. How can I make him want to be the emperor? This was a difficult problem. It was not a problem for other men. Crossover system, Adonis, come here. /crossover system, Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com download Transmigration system, Adonis, come here // to make it easier for you to read it next time. You can click on to record this reading record. Transmigration system, Adonis, come here. Chapter 2848. It was too difficult for Lu Boyan. He was more of a eunuch than a eunuch. He had no passion at all. He only thought about living in seclusion in the countryside every day. He had no ambition at all. The rebellion index could reflect the mentality of the target. The system said, if you torture yourself like this, you'll only make him rebel. Wei Wei Bai pondered in silence. Rebel was rebel, but it did not say that he wanted to be emperor. The index of 60 meant that. She thought for a long time before saying faintly, it seems that this green hat is not worn deep enough. Self-torture made Lu Xinglan feel pity for him. However, this kind of pity and pain was not enough to make Lu Xinglan have the impulse to be emperor. Sure enough, Lu Boyan was Lu Boyan. For a turtle to suddenly open its shell, it would need some onion, ginger, and garlic. Then, it would be easy to take out the shell after it was cooked. Wei Wei Bai sighed. I'm hungry. Thinking of Lu Xinglan made him want to eat. The white curtain fluttered. A young man stepped in from the outside. His footsteps seemed to be hesitant. However, he saw the girl on the bed looking at him. He blushed and immediately stuttered. Are you feeling better? Wei Wei Bai's face was unusually pale. Her fingertips were on the book, but she did not make a sound. Yuan Xian glanced at the book in her hand. His face darkened. Lu Xinglan liked the kind of ancient books with maps. She also liked. No. Yuan Xian's mouth was full of bitterness. She liked Lu Xinglan. He clenched his fingers and saw her sitting on the bed weakly, like a lonely soul. The vitality on her face was gone. Her ovally white face was a little thin. There were traces of weak tears in her eyes. She glanced at him lightly. That misty charm had a kind of irresistible charm. He took a deep breath and stared at her for a long time. Suddenly, he said, I asked the kitchen to make some soup for you. Drink some. Her stomach was cold, and her body was weak. She could not eat anything else. She just ate some liquid food. Wei Wei Bai looked at him silently. Her lips were pale, her face was beautiful, and her face was like the dawn of spring. The little emperor once again felt an indescribable feeling. Lu Xinglan isn't dead. I didn't order anyone to kill her. He had just received a message. It was said that someone saw Lu Xinglan at the border, but they lost track of her before they could see her clearly. He didn't know if he was a real person. The little emperor was sure that this information was probably true. He had already sent people to capture Lu Xinglan. Wei Wei Bai's dark eyes brightened. She touched the book, lowered her eyes, and hesitated for a moment before saying in a low voice, Thank you, Your Majesty, for informing me. She paused. A thin layer of pink appeared on his pale face for no reason. What do you want me to do? This was a trade. He gave her information about Lu Xinglan, but spared her life. She traded herself for it. When the system heard this, it felt as if a green light was echoing in its ears. After crossing the mountain peak and layers of white clouds in front of him, there was the green light. Male lead, come and listen. The little emperor was also stunned. Just now, he just wanted her to not be so worried. But he didn't think of asking her to do anything. What could he make her do? Smile at him? Yuan Xian pursed his lips. He saw the fragile hesitation in her eyes and the involuntary trembling of her fingers. Was she afraid that he would make some unreasonable request? Yuan Xian had always been cold and cruel. He had no moral bottom line. But for the first time, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous with her. He carefully came to the bedside and couldn't help but reach out to touch her face. But he saw that she didn't avoid it. Instead, she sat there with her eyelashes half closed and pursed lips. Chapter 28:49. It was as if touching her was the price she had to pay after a deal was made. Yuan Xian was speechless for a moment. His fingers stopped in the air for a while before he slowly retracted it. Bai Weiwei slowly lifted her eyes and looked at him, puzzled. Yuan Xian was about to get angry. She treated him as if he was a scourge. Whenever he touched her, she would show a pained expression. But when he saw her looking at him indifferently, he couldn't bear to get angry. He said softly, "Eat something." Wei Weibai was stunned for a while before asking, "Is this a deal?" Yuan Xian said in a low voice, "No, I just want you to eat." Wei Weibai turned her face away and said softly, "I'm not hungry." Yuan Xian laughed at himself. She must be too disgusted to eat when she saw him. He was about to leave, not wanting to make her feel worse. But he heard the girl behind him say softly, "It's good to drink some soup." Yuan Xian stopped in his tracks and immediately walked out quickly. He shouted at the eunuch closest to him, "What are you waiting for? The girl wants to drink soup." The eunuch immediately ran out and ordered the kitchen. Yuan Xian stood at the door and couldn't help but smile. She wanted to eat. It wasn't a deal. It was just that she wanted to drink soup. With this little interaction, Yuan Xian felt that he would definitely make her like him willingly in the future. The soup was served quickly. Yuan Xian personally carried the soup and sat by the bed. He was a little clumsy with his words, "Come, drink some." Wei Weibai's face was cold and pale. She looked at him quietly for a while before reaching out to take the spoon. In the end, her fingers were weak and the spoon fell back into the bowl. Yuan Xian couldn't bear to say, "I'll feed you." During this period of time, she had tortured herself to the point of almost losing her life. She didn't even have the strength to eat. Wei Weibai stared at him silently for a long time. She didn't agree or reject him. Yuan Xian carefully brought the spoon to her lips. In fact, he knew that in the next moment, she might turn her face away and refuse to eat. Just as he was feeling uneasy, Wei Weibai, on the other hand, lowered her eyes slightly, opened her mouth, touched the edge of the spoon, and drank a little of the soup. Yuan Xian widened his eyes and stared at her blankly. Wei Weibai finished drinking. He immediately ladled her more soup, and she drank it again. Yuan Xian's mind went blank. He only had one thought. She drank the soup. She even drank from him. The eunuch standing at the door lowered his head and waited until everything was fine. The eunuch walked to a secluded place, took out a small wooden tube, and passed the message to a passing palace maid. The palace maid walked to the other side of the palace and handed it to a young eunuch who raised the pigeons. Very soon, the news spread. Lu Xinglan was currently sharpening his sword. His cold and emotionless face, in front of the fire, was imprinted with the multicolored light of the flames, handsome to the point of being heartless. Xian Wu read the message, and when he reached the end, he paused. He saw Lu Xinglan's extremely calm face. He continued, "Madame drank the soup. Yuan Xian fed her personally." Lu Xinglan stopped sharpening her sword, but didn't say anything. Xian Wu threw the message into the fire. Silence spread between the two of them. They sat in the tent. Outside were the generals of the border. This place was Lu Xinglan's world. Previously, he was plotted against by the people of the Northern Kingdom and was shot by an arrow, causing him to almost be killed by the killers sent by Yuan Xian. Now, he had recovered and returned to the border camp. No one in the imperial court knew that he had returned here. because all the information at the border had been tampered with, filtered, and sent to the imperial court. Chapter 2850. The royal family still thought that he was still missing. They even thought that there was nothing wrong with the border military camp. The truth was that the command of the border army had long returned to Lu Xinglan's hands. Finally, Lu Xinglan moved. He continued to lower his head and sharpen his sword. The sword light whizzed, and his eyes were cold. The fireworks of the fire illuminated half of his face, bringing out a cold and dark shadow. But Wei Bai heard it. Rebellion Index, 65. Wei Bai drank the soup and said with narrowed eyes, "Looks like it's not green enough." The system's ears seemed to ring a beautiful song. Beautiful grassland. My home is blowing the wind. Green grass is everywhere. Give it to the male lead. Play it 10,000 times. If self-abuse was not enough, cuckold would make up for it. So Wei Bai decided to make Lu Xinglan's cuckold more comfortable. After drinking the soup, she leaned against the window and looked at the sunlight outside. Suddenly, a young man wearing a tiger mask appeared by the window. He leaned against the window and said in a low voice, "Where did this little girl come from? She's so cute. Why don't I, the Tiger King, take her and make her my wife?" Wei Bai looked at him indifferently. She was not frightened. She was not amused. This made Yuan Xian's face, which was hidden behind the mask, break out in a hot sweat. His face was red, and he was about to leave. But he heard the girl say, "The weather today is good." Yuan Xian immediately said, "Yes, yes, yes." He was so anxious that he could not speak. Wei Bai reached out to stroke her long hair and said softly, "Can I go out for a walk?" Yuan Xian was stunned and immediately nodded. During this time, he tried all ways to get close to her. She did not smile much. She was indifferent, cold, and fragile. But Yuan Xian was not tired of it. Only the feelings that deepened day by day. It seemed that as long as she was here, even if she was unhappy, he was satisfied. Once she gave him a little feedback, he felt that the world was bright all day. Wei Bai was about to get up, but she thought of something and sat sideways. In front of her was a dressing table. There were all kinds of beautiful boxes, all kinds of rouge, all kinds of jewelry, hairpins, and bright flowers. She glanced sideways at the youth outside the window. The young man was wearing a mask, so no one could see his expression, but they could feel his nervousness. She silently picked up the lipstick and gently touched her pink lips. Her bright red lips were as beautiful as fire. Her eyes were like silk, and just the light makeup on her face made her unbelievably beautiful. Finally, she picked up the flowers and gently tucked them into her hair bun. Then, she gracefully stood up and walked out. The young emperor wore a mask and followed behind her. Like a new tour guide, he stuttered excitedly. "The flowers in the imperial garden are very beautiful. I'll take you to see them. Also, there's a lake outside my bedroom. We can take a boat there." Suddenly, the young man's foot knocked against the stone steps. He staggered a few steps and almost fell on his butt. He struggled to stabilize his body. Just as he was about to get angry, he looked up and saw the girl glancing at him. She seemed to be amused by his pathetic clown appearance. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She lowered her head and covered the corners of her lips with a handkerchief. There was a faint light in her eyes, and the flowers on her temples trembled and bloomed beautifully. The young man looked at her silently. He only felt his heart beating like a drum. Lu Xinglan, who was drawing, received the message. He glanced at it and burned it. Then, he lowered his head and continued to draw. Xi and Wu packed up the maps of the capital city. This was Lu Xinglan's habit. Before she conquered a place, she had to prepare the topographic map of that place. Xi and Wu thought that today's message was not important. The messages from the past few days had made Lu Xinglan in a very bad mood. It was a good thing that Madame had started to eat. Yuan Xian made Madame laugh. It was even better that Madame did not laugh. Madame's health improved. She sat by the window and basked in the sun. Yuan Xian peeped. Yuan Xian, that bastard, was courting death. In the message, the girl's condition was slowly improving. Xi and Wu thought that Lu Xinglan would be happy. Unfortunately, Lu Xinglan's expression became uglier and uglier each time. He was puzzled, but he heard Lu Xinglan muttering to herself coldly, "Her life has been invaded by another man." Another man had been accompanying her. Even if she was unwilling, her life was slowly being invaded by that person. Lu Xinglan continued to draw. Suddenly, the paper under her pen cracked. He looked at the paper coldly, and the viciousness and fear in his eyes seeped out bit by bit. She smiled at him. Rebellion Index 70. Chapter 2851. The little emperor was in a good mood recently. After he made Wei Wei Bai laugh, he often brought all kinds of small things for her to play with. Together, they played cricket, dice, and paper cutting. In any case, they were all very cheap things that could pass the time. Wei Wei Bai played with them expressionlessly. She had nothing to do anyway, although these things were like child's play. But they were fun. So all the messages Lu Xinglan received were: the girl played cricket with Yuan Xian. Lu Xinglan. The girl played paper cutting with Yuan Xian. Lu Xinglan. The girl played chess with Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian kissed the girl, but did not succeed. Lu Xinglan. The girl and Yuan Xian. Lu Xinglan crushed the paper. His face was gloomy and his eyes were extremely cold. Then he said, "Army, is the food ready? Why are you taking so long to rebel? Don't you have enough to eat?" Xi and Wu, that was how slow a rebellion was. Could it be that they were rebelling today? Tomorrow, they would charge into the palace. They had a premeditated plan, an organization, a general, and an inside man. They were not a group of people. Although he thought so, he could not say so. Xi and Wu, we leave in 3 days. Lu Xinglan looked at his sword in silence. After a while, he continued to sharpen the sword. If he did not sharpen the sword, he could not control his murderous heart. Where did Yuan Xian get the guts to kiss her? Even if he failed, it would not do. Wei Wei Bai's rebellion index soared again when she heard it. 75. She continued to play cricket with an expressionless face. Yes, it was fun. After playing cricket, Wei Wei Bai went to make rouge. After all, crickets were fun, but she could not play with them too much. She was a peerless beauty. Her hobbies should be more elegant. How could she be like a child every day, thinking about crickets and gamoku? The system is making rouge very elegant. Bai Weiwei's expression was calm as she carefully ground the petals of her lipstick. She leaned against the window, a beautiful peony in her beautiful hair blooming exceptionally brightly. The little emperor secretly stood outside the window and watched obsessively. She occasionally glanced at him, but as if she didn't notice him, she continued to grind her rouge. One was sitting on the other side of the rockery. One of them had her head down, her 10 slender fingers pinching a flower, incomparably indifferent. The system said if the little cannon fodder had a favorability notification, it would be around 10,000. He had never seen such an immature cannon fodder. They hadn't even held hands, and he had already turned into the ultimate bootlicker. Wei Wei Bai said, "It can't be helped. He can't do it. If he could, he would have pounced on me long ago." The system immediately panicked. He's been actively looking for medicine to treat himself recently. What if he suddenly fails? Buy some eunuch medicine to make him fail completely. Wei Wei Bai's face was calm. It doesn't matter whether he can or not. It'll be even better if he really pounces on me. If that wretch doesn't rebel, I'll pretend to swallow a cricket alive. To make tortoise? No. Male lead Lu rebel. Host, you're really worried sick. He was afraid that the color of the green was not deep enough. He really wanted to help the little emperor a little. The little emperor secretly looked at Wei Wei Bai for a while. Only then did he carefully walk out, pretending that he had just arrived. Wei Wei Bai looked up. Her eyes were indifferent, and there was no trace of smile. But to the little emperor, this expression was already very good. After all, in the beginning, when she entered the palace, she was almost ready to die. Now, he had the confidence to grind with her until they were old, and she didn't like it anymore. It was also for a lifetime. Chapter 2852. Yuan Xian couldn't help but smile, a trace of happiness appearing in his eyes. All these years, he felt that this was the happiest time of his life. Wei Wei Bai looked at him indifferently for a while, then gently looked away. Her fingers were stained with some lipstick, and a light powder on her fingertips looked exceptionally beautiful. Yuan Xian had nothing to say, so he tried to find a topic to talk about. He stared at those women's things, It's very pretty. Wei Wei made it really well. Wei Wei Bai looked at him indifferently, then put the lipstick in a box. Her careful look made him feel uncomfortable. This made him a little uncomfortable. She rarely pretended to be herself in front of him, but she made so much rouge. The rouge was made for Lu Xinglan, right? Women would only dress up so happily in front of the person they liked. Women dressed up for the person they liked. He didn't have the right to make her dress up for him. Yuan Xian silently swallowed his bitterness and immediately revealed a smile. Wei Wei, let's go to the Imperial Garden before he could finish. A eunuch scrambled over and said in a panic, Your Majesty, it's chaotic, it's chaotic. All the ministers are asking to see you. Yuan Xian turned around, and the gloominess on his face reappeared. He suppressed his anger and said coldly, The lady is here. What are you shouting for? What if you disturb her? He didn't give Wei Wei Bai a position, because it wasn't that time yet. She was so repulsed by him now. If he gave her a position, he was afraid of forcing her to death. In the future, when she was willing, he would give her the most honorable thing a woman could have. This kind of wish was hidden in his heart. The young emperor didn't say it out loud, but everyone in the palace knew that they couldn't slight the lady in the emperor's chamber. Whoever dared to disrespect her would incur the wrath of the emperor. The eunuch's face immediately turned pale with fright, and he knelt down and trembled. Your Majesty, General Lu has rebelled. The border army has already taken 3 cities in a row, and no one can stop them. 3 cities in a row. Yuan Xian's face turned pale, and he immediately looked up at Wei Wei Bai. However, he saw that she had already raised her head, and a trace of shock appeared in her indifferent eyes. He pursed his lips and immediately kicked the eunuch away. Deceiving the public with your lies, Scram. After saying that, he immediately said to Wei Wei Bai calmly, It's just some rumors. Lu Xinglan is still missing. How could she rebel all of a sudden? A trace of doubt appeared on Wei Wei Bai's face as she stared at him quietly. Seeing this, Yuan Xian felt a little guilty. However, she only turned her face to the side and nodded indifferently. Then, she continued to make the rouge. He seemed to believe him. Yuan Xian heaved a sigh of relief and said, I'll go take a look and reprimand those old officials who only know how to deceive the public with lies. Remember to eat more for dinner. When I come back, we'll go to the roof and watch the moon. In front of Wei Wei Bai, he would always unconsciously forget to use such a distant form of address. Instead, he wanted to use me to close the distance between them. Wei Wei Bai didn't say anything. Instead, she slowly wiped her hands with a handkerchief. Yuan Xian turned around and left. When he stepped out of the door, however, he heard the girl behind him say softly, Okay. Yuan Xian almost tripped over the threshold. As if in disbelief, he immediately turned around. Okay, what does that mean? Watch the moon. It's better to eat more. No matter what, it's good. Yuan Xian's gloomy mood was immediately swept away by ecstasy. He couldn't suppress the joy in his heart and immediately smiled happily. Wait for me to come back. I'll solve it soon. After saying that, Yuan Xian hurriedly ran away. Chapter 2853. When those old officials saw the young emperor coming, they thought he was going to lose his temper again. However, Yuan Xian was very calm. Tell me the situation. Lu Xinglan's army had won one after another. Some local officials even surrendered directly. Many border generals were Lu Xinglan supporters. Lu Xinglan didn't need to put in much effort and directly knelt down to acknowledge her as their master. It was said that many traitorous officials were starting to wear dragon robes. Everyone knew that Lu Xinglan had rebelled. This country was probably going to change owners. The Lu family's reputation in the southern nation was too great, and the royal family owed the Lu family too much. As a result, the people heard that General Lu had rebelled. Instead of being shocked, they were happy. They all felt that the royal family deserved it and did a lot of bad things. Many people felt that if it weren't for Lu Xinglan, the southern nation would have been finished long ago. If Lu Xinglan was the emperor, not many people would object. This was also the bad karma of the royal family's absurd extravagance and corruption over the years, which had ruined the people's voices. The situation was not optimistic. Lu Xinglan was unstoppable. If she rushed all the way, she would be able to rush to the gates of the capital in less than half a month. Even if they closed the gates and guarded with the tall and strong city walls, they could only hold on for 2 months. Because in 2 months, the granary in the capital would be empty. At that time, even if they didn't surrender, the people would rebel. Not to mention, who knew how many of the court officials had rebellious thoughts in their hearts. They were all on Lu Xinglan's side. Yuan Xian was extremely calm as he listened to the officials' worried arguments. The youth who had always been irritable and ruthless seemed to have grown up overnight. They were about to start cursing at each other in the court. The absurd emperor who had always been a bystander finally waved his sleeve coldly and told these people to stop arguing. Then, he coldly began to plan a counterattack. It wasn't that the royal family didn't have an army, especially when Lu Xinglan's power was strong. How could they not be vigilant? All these years, Lu Xinglan had infiltrated the court. The royal family also wanted to infiltrate Lu Xinglan's camp, although most of them failed. However, they still obtained a lot of useful information. Yuan Xian knew how many of Lu Xinglan's people there were in the court, but he could drag all those who were confirmed out and kill them. This was his method. Normally, this was the behavior of a tyrant. But now, he could intimidate the court and stabilize the situation. In troubled times, violent means were sometimes the only way to suppress a chaotic situation. Soon, a group of officials were killed outside the imperial court. All the quarrels in the imperial court stopped. None of them dared to speak. Only then did Yuan Xian leisurely begin to issue his orders, letting his trusted aides lead the imperial guard and the local army that he had been nurturing over the years. They gathered together to fight against Lu Xinglan. They had to stop Lu Xinglan from entering the capital. Yuan Xian thought about it calmly. As long as he delayed Lu Xinglan, it was not impossible for him to counterattack. Lu Xinglan's strategy was fast. The northern barbarians didn't even have time to react. Once he was able to hold Lu Xinglan back, he would be able to do so. Seeing this opportunity, the north immediately gathered its troops and attacked Lu Xinglan's rear. It would definitely cause Lu Xinglan great losses. The sinister young man coldly planned. He was too scheming, and all kinds of schemes could not be put on the table. In comparison, Lu Xinglan was more righteous. She was even righteous toward the people of the Southern Empire. But this justice could be used to bring down Lu Xinglan, because the northern barbarians had attacked. Even if the people were plunged into misery and suffering, should Lu Xinglan save them? If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to hold his ground if he captured the capital. At https://www.sashu.com/ to read the full article at https://www.sashu.com to read the full article at https://m/sashu.com/ to make it easier for you to read it next time. You can click on Chapter 2854. If he saved her, he would be attacked from both sides. Yuan Xian smiled sinisterly. He was afraid of losing something. Anyway, with his personality, if he couldn't get it, he would just die together. It didn't matter how many people died in the Southern Kingdom. If he didn't have a good life, no one would have a good life. This was where he was ruthless. Lu Xinglan, that hypocrite, liked reputation, so he would be dragged down by reputation. He was happy to watch Lu Xinglan dance on the fire. After the government decrees were issued, some of the ministers saw Yuan Xian's potential. All these years, his brilliance had been suppressed by Lu Xinglan. If he wasn't so absurd and cruel, he would be a qualified gentleman. He was still capable. After all, he could shock the imperial court and come up with a plan to hold back Lu Xinglan's army. Who could say that such a person was not capable? After Yuan Xian suppressed the chaotic imperial court, he waved his sleeve and dismissed the court. The sky was dark. The head eunuch came over and said with concern, "Your Majesty, eat something to fill your stomach." Yuan Xian pushed him away and hurried out. He didn't care about others at all. He jogged all the way to the bedroom and saw that Wei Wei had already finished eating. He looked at the palace maid. The palace maid immediately knelt down. "Miss, you ate half a bowl of porridge. Yuan Xian was overjoyed and immediately ordered the imperial kitchen to be rewarded. Wei Wei Bai didn't have any other reaction, as if it was none of her business that he was happy. Yuan Xian didn't care about this. He saw that she was softening bit by bit. He immediately said, "Let's go look at the moon." Wei Wei Bai looked at him indifferently and didn't say anything. Yuan Xian immediately had someone set up a ladder and climbed up to the roof of the bedroom. Wei Wei Bai sat beside him. His fingers had just touched her hand when he was pulling her up. The youth's face was red. The moon was very big and round. Yuan Xian touched his stomach and felt like he was looking at a sesame seed cake. After looking for a while, Yuan Xian thought of something and said, "Lu Xinglan has been found." Wei Wei Bai immediately looked up at him and asked softly, "Really?" Yuan Xian smiled bitterly. She only reacted to this topic. He pursed his lips before telling the truth. He's rebelling. He's ambitious. Seeing that she was unhappy, he frowned. Yuan Xian immediately stopped scolding Lu Xinglan. After all, she saw Lu Xinglan as her husband. She was definitely unhappy that he was the bully who had snatched her away and was scolding Lu Xinglan. Wei Wei Bai lowered her eyes and said worriedly, "Did he rebel?" Yuan Xian silently looked at her worried side profile. When a moonlight fell on her skin, it was like falling on the purest of petals. He suddenly thought of something and said, "I won't kill him." Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes fluttered in disbelief. Yuan Xian immediately said, "If you really don't kill him, wouldn't his death take root in your heart? Lu Xinglan isn't a perfect person. This time, I fought a fair battle with him. If I win, I still let him live. If he wins, I will die." Speaking up to this point, the young man, who had always been thoughtful, had a face full of pure sadness. "I've been living in Lu Xinglan's shadow since I was young. Everyone told me that without Lu Xinglan, there would be no Nangua, and there would be no me." Speaking up to this point, Yuan Xian coldly mocked himself. "I'm a good-for-nothing. This is what everyone told me. I'm like a puppet sitting in the highest position, but I can't do anything. I'm happy that Lu Xinglan has rebelled. I can finally do something." Yuan Xian suddenly sighed and revealed a pure and happy smile. "It's rare to see the moon with you. Why are you saying such disappointing things?" Suddenly he paused. The girl's finger gently fell to the corner of his eye. She looked at him with clear eyes. After a long time, she said, "Don't be sad. You're not a good-for-nothing." Yuan Xian was a little stunned. Suddenly, the corners of his eyes became wet. He quickly lowered his head and said sullenly, "No. Everyone says that I'm a good-for-nothing." As he said, he quickly wiped the corners of his eyes. "And I'm very bad to you." Wei Wei Bai didn't say anything. She fell silent. Yuan Xian also knew that he was a disappointment. He immediately smiled happily. "The moon is so beautiful tonight." Wei Wei Bai glanced at him indifferently. Just when Yuan Xian thought that she wouldn't say anything as usual, she softly said yes. When they went down the stairs, Yuan Xian was still dizzy. She responded to him. When they went down the stairs, Yuan Xian took the initiative to hold her hand. Naturally, she also let him hold her hand. The little emperor stared at her blankly for a long time. His face was red. The system was munching on the expensive brand of strawberry-flavored potato chips. It was really a little cannon fodder that didn't play out. It felt just like that, on Xian Wu's side. But he saw Lu Xinglan silently grinding the arrowhead. His expression became more and more sinister. The man's face hidden in the shadows was pale and cold. His lips were tight. It was like a sword that carried its own killing intent. It was extremely ruthless. "Madam, maybe your feet are just sore. Let Yuan Xian lean on you." Xian Wu thought about it and could only comfort him like this. After all, in the message, Yuan Xian and Madame were admiring the moon together. Madame took the initiative to touch Yuan Xian and even touched his face. When they went down the stairs, she held Yuan Xian's hand. Holding hands was fine. When they walked, she might be tired. She even unconsciously leaned on Yuan Xian. The informants couldn't get too close. They couldn't hear anything, but they saw their movements. Intimacy. He didn't reject it. Lu Xinglan was silent. He just picked up the arrowhead and looked at it. He accidentally cut his fingertip with the sharp arrowhead. Blood seeped out. He looked at it expressionlessly for a while before putting his hand into his mouth. Chapter 2855. The battle was getting more and more intense, and the Liu family's army was steadily advancing. The imperial court was in a state of panic. Yuan Xian didn't care much. After he did everything he could, his mind had always been very calm. It was as if he knew that he might really be the last emperor of the generation. He was even more carefree. He hadn't been happy for so many years, and this period of time was the happiest. Even if the country was on the verge of collapse, he felt that it didn't matter. In just half a month, the palace people began to seek their own way of survival. On the contrary, the emperor's palace was still quiet and warm. The little emperor carefully made rouge for Wei Wei Bai. He smiled and said, "Wei Wei, do you think this is okay?" Wei Wei Bai held a clean little brush and sat sideways. Her pink fingertips pinched the brush and carefully swept the dried petal powder. Her eyes were indifferent as she glanced at him lightly. The little emperor smiled foolishly. His fingers were red for being pampered and pampered. He was a cruel and ruthless young emperor. In front of her, he was just a pitiful little boy who was carefully trying to please her. Wei Wei Bai looked down indifferently and didn't say anything. But she didn't stop him. Even when she was making the rouge powder, she would take the petal juice he made. The little emperor was stunned for a long time before he dared to secretly laugh. It was like a stolen beauty. In the past, his main goal was to defeat Lu Xinglan, a young man who blocked his way. Gradually, he calmed down. He was no longer shouting and killing. Every day, he went to the imperial court and gave orders on how to deal with the enemy. It was like work. Then, he would leave the imperial court and return to the palace. Although he used all his means, he only stopped a part of Lu Xinglan's reinforcements. It was rare for a genius to appear in 100 years. He could restore the weak state of the Southern Empire, and he could even trample on the weak and absurd royal family like stepping on ants. If it was in the past, the little emperor was very violent. He wanted to die together with Lu Xinglan. He had already used all kinds of tricks. Even many ministers were waiting for Yuan Xian to go crazy and drag them out to behead them for fun. But they didn't expect Yuan Xian would become a little white rabbit and deal with government affairs so obediently. Then, after he was done, he leisurely left the court to play. It was better to play some small games that didn't hurt people or cost money. Fight crickets, pick flowers, and so on. It was too cheap. The ministers looked back at the irritable Lu Jiejun. He thought about how Lu Xinglan had always been steady, but for some reason, it was as if someone was chasing after her. Not a single stable plan could be found. Every single time, it was a swift and violent plan. On the other hand, the little emperor was supposed to be irritable and reckless. However, she became obedient and didn't feel anxious at all. The ministers were a little confused. After the blush was done, Wei Wei Bai mixed a beautiful light pink color. It's on the cheek. Her complexion had always been bad. Although her skin was exceptionally delicate and white, it was still pale. If the girl didn't have a little blush on her face, she would lack a delicate and charming feeling. Wei Wei Bai reached out and dipped a little bit of the powder on her fingertips. After spreading it on her fingertips, she began to pat it on her face. The little emperor pulled the petals in his hand and put them into a small basket. He stared blankly as Wei Wei Bai lowered her eyes and carefully applied powder on herself. The system was speechless. "Did you eat this guy's brain?" Wei Wei Bai held her face. "I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. It's none of my business that he pounced on me." This green hat really squeezed over on his own accord. She really couldn't be bothered to look at him. He had already succeeded in his self-conquest. Fast crossing system. Prince Charming, come over here. Fast crossing system. Prince Charming, come over here. / fast crossing system. Prince Charming, come over here. Fast crossing system. Prince Charming, come over here. Fast crossing system. Prince Charming, come over here. Chapter 2856. Thinking about the target, it was like using a bunch of methods to increase the favorability. As for others, it seemed to be quite easy. Wei Wei Bai also thought about this problem. She glanced at the little emperor, but she saw that the little emperor was also holding his face and looking at her with infatuation. Wei Wei Bai was sure maybe the passerby cannon fodder had a low IQ. But the system thought of a reason. The host had accumulated too much charm after so many planes. Except for the male lead who had not awakened, who was born with a divine hostility and a human love for her, which were entangled into a state that was difficult to conquer. As for the rest, who could get along with the host? If the host deliberately used her charm, it was easy to conquer others. This was the result of transmigrating to multiple planes. His soul had matured and become powerful, and he had the terrifying ability to charm others from all angles. It caused the host to become more and more beautiful, and stronger and stronger. So Wei Wei was already a mature host. The system thought comfortingly, and then took a bite of the diamond-studded golden cake. Delicious, especially when it thought of its million in debt turned into ashes overnight. Ha! It was even more delicious. Not only had the host matured, as a system, it had also matured and become stronger. Look at its life from eating chaff to eating gold, from being in debt to not having to worry about food. It was all earned by it. Life really did not lie. Well, you never know what good luck is waiting for you. Wei Wei Bai felt that the system was in a good mood recently, but she silently calculated the time. There was still a month, and the rebellion index was still 80. Lu Gui's son. The degree of favorability was not high, but the difficulty of the rebellion index was sky high. It seemed that the green hat was too shallow. It had to be a green hat. She silently looked at the licking little emperor and then swept her gaze down below. This green hat did not live up to expectations. Even forced love did not have a strong taste. The little emperor saw Wei Wei by peeking at him. His face immediately turned red, and he immediately showed a silly smile. Wei Wei Bai, looking so silly, she could not bear to do it. Just as Wei Wei Bai calmly tested the rouge color. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the bedroom. Yuan Xian's foolish expression changed. He turned his head to look at the eunuchs and palace maids at the door. His eyes became terrifyingly ruthless. What's the commotion? Yuan Xian stood up and shouted coldly. When he was with Wei Wei Bai, he hated being disturbed the most. However, he saw a palace maid being kicked away. It was Yuan De, dressed in luxurious clothes, walking over fiercely. When she saw Yuan Xian, she bowed politely, but her tone was strange. Why? Can't I come to see my brother? Yuan Xian took 2 steps forward and sneered. Why are you looking at me? For no reason. Our relationship isn't that good. Yuan De, on the other hand, was laughing like a blooming flower, revealing a hint of insanity. She leaned forward and whispered, I know about your arrangements with Lu Xinglan. Do you want me to go out and announce it to the world? Yuan Xian looked at her coldly. He wasn't irritable or angry. However, the killing intent in his eyes had already emerged. Yuan De caressed her beautiful hairpin indifferently. She glanced sideways at Wei Wei Bai, who was sitting at the table. She was dressed in luxurious clothes with thick makeup. On the other hand, the young girl was wearing a simple light green dress. She had a flower in her hair, and there was a trace of light red on her fair face. She was so fresh and delicate that it moved people's hearts. Her charming eyes stared back at her without a single ripple in them. It was as if she was looking at a dead thing. Yuanda's nails dug deep into her palms. Her body was full of a rich fragrance, but it wasn't half as seductive as the young girl in front of her. Chapter 28:57. She smiled coldly. I know you have one less person who dares to die, brother, she said in a low voice that almost no one could hear except for Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian looked down at her, still cold. It was as if all his enthusiasm was for the girl behind him. No one could see the ripples in his eyes. Yuan smiled unusually happily. I'll die for you, brother. Yuan Xian pursed his lips, his dark eyes carrying a hint of hostility. Yuan took 2 steps forward and reached out to touch him. The little emperor wanted to avoid it, but he saw Yuanda's face full of tears. Maybe this is the last time I see you, brother. Brother, please hug Da. After saying that, Yuanda, who was full of fragrance, had already reached out to hug him. Yuan Xian's whole body stiffened, but he didn't avoid it. Yuanda hugged him for a while and suddenly sneered. She let go of Yuan Xian and finally glared at Wei Wei Bai. You foxy woman, you won't have a good ending. As she spoke, She ignored Yuan Xian's ugly expression and walked out with a smile. If I can't have it, no one can. Yuan Xian's body stiffened and stood for a while before he suddenly came back to his senses and said awkwardly, "Ignore her. She's a lunatic." Wei Wei Bai looked at him calmly and then smiled like she was sighing. "Don't blame her. She's also quite pitiful." Yuan Xian breathed a sigh of relief, but didn't mention that Yuan had just said that he had a way to deal with Lu Xinglan. Wei Wei Bai also didn't ask. The atmosphere between the two of them quieted down again. Suddenly, Yuan Xian's body began to heat up. His expression changed, but his mind began to be in a trance. Yuan Xian held onto his mind and moved his lips as if he wanted to call someone, but he only felt a burning fire in his throat. That kind of irrepressible impulse. It made his whole body tremble. He looked at the girl in front of him and saw that she seemed to have noticed something and looked over. The girl under the light. The corners of her charming eyes were slightly raised, and there was a peach blossom blush on her cheeks. This was the rouge she made. The name was March Peach Blossom. The name was nice. He was also good-looking. Yuan Xian's body felt like it was about to explode. The tip of his nose was filled with Yuan's strange fragrance. He suddenly remembered that this strange fragrance was the least common type of aphrodisiac in the imperial family. The person who ate it would have an uncontrollable urge. The strangest thing was that not only would the person who ate it be affected, the incense would work as well, and even skin contact would work as well. Impossible to guard against. The only thing special about it was that its fragrance was exceptionally rich. One would feel dizzy after smelling it for a long time. Yuan Xian knew his body's condition. He couldn't get up at all. Even if they used drugs, they would only torture themselves without any effect. Therefore, it was impossible for Yuan to use this move to harm Wei Wei. Wei Wei Bai seemed to see that something was wrong with him. She seemed to want to reach out and touch him. However, he suddenly thought of something and retracted his finger. Yuan Xian's eyes widened. Was she worried about him? He felt sad and happy at the same time. The eunuch sensed that something was wrong and immediately ran over. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" How could Yuan Xian let anyone know what was wrong with him? There was a strange fragrance on his body. The eunuch would definitely know what it was when he smelled it. This kind of drug had to be vended. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get out. But he didn't need to. Because he couldn't. He just needed to get through this night. However, the eunuch and palace maid didn't know that if they found out that he had been poisoned with this kind of aphrodisiac, he would get through it without relief. Then, his secret wouldn't be able to be hidden. He was the emperor. Chapter 2858. If he was infertile, then forget about being the emperor. He might even lose his life. After all, when Lu Xinglan rebelled, he still occupied the rightful position. Once he didn't even have the qualifications to be the emperor, then he wouldn't even have the reputation of being the rightful emperor. In the southern kingdom, those who were infertile, they didn't have the qualifications to sit on the throne. Yuan Xian's expression was extremely ugly. He saw that the eunuchs had already smelled the strange fragrance in his breath. It seemed that even if they didn't realize what it was for a while, they would probably understand after thinking about it deeply. The best plan was not to kill them. That would only make things worse. Instead, he should find a woman and pretend to do good deeds. Who should he find? Yuan Xian's entire body was burning, and his head was covered in sweat. He finally looked at Wei Wei Bai. He pursed his lips, and there was a rare look of grievance in his eyes. She didn't love him. He wouldn't reveal the secret. Yuan Xian suddenly got up and took a few steps back. The head eunuch came over and was about to say something when he heard Yuan Xian say fiercely, get out of here." The palace maids and eunuchs were all chased away by Yuan Xian. After Yuan Xian kicked the last eunuch out, he shouted, "Close the door. Don't open it until tomorrow morning." He chased him away. The main door of the bedroom was forcefully pushed shut by the eunuch outside. Yuan Xian rushed over and locked the door. After completely locking the door, he panted and turned to look at Wei Wei Bai, who had stood up. She seemed to be a little puzzled. Her eyes were clear as she looked at him with slight worry. Yuan Xian originally wanted to rush over and tear her clothes. He might not be able to do anything. It was just a terrifying impulse. But he saw the worry in her eyes, even if it was so faint that it was almost invisible. Yuan Xian stumbled back a few steps and knocked into the tightly shut door. He sat down along the door. Then his whole body trembled and curled up. His whole body seemed to be on fire, but he didn't dare to raise his head. He was afraid that he would blaspheme her. He just didn't want to find another woman. Outside the door, the eunuch on watch walked past. It was late at night. The youth silently endured. Suddenly, a hand gently patted his shoulder. Yuan Xian trembled and immediately said, "Stay away from me. I will hurt you." However, that delicate hand did not leave. Instead, it rested on his shoulder and exerted a little force. He seemed to be comforting him. Yuan Xian raised his head in a daze, only to see the girl squatting, her skirt falling to the ground like a flower. She tilted her head and looked at him curiously. But she didn't ask him what was wrong. She just squatted with him. For some reason, Yuan Xian suddenly said softly, "I've been drugged. I want a woman." Wei Wei Bai looked at him indifferently for a while, then slowly moved back. This action rejected his request for a woman. In the end, before he could take a few steps back, Yuan Xian had already reached out and grabbed her skirt. "Don't be afraid. I can't do it." Wei Wei Bai paused and blinked slowly, as if she was thinking about the meaning of this sentence. Yuan Xian didn't say anything again. His fingers tugged at the hem of her skirt, and then he lowered his head. He felt inferior and guilty, and he didn't dare to look at her. After a long time, he heard the girl say indifferently, "I won't tell anyone." Yuan Xian's fingers trembled as tears rolled down his cheeks. The palace gate was cold, and thousands of lights were lit. The lonely young emperor suddenly knew what true warmth was. Lu Xinglan was sorting out the blueprints when he suddenly stared at the book on the table. He reached out and silently opened it. There were a few dried flowers in the book. They had fallen from her head. He put them in the book. The pages were stained with the color of the flowers, and the petals had also lost their bright luster. He looked at it for a while, and there was a hint of forbearance in his indifferent eyes. His fingers trembled, and the pages fell back to their original place. Xian Wu floated to the ground and brought over a wooden tube. Routine information was more important than military matters. It was about Wei Wei Bai's situation in the palace. Lu Xinglan held it in his hand, but he didn't open it for a while. Others couldn't understand this information, but he knew that she had softened. She no longer rejected that insidious emperor. She even began to rely on him. It was a very subtle change, but it made his heart feel as if it was stabbed by a sharp thorn. What was it this time? Was Yuan Xian making rouge with her again? Chapter 28:59. Lu Xinglan lowered her long eyelashes and pursed her thin lips into a tight line. She didn't want to open this message for a moment. Xian Wu was about to leave, but turned back. "That crazy Yuanda wants to see you." Lu Xinglan glanced sideways, unmoved. "How'd she get here?" Xian Wu was silent for a moment before saying, "She said she's here to seek refuge with you and bring the secret of how Yuan Xian paralyzed our army." Lu Xinglan sneered. "I want her brother's empire. She'll tell me Yuan Xian's deployment. Even if she does, do you believe it?" Xian Wu was calm. "I believe it." Lu Xinglan, Xian Wu said, "She loves you and is crazy. The news she brings must be true." Lu Xinglan, hearing that the vicious princess loved him, Lu Xinglan didn't feel happy at all. Lu Xinglan didn't feel happy at all. Instead, she felt disgusted, as if a poisonous snake was crawling up her back. He walked out with the small wooden tube in his hand and a cold expression on his face. Yuanda was surrounded by a group of soldiers. She was dressed in luxurious clothes, with a golden hairpin and heavy makeup. When she saw Lu Xinglan walking over, her eyes lit up. She couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Her body was almost touching the tip of the blade, but she still walked forward step by step, not afraid of death. She looked at Lu Xinglan with infatuation and fanaticism. "Xinglan, I haven't seen you in a long time. Come here and let me see you." Lu Xinglan stood far away but didn't say anything. The cold and beautiful man stood in the shadows. The light of the lantern was too hazy. When it fell into his eyes, it was like a layer of breathtaking, illusory fog. Yuanda didn't care about his coldness. She reached out and tidied her clothes. I came in a hurry in the middle of the night and didn't change into my best clothes to see you. I just want to test Yuan Xian. I guessed his plan and went to act in front of him. He actually believed me. She loved Lu Xinglan. She loved him so much that she would rather snatch the entire empire from Yuan Xian and give it to him. Yuan was happy. I won't touch you. Give me a pen and paper, and I'll write his deployment for you. Lu Xinglan looked down expressionlessly. Fragments of light floated on his thick eyelashes. His voice was calm and emotionless. I don't need a pen and paper. I don't need any of the information you bring. As for Yuan Xian's plan, he knew that too. Yuan Xian was still young after all. He was too arrogant and did not understand the complexity of human nature. Although he had some talent, it was not enough. How could such a huge scheme not be leaked? Yuan Xian didn't even know how many of the eunuchs and palace made around him were spies on his side. The happy expression on Yuan's face disappeared. She thought that she was of some use to Lu Xinglan, so she was exceptionally happy. But she never thought that he wouldn't want anything that belonged to her. Then why do you want to see me? Yuan asked curiously. Then her eyes suddenly widened. For Wei Wei Bai? Lu Xinglan stood indifferently in the dark and looked at her indifferently. However, he did not refute. Yuan chuckled, his laughter getting louder and louder. What's so good about her? Other than being a little better looking than me, what else does she have that makes you guys so reluctant to part with her? Lu Xinglan frowned slightly when she heard the words, you guys. Yuan roared like a shrew. She's with my imperial brother now. They're really happy in the palace now. I put down the incense. How could my imperial brother let her go? I reckon that bitch has long forgotten about you. So she gave in after some hesitation. Lu Xinglan's face turned pale. Her teeth bit into the meat in her mouth, bringing out a hint of blood. But there was no letter. Slash. Chapter 2860. He turned to leave and said coldly, throw her out. Yuan shouted, Lu Xinglan, forget about her. She likes my brother. Lu Xinglan was halfway there when he suddenly grabbed a bow and arrow from a soldier beside him. He held the bowstring with his fingertips and shot an arrow. Yuan felt the arrow hit her hair, and the cold and terrifying force went through her hair. Her golden hairpins fell to the ground, and her long hair spread out like a crazy woman. She held her head in fear and looked up to see Lu Xinglan standing far away with the bow in his hand. His face was as gloomy as a demon. Yuan was terrified and didn't dare to say anything. She turned and ran. Lu Xinglan wanted to kill her. That murderous intent was real. Lu Xinglan threw the bow and arrow away and walked into the house. As he walked, he crushed the wooden tube with one hand and took out the note to read. With just one look, he crushed the note. There was only one sentence in it. Yuan Xian has been poisoned by love. He and his wife are in the same room. The door is locked, and no one can peek inside. Wei Wei Bai sat while Yuan Xian was like a pitiful puppy. He lowered his head and tugged at her clothes. He shivered and endured. She silently accompanied him. Then, she heard a notification sound in her ear. Rebellion Index 90. The system said, the male lead received a delivery. No, he got a cuckold. Wei Wei Bai said, damn, he's really a cuckold. He didn't even reach 100. The system said, if the index isn't enough to sit on the throne, it's impossible to reach 100. 90 is calculated by combining the male lead's strength and thoughts. Wei Wei Bai said, don't think I know what this cuckold is thinking. He's not planning to sit on the throne. That's what he's thinking. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so hesitant. Lu Xinglan had been in the Southern Kingdom for so many years. He even felt that he had given up his military power and left. He could live well. The royal family and the Northern Kingdom would never be able to take revenge on him. His power was much greater than the royal family. If he really wanted to rebel and become the emperor, it wouldn't be this situation. He would have hung Yuan Xian long ago, then announced a reason for him to be promoted without bloodshed. There were countless people in the imperial court who belonged to Lu Xinglan. There was no need to mention the harem. Lu Xinglan would know immediately what she was doing every day. If not for tonight, everyone would have been chased out. She couldn't let Lu Xinglan believe that there was anything going on between her and Yuan Xian. After all, Yuan Xian had done something to her. as long as there were a few palace maids or eunuchs. Any news would be spread. In the southern nation, Lu Xinglan had long been able to cover the sky with one hand. That bastard had been rebelling until now. He probably hadn't thought of becoming the emperor yet. Wei Wei Bai sighed. I've never seen such a patient in all the strategies I've tried. Even a tortoise shell has appeared. The moss on the tortoise shell has turned green, but he's still not moving. The system replied, don't worry. In the end of the rebellion, he will definitely become the emperor. Otherwise, how could there be such an allusion to the yellow robe? In the end, even if Lu Xinglan didn't want to be the empress, she would still be the empress. He had no choice but to do so, because the people around him would force Lu Xinglan to do so. Wei Wei Bai shook his head and said indifferently, he's still living too well. There are too few green hats. Young people still need to train. Lu Xinglan really didn't want to be the emperor in the end of the rebellion. Who could force him? He just didn't want to be the emperor. He wanted to conquer the country and let the person he approved to be the emperor. That was why the current situation happened. System. How else can he train? The male lead has turned into the Hulk. Do you still want to plant trees on his head? Chapter 2861. The night was cold and silent. After the most uncomfortable time, the little emperor got up and began to act. He threw the bedding on the ground. Wei Wei Bai rubbed her eyes sleepily and looked at him in confusion. The little emperor's face was a little red. It has to be a little messy before they believe us. Wei Wei Bai held her chin with her hand and looked indifferent. Oh, Yuan Xin coughed lightly and said awkwardly, I messed up the quilt a little. Wei Wei Bai nodded and looked at him indifferently. There was no shyness of the little emperor at all. What was there to be shy about? This small scene was too boring. The little emperor crumpled the quilt and thought about where he had left it. Wei Wei Bai said calmly, clothes. Everywhere was a mess. Only the clothes were not messy. Who were you fooling? Yuan Xin immediately blushed. After hesitating for a while, he began to untie his robe and reveal his thin clothes. Although he was usually very cruel, because he was not good in this aspect, he was indeed a little unfamiliar with these. As a result, his movements were a little clumsy. Bai Weiwei yawned and didn't object. She tugged at her collar. She did not take off her clothes. She simply pulled open her collar. Only half of her collarbone was exposed. The little emperor hugged his robe and stood by the bed, looking at her with red eyes. She did not know if he was holding back or shy. At dawn, the door opened. The little emperor was lying under the quilt. His clothes were all over the floor. And Wei Wei Bai was calmly combing her hair with a comb. She looked like she had just woken up, but one could see the fatigue on her face. Her collar was not buttoned properly, revealing the white skin of her neck. And the little emperor had his back to everyone. She let him undress and sleep. Then she sat. This way, everyone would know that they were together, and no one would find out his secret. When the palace maids and eunuchs came in to take a look, this scene, they were speechless for a moment. They felt that the little emperor's body was not good. He had been squeezed dry by the demon. But the news that Yuan Xin favored Wei Wei Bai almost spread throughout the harem. It also spread throughout the previous dynasty. It was no secret that the emperor was not enthusiastic about the women in his harem. After such a long time, it was rare to see him interested in a woman. There was hope for future generations. Some were happy, while others were sad. After all, they were facing a national crisis. It was not a good sign that the emperor was still indulging in beauty. There were also people who felt that this was the time to leave behind an heir. If anything were to happen, the empire would fall into the hands of others, and these old officials who supported the imperial family would not be able to live in the future, no matter how chaotic the outside world was. The little emperor didn't allow anyone to tell Wei Wei Bai. In the harem, although Wei Wei Bai had no status, she was the true master of the harem. Even the emperor listened to her. Who dared to disrespect her? However, Wei Wei Bai didn't act like a real demoness who could cause the downfall of a nation. She didn't want to indulge in wine and meat. She liked to let people collect flower petals. Then, he would help her dry the petals or crush them to make rouge. After a long time, everyone felt that Master Bai was easy to get along with. Moreover, the little emperor's temperament had also become much more peaceful. Except for those concubines who gnashed their teeth to pieces, Most of them had a good impression of Wei Wei Bai. These pieces of news arrived at the army camp one by one. Every day, Xi and Wu felt that Lu Xinglan was becoming more and more gloomy and terrifying. This kind of gloominess was so heavy that his face was green. It was really terrifying. Lu Xinglan was expressionless. His slender fingers pinched the note. He lit a flame. The flame burned to his fingers, but he didn't look like he was in any pain. The note turned to ashes, staining his fingertips black. He suddenly asked softly, "Does she like him?" /fast full text / fast download fast. Chapter 2862. Xianwu was silent for a while and said honestly, "I don't hate her, right?" The news wouldn't lie. He really didn't hate her. Moreover, he could live freely in the harem and still be indifferent to the little emperor. But everyone knew that after that night. Their relationship was different. The little emperor was wholeheartedly in love with her. Didn't he look like he had gotten what he wanted? Lu Xinglan looked at her fingers and suddenly smiled softly. She said that she would guard my grave. Xian Wu was expressionless. Even if she likes someone else, it won't hinder her from guarding your grave. His words were rough but reasonable. Lu Xinglan was speechless. The atmosphere was very heavy. Suddenly, Lu Xinglan sighed and said, "Forget it. Let Yuan Xin's death squad in." They already knew about Yuan Xin's plan. Yuan came here crazily and said that he wanted to expose Yuan Xin's plan. It was just a joke. Xian Wu nodded and felt that he should comfort him. If Madam likes someone else, just get her back. Don't feel bad. Lu Xinglan didn't say anything. She just looked down at the pieces of paper that had turned to ashes. After Xian Wu left, Lu Xinglan slowly got up and began to sharpen her sword. The sharp blade reflected the man's delicate features and was unusually gloomy. He suddenly chuckled. "Wei Wei, I still want to live in seclusion with you. I really want to." Wei Wei Bai was playing 5-in-a-row chess with a chess piece in her hand. A eunuch rushed in and said happily, "Your Majesty, great news. The rebel army has a plague, and many people have fallen." Yuan Xin immediately smiled when he heard this. Then he thought of something and immediately turned around, only to see Wei Wei Bai's chess piece fall on the chessboard and stare blankly at the eunuch. Yuan Xin's heart ached. He immediately got up and kicked the eunuch out. "What are you happy about? Who told you to come in and disturb my chess game? Get out, get out." After beating the eunuch away, Yuan Xin nervously tugged at the corner of his clothes and looked back at Wei Wei Bai. He seemed a little guilty. The pathogen of the plague had been prepared long ago. Those who brought the pathogen into Lu Xinglan's army had been chosen long ago. Yuan also brought the pathogen into Lu Xinglan's army. However, Yuan Xin did not believe her. He was afraid that she would betray him for Lu Xinglan. So he let Yuan be the attractive chess piece. Whether she betrayed him or not, there was still another team that spread the plague to Lu Xinglan's army. No matter how powerful the army, when they encountered the plague, they could only wait. This was Yuan Xin's plan from the beginning. He wanted to live and sit on the throne well. In the past, he didn't want power, but now he felt that power was tasteless. What he wanted was the right to stay by her side. An incompetent man had to keep a girl who didn't like him. The only thing that could be used was the position of great wealth and power. Bai Weiwei lowered her eyes and suddenly said in a cold voice, "To win, you use such a sinister method. You will kill everyone." Yuan Xin couldn't bear to see her so cold. The epidemic spread. Everyone had to die. Wei Wei Bai's charming eyes were cold. Yuan Xin's momentum weakened. "I have a prescription to cure the plague. If I win, I will announce the prescription to save people. If he lost, let them all die. Even if it affected the people of the world, it didn't matter." Wei Wei Bai didn't ask. Yuan Xin didn't dare to continue. In the end, Wei Wei Bai just threw away the chess piece and said, "I'm tired." Yuan Xin pursed his lips. He didn't dare to say anything. He was a tyrant. He knew. But if he didn't do this, how could he win against Lu Xinglan? Because he was afraid that Wei Wei Bai would be angry when she was sleeping. He only dared to sleep not far from the door. He laid out a blanket. The little emperor fell asleep aggrievedly. Wei Wei Bai had her back to him. She was watching with the system. Wife, fa hi, let go of my wife." "Yes, The legend of the White Lady was so exciting and beautiful. Suddenly, the head eunuch said something carefully outside. It seemed that there was a fire in the palace. Yuan Xian's expression changed. He immediately got up and asked someone to guard the palace door. Then, he hurried out to take a look. Wei Wei Bai got up and got off the bed. She was putting on her outer robe. She only felt a warmth behind her as a man's embrace hugged her firmly. The man's fingers were holding her waist. He was so strong that it made her feel uncomfortable. She was about to scream, but she was already pressed back into the bed. The bed curtain fell. The faint shadow of the candlelight swayed. The man was on top of her. His eyes were as dark as the night. They were so cold that they were red. Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened. She was just about to say, Lu. He had already grabbed her hand and lowered his head to kiss her lips. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com is at https://sashu.com// for the convenience of your next reading. You can click on the button below to record this reading record. Chapter 2863. Wei Wei Bai only felt that the man's aura was strong and scary, as if he wanted to squeeze her into his bones. His fingers pinched her wrist. The man's fingertips had a slightly cold aura. It was as fresh as the night dew when he came from outside. However, his skin was boiling hot, including his black eyes. They were as dark as the night, but they carried a scorching sharpness that didn't care about anything else. In the dark, her slender arms struggled weakly. The man maliciously propped himself up. His cold eyes were filled with a cold light. His hair was a little messy when she was struggling. His dark hair fell beside his handsome face, and there was a hint of evil beauty in his unkempt manner. Wei Wei. He looked at her shocked and panicked eyes. His thin lips curled up slightly, and he reached out to gently rub her moist lips. The girl's lips, which were originally not bright, were purposely rubbed into a bright red color by him. It was unusually delicate and delicious. His eyes curved, and he revealed a cold smile. Did you miss me? It's been a while, but I missed you. I miss you a lot. I miss you a lot. It curled around his lips, giving off a dangerous sense of ambiguity for no reason. Bai Weiwei opened her mouth, and her eyes opened with a guilty conscience. The smile on Lu Xinglan's lips slowly disappeared. His voice softened. Didn't you miss me? These words were indescribably weak, and even carried a hint of helplessness. It was as if she didn't expect to face such a situation. Facing her guilty conscience, she didn't have a surprised expression. When he decided to go and protect the southern nation, he thought that he could successfully retreat and take her away when he came back again. He even thought that they would travel the mountains, cross the river, and experience the passage of time. In the end, he would be buried in her arms. This was a lifetime in his dream. He didn't expect that when he woke up at night. The news he received was that she had been snatched away. He never blamed her for losing her virginity to anyone. It wasn't her fault. If Yuan Xian was the one at fault, he would kill him. But he didn't prevent her from developing feelings for Yuan Xian. Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes trembled like the wings of a broken butterfly. Her pale face was devoid of blood. She said softly, "Let go of me. This is the Imperial Palace. It's dangerous for you to come in like this." Lu Xinglan looked at her silently. His fingertips slowly caressed the corners of her eyes, her lips, her chin, and finally her neck. It was as if he wanted to strangle her. He laughed coldly. "I'm not dangerous. I'll kill Yuan Xian later and take you away." When he said this, he looked up coldly. He looked around. It was a gorgeous and spacious bed, with a yellow bedding and a dragon-patterned pillow that represented imperial power. There was also the devastatingly beautiful young woman on the bed. He had always known that she was beautiful. She was so beautiful that no one could ignore her. Back then, she was wearing a simple dress and a simple bouquet of flowers. She was slender and elegant as she sat beside his desk, smiling at him innocently. She could already seduce people's hearts. Now, she was even more gorgeous. She was as charming as a stunner. It was as if she was born to lie on the emperor's throne. Every move of hers could tempt everyone to risk their lives for her. There was a trace of uncontrollable infatuation in Lu Xinglan's eyes. His fingers slowly tightened, as if he wanted to strangle her to death. "Did you miss me?" He repeated the same sentence. But it was much colder and more dangerous than before. It was as terrifying as an unsheathed sword that could cut people at any time. Wei Wei Bai looked at him with a pale face, but she did not say anything. She pursed her lips and frowned slightly. Finally, she sighed and said, "Don't kill him. This is the Imperial Palace. You can't escape even if you kill him. Quick transmigration, summon my male god." Chapter 2864. The remaining trace of anticipation in Lu Xinglan's eyes slowly disappeared. He was silent for a while before he sneered, "Why are you so afraid of him dying after sleeping with him?" Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened, but she did not refute. Instead, she repeated softly, "Let go of me, quickly leave." Lu Xinglan's fingertips slowly rubbed the skin on her neck. Under the delicate and fragile skin was her intense pulse. In the dark bed, there was no trace of gentleness on his cold face, but his actions were getting more and more excessive. It was a malicious and presumptuous action. It was more like punishment. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were misty, and she looked like she was about to cry. Her fragile charm was seductive. She begged softly, her voice so soft that it was pitiful. "Don't do it here." Lu Xinglan narrowed his eyes slightly. His actions were neither fast nor slow. She wanted to escape, but she could not move. Her voice was low, like a small animal on the verge of death. She sounded so aggrieved. "Lu Xinglan, let go of me." The man with a cold and ruthless expression on his face looked like he was punishing a criminal. His words were cold. "Do you like him? Do you like him? What's so good about him? He's just a little kid who can't even sit on the throne. His body, appearance, character, and ability are all inferior to mine. He even snatched you into the palace. You should hate him to death." Those news, each and every one of them was digging at his heart. He watched as another little kid who was inferior to him in every aspect made her happy, made her soften, and made her start to give in to him, even to the extent of spending the night in the same room. She was his, wasn't she? How could she have a change of heart? Lu Xinglan gritted his teeth, unwilling to speak of the pain of his cowardice. Suddenly, he looked up and glared at the bed curtain with reddened eyes. The bed was covered, but he heard footsteps. It was Yuan Xian who was in a hurry. The footsteps outside the bed stopped, and Yuan Xian's gentle voice sounded. "Wei Wei, are you asleep? There's a fire in the palace, and it's still burning. It's not far from here. I'm afraid that this place will be affected. Why don't we go to the palace next door?" Lu Xinglan smiled coldly. In the palace next door? It was the Empress's. It had been vacant ever since Yuan Xian took over. The little brat was always cold and indifferent toward women. The harem fought to the death, but there was no one who could tempt Yuan Xian to be the empress. He hesitated to announce Wei Wei's status. So he was waiting here. The murderous intent in Lu Xinglan's heart boiled. Her cold eyes were incomparably dark, and her fingers unhurriedly touched the bed curtain. Just kill him. At this moment, Lu Xinglan could no longer suppress her impulses. This impulse came from hatred. Yuan Xian had done all sorts of absurd things to fight for power and for the sake of pleasure. He had cut off the army's food and fodder, causing him to almost die in the despairing battlefield at the border. He had never hated her, but now he hated it. How could he steal her away? Just as his fingers touched the bed curtain and were about to pull it open, a delicate hand grabbed his wrist forcefully. If he was so powerless, yet so determined. Lu Xinglan was stunned. The girl had already taken the initiative to come over. Her fingers pressed hard on his chest and pushed him to the side. For Lu Xinglan, this was not a strong enough force to shake him in the slightest. But when she was soft and helpless, the warmth was like the fragrance of love. The girl's eyes were like water, and her body was like a flower bud. Her every move was like a deadly weapon. It made him unable to move as she slowly pressed him onto the bed. // Chapter 2865. She sat on top of him, her black hair falling in front of her chest. The corners of the girl's eyes were slightly red, and her eyes were misty. Her light red lips were slightly pursed. She lowered her head, and her black hair fell on his body like satin. Her white neck was exposed under her messy clothes. It was so fragile and beautiful that it was frightening. Lu Xinglan's hand that touched the curtain trembled, as if she was about to open it. Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes trembled. She lowered her head almost without thinking and kissed his lips. She kissed him gently. She felt the man under her freeze. She left him and then looked up. Her expression was a little nervous, but her voice was very calm. Is the fire very serious? Yuan Xian felt that it was a little strange that the bed was so calm. He thought of Wei Wei Bai's usual carefree attitude. He felt that it was normal. She often ignored him. Yuan Xian felt a little guilty. It was not serious, but it needed time to put it out. The wind tonight would not let the fire spread to the bedroom, so there was no danger here. He just wanted to take the opportunity to let her see the Empress's palace next door. He had recently taken a lot of materials and silver from his private storage and renovated it. It was gorgeous and beautiful. He even planted a lot of flowers. She should like it. Lu Xinglan's side was almost ruined by the plague. Yuan Xian felt that he had victory in his hands, so he finally had the qualifications to let her be his empress. Although he had a lot of thoughts, Yuan Xian did not want to lie in the end. He could only say weakly, "It's not serious. It's going to be put out soon." Lu Xinglan was lying on the bed. The girl on top of him looked down calmly. Her lips were a little red and swollen, which was unusually attractive. She reached out her fingers unhurriedly and slowly ran them through her long hair in place of a comb. Her charming eyebrows curved slightly, and her eyes were clear and moving. "If it's not serious, then I'll go to sleep first, okay?" The last two words were flirtatious, as if they were sentimental. It was so soft and numbing that it was ecstatic. Yuan Xian was stunned, and his face turned red. He stammered, "Okay, of course, I'll go take a look at the fire first and come back after it's put out." Although it was not serious, it was not put out yet. Yuan Xian was still worried. After all, he had toned down his absurdity a lot. Now that he had someone to worry about, he felt that he had to do everything well. He didn't want to upset her. A faint hum came from the bed. Yuan Xian obediently turned around and walked out step by step. And in the bed, Lu Xinglan's movement to get up was half stiff. He put his elbow on the bed and half propped himself up. Just now, when Yuan Xian was standing outside, he was about to get up and kill someone. But he couldn't move at all. His eyes were heavy, and there was almost no trace of emotion on his face, but it was not indifference. It was more like he was petrified. Wei Wei Bai gently turned her body, her fingertips casually landing on his chest. She lowered her eyes, and the clothes on her body had already fallen to the ground. Flirtatious and charming. She was like a fairy that had walked out of a gorgeous flower. She could let people die. He was willing to die. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 96. She gently pressed herself against him. Between breaths, the girl's voice was soft and sweet. "Xinglan, do you like this?" Lu Xinglan held her breath. The murderous aura was gone, and his mind was blank. Only his heartbeat was accelerating, and it was a complete mess. Wei Wei Bai's fingertips that were touching his heart moved, and then her expression was indifferent. "It seems that you like it. Otherwise, his heartbeat wouldn't be so fast." Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips and smiled, looking innocent and naive. Her voice was as soft as a sigh. "Is this bed comfortable?" Chapter 2866. Lu Xinglan's heavy eyes finally regained some clarity when he heard this sentence. His expression turned cold, but his breath was hot. Although he still couldn't control his body, she did make him completely calm down with one sentence. Bai Wei Wei, however, was neither fast nor slow. She lifted the clothes up. The dress was loose, and when she left his body, she reached out to push aside the bed curtains and tied them to one side. Under her neck, a large expanse of snowy skin was exposed. The curve of her shoulder blades was exquisite. She sat by the bed and turned her body slightly. Her eyes were full of seductive elegance. "Young master, I've never slept on such a comfortable bed before. I've never enjoyed such good food before. I've never ordered so many servants before." When she said this, she obviously liked the cheap words of wealth. But she was so calm that no one could feel that there was anything wrong. Her expression was gentle. In the past, I only saw a small part of the world. I have never seen a richer world. Now that I have seen it, I feel that this kind of life is what I yearn for. Lu Xinglan propped himself up and reached out to calmly tidy his clothes. He pursed his lips and was expressionless, but his eyes were extremely cold. It was like a bottomless lake that could pull people into the drowning darkness at any time. Wei Weibai was not afraid. She turned around and smiled gently. Her charm was natural, and her beauty was unparalleled. She reached out and picked up a flower that was scattered on the bed. She liked flowers. There were flowers everywhere in this bedroom. A few fell on the bed. She picked them up and used them. Wei Weibai lowered her head and sniffed the petals. Her gentle face was unusually delicate under the light. Her eyes were like feathers, lightly sweeping across his face. It made Lu Xinglan's body stiffen. She smiled even more beautifully. I can get more, so why not? I can sleep in the highest place in the world, so why not? Lu Xinglan looked at her silently, almost unable to refute. His strength was useless in front of her beauty at this moment. Wei Weibai put the hairpin beside her ear. Her hair was black, her skin was white, her eyes were watery, and her face was pink. She said sweetly, "So I don't care who is on the throne, young master." Lu Xinglan didn't say anything. The young girl asked again, "That's just how much I adore riches and honor. I used to love you, but wasn't it because of your status that I could live a good life?" Her gentle words were as sharp as the tip of a knife. However, he was left speechless. He couldn't even muster up the slightest thought of hurting her. Wei Weibai seemed to be tired as well. She yawned lazily and said, "Do you still want to stay the night? I remember that you were going to lose. The plague isn't easy to deal with." These words were sarcastic. She didn't seem to care about him at all. Lu Xinglan was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed coldly. He grabbed her hand and pulled her into his embrace. Then he lowered his head and kissed her fiercely. She shuddered and tears welled up in her eyes. Lu Xinglan paused for a moment, but didn't strike again. He released her, his deep eyes reflecting the girl's incomparably beautiful face. Finally, he chuckled. "Do you like this position that much?" After that, he let go of her and got off the bed expressionlessly. A few eunuchs came over and bowed their heads respectfully. Lu Xinglan looked at Wei Weibai's shocked expression and said calmly, "I'll wait for you to ask me for it." She wanted this position, because this position wouldn't belong to Yuan Xian anymore. When it belonged to him, wouldn't she have to ask for everything she wanted from him? Rebellion Index, 99. Remaining 1 point, waiting for the male lead to succeed in his rebellion and sit on the throne. The world of the favored one. If he really wanted to snatch a certain position, he would definitely get it. The prerequisite was that he wanted it. When Lu Xinglan left, he swaggered away, because the palace maids and eunuchs along the way were basically his people. Besides the head eunuch who was a trusted aide of Yuan Xian, the rest of the people around him were more or less Lu Xinglan's people. Comparing people with people. Don't compare, there was no comparison. Wei Weibai supported her chin with her hand and said to the system, "Steady, the side quest is complete." 1 point was equal to 100 points. What Lu Xinglan lacked was never the power to rise to the top, but he didn't want to rise to the top at all. He wanted to force this old turtle to rebel and become the emperor. It simply used up all of her skills to make a cuckold. The system was silent for a moment, then said faintly, "That's a bit ruthless. It'll be hard to get more favorability in the future." There were still 4 points of favorability left. Don't look at the 4 points. If the host did that, she probably wouldn't get 4 points in her lifetime. Wei Weibai held her face with both hands. She had saved her face with great difficulty. How could she touch it? She smiled and said, "Am I beautiful?" System, this is a fatal question. He answered with difficulty, "Beautiful, He could see that the soul was beautiful, but the body was blind. Wei Weibai spread her hands and said expressionlessly, "Then that's enough. I won't be disfigured. The favorability will be counted as P. I'm going to sleep. Wait for that turtle to become the emperor before starting work." The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 2867. just as the system thought that the host was going to sleep. It heard the sound of the little emperor returning. A eunuch followed behind him, holding a food box. When he came back, he saw Wei Wei by lying on her side, but the bed curtain was open. Yuan Xian was stunned for a moment by her soft back and her black hair winding on the pillow. Then he blushed and immediately took the food box from a eunuch's hand, saying to the eunuch in a low voice, "Get out." Soon, only Yuan Xian and Wei Wei were left in the bedroom. Yuan Xian was a little hesitant, but he still put the food box on the table. He called out in a low voice, "Wei Wei." He thought that she wouldn't respond, so he didn't ask her to sleep. However, the girl on the bed didn't seem to be asleep. She was silent for a while, then turned around and sat up gently. The beautiful girl was covered with a quilt. Although her clothes were a little messy, she was still dressed properly. After she came here, other than her outer robe, she was wearing the rest of her clothes. She wouldn't take them off to sleep. Yuan Xian knew that she was on guard. He wouldn't force her. Anyway, he had a lot of time to wait. He was young, and she was young. If he kept being good to her, she would definitely like him. Yuan Xian wasn't in a hurry. When he saw her get up, he revealed a happy smile. "Wei Wei, the fire has been put out." Some candles in the palace fell to the ground, which caused the fire. Wei Wei reached out and smoothed her long hair, not saying anything. Yuan Xian was in high spirits. "Because it's too late, I asked the imperial kitchen to make some millet porridge for the stomach. I thought that if you haven't slept yet, you should eat some." He was actually just hoping for a fluke. If she hadn't fallen asleep yet, even if he could just eat with her and spend more time with her, Yuan Xian said as he filled the bowl with porridge. However, he heard Wei Wei suddenly say softly, "The prescription for the plague." Yuan Xian's action of filling the porridge paused. He looked up blankly, not daring to say anything. Wei Wei sat by the bed. The light blurred her appearance, her eyes as clear as water. "Can I have it?" Yuan Xian's eyes started to turn red as tears welled up in his eyes. "Are you going to give it to Lu Xinglan?" The plague spread within Lu Xinglan's army. "Give her the prescription, and she will save him." It was to save Lu Xinglan. Yuan Xian was not angry. He could not be angry with her. He was just sad. He hadn't been so sad in a long time. "If I save him, I will die, Wei Wei." These words were from the bottom of his heart. He and Lu Xinglan's forces were not on the same level. The only reason he was able to last until now and not lose was because he was a little too vicious and had used all kinds of underhanded methods. Lu Xinglan, on the other hand, had openly pushed her way through. Whether it was reputation or strength, everything was good. Lu Xinglan was a good person. But why? Lu Xinglan had taken away his family's empire. He had nothing, but he had to bear all the infamy. And if he lost this position, he would lose her even more. Yuan Xian had a lot to say, but when he saw Wei Wei's worried eyes, he could not say anything. He wiped his tears with his sleeve and said with a smile, "Wei Wei, let's eat porridge. The night is long. You must be hungry." Wei suddenly said, "I will always be with you." Halfway through the sentence, she frowned and shut up. Yuan Xian stopped wiping his tears and looked up at her in a daze. The young girl sat by the bed and was also looking at him. Her face, without makeup, had a trace of weakness. She seemed to have finally mustered up her courage and said, "Even if you lose, I will be with you. Is that okay?" Chapter 2868. Give her the prescription. She gave it to him. Even if he lost the country, she would accompany him. At this moment, Yuan Xian thought of the weight of the country. He had wanted this position since he was young and had real strength. This was his wish. Wei lowered her eyes and sighed softly. "If you don't want to, pretend that I didn't say anything." Yuan Xian suddenly almost stepped forward. He was so excited that his fingers were trembling. "I'll give you the prescription. I'll let Lu Xinglan win." He suddenly said this. Wei turned to look at him and remained silent. However, she saw Yuan Xian say word by word, "I'll give the country to Lu Xinglan. You have to accompany me." The girl paused and raised her hand to gently touch his slightly red face. Her soft fingertips were as beautiful as a butterfly falling in love with a flower. She replied softly, "Okay." Inside Lu Xinglan's army, the plague was prevalent, and there were fallen soldiers everywhere. But Lu Xinglan and all the generals didn't feel anxious. It was more like a show. This show attracted all of Yuan Xin's troops. Soon, they would enter the trap set up by Lu Xinglan. After this battle, Lu Xinglan would be able to step into the capital. No one could stop him. If it wasn't for the fact that the capital would lose all its garrison troops, he would directly attack the city. He would use real force to step into the capital. Lu Xinglan actually didn't need to set up so many things. But too many people would die if he used too rough a method. It was always good to have fewer deaths. Lu Xinglan thought about the position that woman wanted. He had already thought about his hard work for the next few decades, because it wasn't easy to be a good emperor. Too many people had died, and he had to clean up the scene after he took the throne. If what she wanted wasn't that extravagant wealth, it wouldn't matter if he was a little rough now. Because it was a mess, someone else would be the one cleaning up. Lu Xinglan placed the sharpened long sword on the table. The quiver was full of arrows. The longbow was also replaced with a better string. Everything was like the last time he was going to the border to face the Northern Army. The only thing that changed, the person beside him was gone. Lu Xinglan sat in front of the desk and looked at the papers on the table. Not maps, but portraits of her. They were all drawn by the intertwining of hatred and love when he dreamed about her in the middle of the night. Every picture, whether it was drawn when he hated or loved, they were all beautiful. She was beautiful, but she was better than beautiful. Lu Xinglan stretched out her hand and put it away expressionlessly. In the painting, she had a sweet smile, and when she looked back, her face was full of beauty. When his fingertips touched the paper that had no temperature at all, Lu Xinglan suddenly came to a realization. He heard her say that she wanted that position, not when she fell in love with Yuan Xin. But in his heart, there was no hatred. It was a sense of relief. She loved dead things and riches. It was better than loving someone. He actually didn't have the slightest bit of disgust for her vanity. He even felt that he could give her whatever she wanted. Lu Xinglan was stunned for a long time before she smiled in relief. It was fine as long as he didn't like others. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 97. When Xin Wu came in, he saw Lu Xinglan smiling foolishly. He had a cat disease. One moment he wanted to kill someone, the next moment he was filled with grief and indignation, the next moment he gave up on himself, and the next moment he talked to himself. Now that he had leveled up, he knew how to smile foolishly. Of course, as a professional facial paralysis, a professional confidant, he wouldn't show the slightest bit of disdain. Xin Wu threw something on the table, as if he was afraid of being stained with a silly disease. Here, someone sent it to you. Lu Xinglan paused in the middle of putting away the drawing paper and was about to ask who it was. Xin Wu, Madam sent it. Download the mobile article at https://m. Sashu.com. Chapter 2869. Lu Xinglan loosened the paper in her fingers and picked up the bag. Xin Wu said, "It was sent by our eunuch in the palace. He said that Madame gave it to him personally and asked him to send it to you." At this point, he paused. Then he said, "By the way, Madame also added a sentence. She said that this is the last gift for you and that you have nothing to do with each other in the future." Lu Xinglan was quick to react when she heard this. She had already opened the bag. A sachet was revealed. It was embroidered by her. It was a twisted flower. He stared at it silently. The sachet seemed to be filled with her favorite flowers. Lu Xinglan picked it up and looked at it expressionlessly. The sachet was embroidered with a pattern that she was familiar with. She had embroidered many small things for it. Her embroidery skills had never improved. But in his eyes, it was still beautiful. Lu Xinglan put the sachet in her sleeve pocket. Her sleeve was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Then he continued to clean up the table. It didn't matter. Anyway, when he sat in that position, she still had to embroider things for him. The last gift was impossible. The first thing he would do when he got the position was to punish her by embroidering things for him. If she didn't embroider 100 pieces, she couldn't get out of bed. Lu Xinglan pursed her thin lips tightly. Her eyes were a little red. She refused to admit that she was hurt. Xin Wu was about to leave when he heard Lu Xinglan's cold voice. gather the generals, and deal with Yuan Xian's guards. The time they had the plague and the people who had fallen were enough for Yuan Xian's people to think. They had been defeated by the disease. Lu Xinglan smiled coldly. It's time to let Yuan Xian know what it means to be naive. How could a war to seize the country be won with schemes? In the face of absolute power, all methods were useless. As for the plague, there had never been a plague. The pathogen of the plague had been eliminated. The plague in their army was caused by drinking another medicine that caused rashes but didn't harm the body. Xin Wu nodded and then gathered the people. When the news of the guards collapsing and being killed and captured came, Yuan Xian was making Wei Wei by rouge powder. The news didn't just bring news about the guards. He also brought good news about Lu Xinglan's army. This miracle had been deliberately embellished and turned into Lu Xinglan being protected by the heavens. Even God felt that it was right for Lu Xinglan to be the emperor, and the imperial family represented by Yuan Xian became synonymous with brutality. The people of the southern nation needed Lu Xinglan, not the rotten royal family. Not only did the royal family lose the last of their guards, they also lost the hearts of the people. Several ministers knelt and cried outside the palace gates. Even the old feudal officials did not know how to be flexible. He was trying to get Yuan Xian to pull himself together and fight to the death with that traitor Lu. Most of the civil and military officials in the imperial court had already left. They had all gone to seek refuge with Lu Xinglan. Most of them were Lu Xinglan's people. On the contrary, the more useful palace maids and eunuchs in the harem did not run away. The harem was still. In fact, the portion prepared for the emperor's bedroom was even better and more exquisite. Yuan Xian couldn't be bothered to think whether it was a gift from Lu Xinglan or those palace servants who were extremely loyal to the imperial family. Now, he felt that making rouge was more fun. Lu Xinglan had led an army all the way here. There was no need to count. Yuan Xian also knew that Lu Xinglan would be able to enter the capital in a few days. He didn't panic. Instead, he made the rouge powder and poured it into a small box. Chapter 2870. Then he looked at the girl who was drinking bird's nest porridge beside him. She lowered her head and drank slowly. Her movements were unusually leisurely. Yuan Xian couldn't help but say, "He's here." Wei Wei Bai paused, but smiled sweetly. "Are you afraid?" Yuan Xian was stunned for a while. Ever since he gave her the prescription, she treated him much better. Her smile was a sincere one. Yuan Xian's heart was warm. He immediately shook his head and smiled happily. "I'm not afraid. I won't shoot. You're here." In the last days, she was with him. What was he afraid of? Lu Xinglan was the one who should be afraid. If he wanted that cold and broken country, he could take it. He didn't want it anymore. Anyway, sitting in that position was very lonely and unhappy. He might as well accompany the girl he liked to make rouge. He could now distinguish the use of many kinds of flowers. He could make many kinds of rouge. Wei Wei Bai finished drinking the porridge, but she heard the sound of dripping outside the window. Slightly cold water vapor entered. White gauze fluttered. It was a rainstorm. The rain was unusually plentiful, and it fell for a few days. Yuan Xian didn't need to go to court anymore because there was no one in the court. There was no one guarding the capital. The old eunuch looked older. His fingers were trembling as he wiped the table with a cloth. It wasn't that no one was working. It was that there were no people for Yuan Xian. The old eunuch wasn't stupid. He couldn't see it usually. If he still couldn't see that the eunuchs and palace maids in the harem were not Lu Xinglan's people, he would have lived in vain for so many years. Even the most dignified minister had left. How could this group of rootless things have the loyalty to face death unflinchingly? But it was because they knew that even if the master of the harem changed, she was still their master. So the old eunuch didn't dare to order others around and did everything himself. He was afraid that someone would poison his little emperor. The little emperor was happy. She was completely heartless. He took out the rouge he made and said tentatively, "Wei Wei, I'll help you dress." Wei Wei Bai was looking at herself in the mirror. She didn't refuse and just nodded indifferently. The little emperor was overjoyed. He didn't know how to draw eyebrows and was afraid that he would ruin it, so he didn't dare to do it. He only dared to dip his fingertips in the powder and gently wipe it across her cheeks. Her pale complexion had many peach blossoms on it, making her look even more beautiful. The Grand Eunuch came over and said softly, "Traitor Lu has already led the army into the capital." Yuan Xian smiled and didn't mind. "Oh, he's not my guest. Let him come." Now that things had come to this, he could be considered to have nothing to do and was just waiting for death. After applying the rouge for her, the little emperor laughed softly and said, "Wei Wei, you are so beautiful." Wei Wei Bai immediately revealed a sincere smile. "Yes, you have good taste." Yuan Xian hesitated for a moment before he finally touched her hand gently and lowered his voice. "When Lu Xinglan arrives, you should go and welcome her. If you give him the prescription, he will remember your kindness. And you're so nice. He will still love you." Yuan Xian was afraid that she didn't understand and said, "In the Imperial Academy of Medicine, there is my medical record hidden in the innermost compartment. He will know that I can't do it when he sees it. He hates women, but he doesn't hate you. Now that he is angry that you betrayed him, you should let him know that you are just enduring humiliation by my side and being coerced by me." And after seeing his medical record that he couldn't do it, she was still innocent. Lu Xinglan wouldn't hate her anymore. Yuan Xian smiled. "If he is still angry, you should lower yourself and coax him more. No man in this world can escape your smile." Wei Wei Bai looked at him silently and was extremely calm. Yuan Xian was afraid that if he didn't say it now, he wouldn't have the chance to say it. "I also want to take you with me, but when you said that you were willing to accompany me, I couldn't bear to." So he let her return to Lu Xinglan's side. Live a better life. She didn't want to die here with him. Yuan Xian never thought that his heart actually had such a kind and soft side. Loving someone was not lowly. It was hope. He hoped that she could be better, a little better. Wei Wei Bai lowered her eyes and stared at him. Finally, she sighed lightly. "You are quite good." Boys who praised her beauty were all good children. Yuan Xian immediately smiled, feeling that everything was worth it. She said that he was good. When the army entered through the city gate, Lu Xinglan's eyes were deep. He took out his sachet, and a few drops of rain splashed on it. He frowned and immediately reached out to touch it. However, he felt a strange feeling, as if there was something hidden in the sachet. Lu Xinglan was stunned. His fingertips moved, and the sachet was opened. The flowers were already dry, and lying in the flowers was a piece of paper. He took it out and found that it was a prescription. He felt that it was a little familiar. He saw Xian Wu beside him and casually read the prescription. Xian Wu said calmly, "Yuan Xian's prescription to cure the plague," after he spread it. They had collected information about this plague long ago, and they also found the prescription just in case. However, Xian Wu had seen this before. Lu Xinglan didn't look at it carefully. After saying that, Xian Wu found Lu Xinglan's expression strange. A prescription to cure the plague? The heavy rain hit the temporarily set-up canopy, and the atmosphere was a little quiet. Suddenly, Lu Xinglan stuffed the prescription and the sachet back into her clothes and rode the horse into the rain. So she stayed by Yuan Xian's side just to save him with this prescription? Lu Xinglan only felt that the rain was cold and piercing. His empty and cold heart began to warm up. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 98. Chapter 2871. Wei Wei Bai wore a pomegranate red dress, and large colorful peonies bloomed on the hem of her skirt. There was a trace of rouge at the corners of her eyes, and a red flower was drawn between her eyebrows. Her lips were covered in lipstick, and they were bright red and gentle. The rouge she made was scattered on the dressing table. The red lipstick was exceptionally bright. She used a small piece in a box and casually put it aside. Yuan Xian carefully chose flowers for her. In the end, he chose a red Chinese rose and pressed her hair down. Wei Wei Bai smiled gently at him. "I'll ask him to let you go out of the palace and be a rich and idle young master, okay?" The little emperor stared at her blankly. Her eyes were clean and clear. When she smiled, the charm at the corners of her eyes and the purity in them made one intoxicated. Yuan Xian's face turned pale. "Lu Xinglan won't let me go," and he was halfway through his sentence. He pursed his lips and didn't continue. Was he going to live and watch her be taken away? That feeling was better than death. She said she wanted to accompany him. It was just a beautiful promise. She was willing, but Lu Xinglan wasn't. At that time, he already had no power. How could he compete with Lu Xinglan? But in vain, it made her feel that she was in a difficult position and made her life difficult. He was selfish and cruel all his life. Even when he was about to die, he still wanted to live a good life alone. It would be good if he could live a better life. She had lived a rich life before. He could even die. The little emperor's eyes were filled with unconditional infatuation. Suddenly, the sound of swords clashing sounded outside the palace. The palace gates opened, and the sound of horse hooves sounded so crisp. Even a heavy rain couldn't drown out this sound. Yuan Xian smiled helplessly. Lu Xinglan's horse. Every time he enters the palace, he's so arrogant. I'm used to hearing this. He had lived in Lu Xinglan's shadow since he was young. He could never get what he wanted. If he was talking about hatred, he hated Lu Xinglan the most. He was arrogant and aloof. He said he was helping him guard the Southern Empire, but he didn't put in his eyes at all. Such an official was nothing more than a knife hanging around his neck. Look, didn't he rebel? He won easily. How nice. He didn't have to worry about Lu Xinglan rebelling anymore, because this position was no longer his. Yuan Xian stood up, tidied up his clothes, and was about to walk out. But he saw the old eunuch rolling and crawling in. He trembled and hugged the little emperor's thigh. Your Majesty, the thief came in. Yuan Xian was taken aback, but he was not afraid. He only revealed a trace of smile. He looked at the open door of the sleeping chamber. A slender figure slowly walked in with a long sword in hand. The smell of blood wafted through the air. Wei Wei Bai also looked over. Against the light, the man's black hair was tied up, and he was dressed in a blood-stained military uniform. There were still bloodstains on the tip of his sword that had not been wiped clean. They were wet from the rain, and drops of pink water dripped onto the ground. He was like the Grim Reaper who had just walked out of hell. Lu Xinglan raised her beautiful and cold eyes. Her gaze landed on Yuan Xian. He reached out and wiped his sword as if nothing had happened. Then, he searched the interior of the palace. Not far behind Yuan Xian, a white veil fluttered in the wind. The young girl happened to turn her head and look at him. She was dressed exceptionally well. She wore a gorgeous palace dress. Her eyebrows were bright, and her eyelashes were drooping like the wings of a broken butterfly. All of them were exquisite. All of them were good-looking. Lu Xinglan's hand that was holding the sword loosened. His voice became hoarse. Wei Wei. Wei Wei Bai's gaze landed on the man's face. He actually looked a little haggard. No matter how powerful one was, they had to conquer this country. It was not an easy thing to do. Chapter 2872. His black hair was a little messy, and a few strands fell on his cheeks. His eyes were bloodshot from exhaustion. She lowered her head and gently raised her hand to touch the rose in her hair. People were much more beautiful than flowers. Lu Xinglan held her sword and looked at him coldly for a long time. Suddenly, she took a few steps forward. The little emperor saw that his mood was not right and blocked in front of him with a cold face. Lu Xinglan looked down at him. Her black eyes were cold. She silently raised her foot and kicked Yuan Xian down. Yuan Xian fell heavily to the ground. He only felt a sharp pain in his chest and abdomen. His blood was used up, and his mouth was bitter. Lu Xinglan expressionlessly stepped on his abdomen and crushed it. Her long sword was already on his neck. Do you still remember the first time we met? Lu Xinglan's tone was indifferent, as if she was making small talk. Yuan Xian coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could say anything, Lu Xinglan said calmly, At that time, I was still young. You were even younger than me. I entered the palace and was tortured. Those nannies and palace maids pricked my fingernails with needles. It was painful, but did not leave any traces. And you watched from the side and even laughed and clapped. The Lu family had been loyal for generations. They guarded the people and the country. How prestigious was their prestige? But because they all died in battle, leaving him as an orphan and a vain widow. Outside, he still had the old subordinates of the Lu family to protect him. After entering the palace and being tortured As long as no big traces were left, no one would know. Lu Xinglan still remembered that when she was being tortured, she once heard a eunuch laugh and say, "Many children die young. The wound is not big, but it increases the chances of getting sick. After a few more times, a cold will pass away." No one would know, and no evidence was left behind. In the inner court of the palace, those nannies, palace maids, and eunuchs who were neither men nor women, they left an unusually disgusting impression on him. He even began to feel that every woman gave off a foul smell. Eunuchs smelled even worse. Lu Xinglan's expression was indifferent. Her sword pierced his neck a little. "When I was in pain, you laughed too happily. I was very unhappy. I felt that you were really annoying." In the vicious palace, vicious and rotten flowers were raised. There were also cruel and ruthless children. Yuan Xian was one, and so was Yuanda. But Lu Xinglan didn't hate them. The Lu family existed to protect the southern nation and protect the imperial family. Everyone in the Lu family was the biggest supporter of this country. It was a loyal dog. Even if Lu Xinglan was less loyal, she didn't want to be a dog. However, he had no interest in seizing this position. Yuan Xian also laughed bitterly. "I also think that you're annoying, extremely annoying. Who would like to live in the shadow of another person every day, living in fear every day, and feeling the taste of a dagger hidden under the pillow? Who could understand?" Lu Xinglan looked at him coldly for a while, then suddenly smiled. "You forced me to be where I am today," Yuan Xian shouted. "It was clearly you who had evil intentions and wanted to usurp the throne." The indifference in Lu Xinglan's eyes finally materialized. His voice was low and cold. "No, you stole my woman." The Lu family had guarded this lousy country for a long time and was tired of it. "Who cares?" Yuan Xian was stunned for a moment and felt a chill on his neck. The long sword was about to cut his neck. Lu Xinglan was suddenly stunned. A pair of hands gently hugged his waist. He didn't know when the girl was standing behind him, but her soft body was pressed against his back. The armor was cold, but she was not afraid. Lu Xinglan's fingers trembled, and the long sword cut the little emperor's skin. Blood immediately gushed out. Slash. Chapter 2873. Yuan Xian didn't say anything, only looking at him with a mocking expression. It was as if he was urging Lu Xinglan to take him to kill him. But Lu Xinglan's sword didn't go down a bit. The girl on his back gently stroked the armor in front of his chest. Her voice was low and soft, like water flowing into his ears. "Young master, kill me." These words were said with unusual calmness, as if life and death were just picking a flower and removing a hairpin. Lu Xinglan stared coldly at Yuan Xian for a long time. The girl behind him also quietly hugged his waist with her fingers. Her voice was lazy. "He's good to me. Don't kill him. It's all my fault." Lu Xinglan's dark eyes narrowed. He said coldly, "Is he as good to you as I am?" Wei Wei Bai lowered her eyes and didn't answer. She seemed to be hesitating about something. The two men suddenly froze. It was as if they were waiting for a trial. The girl just quietly leaned against Lu Xinglan's back, full of the fragrance of flowers. Finally, her voice sounded unusually soft, like she was sighing. "Let go of him. Kill him. You won't have a legitimate reason to take the throne. You still need him to write an edict for you to abdicate." Although everyone knew that Lu Xinglan was rebelling, the people also looked forward to the fall of the royal family. Let Lu Xinglan take over. But if there was a set of abdication procedures, at least if Lu Xinglan made a wrong decision when he took the throne in the future, he wouldn't be blamed for seizing the throne and rebelling, especially in a place like the Southern Kingdom. What was more needed was such a hypocritical and righteous procedure. The girl's words were soft, and she had thought everything through. "He can't die, and you can't take me out like this. You can use the propaganda of the Tian Fa royal family to tell the world that you rebelled because you had no choice and not because of me." A trace of ruthlessness appeared in Lu Xinglan's ink-black eyes. His cold voice finally became intense. "I did it for you." He used this country as a stepping stone. Instead, he tiptoed just so that he could reach her. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a while, but she suddenly let go of his waist. Then She took a few steps back and gently leaned to the side. She took out a handkerchief from her sleeve, stood on tiptoe, and reached out to wipe the blood and rainwater off his face. Lu Xinglan was taken aback, but he didn't dodge. The young girl's handkerchief smelled exceptionally good. It was filled with the scent of fresh flowers. She loves flowers. He knew. Lu Xinglan's fingers trembled. She hesitated to cut Yuan Xian's neck with her sword. He didn't care about his reputation. He didn't care about being scolded for causing chaos in the world just because of a woman. He even rebelled and seized the throne. The corners of Lu Xinglan's eyes were a little red, and the blood vessels in her eyes were even more obvious. He even felt wronged, although he tried his best to suppress this cowardly emotion. But when he saw her gently wiping his face, he couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Yuan Xian, that brat is not a good person. Why do you like him? Wei Wei Bai's expression was gentle. After carefully wiping his face, she bent down and gently placed her fingers on the back of his hand. His fingers were unusually nervous because he was too hesitant. Instead, he used too much strength. The back of his hand was the long sword that had killed countless people. But the young girl didn't seem to see it at all. It was like the bloodstains on the sword that couldn't be washed away by the rain. She gently lowered her eyes and carefully wiped the bloodstains on the back of his hand with a handkerchief. She was still like that little maid in his residence. She guarded him with the most gentle attitude, adored him, and worshipped him. Lu Xinglan pursed his lips. His nose was a little sour. His voice trembled. You betrayed me and still came over like this. Do you want to die so much? // Chapter 2874. If he didn't find out about the sachet, if he really entered the palace and faced the furious him. She was so protective of Yuan Xian. Wasn't she afraid that he would hurt her? Wei Wei Bai lowered her head. Her eyes were clear and sweet. She saw a wound on the back of his hand. After wiping it with a handkerchief, she gently blew on it. Young master, you won't. You are my hero. How could you hurt a weak girl? After saying this, she looked up and smiled sweetly. And you saved me before. When we were young, if you didn't stop the northern army at the border, we would have been killed by the northern barbarians. Saying this, her smile was still sweet. So even if young master kills me, this unchaste woman, I am willing. There was no fear of death in her eyes. There was only a pure smile. Very naive. Lu Xinglan looked at her lowered eyes. She pursed her lips and sighed lightly. She said lightly, let go of your finger. Young master, I'll bandage it for you. It was just a small wound. A very small wound. Compared to the serious injuries he had on the battlefield when facing life and death, it was not worth mentioning. But when she said let go of his hand, he couldn't help but let go. The girl's soft fingers held his hand. The soft handkerchief gently wrapped around the back of his hand and tied a knot, wrapping the wound. She said with satisfaction, it's done. And because he let go of the sword in his hand, he switched to the other hand and immediately pointed it at Yuan Xian's neck. Yuan Xian lay on the ground with an uncomfortable expression. When he saw Wei Wei Bai standing beside him, he pursed his lips and reached out to touch her skirt. But he thought of something and shrank back, not daring to touch. He was afraid that Lu Xinglan would take her anger out on her. He didn't have any ability to protect her now. How could he put her in an even more embarrassing situation? Thinking of this, Yuan Xian took a deep breath and suppressed the pain in his chest and abdomen. Then he said, Lu Xinglan, I didn't touch her, not even once. Lu Xinglan lowered her head and looked at the handkerchief in her hand. She didn't expect Yuan Xian to say this. She looked at Yuan Xian coldly. But he said, hearing you say that makes me want to kill you even more. Yuan Xian was confused. Lu Xinglan laughed coldly. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? There aren't many people in the world who are as selfish as you. How much do you like her? You'd rather admit that you're not good than let me misunderstand her. No one was stupid. Yuan Xian dared to say this because he was usually cold to women and had no children in his harem, who wouldn't immediately think of his body. Yuan Xian was expressionless. Don't hurt her. She didn't do anything wrong to you. Lu Xinglan looked at him coldly for a while. Her ink-black eyes were incomparably deep. Suddenly, he threw the sword to the side, then turned around and reached out his hand to hold Wei Wei Bai's waist while his other hand passed under her knees. After lifting her up easily and forcefully, he walked to the table and placed her on it. The dress draped over the edge of the table, as beautiful as a flower in full bloom. Lu Xinglan's fingers tightened around her waist. His grip was so strong that it hurt. He sucked on the tip of her ear with his thin lips, and his breath brushed past her cheek. It was like a vicious threat. It was also like a helpless plea. Don't do this in the future. Wei Wei Bai blinked and was about to say something. Lu Xinglan had already let go of her. He turned around, grabbed Yuan Xian's collar, and dragged him out. Yuan Xian grabbed his collar fiercely and shouted angrily to get some breathing space. Lu Xinglan, you can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. Kill me. Save button. Chapter 2875. Lu Xinglan walked out of the pouring rain expressionlessly. As he dragged Yuan Xian, he said calmly, "Shut up, I want to beat you up now." After saying that, he dragged Yuan Xian out. In the heavy rain, Lu Xinglan did not use a weapon, but he beat Yuan Xian up. Wei Wei Bai watched the show calmly with the system. As a bystander, she had no sincerity to watch the show. Wei Wei Bai said, "I'm really a disaster. The country is in chaos because of my beauty. Men kill each other because of my beauty. I think I should kill myself to apologize to the world." The system chewed on the creamy melon seeds and agreed. The time has been changed. The strategy time is 3 months. Bai Weiwei was very calm. As long as we don't wait until the end of time, there are still benefits. It took 3 months to force the turtle Lu Wugui to rebel. The favorability won't fill up in a short time. Although Lu Xinglan knew that she gave him the prescription, and he did not have good things with the little emperor. But it would be strange if he did not think about the details of her interactions with the little emperor. He did not kill the little emperor just now. It was also because he doubted her feelings for the little emperor. If he killed her, what if she treated a dead person as white moonlight? After all, a living person could not compete with a dead person. It would be best to torture the person she had some feelings for into a dog. She did not like it. Just killing her was in line with Lu Xinglan's calm and sinister personality. That was why he did not kill the little emperor for the time being, but sneaked out to beat him. If he was beaten up miserably, she would not like the little emperor so weak and useless. Lu Xinglan's thoughts were so straightforward. Wei Wei Bai could see it even if she was blind. She heard the little emperor scream in the heavy rain outside the door. She sighed. Yuan Xian is so pitiful. He has to live under Turtle Lu's tyranny and can't resist. Although Yuan Xian was cruel and selfish, as a member of the royal family, he had not done anything good. To kill Lu Xinglan, he led the wolf into the house and cooperated with the North to kill people. It was stupid and bad, but he was still a good child. Those who said that she was pretty were all good kids. As for Turtle Lu, she had the last 2 points of favorability left. If she wasn't sure that she didn't have any feelings for the little emperor, don't even think that he will rise. This man was tolerant, fussy, and coquettish. If she didn't give him any benefits and let him confirm that she really didn't have any improper feelings for the little emperor, his 100 points of favorability wouldn't last for 3 months. Even if it was 300 years later, everyone's corpses would have rotted into bone dregs. Don't even think about Turtle Lu increasing the last 2 points of favorability. In the torrential rain, the Yuan rabbit's screams gradually weakened. But when the palace gates opened, the sound of iron hooves of the army entering could be clearly heard. Wei Wei Bai sat at the table and chatted with the system who was munching on melon seeds. When a familiar sound of footsteps came from outside the door, only then did she adjust her emotions. A trace of forbearance appeared in her eyes, but she did not move. Instead, she sat obediently on the table. It was as if he was waiting for someone. Lu Xinglan was drenched from head to toe in the rain. With his back to the door, he slowly walked over. His entire body was filled with killing intent, and his cold eyes carried a bloodthirsty aura. It was the cruelty and coldness that he had been on the battlefield for a long time during this period of time. He stopped in his tracks, raised his ink-colored eyes, and silently looked at the girl sitting at the table. There seemed to be a trace of worry between her eyebrows. Who was she worried about? Lu Xinglan pursed his lips. The army behind him had already approached the bedroom. Xin Wu took the lead. He waved his hand and asked everyone to dismount. Chapter 2876. The well-trained soldiers dismounted one after another and did not move. No one fought for the wealth of the harem, nor did they touch any of the palace maids. They were like silent mountains, silently waiting for someone's orders. Wei Wei Bai also noticed it. Her bright red lips curled up slightly. "Young master, you can go out. Everyone is waiting for you. I'll go out for a while." After all, if people knew that he snatched this position for a woman, it would not help him in inheriting the throne. It would only make the world think that he was another incapable ruler. Lu Xinglan had just taken the throne and had too many things to do. There was no need to add more trouble like her. Lu Xinglan saw that she did not ask Yuan Xian what was wrong. He heaved a sigh of relief and reached out to wipe the water stains on his face. Then he raised his hand and began to unbuckle his armor. He bent down and threw away the cold short blade that would hurt her and all kinds of small weapons on his body. The heavy armor fell to the ground. The man stepped over these iron armors and came to the table. He lowered his eyes and held her face to kiss her. His body was hot. Even if it was wet, it was still hot. His wet palms were warm. The kiss was filled with a desperate warmth that she could not avoid. Her body trembled. She wanted to avoid it, but she could not. Finally, Lu Xinglan was satisfied and left her for a while. His voice was hoarse by her lips. "Do you think I care about this? You like this country, this position. So what if I steal it and imprison you? Avoid it? Or can you avoid it?" At this point, he laughed softly. There was a desperate ruthlessness in his eyes. "Even if I'm an incapable ruler, you have to be a vixen by his side. You can't leave me." She wanted to escape. Let him be a good emperor without any stains. This kind of thinking was good, but it was easy for her to avoid him. Because in this war, where countless people died, she had no name. She had no responsibility. Let him sit in this cold, high position alone and bear all the good and bad things. It was too easy for her. She did not want to be famous, but he let her be. He wanted to let the whole world know that she was the demoness who brought disaster to the country, the original sin that had bewitched him, Lu Xinglan, into rebelling. Unwilling to let her escape, Lu Xinglan reached out and slid her hand down her thin back. Then, she easily picked her up and walked out. Xin Wu stood at the door. He opened a large oil paper umbrella and held it up, covering Lu Xinglan as she stepped out of the door. It was mainly to cover Wei Wei Bai. They were all men. Why would they be afraid of rain? It was just that girls were too troublesome. Moreover, she was clearly delicate and weak, yet she could still cause chaos in the world. That was even more troublesome. Wei Wei Bai was carried out by him, facing the dense horde of soldiers. There was also a group of old officials who had come to celebrate. The torrential rain was so cold that it splashed onto Wei Wei Bai's ankles, making her flinch. Lu Xinglan lowered her head and seemed to have sensed it. She took a step back so that the umbrella could cover her better. His back was drenched by the rain. The armor was cold, so he took it off before hugging her. The rain was cold. He took a few steps back so that she wouldn't get wet. After all, her body was weak. He couldn't hurt her. Lu Xinglan thawed expressionlessly. Then, he looked at the soldiers coldly. The old officials who had come to carry out the ascension ceremony had just taken out all kinds of documents, jade seals, and court robes. They didn't have time to say anything dignified. However, they saw that Lu Xinglan was carrying a girl in his arms. How could this be? Chapter 2877. Before they could say anything, Lu Xinglan's voice was clear and powerful. It was terrifyingly calm. "I won't say any more nonsense about righteousness. The Lu family has been loyal for generations. In this generation, I am an unfilial son who is ashamed to face my ancestors. I disrespected the royal family and the court. I rebelled and started a war. I was heartless to the people. In the end, I ended up like this because of a woman. I am unjust to all of you." These words were too rebellious. Everyone was stunned, especially those ministers. The little emperor, who was leaning against the pillar in the rain and shivering in pain with a bruised and swollen face, also looked up in a daze. Lu Xinglan stood under the umbrella. His cold face was perfect like an ice sculpture. He was so calm that he didn't have a trace of humanity. He was full of murderous aura, but he carefully turned his body to block the cold rain. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on the girl in his arms. Her soft and beautiful figure and her garnet dress were the most eye-catching color. It flowed down Lu Xinglan's arm. The girl's black hair was like satin. The corners of her charming eyes were pink. The flower between her eyebrows was exquisite. In this dark and heavy rain background, in the darkness surrounded by the army, she was soul-stirringly beautiful. This was the reason why Lu Xinglan rebelled. A woman. Even if it was true, he couldn't say it so directly. What would the people think if they heard? Lu Xinglan had just taken the throne. If his reputation spread like this, wouldn't he be like Yuan Xian, a tyrant and incapable ruler? A few ministers were about to go forward and persuade him. It was up to him to like a woman, but he still had to say it nicely. It was fine even if he said it was for the people. But before they could carry him out, Xian Wu pulled out his sword with one hand. Lu Xinglan's words were as cold as that sword. A new emperor must see blood when he takes the throne. Whoever dares to take a step forward today will be sacrificed to the throne. These words were not said by a tyrant, but by a tyrant. Women brought disaster to the country. Foxy charms troubled the world. Everyone looked at Lu Xinglan in shock. Lu Xinglan lowered his eyes and pursed his lips. After a moment of silence, he finally slowed down his voice. "It's too cold outside. I'll carry you in." He saw her look at him strangely. He seemed to be frightened as well. Lu Xinglan hesitated for a moment before explaining. "This way, you can only stay by my side. Because I'm a tyrant and you're a vixen, you have to bear the consequences of my sins. This is the price you have to pay for leaving me." Actually, he just wanted everyone to know. All he wanted was her. What was this country worth? After declaring his sovereignty over her, he turned around and walked inside. At the same time, he raised his eyes and glanced coldly at Yuan Xian, who was lying by the pillar, half paralyzed. No matter how much affection she had for him, Lu Xinglan wanted to get rid of them one by one. The emperor's bedroom was filled with fresh flowers. Lu Xinglan didn't ask anyone to take them away. She just put her on the bed. Then he began to undress. His clothes were wet. Wei Wei Bai quietly looked up at him, only to see him go out and get a bucket of water to wash up at the door. It was a rough and quick way of washing up. Lu Xinglan walked in dripping wet and casually grabbed a piece of cloth to wipe herself. A eunuch ran over with new clothes. He knew that the palace was going to have a new master. Therefore, everything was done according to the appearance of the new master. Lu Xinglan changed her clothes and told everyone to get lost. The door closed. Wei Wei Bai felt like she was a decoration. From the beginning to the end, his movements were swift and clean, but he didn't look at her, as if he was enduring something. Finally, Lu Xinglan walked over and pushed her down. Then he pulled down the curtain and lay down. The girl curled up on the inside of the bed, feeling a little helpless. He stretched out his long arms, scooped up her soft body, and hugged her. It was a tight hug, like a confining embrace. Then he closed his eyes, which were bloodshot from exhaustion. He didn't say anything and just hugged her like this. Finally, he sighed. "You're finally back." It was no longer an illusion. He finally hugged her. The body that had been holding on for this period of time finally relaxed. Sleepiness hit him. He closed his eyes and hugged the soft body of her to sleep. Half asleep, she seemed to reach out and touch his face. He loosened some of the confinement. She covered him with the blanket again. Lu Xinglan's furrowed brows finally smoothed out. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 99. Chapter 2878. On the day Lu Xinglan ascended the throne, the sky was clear. The civil and military officials knelt inside and outside the main hall. The scene was unusually grand. It was different from the old royal family. The Xian dynasty was in a state of prosperity. The officials with some ambition were rolling up their sleeves and waiting for a big fight. The new emperor was good in every way and strong in every way. The northern country was overjoyed when they heard that the southern country was in chaos. In the end, when they heard that the rebellion had stopped, the winner was Lu Xinglan and the dynasty had changed. The northern country was in mourning. They could only be suppressed by the southern country in the future. If the country was not destroyed, they could only ask for peace. Therefore, the northern country's attendants came to the southern country with a series of conditions to celebrate the establishment of the new dynasty. In addition, they reduced taxes and appeased the people. There was no possibility of the new dynasty being overthrown. From the sound of it, wasn't Lu Xinglan the wise emperor that all the civil and military officials dreamed of? Except the imperial concubine sitting beside Lu Xinglan. It was said that she was going to be promoted to empress directly. But Wei Bai didn't want to be too fast. Lu Xinglan asked someone to let her be the imperial concubine first. After he ascended the throne, he would pick an auspicious day to promote her. Anyway, the entire harem was empty. She was the only one. She could do anything she wanted. And Lu Xinglan said that he wanted to be the incapable ruler of this vixen. He had really done something preposterous. On the day of his ascension, he set up a seat beside the throne. He let her sit at the side and accept the worship of the officials. She wanted the world to immediately know how much she had bewitched the emperor's heart. Let her become completely famous. Lu Xinglan didn't care about this reputation at all. No matter what the officials said, he ignored it. He even fought. Anyway, he said himself that he fought for this position for a woman. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have done it. She had never seen such a willful and reckless emperor. Lu Xinglan used to be such a steady person. He suddenly became muddle-headed. It must be that woman's charm. Wei Bai was bored and sat with Lu Xinglan like a wax statue. The ascension process was long. She felt that Lu Xinglan was a vengeful person. He knew that he was tired, but he still insisted on pulling her. He definitely couldn't bear to see her well. Didn't they see how those civil officials looked at her with grief and indignation? It wasn't easy to go through the process of ascension, but when it came time to worship the heavens, women couldn't go. However, Lu Xinglan was still holding her hand. She didn't want to touch her, and she didn't want to go. He found it tiring. He wanted to pull her along. The two of them were wrestling with each other. Lu Xinglan suddenly turned around and bit her ear, whispering, "If you continue to struggle, I'll carry you and let the heavens see the woman I like." Wei Bai, ever since the rebellion, Lu Xinglan had become more and more shameless. He saw them standing together to worship the heavens and their ancestors. Many civil officials died of heart attacks on the spot. This was simply the behavior of an incapable ruler. However, when he thought about how powerful Lu Xinglan was, he felt that he could only lose his head because he liked a woman. Everything else was pretty good. They had experienced the preposterous royal family of the previous dynasty, and sincerely did not want to go back. Therefore, he could only tolerate Lu Xinglan's actions. He had no choice but to do so. What else could he do? Was it a revolt? Just wait for Lu Xinglan to cut his neck. When they were worshipping, Lu Xinglan pulled her into his arms. He pursed his thin lips slightly, and his dark eyes were deep. They stood high, and below them were countless kneeling ministers. Further away was the bustling palace. There were mountains stretching out, and there was a vast expanse of water. The grandeur was shocking. "Is this landscape beautiful?" The man's low voice gently pressed against her ear. Chapter 2879. Between breaths, he saw that her ears were red. She said awkwardly, "You're too ridiculous." Lu Xinglan smiled, then reached out and touched the flower in her hair. The delicate petals reminded him of the feeling of her lying in his arms last night. His eyes darkened a little. No matter how beautiful it is, it's not as beautiful as you. So his absurdity. It was all her fault. Wei Bai felt that ever since Turtle Lu opened his green turtle shell, he simply went from the path of an incapable ruler to no return. What was worse was that he fainted in front of her, but he didn't faint anywhere else. As a result, those ministers wrote poems to scold her every day. They said that she was so beautiful that she could bring disaster to the country. But they didn't dare to scold Lu Xinglan. Wei Bai said, "Good scolding, scold more, quickly scold." She was scolded like this every day. She felt refreshed. As for the little emperor, he was locked in the dungeon. She wanted to see the little rabbit. After all, it was a good child who said that she was beautiful. Lu Xinglan said with a dark face. Mention it again, and I'll bring his head to you tomorrow. The ruthless side of Tyrant. He was already targeting her, and the favorability was always at 99. He held on tightly to the last point and refused to give it up. More than half of the 3 months passed slowly. Wei Wei Bai lived a life of being scolded by people writing poems every day, being served by a bunch of flattering people, and being doted on by a muddle-headed and ruthless tyrant. If it wasn't for the change of the waiting time, this kind of drunken and shameless life, actually it wasn't bad. The system eating the platinum metal beef jerky silently praised. Life was indeed better. He had grown taller. The Sidewatch was the best person. He wanted to make a monument for the Sidewatch and pray to it every day, haha. Wei Wei Bai didn't have anything to do. Anyway, Lu Xinglan's favorability wouldn't increase. His thoughts were too heavy. The time she entered the palace and made rouge happily with the little emperor was a thorn. It stabbed Lu Xinglan to the point of rebellion. It also stabbed Lu Xinglan to the point that he was still a little wary of her. Even after she became an imperial concubine, she still made rouge every day. Lu Xinglan, on the other hand, began to urge the embroiderers to embroider her empress formal attire. She ignored this. She let the palace maids pick the flowers and let the eunuchs recite the poems that the civil officials scolded her. She loved it when civil officials scolded her about her appearance. After all, every line of the poem said that she was beautiful. If he didn't mention her beauty, he couldn't possibly call her ugly, right? Lu Xinglan had spoiled her enough. If she said that Wei Wei Bai was ugly, wouldn't it make Lu Xinglan even more confused? After all, he doted on an ugly woman to this extent. How shameless! Where was the prestige of a great country? Even if the emperor was muddle-headed, he had to be muddle-headed with reason. Yes, it must be because Foxy was too beautiful. How could such an outstanding His Majesty be bewitched? It was all the fox spirit's fault for being too beautiful. This point of view led to all the words used to scold by Wei Wei. You're too beautiful. You're beautiful without humanity. Beautiful enough to confuse the emperor. Beautiful enough to judge yourself to thank the world. Wei Wei Bai. Ah, I'm so happy to hear that. Reward them all. System. But you're still short of 1 point. Lu Wugui, this point was hard to get. Wei Wei Bai was applying lipstick on her lips. The bright red rouge was smeared on her lips, glossy and bright. She applied some thin powder on her fingers and gently rubbed it on her face. There was no limit to beauty. She reached out and closed the lipstick box. There was still some red powder on her white fingertips. It was bright red. Wei Wei Bai held the hairpin in her hair. Under the hairpin, there were 2 fresh flowers with dew on them. She felt that her days were good, so she was not in a hurry. Transmigration system. Prince Charming, come over here, /transmigration system. Prince Charming, come over here, / transmigration system. Prince Charming, come over here. Transmigration system. Prince Charming, come over here. Transmigration system. Prince Charming, come over here. Chapter 2880. She glanced at the mirror and recited a few lines to herself. The imperial concubine brought disaster to the country and the people because she was too beautiful. Wei Wei Bai stood up slowly. Yes, I remember. Let's go. The system took a bite of the expensive burger. Where are you going? Wei Wei Bai. To work. Aren't we going to earn points? Tomorrow is the time. If we don't, the main mission will fail. After saying that, she grabbed an old palace maid beside her and asked her to lead the way to the dungeon. She had been used to being a tyrant in the harem recently. Lu Xinglan was obedient and put her first. She just didn't earn points. The people in the palace were all snobs. Seeing that she was so favored, how could they disobey her? Moreover, Lu Xinglan forgot to give a strict order that she was not allowed to visit the former emperor. The little emperor didn't have a good life. But the dungeon wasn't a place for torture. He lived in the best cell and cleaned it every day. He wore simple cloth clothes and shoes and ate simple food. There were also a few books to pass the time. Lu Xinglan didn't torture him. He just locked him up and didn't let him out to be an eyesore. What he meant was that they should just kill him. Otherwise, he would raise her. If he tortured the abolished emperor, what if Wei Wei Bai heard that he was very miserable and wanted to protect him? Would she feel pity for Yuan Xian again and think of the days they spent together after Yuan Xian snatched her into the palace? Lu Xinglan never hid his pettiness. He didn't even give Wei Wei by the slightest chance of remembering Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian was living well. He didn't lack food and drink. No one tortured him. He was also clean. He couldn't act pitiful. In any case, he was a wealthy emperor who lived like a prince and had to be waited on for everything. He was thrown into a simple and damned place with no freedom and raised as an ordinary person. It was already considered torture. Lu Xinglan didn't believe that he would be raised for 8 to 10 years. Wei Wei Bai could still think about this little bastard. Yes, he was still disgusted by the news he got when he entered the palace. He was jealous. That was why the little emperor did not die of illness. When Wei Wei Bai arrived at the dungeon, the guards spread out a carpet and hurriedly expressed their apologies. The dungeon has been cleaned, but Imperial Consort, you are a noble. How could you step into this kind of place? Your feet can't be hurt by the cold ground. Who dared to make Wei Wei Bai uncomfortable? He wished he could worship her like a bodhisattva. She was the current emperor's precious treasure, and the entire country was fought for her. Every day, the empty seat next to Lu Xinglan was hers. She was not willing to attend court. Lu Xinglan was also unwilling to take the chair away. This honor and power made Wei Wei Bai a treasure wherever she went. The little emperor sat with a haggard face. He lowered his head and used a small stone to draw flowers on the wall. At first, he didn't notice when Wei Wei Bai was standing outside. No one here was willing to talk to him. After a long time, he stopped talking. Even his attention was scattered. The only thing that comforted him was the painting on the wall. They often planted different flowers. Outside the cell, someone brought a chair for her to sit on. She leaned against the chair and let the person leave. The cell was suddenly empty. Only the emperor and Wei Wei Bai were left. Yuan Xian also only realized later. He turned around in a daze and saw a girl sitting outside the locked cell. She was even more beautiful. Her luxurious clothes could not suppress her beauty at all. A string of 18-colored glaze beads hung on her delicate wrist. The beautiful tassels fell under her sleeves and were on the verge of falling. Her beautiful face was painted with light makeup, and her lips were red and moist. She was so beautiful that it made people feel that she was being served with the most luxurious things. They were all her foils. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com to facilitate your next reading. You can click on it. You can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like. Chapter 2881. Wei Wei Bai looked at him calmly. On the contrary, Yuan Xian was a little anxious. He hurriedly flicked his sleeves, tidied up his appearance, and ran to the door, looking at her foolishly. She also looked at him. Both of them looked a little silly. With great difficulty, the little emperor stammered, "Don't come to see me. What if that guy is unhappy and doesn't treat you well?" In fact, he was very good to her. Everyone in the world knew that Lu Xinglan had lost his mind for a woman. No one could treat her better. Even the little emperor felt that Lu Xinglan's kindness to her was a kind of reckless kindness. No one was allowed to hurt her. No one was allowed to treat her badly. The entire harem was filled with people who Lu Xinglan jumped out to serve her. On the contrary, wherever she went, there was not a single word that was not good to her. She was dressed in splendor, and her eyes were full of wealth. Lu Xinglan raised her too well. The little emperor looked at her eagerly. After she left, he could rely on this memory to be happy for a long time. Wei Wei Bai let him look at her. After a while, only then did she get up from the chair. Hidden in the lavender tassel was a key. She lowered her head and opened the door with the key. Go to Jiangnan and be a rich young master. I bought you real estate, fields, and a sum of money. You have a few loyal servants waiting for you there. The little emperor was still suitable to live like a prince. It was best not to worry about anything. He didn't have to bear too much, and he didn't have to live so violently, restlessly, and so bad. Yuan Xian saw the door open, and his eyes reddened. He immediately snatched her key and threw it away, then closed the door again. Don't worry about me. If I leave, Lu Xinglan will suspect that you like me. Wei Wei Bai heard the system prompt. The tortoise male lead came to catch her in the act. She adjusted her tone, calm and composed. Do you think I don't like you? Yuan Xian was stunned. He looked up at her and into the girl's eyes. Her eyes were very calm, and there was no trace of warmth for him. Even if she said that she wanted to accompany him, she was just pitying him. He smiled and said hoarsely, You don't like her. The only person you like is Lu Xinglan, right? Wei Weibai stood outside the cell. She listened to the little emperor say, You have never had the slightest affection for me. You only pitied me for sitting on the throne. Instead, I used your pity to make you treat me better, that's all. He thought of the days they spent together. He couldn't help but laugh. When I was taking Chinese medicine, you were sitting with me. When I said I wanted a woman, you immediately moved away. You weren't willing to touch me at all, but that's because I've never been in your heart. From the beginning to the end, she rejected his touch. Feeling pity for him and loving him were not the same thing. He understood. The little emperor helplessly touched his somewhat messy hair. You only came to see me because you feel bad. Don't come. The person you love is clearly Lu Xinglan. Live well with him. I'm just a bully who snatched you into the palace. Wei Weibai, the little emperor was very obedient. She was here today to untie the knot in Lu Xinglan's heart. She had never had the slightest bit of love for the little emperor. This had to be admitted by the little emperor. Otherwise, Lu Xinglan would be suspicious if she explained for a long time. Wei Weibai pursed her lips and didn't deny it. She just said lightly, I asked for your plague treatment prescription and promised to accompany you, but I broke my promise. I'll feel more at ease if you go to Jiangnan to live a good life. The little emperor was extremely pitiful. If I go to Jiangnan, I'll never see you again. / at the bottom to record this reading record. Chapter 2882. Locked in the palace dungeon. He could at least hope to hear news about her. He could see the flower she saw. Or she could see him once. Wei Weibai looked at him calmly for a while before sighing. You won't see me in the future if you stay here. This sentence was so faint that he couldn't think of anything else. The little emperor didn't think much about it, and just lowered his head sadly. She said, The door is open. Go out yourself if you want to. Someone will help you. She was now an imperial concubine, so she had her own connections. It was easier for her to do anything when others supported her. After all, who didn't love power and wealth? And she was now synonymous with power and wealth. Then she turned around and walked out. Walking out of the prison door, a slender figure appeared against the light. The man's side profile was exquisite and beautiful, and his eyes were deep and dark. When he saw her, he pursed his lips and frowned. Why did you come to see him? His tone was unusually bad, but there was no trace of anger in his eyes. Wei Weibai knew that he heard their conversation just now. She also knew that the knot in his heart was probably half solved. Lu Xinglan still needed to slowly figure out the rest. Unfortunately, she didn't have time, so she would help him solve the knot in his heart now. She took a few steps forward and didn't say anything. She just smiled at him. The young girl stood under the light with a beautiful smile, but with a sweet and innocent feeling. Her charm was natural, and every word of hers could hook one's heart. Lu Xinglan's eyes froze on her face, and he forgot all the questions. She stretched out her hand, and Lu Xinglan couldn't help but reach out and hold it. Then he let her out. Wei Weibai suddenly said, Let's go to the pavilion to see the scenery. The pavilion was the highest place in the palace, and it was used for bounties. Lu Xinglan stopped in his tracks, then turned around, carried her up, and ran up. His qigong was good, and he soon reached the pavilion. Wei Weibai came out of his arms and sat down tiredly. Behind her was the scenery. She looked sideways and put her fingers on the railing. Then she said softly, I hate this scenery. When Yuan Xian took me into the palace, I wanted to keep my chastity for you. After all, I'm your woman. These words were said calmly. Lu Xinglan recalled that she was indeed unhappy at the beginning, but in the end, her heart softened towards Yuan Xian. He did not say anything. After hearing Yuan Xian's words, his mood still improved quite a bit. Just as he was about to say something, his expression softened. However, he saw Wei Weibai take out a handkerchief and wipe the corner of her mouth. She had applied too much lipstick, and the handkerchief was stained red. It was a bit scary. Wei Weibai looked at the handkerchief and blinked. Then, she looked up with a smile, still on her face. "The color of the rouge is really beautiful, young master." Lu Xinglan was taken aback, and a trace of confusion appeared in her eyes. A strange uneasiness appeared in his heart. However, he saw Wei Wei Bai smile sweetly. "I like to make these rouges. Yuan Xian is watching me too closely. I won't die." Lu Xinglan felt even more uneasy. He took a few steps forward and reached out to touch her. A gust of wind blew over, causing her ink-black hair to flutter lightly. A trace of bright red appeared on her pink and white face. The red of her lips was too beautiful and too unreal. She was still smiling softly. "The day I entered the palace, my reputation was already ruined. I don't deserve to be by your side. The poison in the rouge is just a type of Chinese medicine, but it works with the rouge I make. I apply it every day, and the poison accumulates in my body bit by bit. I thought that when Yuan Xian's beastly nature would erupt, I would take a mouthful of the rouge and die to protect my body." Chapter 2883. These words were said with a smile. She pressed the handkerchief against her lips, but she couldn't wipe away the redness on her lips. She had never been so colorful since she recovered from her illness. "I've never let you down, Lu Xinglan." She smiled sweetly, her fingers resting on the railing, her beautiful face full of happy smiles. "I'm guarding the status you gave me, guarding for one person, guarding for one person's grave." Wei Wei Bai's lips were bright red, and the rouge she applied every day was poisonous. She pursed her lips and smiled lightly, her eyes bright, without the slightest bit of depression before death. Lu Xinglan only felt that everything in front of him was in a trance. The background of the pale sky, the girl was the only color. This strong contrast, it made her more bright and beautiful, but it made this more pale and hazy. He realized that his vision was in a trance, causing this illusion. Intense emotions caused a huge burden on his body. He took 2 steps forward, but he still didn't feel anything. He could only reach out and gently pinch her fingers. Looking at the red rouge on her lips, he whispered, "Wei Wei Bai, don't anger me." She was angry that he didn't understand her during this period of time, and she lied to take revenge on him. His voice softened. "I'm just angry that I didn't have the ability to let Yuan Xian take you away. I'm not angry at you." Wei Wei Bai was still smiling. She reached out and tucked a strand of messy hair on his cheek behind his ear. Gentle as water, but also gentle as poison. "Yuan Xian was jealous of you and harmed you. You're a subject destined to suffer." Her voice was soft, and her eyes were warm. "I don't want you to live under the oppression of the royal family for the rest of your life. I want you to live well, so no one can touch you. That's why I forced you to rebel and fight for this position." Her fingertips gently fell to his chin. Finally, she gently held his face with both hands and pressed her forehead against his. Her breath was soft. "So don't hate me, young master. I just want you to be well. That's why I let you walk on that path that's destined to be filled with blood." Lu Xinglan stared at her blankly for a while. Suddenly, her mind was struck by lightning, and she came to her senses. The lipstick she made was poisonous. No, that was why the rouge was poisonous. She was poisoned. Without any hesitation, he pulled her into his arms and jumped down, the tips of his feet touching the roof tiles. She ran with all her might in the direction of the Imperial Hospital. There were not many doctors in the Imperial Hospital. Because of the rebellion, many doctors ran away to hide in advance. The wind blew across Wei Wei Bai's face, messing up her hair. Wei Wei Bai calmly and elegantly tidied her hair. Lu Xinglan ran very fast. If her hair was messed up, it wouldn't look good. Fortunately, her hair was tied up with many tricks. Even if she were to bungee jump, she would still look extremely good. Even some of the loose strands of hair were specially chosen so that when they fell, they would only add to the natural beauty. She wouldn't have her hair blown all over her face like Sadako's. It was beautiful, but it was also a technical job. The system finally spoke. "Is your rouge poisonous?" Wei Wei Bai said faintly, "Yes, no one knows that I poisoned it." No one knew. The system didn't know either. He had checked the rouge. After all, Wei Wei Bai was in the palace every day. She was also someone who wished for the world to be in chaos. Those women in the harem wouldn't be able to watch her be arrogant. There were some in the harem, but they were too lowly. He checked the clothes, food, drinks, and so on every day. Chapter 2884. You can search Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come to search book www.sashu.com in Baidu to find the S. All of them filtered out a bunch of inexplicable hidden weapons and poisons. So if the rouge was poisonous, why couldn't he detect it? The system was about to raise its doubts. Wei Wei Bai sighed. I haven't poisoned it yet. I just didn't adjust the proportion of lipstick properly, so there was a shade of red, causing it to be unusually red. Coincidentally, Turtle Lou came over, so I thought of a story to fool him and get the last point of affection. System, I forgot about the host's ability to make up stories. The host has the talent of becoming a world-class best-selling author. Damn it, can I still hear a sentence of truth from the host's mouth? Do you have any sincerity? Wei Wei Bai said, hurry up, we're almost at the Imperial Hospital, poison me. The system flipped through the supermarket shelves expressionlessly. I know, I'll poison you now. Then it found a poison similar to the crane's head red. Eating it would cause a slow-acting state of poison. Wei Wei Bai reminded, remember to poison all my rouge. It can be detected, but it's not heavy. The poison can be disguised as a Chinese medicine from this world, change its properties, and mix it with some specific flowers to become a poison. The system nodded calmly. This was its host. She had 0 failures. She wanted to get everything, leaving nothing out. She was simply a mature host. The system sighed and praised her as a poisoner. He could finally retire and become a full-time food broadcaster. That's right, he had recently started a food broadcaster in the system world, and the food in the side menu. It was glittering, and his fans were in the millions. All the losers were kneeling in front of his luxurious 3 meals and 2 midnight snacks. Someone was calling him Tycoon Daddy again. How refreshing. And he could get rewards from the live stream. He felt like he was going to return to being a tycoon again. The poison was administered in time, and the moment she was placed on the recliner, the doctors surrounded her. Wei Wei Bai's face turned ugly. The red faded, and her face was excessively pale, making the lipstick on her lips even redder. Her eyes were half closed as she leaned weakly in Lu Xinglan's arms. His fingers held her hand tightly. The man's body was unusually cold. There was even a slight tremble that could not be controlled. Some people, when extremely nervous and frightened, would suddenly lose their temperature, their hands and feet would become cold, their muscles would become stiff, and they would begin to tremble like crazy. He was afraid. He was very scared. When the doctor saw the expression on Wei Wei Bai's face, he was scared out of his wits. It was obvious that he was poisoned. It was difficult to save him. She poured one bowl of medicine after another into Wei Wei Bai's mouth. She could only drag on with her remaining life. Her eyes were cold and calm. Even when she couldn't take it anymore and spat out the medicine, her expression was still indifferent. It was as if he had been waiting for this day. She said that she had to keep her chastity for a man. He didn't want to live anymore after being snatched into the palace. It was just that he couldn't find a chance to die, so he could only use such minute and terrifying methods day by day to exhaust his life. This was a slow-acting poison. The imperial physicians studied the lipstick and rouge and found that this traditional Chinese medicine was also found in the imperial hospital, and it was very common. Therefore, when Wei Wei Bai picked up the rouge, no one was suspicious. They thought that it was just to add a little fragrance. In the end, when combined with some flowers, it was poison. For so many days, she had used this rouge every day. Even the lipstick was on her lips. Who knew how much she had eaten? This was suicide. There was no saving her. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Chapter 2885. The imperial physicians didn't dare to say. They could only try their best to delay her death. Lu Xinglan didn't ask. He didn't drag these useless imperial physicians out to behead her. His face was unusually pale. It was even paler than the poison Wei Wei Bai. It was even cold. He didn't have any expression. He just quietly stared at Wei Wei Bai. He held her in his arms, fed her medicine, and watched her life slowly fade away in his arms. He seemed to be a little slow and didn't realize that she was about to die. Or maybe he didn't dare to think too deeply. In the end, the imperial physicians really had no choice but to use the most powerful prescription. It wasn't to save her life. It was to relieve Wei Wei Bai's pain. It couldn't be treated. It could only make Wei Wei Bai feel better. A fearless imperial physician knelt down and said to Lu Xinglan, "The poison has entered the imperial consort's internal organs. It's burning and corroding. That kind of intense pain is not something a person can endure. We can only ask for His Majesty's mercy and allow us to let the imperial consort have a safe journey. It would be safe and painless before her death." It was also the best kind of comfort. The imperial physicians thought that Lu Xinglan would kill them in a rage or drag them all out to be beheaded. However, they found that Lu Xinglan didn't say anything. He didn't even look at them. Instead, he looked at Wei Wei Bai from beginning to end. She frowned as if she was really in pain. However, she didn't show too much of a sorry appearance. Lu Xinglan's black eyes were half covered by his eyelashes. They were dead silent and even seemed a little silly. It was Wei Wei Bai who forced a smile and said to the imperial physicians, "You can drug her. I'll bear the consequences." The imperial physicians looked up at Lu Xinglan. They found that the emperor was silly. There was no reaction at all. They could only look at each other and immediately run to get the medicine. Meanwhile, Lu Xinglan finally recovered from his stiff state. His trembling fingers suddenly pressed against her back. A gust of warm, true energy entered her body. Her face turned slightly red, but it was useless. Life was like an hourglass. It couldn't stop flowing away. Wei Wei Bai stretched out her fingertips and gently touched his arm. She tilted her head, her expression serene. "The day you entered the palace, the poison had already entered your bones. You just didn't show any obvious signs of fatigue." Her voice was low and weak, but there was still a trace of pain in it. "I'm just a weak woman. I can only do this to protect my reputation after being kidnapped into the palace." Lu Xinglan suddenly whispered, "Reputation?" It was only then that he reacted. His eyes turned red, and his tone became fierce. "What reputation do I want? I want you. Even if your life is a mess, and you're really with Yuan Xian, just wait for me to snatch you back. That's not what I care about." He was angry. He was so angry that she couldn't keep her heart. She was gentle to him, Yuan Xian. If it was only about the body, no matter how jealous he was, it would not be towards her. He would only hate himself for being incompetent and letting her get hurt. Lu Xinglan's thin lips trembled. His voice was so hoarse that it seemed to be scraped from his throat. "Why do you care? Why?" His fingers nervously began to wipe the rouge from her lips. "You like this, so you're using it to kill yourself." He could not understand. This was a way to die that he could not understand at all. He knew how strict the pedantic etiquette of the Southern Empire was. A woman's chastity was also very important. Women were taught from a young age to be faithful to one person and not to be fickle. But he did not expect that she would care about this. She actually began to commit suicide because she was kidnapped into the palace. Chapter 2886. This was crazy. How could she do this? Was it all for those illusory and unreasonable teachings? Lu Xinglan had never been so angry before. His true qi could not suppress the poison. When his fingertips left her back, he pressed down on the corner of the table beside him and smashed it apart. Wei Wei Bai looked at him blankly. After a moment of silence, she suddenly laughed. "Young master, this has nothing to do with rules. I just want to be faithful to you until the end. Even if I have to use my life, I want to protect my promise to you. How can a woman who is unfaithful to you be worthy of guarding your grave?" She reached out and touched her face weakly. "I poisoned you from the start. Later on, I found out that Yuan Xian did not do anything else to me. You also succeeded in your rebellion, but my poison is incurable." Lu Xinglan looked at her with reddened eyes. It was as though he was looking at an enemy. Wei Wei Bai slowly used her fingers to touch the flowers by her temples. She lowered her eyes and said softly, "I also want to stop. I don't want to die. After all, I have kept my chastity. If I don't touch you, I'll feel guilty. However, I found out that not only is the poison incurable, but if I don't continue to eat, I will suffer the pain of burning my heart every day. My entire body will start to fester. At this point, she paused for a moment before continuing. Although it can let me live longer, what's the point? I love beauty so much that I really don't want to die an ugly death. This was the truth. She died beautifully. She could not live an ugly life. This was the belief that terminal facial cancer patients defended. At this point, Wei Wei Bai turned her body slightly and smiled sweetly. Although the time was short, I was very happy. She snuggled into his embrace gently. After all, I've also caused a lot of trouble. It's good to be pampered by a tyrant. Her voice became faint. It's a pity that good days are always fleeting. You are a hero, not a tyrant. You shouldn't be a fatuous one either. Her words gradually became softer. I worship you, young master. When I was young, I always wanted to meet you and tell you that you are my faith. All the beauty in this world can't compare to you. If I could meet you, even if I only had one day left in my life, I would have profited. She was like a little girl, saying silly things. His voice was extremely weak. His body was abnormally cold. The girl's beautiful face was incomparably pale. His true chi was also useless. He could only hug her with all his strength, hoping that she could stay a little longer. He couldn't even bear to interrupt her. Even if he could barely hear her voice, he could only vaguely hear her say something. That's why you're my best young master, not a fatuous ruler. Lu Xinglan hugged her tightly and finally said in a trembling voice, "Are you stupid? You're really stupid. How could he die for such a ridiculous reason? It was just that he was snatched into the palace. Even if her reputation was tarnished, even if she was with another man, so what? He didn't want to be a hero. He only wanted to be her foolish ruler. How could she let him not fulfill his wish?" Lu Xinglan gritted her teeth and buried her head in her shoulder. Her skin was starting to turn cold, but he acted as if he didn't know. "Don't make me hate you. If you use such a ridiculous reason to leave me, I will hate you." This kind of reason for leaving was too stupid. It wasn't worth it. To protect his body, she had been slowly committing suicide. He didn't admit this sacrifice. He didn't admit it. Ding. The male lead's favorability has increased to 100. The imperial doctor ran over with the medicine bowl, but suddenly stopped. Then his whole body trembled, and the medicine bowl fell to the ground. Everyone in the imperial hospital knelt down almost at the same time. "Your Majesty, my condolences." Lu Xinglan didn't raise her head. She still held her in a stubborn posture, like a child snuggling up to her. She didn't dare to change her posture at all, as if she could stay a little longer like this. Chapter 2887. This time, there was no problem with the space-time tunnel. Wei Wei Bai stayed for a week before leaving. Because the price of the poison bought from the supermarket was detected to be illegally increased, she was punished to refund all the customers who bought the product. The system needed to fill in the product evaluation and refund application form. Then it would be sent to the supermarket to let the supermarket confirm that the customers who used it could get refund. These were all done by the system. The poison had 15 life points, although the system and Wei Wei Bai were calm and felt that this was a small amount of money. But was a small amount of money not money? Was a small amount of life points not life points? Anyway, when waiting for the refund, there was nothing to do in the plane. Wei Wei Bai leisurely turned into a wandering ghost, following behind Lu Xinglan. Lu Xinglan hugged her corpse from morning to night, and from night to the next day. Wei Wei Bai wanted to smash this dog's head. The corpse would rot if she carried it any longer. She didn't want to see herself rot. Ugly. Fortunately, Xian Wu, who was commanding the army at the border, came back. When he came, he seemed to give a perfunctory bow, then got up, walked behind Lu Xinglan, raised his hand, and knocked. Lu Xinglan fainted. Perfect. Wei Wei Bai calmly clapped to the side. This was how it should be. She was already dead. What was wrong with hugging a corpse? If she didn't bury her, she would see her rotten face. She refused to see such a terrible scene. In the future, when the side missions threatened her with disfigurement of her soul every day, she would automatically take the rotten corpse. How big of a shadow would that be? Xian Wu was indeed a perfect general to handle things. From washing clothes, cooking, and cleaning the stable, to leading the army, fighting, and governing, he was perfectly competent. After knocking Lu Xinglan out, he looked at Bai Weiwei's corpse, dressed in fine clothes, quietly lying there with drooping eyes. The girl's face was pink, and her 10 fingers hung weakly from her sleeves. Xan Wu was silent for 3 seconds, then turned to the eunuch beside him and said, "Cover the body with brocade, scatter flowers, open the way for the imperial concubine." And then his tone deepened a bit. "A grand funeral. She will enter the emperor's bedroom in the imperial mausoleum. His Majesty will be buried with her 100 years later." These words were treasonous. His Majesty was not dead yet, but he was already cursing. But Xan Wu's face was indifferent, and he didn't care at all. Then he brushed past Weiwei Bai and expressionlessly picked up the unconscious Lu Xinglan and walked out. Weiwei Bai had no choice but to follow along. Xan Wu was simply a heartwarming little angel. He didn't need to see his rotten face. Furthermore, she was buried with a head full of flowers. She was beautiful even in death. Weiwei Bai was very satisfied. Then she saw Xan Wu kick Lu Xinglan out and pour ice water on her. Clean and quick, one basin after another. The large ice cubes that the eunuchs and palace maids brought in were all crushed by Xan Wu and smashed onto Lu Xinglan's head. This scene was too ruthless. Weiwei Bai ate a piece of chocolate. It was the sole chocolate given by the system. It's good for her to eat. She squatted down and watched as she ate. This was the only inconvenience in this plane. She had to be tied to the target. Even if Lu Xinglan was a corpse, she was still awakened by Xan Wu. He sat up. His bone-chilling eyes were slightly sideways. His face was pale, but his expression was calm. Xan Wu put down the wooden bucket and said, "You're used to the border. You like the cold. You'll feel better if I give you some cold water." Lu Xinglan didn't say anything. His eyes were fixed, and it seemed like they wouldn't move. The blood vessels in his eyes were unusually obvious, adding a bit of ruthlessness and embarrassment to his gaze. You'll see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like. Chapter 2888. He said softly, "I want Yuan Xian to die. It was all his fault. He was the one who made her commit suicide." Xan Wu saw that he had recovered, but the first thing he wanted to do was torture others. This was understandable. After all, if he didn't find something to do, he would be useless. Lu Xinglan was only trying to save himself. He was desperately looking for other things to distract himself from Weiwei Bai's death. Xan Wu narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, "The last thing the Empress did before she died was to arrange a good place for the abolished emperor. You want to go against her last wish." Lu Xinglan lowered his eyes and sat on the ground in a daze. Finally, the corners of his mouth twitched. He revealed an ugly sneer. Then he said hoarsely, "That's good. It's better that he's alive." Xan Wu was speechless when he saw his retarded expression. Lu Xinglan also fell silent. The atmosphere between the two of them was very bad. Weiwei Bai had a calm expression as she ate her chocolate. Finally, Lu Xinglan stood up. He supported himself with one hand on the ground. His whole body was on the verge of collapse, but he still forced himself to stand up. Then he walked forward step by step. He saw the palace maids spread baskets of flowers on the brocade and scattered the rest on the ground. She lay under the brocade, her beautiful face leaning against the flowers. She was exceptionally beautiful. Lu Xinglan looked at her for a long time. Finally, he reached out and picked up a flower. He put it in her hair and touched her face with his fingertips. Her cold skin was cold to his fingers. It was also cold to the heart. Lu Xinglan lowered his eyes and stared at her. After a long time, he slowly got up, as if all his energy had left him. He said weakly, "She loved to be beautiful. It's my fault. I shouldn't have left her for a few days. She should blame me for not burying her in her most beautiful appearance immediately after she died." After saying this, Lu Xinglan smiled. The corners of his mouth were too stiff. In the end, his smile didn't look like it at all. It looked more like he was crying. Finally, he reached out and swept the flowers, burying her face completely under them. "Bury her," he said softly. The next 3 days were a grand funeral. All kinds of ceremonies of the highest standards were held. Lu Xinglan didn't speak. He didn't even cry. After her death, she was also promoted in rank. She was buried as the Empress and entered the imperial mausoleum. After Wei Wei Bai finished the chocolate, she had nothing else to do. She could only hold the system's little toy. A small Rubik's Cube was spinning around. It wasn't fun, but it would kill time. How boring. The world after her death. Also, she was bored. After the burial, Lu Xinglan went to see Yuan Xian. He was still sitting in the cell, drawing flowers. When he saw Lu Xinglan, he didn't say anything. She looked at him a little nervously for a while before going back to drawing. Lu Xinglan didn't have time to pay attention to him. He just calmly asked someone to drag him away. Yuan Xian finally became arrogant. What? You want to kill me? Finally, you can't hold it in anymore. Lu Xinglan, you're just like this. You're showing your wild ambition. Lu Xinglan's expression was indifferent. She didn't even listen to what Yuan Xian said. A carriage stopped at the entrance of a dungeon. A few strong and powerful soldiers stood there. When they saw Yuan Xian being dragged out, the soldiers took a rope and tied him up. They were going to stuff him into the carriage. Yuan Xian saw the carriage and sneered. You're going to transport me out of the palace and kill me. Are you afraid that Wei Wei will see me? The abolished emperor's dungeon was very quiet, because no one dared to speak to him. They were afraid that they would be labeled as the abolished emperor's accomplice. That would be fatal. Therefore, he didn't know that Wei Wei Bai was dead. Lu Xinglan stared at him silently when he was pulled out of the dungeon by the carriage. Chapter 2889. He finally said, "Before I regret it, go to Jiangnan and stay there." She said that she wanted this kid to be a rich idler in Jiangnan. He would let him be. This was her last wish. Lu Xinglan was afraid that he would regret it. He almost reached out and crushed Yuan Xian's neck. At first, Lu Xinglan thought that he wouldn't be able to hold on. Later, he realized that whether he could or couldn't hold on was a luxury, because his heart was empty, as if someone had bitten it off. He felt like he had become a scarecrow. How could a scarecrow have the energy to think about whether he was good or not? He just did some things mechanically and then slept and ate on time. The Northern Kingdom was almost done. Xian Wu also returned to the court and watched over him every day. Lu Xinglan didn't make anyone worry. For the first few days, he slept quietly. Wei Wei Bai also saw that his predecessor had died. He walked out quickly. A week was up. It happened to be late at night. When Lu Xinglan was sleeping, 15 days of life value was successfully refunded. She sat on the chair and watched the man on the bed sleep. His face was unusually pale. Since the day she died, his face had not returned to normal. He also became thin, even if he ate no less than before. But he just started to lose weight uncontrollably. Strangely, the flesh on his face began to decrease. In less than a week, the outline of his face became clearer, and his pair of dark eyes were fierce and sinister. His prestige grew. It made the civil and military officials even more afraid. Wei Wei Bai stared at his sleeping face and yawned herself. She said to the system, "Then let's go." 100 favorability didn't cause too much of an impact on him, so she didn't have any psychological burden. She was most afraid of those who were desperate for love. Although he loved her to 100. But if she died, he could forget her and live well. Wei Wei Bai felt relieved. The system nodded and reached out to carry her. He was now in his youth state. His beautiful red hair had grown a lot and fluttered behind him. A beautiful tang suit floated up as he gently hugged Wei Wei Bai's soul. The passage opened. What greeted him was a breeze of energy. He lowered his eyes, and the color of his eyes began to turn deep red. Red dots of light scattered around him, just as he was about to step into the passageway. Suddenly, she heard the man behind her start to convulse. He did not wake up. Instead, he was having a nightmare. "Wei Wei, don't go, don't leave me." His eyes were tightly shut, and his face was extremely pale. Tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. He was so weak that it was hopeless. He was so hopeless that people felt that it would be better for him to die than to be like this. The system calmly looked back. He hugged the soul in his arms. Then, he lowered his head and stepped into the tunnel without any hesitation. He passed through reincarnation again and again. Time and time again, he had sent her to his side, snatching away his fate and snatching away his lifespan. It maintained her life force and changed her fate. It even allowed her to change her fate of being weak and dying at any time in every reincarnation cycle. This was what the system was doing. At first, the system only wanted to help her fight for a bit of her lifespan. Later on, he wanted to go against the heavens and change his fate. He wanted to change her life. The host's fate was very bad. No matter how she was reincarnated, she would be seriously ill. She would always be seriously ill, and when she met a villain, both her parents would die. She would die a short life and not have a good ending. And Yi Yuxuan was a terrible extreme. She was the child of destiny that the main system paid special attention to in the system world. /full text download. Chapter 2890. He only needed a little bit of luck. If he gave it to her, she could completely change her fate. Let her live a long life. Let her have both good fortune, and let her die a good life. And this small loss of luck had no effect on Yi Yuxuan himself. The divinity in his body would not be shaken at all. But it was too difficult to take away this luck. It could only continuously shake Yi Yuxuan's emotions, desperately destroy his indifference, and use methods that were almost mutual destruction to make him open his heart to the host. Then it would stomp on him a few times. It would make his luck overflow. The system sighed in the end. It did not want to torture Yi Yuxuan like this. It really did not want to torture him like this. It could not open Yi Yuxuan's heart. It could not get any trace of luck. So to say, the host spent so much effort to torture him because he was asking for it. This time, Yi Yuxuan did not follow. The system knew that it was because the length of the plane was different, which caused Yi Yuxuan's soul to wake up at different times. It was rare to be able to carry the host all the way. The system ran forward happily. He felt that he was a male system like the wind. It was good to have long legs. He would not step on his trousers. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Wait, there was no Yi Yuxuan's human soul following him. Then what about the divinity that was guarding the door of reality? The crazy Yi Yuxuan. That guy pinched the host's little doll every day as if he had a grudge. Every time, he would drag the host to his side. If the host went, she would die. He stopped in his tracks. It was better to go back and wait for Yi Yuxuan to wake up before leaving. But before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly felt that it was a little difficult to walk, then he looked down and saw that the red line on his soul was tight again, as if it was being pulled by someone. It could not be. The system's mouth twitched. There was still a long way to go. That crazy golden eye's strength was so great. He slowly took a few steps back, suddenly accelerated, and desperately retreated. But it was too late. His strength could not compare to this terrible pull. In the next moment, the white ball of soul in his arms flew up. The system felt that it could still struggle a little more. He hugged the soul tightly with both hands, but he didn't dare to pull it away. He was afraid that he would injure the host's soul. He finally saw the boundary of reality. At the entrance, a large area of bones had already spread out. A faint golden energy glowed at the border. The system's pupils constricted as it saw an inconceivable phenomenon. The man stood on the white bone, his long hair draped over his shoulders. Deep within his golden eyes, there was an incomparable, deathly stillness. His exquisite face was devoid of any human warmth. There was only a kind of coldness that bordered on holy as it looked at him indifferently. This was the power of a god, the deterrence of a god. The system began to panic. He took a deep breath and felt that he was going to die here today. Because he couldn't beat this big shot. He was even afraid of the human like Yi Yuxuan, not to mention divinity. Just as the system knew that it had no other choice, it decided to take a risk. The pulling force of his soul lessened. He hugged Wei Tuanzi tightly. He saw that the man had lowered his eyes, and his eyes were extremely cold. He raised his hand and passed through the dark boundary. A golden light shone. From the land of bones, he came to the crack of reality. His fair fingers were perfect and flawless. His fingertips were wrapped around the red line. It was unbelievably gorgeous. The system looked at him defensively. It was afraid that he would snatch the ball in its arms. But in the next second, it was stunned. The man's fingertips gently landed on the ball of soul. In the middle of the ball, there was a sleeping girl curled up quietly. She knew nothing. The young man with divinity lowered his eyes indifferently and silently stared at her for a long time. Finally, his fingertips moved slowly. He touched the soul lightly and was extremely careful. It was as if he was touching a precious and fragile treasure. Chapter 2891. The system's body stiffened, not daring to move. It was afraid that the other party's power would tear the host's soul apart. It could only stare at the man in front of it, slowly lowering his head. On his pale face, the golden eyes were still cold. He seemed to be acting instinctively. His slender and beautiful fingers almost passed through the white light to touch the little girl in the middle. The system's pupils suddenly constricted. Its red hair flared up, flames burning. Its eyes turned red, flames igniting in the middle of its pupils. This was a state of desperation for a fight. The white light was the light of Wei Wei Bai's soul. Passing through the light itself was hurting Wei Wei Bai's soul. If this guy's fingers passed through the white light, then it would be a terrible injury to the host. Just as the system was about to retreat at all costs and confront this guy, suddenly, the other party seemed to have realized something. The cold and exquisite puppet fingertips paused. The soft light was as fragile as tofu at his fingertips. It was as if she would shatter with a touch. Too weak, he lowered his long and narrow eyelashes, and a strange fluctuation appeared in his empty eyes. Then he retracted his fingers, silently staring at the fragile soul, as if thinking about how to touch her without hurting her. The system felt that this guy in front of it not only had a problem, but a big problem. He was blocking here to annoy the system and the host. And not just once, but every time. Wasn't it just stealing a little bit of luck? It didn't affect him much. Couldn't he let go of this pair of pitiful old friends? They were already so miserable, treating them as beggars. This man was rich and generous, giving them a single cent to send them away. It was enough for the host to eat and drink for many lifetimes. In the end, they worked so hard to scrape food from him, but did not get a single cent, only a single cent. This big brother was thinking of coming here to annoy them every day. This stinginess knows no bounds. The system despised Yi Yuxuan from the beginning to the end. It tried to take a step back. In the end, the man in front of it, who was as quiet as a god, also slowly took a step forward. Don't tell me you want to follow me to the real world. The system's face was full of, oh, your grandpa. Get away from me. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'm going to risk my life. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he quietly raised his eyes and looked at the endless road behind the system. Then, he lowered his eyes and stared blankly at the soul ball. He seemed to be thinking about something. However, his brain capacity seemed to be insufficient, and he couldn't think of anything. He just stood there, his expression so calm that it was almost frozen. His golden eyes were incomparably desolate. Then, he turned around and walked step by step towards the land of bones. It was a world made of countless bones, filled with endless desolation and death. He sat back down on the throne of bones and quietly lowered his eyes. There was not a trace of emotion on his beautiful face. He supported his cheek with one hand and leaned against the chair while the other hand rested on the chair. In the middle of his finger, there was a golden ring. Below the ring was a knot made of golden energy. Under the knot, a small doll swayed. It was Wei Wei Bai's cute little doll. It was also created by the system for the host. Then, he snatched her away and kept her company. The system didn't care at all that the doll it made was snatched away. It had a lot and even embroidered a portrait of the host and pasted it in the space. At https://www.sashu.com/full text at https://www.sashu.com download text at https://www.sashu.com at https://m.sashu.com/. Chapter 2892. After all, she was its host, and it had to support her. The host said that she was the most beautiful person in the world, although it didn't think so. But to not make the host sad, it embroidered a picture for her and made her stick it in the biggest and most conspicuous place. It told the host that she was the most beautiful host. Sticking her picture on the wall was an affirmation of her beauty. After all, the host was the first one who liked to be praised. In the past, all the hosts would praise them for their strength and ability. To a certain extent, the host was actually very easy to coax. The system happily opened the door to reality and went out. As for why the crazy Yuxuan was going crazy, he was crazy, so it was normal for him to go crazy. After the system stuffed the soul back into the host's body, it sighed faintly, then picked up the pink strawberry brand yogurt and drank it. It was tired. It had to eat more to make up for it. Just as it drank a few mouthfuls of yogurt, it suddenly saw the man lying beside the host and faintly opened his eyes. Yi Yuxuan was back. The system didn't think much and was about to hide, but it found that in the middle of the pair of faintly opened eyes, there was a thick golden light and a strange aura of death. His pair of deathly still eyes slowly moved. When he turned his face, dark strands of hair fell to the side of his face, making his face look even paler. He quietly looked at the girl beside him for a while, then gently lowered his fine eyelashes and finally closed his eyes. From a moment he opened his eyes to the moment he closed them again. It was only a few seconds. The system was stunned for a long time, then stiffly picked up the yogurt and continued drinking. That was divinity awakening. Even if it was only a few seconds, it was very scary, because once the divinity awakened, the human Yuxuan would be swallowed up. At that time, don't talk about the feelings now. Even a memory would be gone. The host wanted to face a divinity, Yi Yuxuan, who was heartless, emotionless, and had no memory of her. When the time came, she would have to fish for favorability points, luck, and life points from this guy. It would become an extremely difficult task, so difficult that it was impossible. What was even more frightening was if humanity was swallowed up. Only the original divine, Yi Yuxuan, was left. Even if he had the power of the system, he would not be able to go against Yi Yuxuan. Don't even talk about attacking his emotional fragments. Those fragments will disappear. All the small worlds collapsed. They would not have any chance to cross over to another plane. The system finished drinking the yogurt and pinched the yogurt box. The host's life points were still too low, although he had lived many more years than before. But after working hard for so long, he couldn't even get a good beginning and a good ending. He was unwilling to accept this. The color of the fireworks in his eyes reappeared. Then, the system opened its palm, and a seal with complicated patterns appeared on its palm. It looked up at Wei Wei Bai's head. The golden feathers fluttered in the wind. The enormous fate roulette had existed since ancient times, and it still looked down upon all living beings. The seal in the system's palm slowly entered between Yi Yuxuan's eyebrows. This was a seal that suppressed the awakening of divinity. This was also the system's most risky struggle. Suddenly, the roulette wheel spun slightly. The golden light of nothingness fell into the seal. The complicated and huge seal patterns began to dissolve. The system watched as more than half of its power was eliminated. Only a small portion of it entered his body. The system looked helpless and wrapped its short arms around its chest. It became small again. Only 3 years left. So much of its power was eliminated by the power of the golden roulette. It didn't know how long it could delay the divinity. Hopefully, everything would go smoothly. Otherwise, it would have to predict the time of the divinity's awakening. Because the divinity without emotions, Yi Yuxuan would automatically take back all of the host's luck. By then, it would really be a waste of effort. The little system suddenly saw Yi Yuxuan's eyelashes tremble again. Damn it again. The man opened his eyes calmly, but looked to the side. He found a girl lying quietly beside him. He looked at her quietly for a while, then reached out and hugged her into his arms. His thin lips kissed her soft face. It was as if he had found the warmth he wanted. He narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, buried his head in her shoulder, and sighed faintly. This sigh was filled with endless loneliness and a sad life. It was like a dream, but it was also real pain. It was all gone. He didn't know if something had gone wrong. This time, he didn't immediately leave that world and catch up with her. Instead, he lived in that world for 20 years. /T. Chapter 2893. The beautiful concubine of the female general. The cold snow covered the city, and the red tiles were covered with frost. The eunuchs carefully used floor heating and various charcoal fires to dry dozens of pots of flowers. Recently, His Majesty's temper had been unusually irritable. Everyone lived until their necks were cold. Although it could be said that since the death of Empress Yuan, this palace had become a dead city. No new people entered, and no palace maid could be promoted. The only thing His Majesty was passionate about was political affairs. They had heard more than once that some bold woman wanted to touch His Majesty and was dragged out to be executed. Later, they found out that His Majesty was disgusted by any woman. There was even a palace maid who couldn't bear this lonely and mediocre life. She actually secretly touched the sleeping His Majesty when she was on night watch. She was kicked out by His Majesty. But that palace maid touched his finger, making him feel disgusted and unable to eat for a few days. Only then did they realize, why was Empress Yuan so respected and favored, and why His Majesty even fought for the country for her. It turned out that His Majesty didn't like the women in this world. They were all untouchable and even disgusted, and the only woman he could get close to had already passed away. The chief eunuch carefully held a pot of peony flowers that bloomed in the cold winter. This peony is good. It's glorious and pleasing. His Majesty will definitely be happy when he sees it. The female official walked over and said calmly, His Majesty still likes flowers that can be made into rouge. If we take those that can be made into rouge, His Majesty will ask for them. The eunuchs immediately brought the flowers over. Those palace maids, under the guidance of the female official, took out small baskets and carefully picked the flowers one by one. His Majesty loved this one, even if it cost money and manpower to grow flowers in winter. They were willing to do so. The officials also felt that it was very normal for His Majesty to have this hobby, and they were happy to see it. The wise emperor that appeared once in 100 years started a new era of prosperity. He didn't have any hobbies, and he just focused on political affairs to the end. Moreover, he burned the midnight oil every day and didn't rest. If such a wise emperor didn't give him some hobbies and let him rest, how could this group of officials have the nerve to rest? They were tired to death. They were really tired to death. It was not a description of a certain state. The palace maids took the flower baskets and stopped outside the bedroom. The eunuchs came to take them. Now, women were not allowed to get close to Her Majesty. Even if they saw her, they would have to salute her from afar. The eunuch placed the flowers on the table. The row of flowers looked exceptionally lovely in the middle of winter. Inside the bedroom, there was a wall of shelves on which beautiful boxes were placed. They all hid rouge. When the eunuchs heard the sound of the emperor returning to the palace, they immediately went out to pay their respects. In the heavy snow, Xian Wu held an oil paper umbrella and stood behind the man expressionlessly. Lu Xinglan's expression was indifferent. He wore a black cloak, and time had not left many traces on his face. It was just that there were some sparse white hairs hidden in his hair. 10 years of time had made him even calmer, more reserved and colder. Xian Wu looked up and saw the few strands of white hair in his hair. He was silent for a moment, but he couldn't say anything to advise him. This white hair was still too young for Lu Xinglan's age. But when she thought about how he had been living with the mentality of torturing himself to death all these years, she couldn't help but think about it. He also felt that this white hair was too little. If his body were to torment him like this, not to mention white hair, his corpse would have been buried in a grave. Lu Xinglan had been at the border in his early years, and his body had been tempered to toughness. To make it easier for you to read next time, you can click. Chapter 2894. This toughness made his body very strong. He could not easily torture himself to death. When he entered the bedroom, he saw a row of flower baskets on the table. Lu Xinglan's indifferent eyes finally showed a trace of fluctuation. He came to the table and reached out to untie his cloak. Xian Wu, who had just walked in after putting away his umbrella, naturally reached out to take his clothes and put them on the shelf at the side. After putting away the clothes, Xian Wu went to make tea. The emperor's bedroom was cold. Places where flowers were kept were much more comfortable than here. This place was cold and cheerless all year round. In winter, they were not allowed to heat the floor. There were charcoal fires. When Xin Wu came in, he did not take off his outer robe because it was too cold. It was snowing outside, and the windows were open. When he looked up, he could see the red walls and green tiles painted with snow. It was very beautiful. It was just fucking cold. And Lu Xinglan, who took off his outer robe, was wearing a white robe with a light golden belt with exquisite dragon patterns. The harem was too lonely. Even the embroiderers and weavers were too salty. There were few people in the harem, and there were no female masters. Who could they serve? They could only do their best to embroider on Lu Xinglan's clothes and make them look as exquisite and beautiful as possible. They were all just passing time. Lu Xinglan sat by the window and reached out to hold the window higher. The snow outside immediately flew in. He did not look cold at all. He lowered his eyes and began to make rouge. The red flower juice was finally ground out. Xin Wu was expressionless. He was used to this. He put a cup of hot tea beside Lu Xinglan, then made himself another cup to drink. Drink it while it was hot. Cold tea hurt the stomach. He was now at the age where he needed to maintain his health. Xin Wu took a sip of tea and said calmly as if he had thought of something, "The crippled emperor is dead. After 10 years, he finally died." Lu Xinglan was unmoved. His beautiful fingertips touched the flower juice and stained a trace of red on his nails. Xin Wu, after eating poisonous rouge for 10 years, slowly torturing yourself to death is also a kind of ability. The crippled emperor, who was sent to Jiangnan, finally found out one day that the girl he had snatched committed suicide with rouge. It was said that the crippled emperor collapsed that day and vomited blood until everyone thought that he could not be saved. After that, he struggled for several months before barely recovering. Xin Wu had been paying attention to Waste Emperor. He was waiting for him to go against Lu Xinglan and find something for her to do, so that he could relieve his depressed state of being a dead person. In the end, the Waste Emperor started to make rouge and ate it bit by bit. The rouge was poisonous and had been put there on purpose. Not much, just a little. It was like a young girl applying rouge to her lips. The Waste Emperor also started to put on makeup, using a lot of lipstick. She was even putting a flower in her hair. However, he was wearing a man's robe, which was neither fish nor fowl, as if he had gone mad. Wasn't that crazy? Xin Wu thought that he was enduring hardships to gain some courage. He wanted to play the fool and quietly accumulate his strength so that he could regain the throne. But he saw that he had been crazy the whole time. He was so stupid that he received the news of his death yesterday. Lu Xinglan filtered the flower juice, her eyes incomparably cold. Then he glanced sideways and looked at Xin Wu coldly. He died quickly and easily. He was willing to let Yuan Xin live. He just didn't want to let him off too easily. Why should he stay in this world without her? The girl he loved was gone. He was the culprit because he made her commit suicide. And Yuan Xin was that accomplice because he made her have suicidal thoughts. Both of them would die a horrible death. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of her loneliness lying alone in the mausoleum? The Waste Emperor's death was just a sentence. // Chapter 2895. Lu Xinglan lowered her head and continued to make the rouge. This was the only thing she liked. After Xin Wu finished his tea and put down the cup, he picked up Lu Xinglan's cup of cold tea and splashed it out of the window. Then Xin Wu made another cup of hot tea and continued to put it beside Lu Xinglan. He made sure that the tea was hot before he drank it. Over the years, the matters at the border had been settled. The Northern Kingdom had also been destroyed. Everything in the Northern Kingdom had been settled and tasks had been assigned in an orderly manner. To Lu Xinglan, these achievements and great deeds were nothing more than political affairs. It seemed that over the years, nothing could move Lu Xinglan and make him smile. Xin Wu looked up at the bedroom. It was empty and cold. White snow flew in from the window. It landed on Lu Xinglan's hair. The snowy color made his features even more exquisite and cold, but also more lonely. Xin Wu stood silently at the side and would occasionally talk about some political affairs. It was mixed with some humorous jokes. This was the result of practice. After all, Lu Xinglan had not laughed for too long. It was a pity that he did not have a talent for humor. After so many years, There was no joke that could make Lu Xinglan laugh. Lu Xinglan put the red rouge on a piece of paper, carefully wrapped it, and put it back into the box of rouge. Then he picked up the teacup and took a sip slowly. It was hot. He looked at the snow outside the window and suddenly said, "The Crown Prince is already qualified for this position." 10 years ago, he gathered all the distant branches of the Lu family on a certain day. Most of the nearby branches of the Lu family were dead. There were no children of suitable age. Therefore, the best way was to choose from the distant branches. Lu Xinglan used some testing methods and chose an 8-year-old child. Over the years, apart from dealing with political affairs, he spent some of his time on nurturing this child. 10 years wasn't enough time for an 18-year-old child to become an emperor who could open up new territories. But it was enough to guard this country. Xin Wu was a little stunned when he heard his words. "You plan to give up this position? This position of guarding the country, guarding the people, and being regarded as a god?" Lu Xinglan's cold eyes were lonely. He glanced sideways at the rouge on the wall. Suddenly, he smiled faintly, because it had been too long since he smiled. The corners of his mouth stiffened. "I'm tired." It was a faint sentence, and there was not much pain in it. But it gave people a kind of indifference that was so deep that it hurt to the bone. Xin Wu looked at him in silence. His eyes suddenly turned a little red. He sighed, but couldn't say anything. Lu Xinglan lowered her eyes and rubbed the teacup with her fingers, feeling the little bit of warmth that warmed her cold fingertips. She wanted me to be a hero, so I did. He only wanted to be her hero, but she didn't. She said that if he hadn't been so powerful as to protect this country, she would have died a long time ago, and she would not have met him. So what she liked was his heroic side. Lu Xinglan put down the teacup and leaned against the chair tiredly. Her eyes were half covered with indifference. "I want to leave." Xin Wu did not say anything. He saw Wei Xiaobao looking out the window with a calm expression. Heavy snow flew in and landed all over Lu Xinglan. This place was too cold. It was too lonely. Xin Wu felt that it was fine. That was good. After enduring for 10 years, it was time for him to rest. He was too tired. Abdication, the succession of a new emperor, everything was logical. Under Lu Xinglan's pressure, no one dared to refute any of his decisions. On the day of a new emperor's succession, the bell rang incessantly. The civil and military officials' celebratory voices were unusually lively. // Chapter 2896. At the palace gate, a man carrying a bag walked out unhurriedly. Xin Wu held an oil paper umbrella and waited at the door. Snowflakes fell on the man. He saw Xin Wu. "Go back." Xin Wu was silent for a moment, but he smiled. "I'm tired too." He was such a high-ranking official. He had done so many big things. He was tired. The man looked at him indifferently and then said calmly, "Follow me. I won't give you food." Xin Wu walked behind him unhurriedly and held the oil paper umbrella over his head. He walked all the way. He followed all the way. Lu Xinglan's ultimate goal was the empty, newly built emperor tomb. He built a small thatched house not far from his emperor tomb. He guarded her in the tomb. She said, "Young master, I'll guard your tomb after you die." But she didn't say what to do if she died early. Perhaps at that time, she felt that she was a few years younger than him. Lu Xinglan sat in front of the tomb and quietly took out the rouge she made. "Do you like it?" The reply was endless silence. Lu Xinglan didn't care. Instead, he began to burn joss paper for her. The snow pressed down on the city, pressed down on him, and coldly burned the fingers of the joss paper. She was dead. He also guarded her tomb, burned joss paper for her, and thought of her. It was slow, but also seemed to be fast. He guarded for 10 years. One day, Xin Wu came back with a food box. He saw Lu Xinglan lying on the chair with a calm expression, as if she was asleep. Xin Wu looked at her for a while before putting down the food box. "What kind of coffin do you like? I'll pick it for you." Xin Wu said to Lu Xinglan. Lu Xinglan didn't say anything. Xin Wu sighed in understanding. It was good. He had guarded the tomb for so long. He was tired. It was time to look for her. When they came to guard the tomb, it was snowing in the city. And when Lu Xinglan went to look for her, it was the summer heat. It was the season to meet her. The lake was full of lotus flowers. The girl was in the lotus flower field, smiling sweetly and beautiful. Yi Yuxuan quietly buried his face in her hair, feeling the trembling of her pulse and the young girl's fresh breath. The loneliness was slowly dispelled. She had been guarding the promise of her favorite hero for 10 years. 10 years of guarding a lonely grave. 10 years of life and death. Looking back, the road was full of loneliness. Fortunately, he was back. Yi Yuxuan closed her eyes and whispered, Wei Wei. Wei Wei Bai, what's wrong? Yi Yuxuan, after a moment of silence, he released her slightly and raised his eyes to look up. He saw Bai Weiwei open her eyes and calmly look at him. Yi Yuxuan slowly blinked and said softly, Are you hungry? He had slept for 3 days, even though he had been injected with nutrition injections. But his stomach was empty. In this state of deep sleep, her body was actually very weak. But every time she woke up, she could feel that her body was in a much better condition. In fact, Wei Wei Bai was not very hungry. After all, she did not feel hungry when her stomach was too empty. But she should be hungry. Thinking of Yi Yuxuan's cooking, Wei Wei Bai really wanted to touch the corner of her mouth, afraid that her saliva would be discovered. Yi Yuxuan got up and pulled the blanket down for her. Don't get up yet. You slept for too long and need to let your body adapt. Wei Wei Bai felt that her body was as strong as an ox. But she still nodded obediently. Yi Yuxuan got out of bed and casually grabbed a coat and put on himself. Bai Changyan and Qin Xiu should be coming. Once the 3 days were up, the two of them would definitely appear. Qin Xiu would bring a nurse and medical equipment to the house once a day. When he was asleep, it was intermittent, so he would wake up at a fixed time and fall asleep again. This feeling was very mysterious. It was like knowing that you were still in that world, but your body automatically woke up to do things in this world. The two sides were unrelated to each other. Yi Yuxuan went to wash up first. Just as he was wiping his face, he suddenly paused. Then he slowly raised his head, and a little gold appeared in his black eyes. An unusually strange and deathly gold. This was that person's eyes. Yi Yuxuan looked at it indifferently and blinked. But he saw the gold flash and disappear again. He slowly lowered his eyes and was silent for a moment. Then he put down the towel and went to cook. Wei Wei was hungry. Chapter 2897. When Yi Yuxuan was cooking, Qin Xiu and Bai Changyan happily came to the door. They came with a pile of vegetables and snacks. In the kitchen, 2 cooking Andes were washing vegetables. The man who was cooking rolled up his white sleeves, exposing his fingers, and was seriously cutting vegetables. He glanced indifferently at his father-in-law, his future father-in-law, and Wei Wei's attending doctor. Then he slanted his eyes and pursed his thin lips. Obviously, there was not much expression, but it made people feel unusually scared. Sure enough, Qin Xiu, who was carrying snacks, and Bai Changyan, who was carrying vegetables, paused for a moment, like a quail meeting a tiger. They felt like they would die if they moved. Then the two put things on the table and automatically took out the snacks. With a miserable expression, they threw a big bag of chips into the trash can. Yi Yuxuan cut the radish, picked up the lid, and threw it into the pork rib soup. The soup gurgled and clouded his eyes. It was cold and impersonal. Qin Xiu immediately understood. He glanced at Bai Changyan, who also understood. Then he threw a bag of chocolate biscuits into the trash can. Yi Yuxuan took out a knife and began to cut the meat. The tip of the knife slowly cut the beef with a fierce and terrible momentum. The two flattened their mouths and reluctantly threw a bag of candies into the trash can. Thump! The knife was used a little too much, and the beef was cut in half. Yi Yuxuan expressionlessly picked up the knife and looked at it. The two finally threw the whole bag of snacks into the trash can. Then they saw Yi Yuxuan's expression soften a little. Wei Wei Bai had already washed up, wearing home clothes and cotton slippers, and came to the kitchen door. A group of people did not let her enter the kitchen. She did not feel anything and stood at the door. She crossed her arms and poked her head in. She saw Yi Yuxuan expressionlessly kick the trash can. The lid of the trash can was closed. He didn't know how much rubbish he had thrown in, but the lid was still half closed, and it looked like it couldn't be closed. Then she saw the idiot duo, no, the family duo, old father, He was a distant relative of Yi Yuxuan. Yi Yuxuan's relatives were also her relatives. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai slowly raised her hand and bent her fingers as a greeting gesture. "Hello, are you here for dinner?" The two relatives turned their heads at the same time. Their eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. Wei Wei Bai, it was just a greeting. Why did he have such an expression? Then Bai Changyan smiled and immediately walked over. "Wei Wei, you're awake. How are you feeling?" Qin Xiu immediately squeezed in and wanted to escape from the kitchen immediately. "Come, let me examine you." Wei Wei Bai calmly raised her hand and stopped the two strangely passionate guys from approaching her. Why did he feel like he was up to no good? She tiptoed and glanced at the man who was seriously cooking. The man, who had always been indifferent and inhuman, was standing in a pile of pots and pans, wearing a homely apron. The smoke from the fire dyed his beautiful eyelashes. He looked up and met her peeking eyes. The man's indifferent eyes suddenly had a soft and warm color. He pursed his lips and smiled. It was just a smile that was almost impossible to see at the corner of his lips. But it was so good-looking that it made Wei Wei Bai stunned. She tiptoed and slowly returned to the ground. Then, she reached out and rubbed her face, trying to make her face not so hot. This was against the rules. The inhuman man had a bit more of a soft humanity. It was simply killing her. And Chapter 2898. She turned around and walked away, afraid that she would pounce on him. She had come back so many times, and every time. What should she do? She liked him more. Wei Wei Bai looked up seriously and stared at the lights on the ceiling. If this went on, she would die young. She didn't want to transmigrate. She didn't want to conquer him. She just wanted to be sick of him and be his little wife. She didn't want to go anywhere. Then she would die a shorter life than him. A perfect life. She was so happy. She talked to the system about this idea. The system was silent for a while before saying, "What about him?" Bai Weiwei finally reacted to the meaning of this sentence. She pursed her lips. Well, that's true. She didn't think about it carefully. When she first met Yi Yuxuan, he had a robot personality. But now, because she kept clinging to him, he started to soften and have feelings for her. If she lived a short life, what would she do if she kept him? Wei Wei Bai turned on the TV. Her eyes wandered a little, and then she stared at the colorful scenes for a while. Then she said to the system faintly, "Then let's continue. I want to live a long life." In this world, there were only a few people who lived a long life. Yi Yuxuan might not be able to live 100 years without worries. When she was 100 years old, she would die later than him. Then he wouldn't feel bad. Wei Wei Bai pulled the pillow and thought seriously. Then she asked, "How much is my life?" The system flipped. Well, 15500, and it's still rising. It will reach 16,000 after one night. 16,000 was the limit. If she didn't transmigrate, she could only stop at this place. To accommodate the blessings, luck, and life, they all needed the connection between the host and Yi Yuxuan to maintain. If she didn't transmigrate, she and Yi Yuxuan wouldn't have a continuous connection. He wouldn't be able to forcefully rob more luck. He could only watch as Yi Yuxuan's powerful gravitational force of providence began to take away Wei Wei Bai's providence again. After all, he had to take away someone else's fate and life. It was taboo to begin with. How could it be that easy? Of course, the system did not mention this. Instead, it simply said, if you're really tired, then rest. Your lifespan now has about 40 more years. To her, he was indeed a little short-lived. But these 40 years of life were all healthy. She would never be in a situation where a small cold could kill her. His heart disease would not recur. The prerequisite was that she had to leave Yi Yuxuan. Wei Wei Bai rested her chin on the pillow and stared at the television as she said, I can't bear to. I'm still a short-lived ghost. I can't win against Yi Yuxuan in life. In the future, I'll happily leave him behind, but he won't feel good. Back in the real world, all her emotions returned. In addition, she hadn't been able to return in time for the past few times. When she saw the men in the plane, she was also touched. The earlier she died, the happier she would be. Wei Wei Bai muttered, and if I die early, what will I do if he takes a fancy to another little vixen? A person like Yi Yuxuan was still handsome even when he was old. and his family background and accumulated wealth. There were many little vixens chasing after him. Wei Wei Bai smiled coldly. If I don't die, I'll wait until he dies. If he dares to look at other little vixens, I'll kill him. System, you're afraid of all kinds of things. You're just afraid that the male lead will have a long life and have more little vixens. This was very host. Yi Yuxuan wiped his hands and came out. He saw Wei Wei Bai nestled on the sofa, hugging a cushion and waiting for food. He paused in his footsteps and suddenly walked over. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. Chapter 2899. It was a casual and natural kiss. His tone was a little intimate. Let's eat. In those worlds, countless vicissitudes and heaviness were turned into this faint sentence. He still felt that he was lucky, even if he had to endure the pain of being cut into pieces. But he could meet her, kiss her. Yi Yuxuan didn't understand what happiness felt like before, but after meeting her, he knew. The meal was sumptuous. At the dinner table, the two relatives watched the dog food flying. Wei Wei Bai, Xian, eat more. Here, I'll give you a piece of rib. Yi Yuxuan calmly gave her a piece of beef. Bai Changyan ate the rice and watched sadly. He watched. The piece of chicken he liked was given by his daughter to the man who stared at him and threw snacks at him. If Yi Yuxuan hadn't been raped by his daughter, he really didn't want this kind of son-in-law. His aura was too strong, and his ability was too awesome. It was good that he was good to his daughter. If he met any true love in the future, it was not appropriate to deal with them. But when he thought of the mess in his company, well, a son-in-law was still good. At least his workability was really very good. Suddenly, a piece of vegetable appeared in Bai Changyan's bowl. Qin Xiu said, "Eat more, in-law." Bai Changyan also gave him a piece of potato. That's right. Potatoes are filling and can save supper. In fact, they were eating dog food. They were also full, but they still ate and pretended that they didn't eat dog food. After dinner, Qin Xiu took out a red packet. It's almost the new year. I'm going on a business trip recently. There's a surgery waiting for me. I'm afraid that when I come back, I won't be able to make it to the new year. Give me the red packet first. There were still a few days before New Year's Eve. Yi Yuxuan focused on Wei Wei Bai's illness. He went to the company less. He went out less. He didn't feel anything about the new year. The only thing that made his mood fluctuate a little was that some time ago, the company's employees went home on holiday. It led to a lot of trivial matters in the company. He also dealt with some of them. The senior management didn't go on holiday and still worked hard in the company. The salary was too high. It wouldn't make sense if he didn't sell his life. After Yi Yuxuan finished dealing with some trivial matters, she felt that it was too time-consuming, so she doubled the year-end bonus for the higher-ups. And then things would multiply. Yi Yuxuan looked at Qin Xiu's red envelope indifferently and then took it. There were two of them. Qin Xiu, one for Wei Wei. Bai Changyan didn't prepare a red packet since he didn't need to go on a business trip. Now that he had Yi Yuxuan, all he had to do was take care of his health. Therefore, it was the same to wait until the new year to give him a red packet. Yi Yuxuan was expressionless. She just said, "If it's dangerous, make a call." He asked Qin Xiu to be Wei Wei Bai's doctor. Most people did not dare to let Qin Xiu perform the operation, because no one had the ability to surpass him. Those who could make him relent and perform the surgery were not small fries. Qin Xiu smiled. "It's okay, I'll be back soon." He knew that it wouldn't be a problem for him. Yi Yuxuan looked at them coldly and opened the door. "Okay, take care." Qin Xiu and Bai Changyan, then they stood at the door. The door was slammed shut again. This kind of strength was not like Yi Yuxuan's indifferent temperament at all. Finally, Qin Xiu confirmed to Bai Changyan, "Yes, he just hates it when we disturb his relationship." Bai Changyan, "Blame it on my daughter's charm." Qin Xiu. He suddenly knew where Wei Wei Bai's narcissistic attribute came from. Yi Yuxuan was just about to walk away from the door. / collections below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 2900. But the doorbell rang. Bai Changyan and Qin Xiu had keys, so they rarely rang the doorbell. He turned around and opened the door again. It was the company's staff. They brought a box. After Yi Yuxuan took it, he closed the door and walked to the living room. Wei Wei Bai was playing a game. The little game from last time had not been uninstalled yet. Her current level was enough to make a bunch of girls chase after her and shout to be part of her harem group. That was the effect of spending money. Her transvestite account made her feel like a big boss. Yi Yuxuan put the box on the table and looked up at the screen of her playing the game. Then he looked away and did not say anything. Although there were still a bunch of girls shouting to marry Wei Wei Bai's transvestite account. But she did not agree to any of them. She was even stingy and did not buy clothes for others. Yi Yuxuan knew that if she wanted to buy something now, she would buy it for his account. He was not interested in this kind of game. But if Wei Wei Bai liked to play, he needed to be online often to keep an eye on her, so that she would not buy skin for others. Yi Yuxuan opened the ribbon of the box. When he was about to open the box, he suddenly paused. His voice was calm. Remember last time I took you to that small shop at the entrance of the alley to drink tea? Wei Wei Bai was confused. She held her phone and shook her head. When did this happen? It seemed like a long time ago. No, not long ago. In reality, it had only been half a year or how many months. It was a clothing store, and the boss was a custom-made designer. It was a small shop by the roadside. The atmosphere was good. He took her to customize the engagement dress. Although at that time, she was thinking of breaking off the marriage with him, so she did not care about this. Yi Yuxuan saw that she had come back to her senses. He lowered his eyes slightly and stared at the box for a while before slowly opening it. His voice was calm. You didn't want the engagement dress, so I asked him to modify it and customize a cheongsam for you. Girls like this kind of dress. Wei Wei Bai glanced at the box. Inside, a cheongsam was arranged neatly. The light blue gradient silk material had a warm luster. Compared to the best seed material, mutton fat jade, it gave off a moist feeling. This is a fine piece of cloth. Yi Yuxuan reached out and picked up the clothes. Her movements were unusually calm. He didn't seem to think that there was any meaning in a man giving clothes to a woman. The cheongsam was not a very traditional style, but had a little more design. On the front piece of cloth, there was an elegant floral pattern that was extremely elegant. Even under the light was a matte. The elegance of a woman was reflected in this dress. Yi Yuxuan's voice softened. In the future, if you want to get engaged, I'll take you there. Wei Wei Bai looked left and right. Then she touched her chin as if she was thinking about something. Yi Yuxuan glanced at her, but didn't say anything. He didn't even ask her. Like it or not, she had never wronged herself. If she didn't like it, he didn't need to ask. She would just throw it away and not pretend to like it for any other reason. So when Wei Wei Bai got up, picked up the cheongsam and said, I'll wear it for you. Yi Yuxuan looked at her quietly. He seemed to be looking at the expression on her face, wondering if she had any bad ideas. Wei Wei Bai put the cheongsam on her arm and walked towards the room. As she walked, she said, This dress is of good quality. If it fits, hide it for me to wear. Yi Yuxuan watched her walk into the room and close the door. But it wasn't locked. He stood there silently for a while. Suddenly, he heard the door half open. A soft and white wrist reached out and shook gently. Xian Xian. She was behind the door, her voice soft and seductive. I can't zip it up. Come over and help me. Cheongsam, does it have a zipper? Yi Yuxuan was silent for a while. His eyes deepened. Finally, he walked forward slowly. He opened the door and walked in. // Chapter 2901. The cheongsam fit her very well. The delicate fabric made the light colors look beautiful, as if they had come to life. The luster of the silk flowed on the colors. There was no zipper, only a toggle. Wei Wei Bai sat in the room on the table with some decorations and ancient books. She stepped lightly on the chair with the tip of her foot. Her delicate and fair calves were faintly discernible at the slit of the cheongsam. She had a calm expression on her face as she reached out to stroke her long hair. When she saw Yi Yuxuan walk in, her eyes moved and her lips curled up slightly. Her tone was still casual and calm. Xian Xian, look at my zipper. Isn't it a little difficult to pull it off? As Wei Wei Bai spoke, she pulled at her collar very naturally. A toggle popped out, revealing half of her shoulder. Yi Yuxuan's footsteps stiffened. His eyes fell on the delicate white skin that was half hidden under her collar. Then his breathing became heavier, as if he was suppressing something. He reached out and tugged at his collar. He didn't correct her. There was no zipper. She had always been able to make things sound like they were true. In so many worlds, her lying skills were simply making him want to die. Yi Yuxuan exhaled lightly. Then he walked over. There was a hint of hoarseness in his calm voice. Turn around. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips slightly. Her charm was natural. She twirled a strand of her long hair with her fingers. The ends of her eyes were slightly raised. When her gaze fell on him, it was like a small hook that made the person who was being looked at feel numb. Turn around for what? Yi Yuxuan was silent for a moment. Finally, he shifted his gaze away and landed on the table where she was sitting. She was sitting on two casually folded ancient books. He would occasionally flip through these books. Most of them were left there because if he flipped through them too much, the ancient books would fall apart. The books were not easy to repair. He read them once and remembered them, so he threw them away and didn't care. He silently went through the contents of these ancient books in his heart. After that, he confirmed that he had calmed down and looked up at Wei Wei Bai. However, she had already turned her body sideways. Her cheongsam was silky smooth, accentuating her beautiful slender waist. And under that slender waist, that cough, Yi Yuxuan immediately raised his head slightly and calmly shifted his gaze away again. Deliberately sitting like this was simply testing the limits of his patience. Fortunately, he had just returned from that world, and his character had been tainted with some patience. He did not do anything that would make him lose his composure. His breath started to heat up. He could no longer suppress the hoarseness in his voice as he said softly, "Where is the zipper?" There was no zipper on the back of the cheongsam. Wei Wei Bai rolled her eyes and said softly, "Who knows? Why don't you take a look at me?" Yi Yuxuan's eyes began to turn obscure and deep. He couldn't put his fingertips properly. He began to tug at his sleeves and touch his watch. Don't do anything else. He felt that even if he was a tortoise, he wouldn't be able to hold himself back. On purpose. Did he ignore something just now that made her angry? His mind went through the events of waking up, but because the oxygen content in the air decreased, he began to have difficulty breathing. This caused his usually clear mind to be a little dazed for a moment. However, Wei Wei Bai still refused to give up. She sat diagonally, revealing her beautiful outline in a seductive manner. She revealed a standard smile of a vixen and was deliberately speaking softly. "Come over." She even stretched out her slender fingers and waved them in the air like bait for a fish. Button. Chapter 2902. Suddenly, her fingers were clasped. Yi Yuxuan had already taken 2 steps forward and was in front of her. He held her wrist with one hand and moved the other to her shoulder, sliding it down her back gently. "Maybe the zipper is more secretive. Let me look for it." His voice was extremely low. The obscurity in his eyes was also stained with a scorching light. Wei Wei Bai looked at his face that was inches away from her. The man's back was facing the light, and there was a look of forbearance on his usually indifferent face. His fingers were extremely gentle as they moved down the fabric of the cheongsam. The calm man was breathing heavily at this moment, and there was a hint of ambiguity in his hot breath. Wei Wei Bai smiled and said casually, "You can look for it." It was as if she was deliberately seducing him, but she was so casual and indifferent that she was like a little fox that turned and ran after seducing him. There was no price to pay for seducing him at all. Yi Yuxuan's fingers paused. He did not continue moving down. Instead, he looked up and said in a low and gentle voice, "Are you angry?" She looked up at him and saw that the tips of his ears were red. As if on purpose, she reached out her leg to touch him. The man's eyes narrowed, and his thin lips pursed tightly. Then, Wei Wei Bai put away her clingy appearance and calmly reached out to push him. "No, it's just a test." Yi Yuxuan was silent for a moment, and finally, his voice was trembling uncontrollably. "Test what?" Wei Wei Bai laughed heartlessly and jumped off the table. Her walking posture was extremely enchanting. She turned back and gave him a flirtatious look. People say that if a man give a woman clothes he likes, it's to take them off himself. When she said this, she reached out and touched her lips lightly. "Do you want to take them off?" Yi Yuxuan's eyelashes drooped slightly, and he was about to answer, but he heard her voice become faint. "Even if you want to take them off, I won't let you. After the test, You're practically a ninja turtle. She thought that he would pounce on her the moment he entered the door. How could he still be so patient? Could it be that whether it was in this dimension or here, men from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles would appear in droves? Yi Yuxuan was also one of them. Wei Wei Bai only thought about it for a moment before she turned around and walked towards the door. The fabric of the Chong Sam was unusually smooth. When she walked, it was like flowing water, outlining her beautiful figure. She took a step and slowly walked out. The sofa was still littered with pillows and cushions. The ceiling and doorway lights were on. The room was quiet. Other than them, everyone else had left, but there was still a sense of life. Thinking of Yi Yuxuan's house from the beginning, it was as cold as a grave. Everything was planned out, just like the urn. And during this time, she was fine, and Qinxia was fine too. Her father came even more frequently. Moreover, he had to take care of her as a patient. Medical staff, nurses, cooks, and nannies who never stayed at home. They all came and went, and came and went. Of course it was popular. Moreover, her things were placed casually. Among the several pairs of slippers at the door, the couple's slippers were at the top. The toothbrush used for washing the bathroom was also a couple's pattern. The pattern at the bottom corner of the towel was 2 hearts. In her jewelry box, there was also a bracelet that he slowly put on. Last time, she asked him to do this. He really studied seriously. It was just that the aesthetic was too old-fashioned, and there was no unexpected design at all. They all followed the rules and regulations. And the design fee style was unusually cold and unlikable. Chapter 2903. She smiled and walked to the sofa. She was about to reach for the remote control to turn on the TV. The previous world was set in ancient times. There was nothing entertaining. The system didn't play cartoons for her to watch all the time. When she came back, she felt that the TV was quite good. However, just as she bent down, a hand grabbed her waist. She was stunned. The man behind her had already hugged her and carried her easily. Her face was pressed against his clothes. The white shirt with the collar half open. The skin under the man's neck was close to her cheek. She blinked and didn't wait for him to say anything. They returned to the room. He kicked the door, closed with one foot. Then, Yi Yuxuan put her on the bed. He knelt on one knee on the bed and put his other foot on the ground. His expression was still indifferent. Under the hazy light, the man's cold and ascetic face showed a hint of forbearance. I think we have to figure out the position of the zipper. Wei Wei Bai opened her mouth and was about to refuse. The man was already holding her wrist with one hand. He raised his chin slightly, and his half-closed eyes were deep and dark. There's nothing behind. Maybe it's designed in front. Wei Wei Bai forced a smile. I'm tired. I want to rest. Every time she said this, Yi Yuxuan would be nervous about her body. He hoped that she would sleep early. She just saw that the clothes were good and wanted to wear it to tease him. Weren't all robots able to endure? Why did she suddenly lose control? Yi Yuxuan's expression was indifferent, as if he wasn't affected at all. He didn't show any sense of urgency. Wei Wei Bai thought that she had convinced him. However, she saw that the man's cold and white face had a few more traces of red. His voice was low and dangerous. Tired, his words paused, and then he slowly lowered his head. The temperature of his skin was hot. Yes, I'm tired too. So rest. Rest. Rest for the night. When she woke up the next day, Wei Wei Bai wondered if her shoes were wet. How could one not wet their shoes when walking by the river? It was as if she was repeatedly courting death. Every day, she used a bad attitude to test Yi Yuxuan's tolerance. In the end, last night, she paid the price of the test. My waist hurts. She thought to herself with a cold expression, this won't do. Her relationship with him had not been confirmed yet. She was still a short-lived ghost. She actually couldn't hold it in anymore. Last night, the man had given her a chance to reject him. In the dark night, the lights were dim. His thin lips were strangely red, and his eyes were drooping. His voice was incomparably hoarse. You can, but you don't need me. She stared at him blankly. His fair face was dyed red with traces of sweat. It was a beautiful scene. Wei Wei Bai, who was about to reject him, felt her heart race. Then she couldn't hold it in anymore. She lay under the blanket and said to the system that was released from the little dark room with a blank expression, I spent so much effort, but I didn't dare to stay for too long each time. I was so worried that I was wasting my time. She had somehow gotten together with Yi Yuxuan. This made their relationship difficult to define. This is not a couple. Could it be that they were still friends? Wei Wei Bai felt that she was a scumbag last night. She had seduced a good man, and when she could go back on her word, it was already too late. In this situation now, could it be that she really had to endure a short life and stay here? No. She thought of the little vixen's body last night. That was beautiful. It made her want to live a long life. To get such beauty, she actually wanted to live a short life. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click Chapter 2904. No, she wanted to have this beauty for 100 years. She had to die later. Otherwise, if she died, what would happen if others coveted him? The system was about to comfort her. Wasn't it just sleeping? Didn't she sleep enough? But then it remembered that she didn't sleep much with the main body. It couldn't say such comforting words. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, "Okay, I'll go to the next plane." The system said, "Didn't you just sleep with her and leave immediately?" And the person she slept with was cooking porridge for her in the kitchen. Wei Wei Bai covered her face. "I'm too shy to face him." The system, "Do you want some face? Do you want some face, right?" As expected, the host suddenly looked up and said with a smile, "Isn't this because my life is too short and I don't have enough darts? I have to work hard to earn more life points and live a long life with little Xin Xian." The system, the host, was shameless. Forget it. He was used to it. Whenever she was shameless, he would be worried that her soul would be possessed. The system was expressionless as it watched her fall into a deep sleep. Then, it carried the soul ball and turned to run, while Yi Yuxuan wasn't here. "Hurry up and leave." In the kitchen, the man who was looking at the porridge in the small pot suddenly noticed something and his eyes narrowed. Then, he turned off the fire and turned back to the room. Sure enough, he saw her lying on the bed, covered tightly with a blanket. Her eyelashes were slightly closed, and she was sleeping quietly. Yi Yuxuan stared at her silently for a while, then walked over and slowly touched her face. He reached out to pull the blanket for her, but his fingers paused as he realized something. Her black hair was casually scattered. Her body under the blanket was so fair that it looked like it was carved out of white jade. The man paused for a long time, then slowly covered her with the blanket again. Then, he began to look for clean pajamas. When he got the pajamas, he began to reach under the blanket to change her clothes. His usually cold expression tensed up a few times. When he was done, his face was already red. Those things were like a layer of glass. Although it was beautiful, there was no sense of substance. But now, Yi Yuxuan rubbed the bridge of his nose. Then he looked up at Bai Weiwei, who was sleeping quietly on the pillow after he adjusted her sleeping position. The corners of his lips finally curled up. "Actually, I was just being polite last night." He asked her not to, for her to reject him, but he couldn't stop. If she refused, then the tie he casually placed on the side of the bed would bind her clean and white wrists. She couldn't struggle at all. He also wanted to respect her and let her choose. But he had overestimated his self-control. Yi Yuxuan blushed slightly and lowered his eyes. Then he lifted the blanket with one hand and gently entered the bed, pulling her into his embrace. Then he lay down and let her sleep in his arms. Yi Yuxuan was not sleepy, so he stared at her face quietly. Then he slowly kissed her forehead, the tip of her nose, her cheeks, and finally her lips. His movements were gentle. There was no other meaning behind it. Finally, when his breath began to heat up, he stopped these intimate actions. He finally felt a little sleepy and closed his eyes slightly. This time, she left too quickly. Was it because their relationship had changed, and she didn't dare to face it? Yi Yuxuan's expression was still calm when he thought of this. She didn't dare to face this emotion. It should be more that she wanted to change her own destiny. He finally felt a little sleepy and closed his eyes slightly. Or was it because she didn't have a good experience, so she despised him and went to another world in anger? Thinking of this, Yi Yuxuan, who was originally sleepy, woke up with a start. He silently looked at Wei Wei Bai, who was sleeping soundly. After thinking for a long time, he finally got up. Then he opened his laptop and began to search for technical guidance in this area. The search result was, "Your search does not comply with the relevant regulations." Yi Yuxuan looked at it for a long time before he persevered and began to change the keywords. If it didn't work, he would change the browser. Chapter 2905. The system had just carried Wei by into the plane and was about to put her down. Suddenly, it heard an angry roar. It was the side quest. The side quest said, 004. You're actually in debt to frame me. What grudge do I have with you? The system said calmly, I don't have time to frame you. I'm an honest system. Didn't I say that I don't have much left in my account? The side quest shouted, you don't just have no left. What did you do to have so much debt? You were in charge of the main system's resources for a period of time. Who doesn't know that you're the system world's god of wealth? What did you do to ruin your account like this? The system said calmly, I bought a few things and it's like this. Besides, having power doesn't mean I'm rich. I'm fair and honest. How could I be corrupt? The side quest said coldly, it'd be weird if you weren't corrupt. You piece of trash. Who doesn't know that you split the wealth 30-70? You big worm. The system said, aren't you in debt? Hurry up and get to work. Why are you wasting time talking? If the system was in debt, it would be deleted if it didn't pay it back quickly. Of course, he was out. Unless the main system woke up, no one could punish him. The side quest was different. It was a normal system. It was a system that gave out missions. Once it was in debt, the main system would automatically judge it as unqualified. It would be destroyed. The main system wouldn't care how much it was in debt. It would only look at the data. This was the cruelty of the main system. Of course, the system thought so too. It was good to get rid of the side quest. The difficulty level of their side quest was already lower than level. If the side quest was reformatted, then their side mission would return to being simple again. Then it and the host would have nothing to worry about in the future. Every time, the strategy was smooth sailing. It was the side quest that brought them trouble. It was impossible that the system didn't have any intention of getting rid of the side quest. Wasn't this an opportunity finally presented itself? He picked up a piece of golden diamond mango and took a bite. It definitely wasn't for the food of the side quest. It was going to destroy its corpse. Was he such a system with no ambition? Getting rid of the side quest was for the world, for the host, and for justice. Side quest. Do you still have the face? You are despicable. Your character is low. You're a big liar. The system replied, yes, you're right. Go and destroy yourself. He threatened his host to be disfigured every day. Bah, he couldn't fool it. The branch laughed coldly. Do you think I will be destroyed so easily? You are wrong. I will let you know the consequences of offending me. Even if I'm destroyed, I'll become a vengeful spirit and follow you. I want. The system was too busy to listen to its nagging. He searched for the host body. He saw a young girl's body and was about to put it in. I have another account, the system said faintly. The system replied, so what? He had a debt of $1 million, so he had to pay it back slowly. Slowly, it was destroyed. Other systems might be able to return, but the side system was for assigning missions. It was very rare for it to contact the host directly. He definitely wouldn't be able to get anything good out of it. Side quest. I forgot to tell you, I've paid off a debt of 500,000 yuan and received a debt-deferred repayment voucher from the bank. Side quest. I still have one more plane of time to torment you to death. The side quest laughed. I'm going to take you down with me. Just you wait. System/crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. Come. Chapter 2906. Side mission. Activating the irregular mission system. Along with my resentment, revenge. I destroyed your host body in this plane. There is no place for her to attach. How can she attack? Without a body, the target could not be seen. Without a body, if the favorability could increase, it would eat shit live. The system immediately flipped through the supermarket, wanting to hug the host body before the curse was formed. In the attack plane, if one could not enter the destined body, the soul will be damaged. But his hands were too busy when he pressed a certain item that matched the soul of a body amulet. That beautiful girl's body. In front of him, it turned into a golden speck of light. Not only the body, but also the identity of the body was erased together. The root of the host's foothold in the plane. It all disappeared, and the product he bought also worked. Before the host's soul was damaged, the amulet automatically found a second body that matched the host's soul besides this body. The system did not have time to look at it. It stuffed the soul into the amulet. The amulet fell into a lotus pond. The golden light caused a weak little lotus flower to sway. The side mission fell silent. The system looked at the little lotus flower, extremely nervous. "Wake up, Wei Wei." He was afraid that her soul would be dragged down by the lotus flower's vegetative nature. She slept until the mission failed. The lotus flower did not respond. The soul was already quietly asleep. It was not a coincidence, a complete body. It was a shell stuffed in, or a plant. It would make it difficult for her to wake up. The system spun around, desperately calling for her. It said all kinds of things. He suddenly thought of something and immediately flipped through the products on the supermarket shelves. "Wake up! I'll buy you the badge of the world's most beautiful girl." Wei Wei Bai immediately turned her head happily, looking left and right. Where is the badge of the world's most beautiful girl? Let me see." The little lotus flower swayed its leaves. The lotus petals were like her little faceplate, so happy that the petals were red. No, they were pink to begin with. Whether they were red or not, it was hard to tell. Wei Wei Bai did not realize that something was wrong with her. She put two tender leaves together, thinking that she was crossing her fingers, looking forward to putting it under her chin. Under the petals, the tender voice was very cute. "Where's my world's most beautiful girl?" The system, "Here, most beautiful girl." He threw the badge out. Wei Wei Bai immediately reached out her hand, the leaves. The golden light spots emitted on her body. "Most beautiful girl." Leaves? Bai Wei Wei's petal face looked down and saw that her green leaves were even greener. Her reflection in the water's water was more beautiful, and the luster was more perfect. What a beautiful lotus flower! Wei Wei Bai Bai, the system, "Listen me." Bai Wei Wei, "You say it, I'm listening." The system said, "This plane of yours is a lotus spirit." Bai Wei Wei, "I can take human form?" The system, "No." Wei Wei Bai Bai was angry, waving her cute little leaves. "No. Why did you use the most beautiful girl badge? Can't you use it in the next world? You wastrel. Now you're using it on a broken flower. Even if I'm the most beautiful flower in the world, it's useless." The system, "The host is always different when she's angry. Shouldn't a normal person be angry that they turned into a plant? How could a plant that could not turn into a human be a target?" Dong! The sound of a bell rang in the distance. In the cold temple, in the huge meditation room behind the lotus pond. Inside the yellow curtain, sunlight slanted through the wooden window of the meditation room and onto the ground. On the matted floor, a corner of a white robe was soaked in the light, and half a string of prayer beads fell on the white robe. The person holding the prayer beads, his eyes were cold and empty. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in his emotionless eyes. "Is there a change in the living?" He whispered to himself. His voice was like the sound of the bell, with a sense of coldness that did not belong to the mortal world. It was just a moment of emotional fluctuation, and it calmed down in the blink of an eye. There were no ripples. The Transmigration System. "Prince Charming, come here." The Transmigration System. "Prince Charming, come here." Transmigration System. "Prince Charming, come here." The Transmigration System. "Prince Charming, come here." Download the at https://m Sashu. Com button at the bottom to record the reading record. You can see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Chapter 2907. The host was depressed. The system felt the need to cheer her on. "You're the most beautiful flower in the world." Wei Wei Bai's face was drooping. The beautiful petals were emitting a soft and beautiful light. She was expressionless. No, flowers also had expressions, but you couldn't see them. "A flower. How do you want me to conquer the target?" The system said, "Believe in yourself. You're the most powerful, the most adorable, the most beautiful, the most awesome. All the conquerors added together can't even compare to a single strand of your hair. You're a flower. You can conquer all the targets." Wei Wei Bai listened. Why did she feel so comfortable? That's right. Even if she was a flower, she was the most beautiful flower. She immediately puffed up her chest proudly. The flower stalk. Then she looked around. Where is the conqueror? Where is the conqueror? Let me use my charm to conquer him. The system silently wiped away its cold sweat. It just had to fool her. After all, the host only had to say that she was beautiful. Even if she turned into a shoe or a brick, she would still be happy. The key words to praise her were to say that she was the most beautiful, and the most adorable. No other praise could compare to that. That was why the host in its house was so easy to coax. Suddenly, a notification sounded. This mission is to obtain Ning Chen's love. Target: Ning Chen. Completion: 0. Time: to be determined. The time had been determined. The host and the system didn't feel surprised by this to be determined at all. Meanwhile, Lotus Wei started to look around. Where was the conqueror? Usually, if there was a notification, the conqueror was nearby. Her face was shaking from side to side, but she didn't see anything. The lotus pond was huge and the water was hazy. When the water vapor filled the air, it was like being in a fairyland. She still didn't know the conqueror's information, so she asked the system, "Who is my conqueror?" The system flipped through the information. Because of the side mission's curse, more than half of the information was lost, but there was still some basic information. He sent the information to Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai felt a familiar feeling in her head, but it didn't hurt much. Maybe it was because it was difficult for the lotus to transmit pain. After reading the information, she then faintly said to the system, "You want me to conquer a monk? An eminent monk at the level of great guru." This world was different from the usual world. There were demons running amok. It was an ancient setting that resembled a fantasy. It was very similar to cultivation. However, it was of a lower level than the cultivation world, because there were no immortal cultivation sects here. Only Buddhism and Taoism maintained the peace of this plane. Moreover, he had never seen anyone who could cultivate to become an immortal. At most, they just cultivated for a longer period of time. It was just that he had taken good care of his health. The only thing that made it feel like a fantasy was that the animals and plants here could become spirits. Most of them were here to harm and eat people. Both Buddhism and Taoism had been killing such demons every day. Seeing this, Wei Wei Bai hugged herself with leaves. She felt that she had become a spirit in her current state. Moreover, the lotus pond she was in was the source of Buddhism, the most awesome 10,000 origin temple. The water vapor in this lotus pond was all spiritual energy. It could cleanse one's heart and remove all distracting thoughts. Therefore, every day, there would be monks who would come here to meditate after finishing their morning classes, to remove all distracting thoughts. And if she became a spirit in this lotus pond, the monks would probably see it and directly deal with her with an alms bowl. Wei Wei Bai felt that she should try her best not to move. Chapter 2908. She did not want to be seen by the monk. She destroyed her on the spot. She did not even see the target. She was the first one to fail. Below the information was the target's information. Ning Chen. It was said that he was abandoned at the entrance of one Yuan temple when he was born. After the abbot took him back, he became a monk in the temple at the age of 1. Because the old monk said that Ning Chen was born with a Buddhist bone, he had the potential to become a powerful person. Wei Wei Bai only had one thought when she read this. "Old monk, are you even human? You won't even let go of a child." Ning Chen grew up in the temple and was only 18 years old. When he was 15, the old monk died, and he inherited his mantle and became the abbot. He managed the entire Buddhism. After reading this, there was nothing. There was too little information except for his age, name, and a little bit of experience. There was nothing. What was going on? It was cutting corners more and more. Wei Wei Bai did not complain. The system would not deliberately trick her. Maybe it really did not provide any information. She fell into deep thought with a face full of petals. So where was she going to find Ning Chen now? What did Ning Chen look like? There was no picture in the information. And since he was the abbot, was he bald? A monk must be bald. Why would he be a monk if he was not bald? Bai Weiwei felt that the goal of the bald man strategy was a bit of a challenge to her bottom line. Normal people would not be able to control the hairstyle of a bald head, even if they could control the hairstyle of death. Their appearance would be greatly discounted. Weiwei Bai said to the system, "Can we change the target? I can't eat this bald head." The system said, "Bear with it. You're a lotus, so you don't have hair. We're all bald, so why look down on each other?" Weiwei Bai angrily reached out her leaves and touched her petals. "Isn't this hair?" "This is hair." The system said, "That's your faceplate." Bai Weiwei stroked the petals, stroked, and suddenly wanted to sleep. She yawned, "Call me when you see the target. I want to see what he's like." As for the strategy, she could not make a plan before seeing the target. Furthermore, now that she had turned into a flower, it would be more difficult for her to seduce others. Weiwei Bai, who was used to difficulties, closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The system knew why she was tired. This was because her body and identity had been destroyed by the side task. She was standing here because of the amulet, but the power of the amulet was limited. He couldn't protect her flawlessly. That was why she got tired easily. In a huge lotus pond, the lotus flowers did not seem to cluster together. Red and white lotuses were blooming on the surface of the water. Weiwei Bai didn't know how long she had slept when she suddenly heard the sound of water. Her lotus petals moved. She raised her head and saw countless golden dots of light dancing in the mist that filled the sky. Amidst the overflowing light, within the boundless hazy fog, he seemed to hear the sound of water getting closer and closer. Weiwei Bai turned her head. Did something enter the water? Just as she was about to stretch out her head to look at her roots, she saw the water ripple in the scales of light. Suddenly, she saw a thin and slender figure emerge from the mist beside her. His beautiful back muscles were taut, and his shoulder blades were raised a little because of the force bringing out a beautiful curve. He was in the water, as if he was washing himself. Water flowed down the back of his neck, and his fair skin was full of water vapor. In the mist, he gently glanced to the side. His dark eyes were empty, and the beautiful curve of his face was like a work of art that had been personally touched by God. Chapter 2909. He looked young, but his expression was as cold as 1,000-year-old snow. Bai Weiwei poked her head out to look, and the small lotus leaf also swayed forward. It was too hazy, so she could only see the side of his face. She wanted to go forward, but she found that she couldn't move. She could only stay where she was. Weiwei Bai shook the leaf and found that she couldn't move. She could only sigh. Forget it. She would think of another way. After all, he could be a monk here. If he saw her become a spirit, he would beat her to death. But what if the target didn't come if she stayed here like this? Was there any quick-fix cultivation method in the supermarket that would allow her to become mobile in an instant? She couldn't become a human, but it was fine as long as she could move. She felt that her charm was like a flower, and she could get some favorability points. After all, she was a flower in this world. That Ning Chun couldn't have a grudge against her, right? No grudges, no grudges. To her, this was the easiest way. It would be troublesome if she encountered a hell dungeon that involved killing the whole family. Just as Weiwei Bai was standing still and planning to pretend to be a quiet lotus, she saw that the young man in the water had calmly lowered his eyes and then walked up step by step. Yes, he walked up step by step from the water. The water seemed to have turned into stairs. A strange fragrance came from afar. It was cold and faint. Countless budding lotus flowers began to bloom. The young man finally stepped on the water. The water was sparkling, reflecting his beautiful body. There was a light red cinnabar between his white and holy eyebrows. His short hair was soaked in water, sticking to his white forehead. The ends of his eyes were slightly long, and the water droplets slid from the corner of his eyebrows to his delicate chin and then fell into the water. Weiwei Bai also felt that her face was starting to heat up. An ancient and distant Zen sound came to her ears. As if attracted by something, her mind started to go blank. All distracting thoughts disappeared. It was as if in an instant, the world was empty and she only wanted to bloom. She shook her leaves, and the cute petals shook as well. Finally, she suppressed the urge to blossom, and she couldn't bloom. Her flowers had bloomed. If they continued to bloom, they would wither. She curiously hid behind a large leaf and carefully glanced at that person. Then, he heard a familiar notification sound. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 0. Bai Weiwei immediately reacted. Attack the target, BA. He was Ning Chun, the unlucky one who became a monk at the age of 1. In her opinion, Ning Chun was a typical example of someone who was forced to become a monk. The young man stood between the red and white lotuses. His naked body was faintly discernible in the mist. He was astonishingly beautiful. He tilted his body slightly and raised his hand. A white monk's robe fell into his hand. There were faint golden light patterns on the robe. They were actually scriptures. The young man put on his monk robe with one hand and walked barefoot to the side of the pond. The string of black sandalwood beads flew to his wrist as if they were alive. There was a golden tassel at the end of the beads. They were floating in the air. When he reached the edge of the pool, the mist dispersed and a golden light appeared. The youth's beautiful and pure face was as calm as jade under the sun. He seemed to have sensed something. The ends of his eyes twitched slightly. His gaze was empty as he turned to look at the pond. Among the large lotus leaves, a small lotus gently poked its head out. It used its small leaves to touch the big leaves, as if it wanted to tiptoe to look at him. However, it found that its roots were stuck and it couldn't come over. The little lotus lowered its head, looking a little dejected. Chapter 29:10. The young man's cold eyes still did not show any emotion. He just calmly pulled his robe tight, then turned around and left without hesitation. Golden light opened up a path. White flowers bloomed. Spiritual energy boiled. This was the sign that the Buddha bone had just formed, a sign of a powerful being. Wherever he went, the living beings there, no matter what kind of plants they were, would feel happy and welcome him in full bloom. The little lotus flower, No, Bai Weiwei watched as the target of the attack left. She could not chase after him. The system suddenly said, "The target is here, the monk you want to capture." He followed suit and slept as well. But he overslept. Weiwei Bai said, "Why does he still have hair? Although it's a bit short, don't monks have gradients?" The system said, "Shaving, but the male lead has been in isolation for a few months. Plus, his body is full of vitality, so his hair grew back." Weiwei Bai understood. Then after he takes a bath, is he going to shave his hair again? The system said, "Let me see. I can't see." Weiwei Bai. Suddenly, she wondered if Tong Zi was getting more and more comfortable, causing him to become more and more like a rice bucket. Weiwei Bai thought that it was quite good. Eat more, his body is great. She was happy to spoil him. The bell rang, and all the monks were suddenly happy. Masters out of isolation. Prepare the razor. His hair must have grown back. The little monk immediately ran to get water and a full set of razor tools. A few monks also immediately sprinkled water to clean the road. Countless planted flowers also bloomed ahead of time. The sound of the temple was distant, and the sound of the bell was long. Some of the older monks were already holding lotuses, walking out in a crowd. The young man walking in front of them had a calm expression, but his eyes were cold. The cinnabar between his eyebrows was stunning, but it did not detract from his peaceful elegance. The oldest monk, whose face was full of wrinkles, was holding a bunch of lotuses, soaking himself, unwilling to let his filthy breath touch the young man in front of him. "Masters Junior, do you want to shave your hair first, or—" The young man looked sideways, his delicate face expressionless. He said calmly, "Let's subdue the demon." This isolation was to break through the bottleneck. He caught a nightmare demon. Nightmares were born from the filthy desires of the human heart. They fed on countless evil desires, nourished themselves, and then devoured the human heart. How many people had died in its hands? After imprisoning the nightmare lord in the demon subduing tower, he did not destroy it. Because the nightmare lord's ability was too strong, he recklessly went over. It might allow the nightmare lord to escape. Nightmares devour one's heart because one has a heart, thoughts, and desires. Before he went into seclusion, there was still a trace of grief from his master's death in the depths of his heart. This trace of grief was very faint, but it was still a flaw in the human heart. After spending a few months in secluded meditation, he finally managed to plug this loophole. He raised his finger, and the black sandalwood bead floated up and surrounded the youth. "You guys guard the outside. I will enter the pagoda." After he finished speaking, the young man stepped forward leisurely. A bell rang in the demon subduing tower. The little lotus Wei Wei stood in the water with a blank expression. "You can't walk, you can't run, you can't come into contact with your target. Ah, so boring." Even SpongeBob SquarePants and little tadpoles looking for their mother couldn't make her happy. The system was repairing the game console. It was said that once it was repaired, it could play with the host. "I'm looking forward to it." Wei Wei Bai was drowsy and was about to yawn. Suddenly, she heard the sound of water. She raised her face and looked at the plate, only to see a golden light that filled the sky. The beautiful youth stood in the water again. Blood flowed past his fair skin. It was as if it was full of incomparably beautiful patterns. It wasn't his blood. Perhaps it was the blood of other demons. After all, the target of this strategy was a demon subduer. Wei Wei Bai was about to try to move her body when she suddenly saw the youth in front of her lift his eyes slightly. His skin was as cold as snow, and his thin lips were slightly opened. "Have you become a demon? /////. Chapter 29:11. It had become a spirit. The spirit here would be beaten to death. Wei Wei Bai felt that she had to pretend to be unconscious, so she quietly shrunk back and hid in the leaves. Then she looked up and pretended to be a sunflower. No, a lotus. The small lotus was slender and beautiful. Her whole body was glowing, and the petals were soft and pink. The green leaves quietly clung to a large lotus leaf, as if trying to hide, try to let people know that it had not become a spirit. The lotus here was abnormally large because of the spiritual influence. It was also the only one that was malnourished. Was it a lotus spirit that failed the tribulation? Was that why it was so weak, because it was beaten back to its original form? It was almost impossible to feel the power in the lotus. Ning Chun looked down calmly. His eyes were quiet and deep. His beautiful shoulders were on the bed, and his short and black hair was dragged in the water, sticking to his white forehead. There was a violent, dark power in his body. It was activated by the nightmare when he was subduing the demon. He was born with a Buddhist bone. As usual, he had no distracting thoughts or desires. But the old monk said that because he was too pure, it was easy to be touched by the dark aura. After soaking in the water for a while, he looked up at the lotus spirit. The small lotus seemed to tremble and then shrunk back behind the large leaves. The small petals turned away in an unusually delicate manner. It did not look at him, as if it could prevent itself from being discovered by him. His eyes were cold, and his eyelashes drooped, suddenly sinking slowly. The system said, "You've been exposed." Wei Wei Bai, didn't I not move? She really did think that she did not move. The system, she forgot that the lotus was not her original body, so it did not fit well. She thought that she did not move. If she was a human, she would not move much. But the lotus body could not be controlled, and it would reveal its own thoughts. For example, if she felt that she should hide, the lotus would automatically show the action of hiding. The system suddenly sensed something and reminded, "He's here, he's here." Bai Weiwei immediately didn't move. Her chubby, round face immediately looked up. With a splash, the young man emerged from the water. The water vapor touched the young man's slender eyelashes. His eyes were cold and indifferent, without a trace of emotion. His beautiful and clean face was incomparably calm. Ningchen lowered his eyes and raised his hand. A few transparent drops of water fell from his white fingertips. At the same time, a destructive force appeared on his finger. The golden Buddhist light enveloped the little lotus flower. Demons can't control themselves. Although you haven't harmed anyone, the process of forming will definitely absorb the spiritual energy of humans and create a sin of killing. When the time comes, you won't be able to escape the punishment of the heavenly Tao. You can only sever all your life force. Without the accumulation of good fortune, you won't be able to reincarnate. The young man's voice was flat and cold. It was pleasing to the ear, but it couldn't arouse any evil thoughts. On the contrary, if one listened to him for a long time, they would feel that their minds were empty and that everything he said was right. The little lotus flower was suppressed by his words. Before it could resist, the light of Buddha had already fallen on it. She shook her head. He seemed to be a little uncomfortable. Ning Chung remained indifferent. His fingernails accidentally slid across its petals. The petals were unusually glossy, and when he touched them, it felt as if something had brushed past his fingertips. His eyes were still, and there was no reaction. Suddenly, his finger was wrapped by a slightly cold leaf. The little lotus flower intimately moved its petals closer and rubbed against his finger. The golden light had no effect on it. Quick transmigration summoned my male god. Chapter 29:12. Its voice was tender and cute like a child. Monk, don't kill me. I didn't hurt anyone, and I won't hurt anyone in the future. Don't kill me for no reason. You'll create an unnecessary sin, and the heavenly axiom won't let you go. Is it a little girl? Its voice was so delicate. Ningchen looked at it silently, or maybe it was her. Then he moved his fingers. The leaves were still hugging him, and the petals were still lowering their heads, falling into his palm. It was intimate and coquettish. Don't kill me, monk. I'll sing for you, okay? Ning Chen's eyebrows were bright red. He didn't say anything and just pulled back his fingers. Then he turned around and walked towards the water. Countless lotus leaves swarmed over. These plant creatures had no consciousness, but they were unusually obedient to him. The little lotus was still standing in the same place, unable to come over. It could only cross its two leaves in front of its chest, eager but unable to move. Ning Chun was indifferent, standing naked among the lotus leaves. The young man's half-exposed body was so beautiful that it was like the most beautiful creation in the world. He raised his hand, and the white monk's robe with golden patterns fell into his hand. The black sandalwood beads also floated to his side, surrounding him. Ning Chen didn't say anything. He put on the robe and walked forward. He didn't look back at the little lotus. He didn't try to destroy it again. Wei Bai proudly raised its leaves. Look, even if I'm a flower that can topple countries, he didn't kill me. The system said, he killed you, but he couldn't kill you. The light of Buddha was only effective against fairies. Was Wei Bai a fairy? She was a human soul, and the lotus was just an ordinary lotus. Of course, she used the badge of the world's most beautiful woman, which was the most beautiful lotus. It was even a lotus. If the opponent used the exorcist wand, she would hit it directly. The lotus would rot, and of course, it would die. But the male protagonist was a pretentious prick and insisted on using spiritual energy to kill the fairy. If you don't have a seductress, do you want a bar spirit? Wei Bai stroked her petal chin with a leaf. After thinking deeply, she said, it seems that he is a monk who likes to kill demons. He probably thinks that I am a difficult demon spirit to deal with. It is not easy to capture this kind of monk. However, there was no notification from the favorability index just now. This meant that it was still 0. In other words, he wasn't hated. She wasn't loved either. After all, he was a monk and had been a monk for so many years. Sitting on the praying mat every day in a daze, the more he thought, the more his brain would become dull and his emotions would become mentally retarded. In other words, it was the legendary saying that all 4 elements were empty. What else could he do? In a place like a temple, one could not even eat meat. He was so hungry that his stomach was empty. Wei Bai held her plate and looked at the water. I suddenly realized that my petals look even better. It was not an illusion. After all, they were using badges. That would cost his HP. The only thing that made her willing to give up her life points was the badge. The system didn't buy it for her every day. She bought it and used it. Even if she was a toad, she felt that after spending this amount of life points, she would become a delicate toad. After Wei Bai admired her face, she still struggled to move her body. Sure enough, she still couldn't move. How could she capture him like this? At least she had to run to the monk's meditation room to make her presence felt. Without a presence, could the monk come to take a bath every day? She couldn't cultivate feelings. The system suddenly said, The game link is fixed. Come and play. Wei Wei Bai immediately said excitedly. Okay, how do I play? Fast crossing system. Prince Charming, come over here. 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 Chapter 29:13. Once the game was linked, Wei Wei Bai saw the game screen and the virtual keyboard. She immediately swayed her body and began to play the game with the system in the simulation. Why is it Super Mario? It's broken. I haven't downloaded a new game for a long time. New games require health points. Super Mario is fun too. And it was a mutated system Super Mario. It could allow many people to play together and cross-dress together. The mushrooms were much bigger. The system's modified Super Mario had much better graphics. Wei Wei Bai thought it's fun. The next day, the sound of bells came from afar. The sound of Zen also began to resound in the temple. The system said, it's a meeting at the Wan Yuan temple. The male lead is preaching Zen to them. Wei Wei Bai was not interested. She casually asked while playing the game, what Zen is he talking about? The system said, I can't hear clearly, because the place where the male lead was could automatically block the system's prying eyes. So it could not see clearly everything around the male lead. Wei Wei Bai said casually, forget it. Anyway, monks are bored. There's nothing to collect. The system nodded, let's play the game. Wei Wei Bai said, okay, I got gold coins again. After the game was modified, there were very few gold coins. It was rare to get a few gold coins, and it felt like winning the lottery. The host and the system. They had become two salted fish that could not turn over. They only thought about playing the game every day. There was no pressure from the strategy time, and there were so many planes to train. They had already trained to have a diamond mentality. Strategy? Oh, forget it. Let's play the game. Favorability? Oh, the game is so fun. Just as Wei Wei Bai and the system were happily eating and waiting for death. Suddenly, a side mission notification sounded. Ding! The irregular side mission has been activated. From now on, any mission can be activated at any time, anywhere. Side mission note. Friendly reminder. 004. Eat your grandpa's beep. I want to beep your beep remarks are not in line with the rules and will be blocked. Wei Wei Bai's ears perked up when she heard the notification. However, the game was still on. She saw a huge gold coin and was about to rush over to eat it. Just as he was about to eat it, he suddenly stopped. Suddenly, he heard the announcement of a mission. Please dance a beautiful dance in front of the male lead. The way you dance will make the male lead like you even more. Completion date, today. Wei Wei Bai, ? What kind of mission was this? This side quest was too easy. Wasn't it just dancing? Moreover, there was no specific type of dance. She just twisted her waist and swayed her hips and said that she was dancing the rainbow feathers. The mission could be considered completed, so she continued to play games with the system. As she played, she realized that she didn't hear the punishment for the mission. The previous world was very friendly. That was why she didn't suspect anything when the notification sounded so friendly. As for the note, wasn't that for the system? They were all blocked. Could it be that the little bitch had developed feelings for the system beyond friendship? The remarks were all unsightly and indecent words. That was why it was blocked. No wonder the side quest was so good to her. It turned out that it fell in love with her loser system. Wei Wei Bai asked calmly, what are the consequences of failure? If it really fell in love, there definitely wouldn't be any punishment for failure. Punishment? The system will eat shit with the host, live broadcast to the entire universe. Eat 3 tons of shit. Wei Wei Bai, system / Chapter 29:14. Wei Wei Bai finally reacted, so it's not disfigurement, very good. The system said, eating shit seems to be scarier than disfigurement. Wei Wei Bai said, no, disfigurement is scarier. But I can't live stream eating shit. The system was relieved. The host knew the severity of the situation. Wei Wei Bai said, I'm so beautiful. If I live stream it, my image will be ruined. This is also one of the ways to disfigurement. After all, no matter how beautiful she was, eating shit, she could even live stream it. In the future, those who watch the live stream, ghosts, aliens. Whenever they saw her, they would think that she had eaten shit. That beauty was not as disgusting as shit. The system said, "You mean it's okay in private?" Wei Bai said, am I the kind of person who eats shit? The system said, then choose between disfigurement and eating shit. Wei Bai, the system, okay, he should not have overestimated the host's bottom line. For beauty, she had no bottom line. In the main hall, the sound of Sanskrit lingered and the fragrance of lotus flowers filled the air. Countless monks lowered their heads and sat on the floor with their legs crossed devoutly, listening to the young man's lecture. Wan Yuan Temple was the origin of Buddhism and Taoism. It was also the place where all the monks learned from. Taoists often came here to learn about Taoism from Wan Yuan Temple. That was because there were many ancient books in Wan Yuan Temple, including Taoism. The young man, sitting on the futon, reached out his white fingertips and closed the book in front of him. His beautiful eyes were emotionless, and his face was calm and holy. It was as if looking at him would blaspheme him. He wore a white monk's robe with golden patterns, and around his delicate wrist were prayer beads that seemed to have no gravity. His black tail was made of sandalwood beads, and his golden tassel was tied with white Bodhi beads. His voice was distant. Today's gathering ends here. All the monks lowered their heads and bowed respectfully with their palms together. Ning Chun stood up, and the prayer beads floated on his wrist, swaying as he walked. The young man's back was straight, and every step he took made the living beings happy. Countless plants grew vigorously again. Countless flowers bloomed and withered, just to spread the petals under his feet and kiss his footprints. Several young monks lowered their heads. "Martial uncle, do you want to cut your hair?" After going into seclusion, Ning Chen's hair had already grown out. The longest strand of hair was sticking to his neck. Ning Chen's face was expressionless. His voice was calm. "Let me wash my incense first." To him, there was not much difference between hair loss and not hair loss. Arriving at the edge of the lotus pond, countless lotuses bloomed amidst the mist. He looked up and saw a slender and beautiful lotus taking a nap beside the huge lotus leaf. She hung her flower neck. The petals were half closed, and the leaves were gathered in front of the flower stem. Ning Chun lifted his finger, and a golden Buddha light floated above it. He lowered his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then he retracted his fingers, as if there was something he couldn't understand. The Buddha's light had no effect on the lotus. He stepped onto the water and walked forward step by step. The little lotus suddenly woke up. She shook her leaves and lifted her petals. Her childish voice was filled with joy. "Monk, you're here. I was just practicing a dance. Can I show you?" The young man, called Monk, paused, and ripples of sleep spread out under his feet. He remained expressionless. After a moment of silence, he calmly said, "You don't have feet. So how could she dance?" Wei Bai put her hands on her hips. "You monk, you're really not pure. So what if you don't have feet? Aren't you the most particular about the illusion of all things? Nothing is real. No feet. Nothing is an illusion. You jumped into the secular world yourself." Ning Chun lowered his head. His eyes were slanted and his eyes were like snow. "You do understand." Wei Bai twisted the stem of the flower and then began to stretch out her leaves and shake them a few times. The flower was half open and in full bloom. Its beautiful colors were unusually moist in the mist. She twisted left and right and then winked at Ning Chun. "Ning Chun." Wei Bai supported her petal face with 2 leaves. "Do I look good, monk?" Ning Chun was silent for a long time. His delicate eyebrows didn't move at all. Then he turned around and the Buddha beads followed him. All things are illusory. Whether you look good or not is just an illusion. You know it yourself, but you still stepped into the mortal world. You won't become a great person. Wei Bai watched him leave and quickly waved her leaves. "Monk, even if you look good, you're still good. You're really annoying." Ning Chen's footsteps paused and suddenly stepped on the water. Splash! The water splashed all over the lotus flower. Wei Bai drooped her face and looked up. There was no trace of the monk. Then she heard the prompt of the favorability. Ding! The male lead's favorability is 0.5. Chapter 29:15. The 0.5 favorability made the host even more Buddhist. The side quests were easily completed as if it was just a game. After all, the person who conquered this plane was a monk. If you were not Buddhist, he would think that you had nothing in common with him and ignore you. After Wei Wei Bai finished playing the game, she went to sleep in a daze. After sleeping, she asked the system to buy her a cheap cultivation badge to absorb spirit energy. The system said, "I don't think it's useful." Wei Wei Bai said, "How do you know it's useless if you haven't used it?" The system said, "You're just looking for something to do." Wei Wei Bai said, "Yes, isn't this boring?" Boredom had reached a new level in this plane. She had no legs and could not run, so she stayed in the pool every day to train her endurance. If this continued, she would be completely empty. Moreover, the temple held a Dharma assembly every day, chanted scriptures every day, and rang the bell every day. She was brainwashed to become a nun. Moreover, the monk did not come every day. Sometimes he would sit by the pool and rest with his eyes closed. Sometimes he would come and take a bath. Most of the time, he was nowhere to be seen. Lotus Wei held a beautiful faceplate. I'm so beautiful. Why doesn't anyone come to admire me?" System. The host has successfully hypnotized herself as the most beautiful flower in the world, intoxicated by her own face every day. She could also absorb spirit energy. Of course, she could not absorb any spirit energy. The lotus was not a spirit. She was just a normal lotus. She did not have any talent in absorbing spirit energy. Wei Wei Bai was still shaking her body, trying to absorb a bit. The most important problem was right now. It was too difficult to conquer a lotus. If the stingy monk suddenly liked to go somewhere else to take a bath, she could only conquer him from afar. Even if she could make eyes at him from afar, she had to see if the target who was about to go bald could see it. Wei Wei Bai stretched out a leaf to support the petals. "If you can turn into a human product, remember to get one for me." The system said, "It's hard to find a suitable product." Her situation was that she lacked an identity. The plane world needed a legitimate identity. There was only one in every plane. It was ruined by that little bitch. Even if he gave her a new body, the identity would not be Wei Wei Bai. The body would not be able to withstand the destruction. Wei Wei Bai asked, "Really?" She had always thought that the things in the supermarket were awesome. He might not have it today, but he might have it tomorrow. The system flipped through the list of products on the shelves of the supermarket. Well, even if there is a time limit. For example, a sticker with 50 HP can only last for 30 minutes. In fact, it was more than 30 minutes. If Wei Wei Bai's original body was that of a lotus spirit, this thing could allow her to take human form for a month before she could cultivate it. But now, when used on the host, it would be difficult for the host to last 30 minutes. The heavenly Tao rules in this plane were stricter than those in other planes. If a foreign soul like the host is discovered, and it is a soul from another world that does not have the body of a legal attacker, he would be targeted. At that time, the host would be in trouble no matter what he did. At the end of your bad luck, the heavenly Tao might find you an eyesore and let your soul scatter. Wei Wei Bai held the flower face with her leaves and fell in a deep thought. 30 minutes, 50 HP, the system said. "I think it's better not to buy it. It's not worth it." And there was the danger of being targeted by the heavenly Tao. It was really not worth it. Download the at https://m Sashu. Calm. Chapter 29:16. Wei Wei Bai fell in a deep thought. Suddenly, "I'm turning into a human. Does the world's most beautiful woman badge work?" The system replied, "Yes, this badge affects the soul. It will follow you wherever you put your soul. Why else would it be so expensive? All right, how much life points does a badge have?" He no longer looked at the price when he bought things. He had enough to eat and drink and was no longer in debt. He had taken all the consequences of being a good person. Now, his reputation had turned into a new one. It was all good. Therefore, even if buying things did not have life points, he could still get a loan. For a super system like him, if his reputation was good, he could get a sizable amount of life points. The system felt that it had returned to its normal spending level. Of course, it would be hard to meet good people in the future, so it would still look at the price when it was ridiculously expensive. Wei Wei Bai looked up at the flower petals with an expectant look. Then buy it. Isn't this for the strategy? The system was speechless. Then it recalled what the host said and understood. Turning into a human would allow the host to see the face of the world's most beautiful woman. The host would be willing to spend even 500. The system bought a human transformation sticker and pasted it on the lotus flower. Wei Wei Bai shook the flower petals, and her body began to emit a faint white light. She extended her leaves, and the green leaves turned into fingers in the white light. His fingertips were tender and pink. She looked curiously and found that her flower stem had turned into a body, and the petals turned into clothes. When she returned to her human form, she was already standing on the lake. The water was under her feet, but she could still float. The system said, because you're still a lotus flower, you're very light, so you won't sink when you land on the water. Wei Wei Bai looked down and saw that her hair was messy, and a few lotus flower buds were blooming beside her ears. She reached out her finger and touched the buds. It was a real flower. The system said, don't break it. This is a part of your body. Don't forget that you're a flower now. Wei Wei Bai nodded, and the little bud in her hair swayed. Her clothes were very revealing. The petals wrapped around her waist like a short skirt, and a green leaf wrapped around her upper body. Her shoulders were bare, and her fair shoulders were as white as lotus roots. She immediately ran forward barefooted. Where is the monk? The system said, let me see. Probably maybe meditating in the meditation room. It was purely a guess based on the information. After all, she couldn't see the male lead surroundings. No matter what he did, it was hard to see it anywhere. Wei Wei Bai immediately ran over happily. We have to seize every second to conquer it. The system asked, how do you want to do that? Wei Wei Bai said, let's just force ourselves on him. Anyway, this monk is so pure. I don't think he has ever touched a beautiful woman. I have a most beautiful appearance in the world. Everyone loves me. The less one has experienced love. He had never seen a woman before. The harder it was for him to control himself. The system glanced at Wei Wei Bai. There were some things it wanted to say, but it felt that it was better to let its host be happy for a while. After a while, Wei Wei Bai struggled to climb up the leaves of a Boston creeper towards the window. With her small hands and feet, the leaves of the Boston creeper could be used as a blanket for her. No wonder she ran on the water for so long. She thought that there was some kind of trap in the water that made her break her legs. She finally climbed to the edge of the window. Her small body stood at the edge of the window. Looking down, she felt like she was standing on a 10-story building. Download the at https://m Sashu. Com button at the bottom to record the reading record. Chapter 29:17. She exhaled lightly. Even if she turned small, she would still be the most beautiful woman in the world. She would still be loved by everyone. Wei Wei Bai turned back to look at the meditation room through the window and saw a room that was very big for her now. A smoker was placed there, but nothing was lit. The meditation room was empty. There was no Buddha statue or anything. There was only a futon on the ground. Where was the monk? Further away was the bed covered by a light yellow gauze curtain. The system also followed to take a look, meditating on the bed. Wei Wei Bai immediately lowered her head and stretched out her short arms. Because she was very light, she directly jumped down from the windowsill. Her light body stepped on air, softly pa. She fell to the ground. Being able to walk on water did not mean that she could fly in the air. She got up from the ground with a dirty face. Then she immediately reached out to touch her face. After making sure that her face was fine, she ran forward with her short arms and legs. She ran under the big table for a while before running out of the table. Then she ran along the long wall and finally ran to the bed. This bed was too high. Wei Wei Bai put her hands on her waist and looked up with effort. She saw a corner of a white robe hanging down on the bed. Golden light patterns were faintly discernible on the robe. She stretched out her hand and then jumped up, grabbing the corner of the robe and climbing at night. It was not easy to climb up. She saw that she had climbed to the middle of the robe where the monk was sitting cross-legged. She looked strangely at the young man who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His beautiful eyebrows were delicate and holy. Only the cinnabar between his eyebrows was shockingly gorgeous. Her body was as small as a palm. It was said that the sticker effect could not be used too much. It could only support such a small body. Wei Wei Bai felt that she should ask the supermarket for a refund. After all, wasn't this a shoddy product? She stared at the young man who had his eyes closed and realized that he did not seem to notice her arrival. Could it be that she was too small? Wei Wei Bai strangely put one hand in front of her chest and the other hand on her arm. She touched her chin with her fingers and looked like she was in deep thought. The monk suddenly frowned. The sandalwood beads surrounding him also floated up as if they were resisting something. A black aura appeared around his white aura. It seemed to be emanating from his body. Wei Wei Bai, what? Don't monks bathe every day? Why are you covered in smog? The system replied. It absorbed bad resentment and couldn't get rid of it, so it's emitting black gas. The little Wei Wei Bai tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she extended her delicate fingertips and touched the black gas in the air. The black gas immediately coiled around her finger and then disappeared. Wei Wei Bai asked, the smog is affecting me? The system said, you're the lotus in the spirit pool. You're born with the ability to purify. If you want to absorb a large amount of black gas, all you have to do is touch the male lead's forehead. The black gas condensed in one's spiritual altar. It was such a huge pool with so much spirit chi. The reason why so many lotus flowers were raised was to purify the dark energy. The lotus itself was the best plant for purifying bad energy. Wei Wei Bai shook her finger and said, all right, I'll save the monk and see if I can get 1 or 2 points. This short-haired bald donkey was so stingy that it only increased the favorability by that little bit. It was better not to increase it, or else it would be disgusting. But then again, he was forced to become a monk since birth and had not seen much. He also meditated every day, so his brain was probably not working well. The Chapter 29:18. It was still understandable that 0.5 was the case. Bai Wei Wei climbed up his clothes and with great difficulty hooked her fingers around his collar. The black sandalwood beads seemed to have felt something. They came over and touched Wei Wei Bai affectionately. However, the beads were too heavy and knocked her down. Before she fell, she quickly hugged one of the beads with both hands. The beads floated in the air. The little Wei Wei Bai swayed and finally followed the beads to Ning Chen's forehead. But she couldn't touch it. If I touch his forehead, I can purify his black energy. The system said, in theory, yes. Wei Wei Bai nodded and immediately took a deep breath. She held the beads and swung for a while. Then she flew out. Her hands touched the red cinnabar mark on Ning Chen's forehead. She touched it with her fingertips and burned her hand. The cinnabar caught fire and almost burned her skin. After she touched his forehead, the black energy seemed to have felt something and rushed over. Countless black energy poured out his body, all rushed into her fingertips. Wei Wei Bai suddenly felt uncomfortable and her face began to pale. The system quickly said, your purification power is limited. Let go of your hand and stop purifying. Wei Wei Bai said, I want to let go, but the black energy is sticky. It stuck to her. She was small and light. She didn't even have a chance to escape. The spiritual energy of the lotus was consumed bit by bit. Wei Wei Bai felt that she couldn't die like this. She immediately reached out her finger and patted his cinnabar, saying loudly, Monk, wake up. You're making me uncomfortable. Ningchen walked in an empty city. There were rotting corpses everywhere. Vultures circled in the sky. Countless resentful spirits were crying and howling. The remnant thoughts of the Nightmare Lord turned into a terrifying black shadow. It wrapped around his body. Little bald donkey, do you think you can destroy me? I don't believe that you have no cracks in your heart. There are countless resentful spirits in this world. You think about crossing the river every day. Can you do it? The Nightmare Lord finished speaking. Under the countless corpses, water gushed out, forming a great river of dried bones. Meanwhile, Withered Bones had turned into a human who was desperately shouting, Save me! Save me! Please save me, holy monk. Ning Chan stood in the middle of the river. Below him were countless hands that were begging for help. Those fingers were like withered trees, like demonic claws. She tugged at his clothes desperately, trying to pull him over. As long as there was the slightest change in his heart, he would be lost in the world of the nightmare's remnant thoughts. Ningchen looked down indifferently and said in an indifferent voice, "Dissipate properly. It's useless to hover around me like this." Although the Nightmare Lord had been destroyed by him, however, a trace of remnant thoughts remained in his heart. His Buddhist bones were too clean. That was why the darkness could be tainted. If he didn't clean it up in time, it would turn into a terrifying darkness and accumulate in his body. The incubus moved closer to his holy face and laughed strangely. "You can't even save yourself. Who else can you save, you stinky-bald donkey?" Ningchen looked up at the darkness in the sky. He knew that the power of the Nightmare Lord was not that great. This was actually his dark world. The dark aura that couldn't be expelled had condensed into this hell. Suddenly, he felt his feet sink. It was those fingers that were pulling at his clothes. He frowned. Just as he was about to be pulled down, a clear spiritual aura suddenly dissipated the darkness in the sky. He looked up and immediately had the strength to pull away the countless hands and leap up. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a small pink body falling from between his brows. He suddenly raised his hand and opened his palm. What fell lightly into his palm was a small flower demon. She quietly curled up in his hand. Her cute pink face revealed a painful expression. Her beautiful toes were also trembling. This was the little lotus spirit in the pool. Was she the one who purified his dark aura just now? Ningchen pursed his thin lips and was about to move. However, he saw that in his palm, the little flower demon had turned into a slender and beautiful lotus flower. The color of the lotus flower was sickly, not as bright as usual. The lotus flower couldn't leave the water. He held the lotus flower and instantly came to the pool. Stepping on the water's surface, he put her back to the place where her roots were. Seeing that she was quietly standing on the water's surface again, the lotus flower bud was closed and the leaves were listless. The youth calmly stood in place, not moving. After a long time, the favorability prompt sounded. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 3. Chapter 29:19. Wei Weibai stared at the 3 favorability and finally scoffed. My beauty didn't move his heart. The system immediately added the dog head to save its life. Maybe he didn't see it clearly. It could not say that the host's appearance was not good enough. Compared to her crazy and unscrupulous super awesome conquering ability, it could not be said that the host's appearance was not good enough. She was more inclined to say that her beauty moved the hearts of all conquerors, not because of her abilities. Saying that she was strong was belittling the effect of her beauty. Belittling her beauty, she would start to feel depressed again. Wei Weibai heard. Didn't I fall into his hands? Why didn't he see it clearly? Is this bald donkey highly myopic? The system said, You're too petite and you're still lying on your side. Just as he was about to look, you turned back into a lotus. Wei Weibai said, Don't you have a sticker for me to become bigger? The system said, Only your lotus can become bigger. Wei Weibai said, Then forget it. She used a leaf to touch her lotus-like face. Originally, I worked so hard to climb into the monk's meditation room, hoping to find a mirror to look at my beautiful face. In the end, I couldn't find one. I don't even know what kind of beauty I have. The system was speechless. No wonder the host ran so hard and climbed the window like Spider-Man. It was to find a mirror. Was it not for conquering the target? Wei Weibai suddenly turned her head and looked at the bridge on the other side of the pond with her cute petal-like face. There was an opening under the bridge, and a monk was standing on the bridge. The beautiful young man's hair was still short, and he did not shave it. He was still wearing a white monk's robe, and the black prayer beads were wrapped around his white wrist, while the rest of the prayer beads were floating in the air like living creatures. His eyes were dark and clear, and his expression was cold and holy. The little lotus fairy shook her leaf happily, tilting her body and shouting at the bridge, Monk, are you feeling better? Do you still feel uncomfortable? Do you want me to help you purify again? Ningchen looked at her indifferently and was silent for a long time. He suddenly jumped off the long bridge and raised his wide sleeves. The prayer beads floated behind him. He walked to the front of the lotus and saw that the little lotus was looking up at him. Its two green leaves were trying hard to stick to each other, as if it felt that it was very cute. Still a child? Ningchen looked at her indifferently for a while and said in a clear voice, "The demonic Buddha sect is gathering for the exquisite feast. Come with me." The little lotus tilted her head and asked, "What is the exquisite feast? And I can't leave." The young man stretched out his finger and came to the front of the flower. His delicate face was incomparably calm. "You can shrink and follow me." The little lotus seemed to be puzzled for a moment before saying, "I can't change into a monk. That requires strength. I don't have any strength left." There was no power left. Was he being purified? The young man's fingers paused, but he didn't retract them. He lowered his beautiful eyelashes and suddenly opened his thin lips. "I'll lend it to you." The little lotus asked strangely, "Why did you lend it to me? Why do you want to go with me?" The young man was speechless for a moment. His expression didn't change. After a while, he said calmly, "Because you can purify. There are too many guests at the exquisite feast. You can block off those impure breaths. I'll borrow your purifying power to help me on my way." The little lotus obediently looked up and was quiet for a moment. Suddenly, she swayed her leaves gently and touched his fingertips. The young man's fingertips didn't move and maintained the same posture. The little lotus fairy said softly, "Monk, you have to protect me well. I'm still young." The Chapter 29:20. The young man's skin was as white as snow, and his face was calm. He lowered his eyelashes, and power flowed out of his fingertips. A golden light covered the sky. The little lotus turned into a little girl and jumped into his palm. She looked up at him and asked with a smile, "Monk, am I beautiful when I turn into a human?" The young man stood up straight, and his robe was raised. He looked at her expressionlessly for a while. His voice was calm. "Appearances are just illusions. Don't worry too much." After he finished speaking, he summoned the prayer beads. The prayer beads floated to his feet and turned into a golden robe. He stepped on it. The robe rose into the air. The little lotus fairy sat in his palm and looked at him curiously. The young man lowered his eyes. His gaze was still as he gently closed his palms. "You're too young. Don't look outside. You'll be blown away by the wind." Wei Wei sat cross-legged in his palm and supported her chin with both hands. She smiled and said, "Monk, what's the use of Ling Long? Your ability should be able to purify most of the dark aura. Why do you need me?" Ning Chun lowered his head and looked at her silently for a while. Then he said, "I need to guard my heart. I'm going to do something that violates the rules." The little lotus fairy waved her hand indifferently. There was a small lotus leaf green bracelet on her wrist. "Sai, what's wrong with that? The rules are meant to be broken. You want to purify yourself by breaking the rules? You're too fragile." The young man pursed his lips and was expressionless. Finally, his calm voice had a slight fluctuation. "You're open-minded. All demons are like you. That's why they eat people and harm people. They ignore all the rules of the world and run amok. You're just one of them." The little lotus fairy immediately jumped up. "Monk, what are you talking about? When did I eat people and harm people? If I really ate people, would I be able to purify you? You ungrateful, wretched monk, I saved you, and you're framing me like this?" In the distance, there were thin clouds, and a palace that seemed to come out of nowhere appeared on the peak of a mountain. Ning Chen's eyes were distant. The wind blew, and his robe floated lightly. He heard the little lotus fairy's angry question. He was silent for a while before his voice softened. "I've wronged you. You haven't started harming people yet." The little lotus sprite started to stomp her feet again. She said unhappily in a loud voice, "You bald donkey who's harming people. Does that mean I'll definitely harm people in the future?" The young man's face was expressionless, but it wasn't the same as before. Instead, there was a hint of helplessness. "So you were this noisy." With that, he raised his hand and gently placed her on his shoulder. "Sit here and hold on to your clothes. Don't let them fall off." The Taoist robe descended, and he had already stepped onto the peak of the mountain. More than 10 servants came to welcome him. Some of them were carrying lotus flowers, some of them were carrying water basins for washing their hands, and some of them were respectfully leading the way. Great Master Ning Chun, the banquet has begun. The exquisite sect leader is waiting for you. Your seat is still arranged in the main seat. The young man didn't react at all. He gently raised his finger, and on his fingertip that was so beautiful that it seemed to be carved from jade, golden light floated, and countless flowers and plants bloomed one after another. He stepped onto the flower path, his voice cold. I will go myself. There's no need to follow me. Although he said that there was no need, the servants in gorgeous clothes followed him. Ning Chun was indifferent, his face calm. When he walked through the door, there was an illusion array under his feet. Countless floating clouds lingered under his feet. Under the floating clouds was a transparent water surface, and countless koi fish surrounded the guests. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Chapter 29-21. When people stepped into it, it was as if they were stepping on solid ground. The floating clouds on the surface of the water were just an illusion of the array. So the place they stepped on was still solid ground. The hall was spacious, and the illusion of beautiful scenery could be seen. There were pavilions, small bridges, flowing water, high mountains, and flying cranes. It was boundless. Not far away, 3,000 peach trees were in full bloom, and peach petals were floating in the air. In the peach forest, there were countless seats set up separately. Some people were drinking, they were Taoist guests. Some people were playing chess, they were rogue cultivators of the world. Some people were writing poems, they were emperors of the world. The exquisite banquet had been held for 10 years. Demons could come, Taoists could come, and Buddhists could come. At the banquet, the leader of the exquisite banquet was the middleman between Buddhism and demons. Demons and Buddhism had been at odds for hundreds of years, but they could coexist peacefully at this banquet, because the leader of the exquisite banquet provided a platform for all parties to coexist. A huge array was set up at the banquet site, and no one could use its power. When the banquet started, all parties could interact and exchange. The most important thing was the auction. All the items auctioned were rare treasures in the world. Wei Wei Bai listened to the system's detailed explanation, nodded, and asked, I didn't use a sticker. If the stingy donkey gave me power, I could turn into a human. Does this mean that if I work hard to absorb spiritual energy, I can also turn into a demon? At that time, she became bigger. There was not a single mirror in the entire One Yuan temple. She spent 50 life points with great difficulty, and it was all for nothing. She couldn't see what she looked like with the water, and the pond was full of spiritual energy, so it was even harder to see a clear reflection. She looked at the water every day, wanting to see what her beautiful petals looked like, whether the color was smooth, whether the appearance was delicate. She had to endure the blurred effect and imagine for herself. When she turned into such a small person, it was even harder to see clearly. The system flipped through the information and thought hard for a while before concluding, maybe the male lead's power is special. You can accept it, so you can turn into a human. The main reason was that the host and the male lead's soul power was close to each other. Her life was all about seizing his luck. Their luck came from the same place. The male lead's power, of course, took care of her in all aspects. Furthermore, the male lead of this world was most loved by plants. His power had a nourishing effect on plants. It probably wouldn't be a problem to raise the host into a little person. It was just a matter of time. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a while. In other words, as long as I continue to receive the other party's power, I can become stronger. The system replied, that's the theory. Wei Wei Bai sat on the monk's shoulder and turned her head to look at the side of his face. The young man's side profile was exceptionally perfect. His thin lips were bright red, and his eyelashes were long and narrow. Looking at him like this, there wasn't a single spot that wasn't good looking. It was just that his hair was a little short. It was just a little longer than the crew cut. She moved closer to his cheek and then reached out to touch the side of his face. His skin was incomparably smooth and tender. She touched it again. Ning Chen paused and narrowed his eyes. You don't like my shoulders? He thought she wanted to come down, so she'd touch him like that. The little lotus fairy shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with joy. I just feel that you're so handsome, and I want to touch you. Ning Chan was speechless for a moment, but his mind was still unshaken. He did not correct her behavior. Instead, he continued to walk forward. The little lotus fairy chirped. Monk, I saw a very big demon. The one with the horns is so ugly. The download the at https://m sashu.com// the button at the bottom to record this chapter. Chapter 2922. The young man's voice was low. That is the leader of the 3 lords of the demon path, called Evil Bell. Evil Spirit. Could this name be any more random? The little lotus asked again. Then why are we here? The young man said lightly. We can exchange things here. I was born with a Buddhist bone, which is too pure. It is easy to be contaminated with filthy air, so I need to find a tool to purify myself. Wei Wei Bai smiled and said, Monk, I can purify you. If you make me bigger, my purifying power will be stronger. The young man's eyelashes drooped, and he pondered for a moment before saying, If I make you bigger, your desires will also grow. Sooner or later, you will also harm the world. The little lotus fairy's face turned cold. If you don't want to lend me your power, then don't. Why are you wasting your breath? You're not reasonable at all. Anyway, demons harm people, and I have never harmed anyone. You're delusional and want to blame me. You're so bad. The young man walked under the peach tree. The peach blossoms were shining, and the light and petals fell on the young man. He raised his calm eyes. There's no demon that doesn't harm people. This is a demon's instinct. Because your desires are greater than anyone else's, once you're given power, you'll definitely use it to harm others to replenish yourself. Demons and ghosts were all like that. There was no exception. The little lotus was also a demon. Sooner or later, she would have desires. When desires were rampant, it was time to harm people. Wei Wei Bai crossed her arms and sneered. Why don't you have desires? I see that your glabella is dark, and you have a lot of desires. You also harm people? You also eat people? Ning Chen's gentle lips slightly pursed, as if he couldn't win against her. He only said, There will be some strange things at the Ling Long banquet later. Don't be too surprised. Wei Wei Bai sat on his shoulder and crossed her legs. Her face was cold. Oh, you're talking to a demon that eats people and harms people. Aren't you afraid that I will eat you? Ning Chen stood for a while. He felt that the little lotus fairy seemed to have a lot of mood swings. This thought was just a fleeting thought, and it didn't affect his mood. Just as he was about to lift his foot, he saw the peach blossoms in front of him suddenly wither. Countless petals flew up, condensing into a huge wave of peach blossom petals, attacking him. The rest of the guests disappeared. In the entire world of pink peach blossoms, only he and the little lotus on his shoulder existed. The young man walked forward, ignoring the peach blossoms as if they were nothing. Peach blossom petal suddenly transformed into countless musical instruments, playing seductive music. Behind the instruments, bewitching women wearing revealing dresses appeared. They were so beautiful that they could cause one's blood to boil. They started to sway their bodies, using all sorts of seductive looks to entice those who saw them. Wei Wei Bai looked at those half-exposed breasts and those exposed long legs. She had an explosive figure and a face that was as beautiful as a fox spirit. She immediately asked the system, Do I look like this? System, does it look good like this? Which part of these flirtatious sluts were good-looking? She's not as cute and delicate as the host. Wei Wei Bai, the #1 beauty in the world has to be sexy, beautiful, and have a super good figure. The system silently glanced at the host's flat figure. It didn't dare to say that the #1 beauty it bought was delicate and pretty. The host's aesthetic sense was actually this. No wonder she always thought that the #1 beauty badge was not good enough. Being so flirtatious was too tacky. The supermarket wouldn't even sell it. Those women closed in step by step, playing their instruments, creating countless flirtatious images. Master, why don't you look at me? I've admired you for a long time. Holy monk, I can satisfy you no matter what you like. Wei Wei Bai looked and blushed. Even a holy monk was tempted. She turned her head and saw Ning Chen's expressionless face. His eyes were calm, and his footsteps were firm as he walked forward step by step. He was completely indifferent to these beauties. Those women finally reached out, wanted to touch Ning Chen. In front of them, Ning Chen said lightly, "Break." On the peach blossoms, a golden light suddenly appeared, condensing into the shape of a magic wand, and smashed all the beauties to death. Wei Bai, the scene was so brutal that she had no adjectives to describe her feelings at that moment. The peach blossoms dispersed, and the women disappeared. Everything returned to how it was before. The guests did what they were supposed to do, and the peach blossoms were still blooming. The little lotus finally asked in a trembling voice, "Monk, what was that just now?" The young man replied calmly, "The exquisite leader has admired me for more than 3 years. Every time I came, she would set up a seduction array to seduce my desires." Wei Bai coughed softly. "Could it be that you were seduced?" The young man's voice was flat. "It's just a pink skeleton. I can just beat it to death." The little lotus was silent for a while, and suddenly asked carefully, "If I also admire you in the future and seduce you?" The young man tilted his beautiful eyelashes, and his eyes were calm and cold. He repeated softly, "Then I could just beat it to death." By Wei, at the / crossover system, Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. The fast Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Chapter 29-23. At the Linglong banquet, in the peach blossom forest, Ning Chen walked to his seat. There was only a simple table and a simple futon. It was as if the host knew his personality and specially prepared it. The little lotus fairy sat on his shoulder with a cold face, arms crossed in front of her chest without saying a word. "My appearance is illusory." Does this mean that my appearance is illusory or abstract? The system said, "It means that your beauty is unique in this world, so beautiful that it's like an illusion." Wei Bai touched his chin. "Although this is just to fool me, it still feels good to hear it." The system quietly took out a book called A Narcissist's 100 Self-Praises. It was worth it to spend the 30 life points of his embroidery money. Look at how happy the host is. Not far from Ning Chen was another seat, a reclining chair. No one was sitting. The servant had already arrived, not only with wine and food. Ning Chen did not respond. He looked at the depths of the peach blossom forest. At the edge, there was an ice-colored light of the formation, like ribbons running around the entire palace. He looked at it for a while and realized that it was too quiet around him. The little lotus fairy was noisy all the way, so she was not used to the sudden silence. He glanced to the side and saw the little lotus with arms crossed in front of her chest. She pouted her lips and puffed up her breath, like a little squirrel stuffed with pine nuts. The young man was indifferent and stared at her for a while. She seemed to have noticed it and looked up at him. Then, she snorted and turned around, not looking at him angrily. Ning Chen also looked down, as if he did not understand why she was angry. He looked at the food on the table. Other than wine and meat, these were rare delicacies that were not usually seen. The Linglong leader would always prepare these things. Whether it was beautiful women or illusions, gold, silver, or food, they were all trying their best to arouse his human desires. He had never touched them. Wei Bai turned to the system and said, "This damn baldy. One look, and you can tell that he's going to die alone." The system said, "He's supposed to die alone. He's a monk." He was an eminent monk, the leader of the entire Buddhism. If he dies alone, who dies alone? If other monks secretly die alone, no one would know even if they did not say it. But the male lead, his every move affected everyone's heart. If he wasn't old and lonely, how big of a wave would he cause? Perhaps all the monks would take him as their role model. From then on, monks would be able to marry. Wei Bai also realized that a bald donkey really couldn't marry a wife, so she could understand his behavior. He had never seen a woman in his 8 lifetimes, never held a woman's hand, and never thought about what a woman would look like. Just thinking about it made him feel miserable. Suddenly, she heard a deep voice. Hungry, Wei Wei Bai sneered. Isn't it better if you starve to death? The world will have one less monster and one less person to kill. You should be proud. This is your karma. Ningxin was still as indifferent as before. After a long silence, he sighed. Then he is hungry. He suddenly stretched out his hand and placed it beside his shoulder. There's a green pastry on the table. It's made from plant pearls and is very beneficial to plant fairies. The little lotus fairy pouted and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She mocked, "Who's going to eat your broken things, damn monk?" Ningxin's expression was indifferent. After a moment of silence, he said, "Then forget it," just as he was about to withdraw his finger. Suddenly, his fingertips tightened. The little lotus had already stretched out her delicate and nimble little hand, grabbed his finger, and climbed onto his palm. // Chapter 29-24. Wei Wei Bai sat on his palm and said coldly, "I'm hungry, monk." The youth's fingers paused. In the end, he didn't say anything and put her on the plate. The green pastry was in the shape of a flower. It was very beautiful. The pastry was a little shorter than Wei Wei Bai, but it was very big. This was indeed very big for the smaller Wei Wei Bai. She leaned over and kissed the big green pastry. Its fragrance assailed her nose. It seemed very tasty. Wei Wei Bai hesitated for a moment before saying, "This is for guests. It wasn't made by you, monk, so I'm eating the food of the guests here. It has nothing to do with you." The youth's eyelashes drooped slightly. His dark eyes were calm. His thin red lips moved slightly. "It really has nothing to do with me. You can eat." This tone was no different from coaxing an insensible child. The little lotus fairy immediately smiled proudly. Then she leaned over and took a bite of the pastry. It was soft and sweet. Wei Wei Bai smiled. The little lotus fairy was wearing a pink lotus petal dress. The emerald green wristband on her small wrist was very cute. The youth's expression was still indifferent, but his eyes fell on her. A little demon. She hadn't harmed anyone. She was full of purifying spiritual energy, a type of demon that had never been seen before. She suddenly raised her head. The lotus buds on her long hair swayed. "Monk, aren't you hungry? Why don't you eat?" The youth's expression was indifferent. He was about to say something. The little lotus fairy tilted her head and said with a smile, "Don't tell me that food is also illusory. It's the same whether I eat or not." The youth pursed his thin lips and said softly, "The meat sack is still there. The necessary maintenance is still needed." Wei Wei Bai made a face at him. "I thought you would be so noble that you wouldn't even eat and directly become a Buddha. You would directly go to the Western paradise to be in love with your Buddha Lord." Ningxin looked at her indifferently for a while. Suddenly, he reached out his finger and touched her head lightly. She felt that she was being crushed. She immediately reached out her small hands to support his palm. "Monk, if you can't convince me, I'll crush you to death." Ningxin's tone was calm. "If you speak too much, sooner or later you will blurt it out. Be careful what you say and do." Wei Wei Bai escaped from under his fingertips. "You're an old-fashioned monk. Don't train me to be a serious little nun. I'm going to be the most beautiful big demon in the future." The young man lightly exhaled before saying, "You have no ambition." Wei Wei Bai took a bite of the pastry. "You're so ambitious. You're always making tofu dumplings." Ningxin suddenly sensed something and lifted her up expressionlessly. He placed her on his palm and then placed her on his knee. The little lotus spirit sat in his palm. It was small and soft, exceptionally cute and delicate. It was as if she would disappear if he closed his hand. The young man faintly shifted his gaze away. "Let the exchange begin. You can stay in my hands for now." Wei Wei Bai looked around curiously. He found that those who were eating, drinking, playing chess, or painting began to look into the sky. Countless peach blossom petals flew from the peach trees into the air, forming a beautiful pink platform. The platform turned into stairs. The sound of bells rang out. A woman wearing a celestial red dress with a beautiful bell bracelet on her wrist appeared. The numerous bells on the bracelet rang as the woman shook her wrist. This kind of bell sound was fragmentary, but it stirred people's emotions. Wei Wei Bai supported her chin with both hands and sat in the monk's palm. She watched the woman with a hazy veil walk down the stairs step by step. Chapter 29-25. The shoes that were exposed under the skirt were also exceptionally exquisite and beautiful. She raised her finger, and countless petals flew up from all around her. A pink folding fan was born from the peach blossoms and came to her fingertips. Her voice was gentle and pleasant. Thank you for coming to the banquet today. No matter if you're a demon, a Taoist, or a Buddhist, you can get what you want. These words of a Buddhist were faintly contained in her lips, incomparably sentimental. It made the ears of the people who heard it numb and hot. The woman glanced sideways at the silent monk who was sitting on the praying mat. Then, her gaze fell on the little flower demon in his palm. Her originally gentle gaze turned cold. Then, she looked at Ning Chun and was silent for a while. Then, she raised her fan and said loudly, "The first item to be traded today is a Taoist secret book, the Book of Unfettered Happiness. This Taoist friend hopes to exchange it for a gold-ranked alchemy furnace." Soon, a demon laughed and said, "Our ancestor wants this secret book. A Taoist secret book is not bad. I heard that the Book of Unfettered Happiness also has a list of aphrodisiacs. After eating it, one would be as free as an immortal and have 10 women in a night without any problems." Ha! As soon as he said that, both the demons and demons below began to giggle. As the host, the masked woman, who was also the exquisite school's leader, said with a smile, "Okay, the Book of Unfettered Happiness can be exchanged for a gold-ranked alchemy furnace. Please register and then transfer the item to my exquisite pavilion. The owner of the Book of Unfettered Happiness, please keep the hairpin and come here with the hairpin to receive the item." A servant carried a tray with a booklet on it. He walked over to the demon and pressed his thumbprint on the booklet. Then, he went to give the hairpin to the owner of the Book of Unfettered Happiness. The trade went smoothly. After all, it was an annual trade and auction. Countless people accumulated all kinds of unimportant treasures that could be exchanged for good things, waiting to exchange for what they wanted. There was even a scene where 2 parties fought over one item. The scene was very lively. There was enough wine and food. There were even a few beautiful dancers in the middle to liven things up. Bored, the little lotus fairy rolled around in the monk's palm and lazily said, "Monk, I'm full. What do you want to exchange? Is it here yet?" Ning Chen's face was silent. His delicate face gave people a kind of cold and indifferent temperament. He heard the little lotus in his hand grumble lazily. After thinking for a while, he lowered his head and said softly, "Soon." Wei Wei Bai turned over and sat up. "How fast? By the way, what do you want in exchange for what you want?" Ning Chen's calm gaze landed on her as he said in an indifferent voice, "You." Bai Weiwei was still holding her own hair, counting the strands. It was too boring. There was nothing to do. I heard him say you. He didn't react in time. "You what?" The youth's voice was as calm as ever, without a trace of fluctuation. "I'll use you to exchange for what I want." Wei Wei Bai immediately sat up straight and said, "Monk, did you bring me out just to trick me into exchanging things?" Ning Chun looked at the peach blossom forest indifferently. He stroked her hair with his fingertips and said indifferently, "Yes and no." Wei Wei Bai widened her eyes and jumped up with her hands on her hips. "How can you be like this? You speak like you're in Zen. Who can understand you? Yes is yes, no is no." He said one sentence. She replied with a pile of words. The speed of her words made the youth a little stunned. Finally, he lowered his voice. "For the time being." Chapter 29-26. Wei Wei Bai was about to protest when a golden light appeared on his finger and turned into a rope. He tied her up and then waved a servant over. "Absorb the lotus essence of the Wan Yuan Buddhist Temple's spirit pond. This is a magic tool that can purify any dark aura. It already has its own consciousness." Wei Wei Bai was placed on the plate. She immediately rolled around, wanting to escape, but she found that the plate was not right. It was like a cage was binding her. She immediately shouted, "Monk, why are you so bad? I followed you because I trusted you, but you actually exchanged me for something. You're not a good person. You're even worse than me, this demoness." The youth looked at his empty palm and then looked up at Wei Wei Bai, who was being carried up. After a long time, he sighed. I already said that it's temporary. How did he become an unforgivable bad person? This little demoness was really too noisy. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 5. Wei Wei Bai was lying on the auction table. When she heard the sound of the favorability, she was speechless for a while before asking, why did the favorability increase at this time? The system thought for a moment before replying, maybe he's happy that you can exchange for something, so he gave you 2 points as a breakup fee. Wei Wei Bai, that exquisite sect leader, turned around and came to the auction table. He saw Wei Wei Bai lying on the plate. She was so small, but so cute that it made people's hearts melt. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Ling Long was momentarily stunned when she saw this. Something that was too beautiful made people feel pity for it, but also made people want to destroy it. Exquisite said softly, I thought that having a living thing by his side moved his heart. I spent 3 years and still couldn't make him have a trace of human feelings, let alone move his heart. This kind of man actually brought you along. Fortunately, you're here for the auction. He's still an emotionless piece of wood. Wei Wei Bai was jumping around, trying to break free from the golden rope. She rolled around on the plate. His voice was tender and angry. That bald donkey isn't just a piece of wood. He's a bad piece of wood. He lied to me and said that he wanted to purify himself. In the end, I came with good intentions, but he actually sold me out. Ling Long's eyes turned cold. Slander. He is such a noble and cold person. Why would he lie to you? You are such a dishonest vixen. You deserve to be sold. After saying this, she shouted loudly, there's a spiritual pool purifying magical artifact. It has already gained sentience and can be used to refine medicinal pills. It is a great supplement, in exchange for a great monk's Sarira. Just as he finished shouting, someone immediately responded, I have 10 Sariras in exchange for that little toy. The one who stood up was actually the Bullhorn Demon King. His face was ferocious and ugly as he took out some relics from his bosom. The relics shone with a golden light. With one look, one could tell that these were the bones of a monk with extremely profound dermic powers. The Bullhorn Demon King laughed and said, it took me 3 months of deployment to kill this bald donkey. That was the abbot of the Thousand Origin Temple. His dermic powers were very profound. If I hadn't threatened him with a city of people in the end, he wouldn't have been willing to let me kill him. After he finished speaking, he chuckled. That little thing, let me take a closer look. It's really beautiful. I'll feed it until it grows up and warms my bed. Wei Wei Bai looked up. Holy shit. For someone with a face complex, it was an extremely lethal appearance. Ling Long's thin lips curled up slightly under the veil, and her voice became much louder. Please press your fingerprint. You can take this little vixen away first. Then, please put the relic on the plate. I will personally hand it to Master Ning Chun. Every time she said his name, Ling Long's tone would twist a few times. It contained a charm that seduced to the bone. / to facilitate your next reading, you can click on Chapter 29-27. A servant came up to pick up the black wooden plate, but saw the little lotus fairy sitting there, tied up with a rope, glaring at him. The little girl had a jade-like face and clear eyes. Her slender hands and feet were as white and tender as glutinous rice cakes. She was so beautiful that people were mesmerized by her. Wei Wei Bai frowned. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? The servant immediately blushed and lowered his head to pick up the plate. He carefully held his breath and walked forward step by step. When he passed by Ning Chun, the young man was indifferent. His eyes were indifferent, and his long fingers were pinching his prayer beads. The little lotus fairy jumped on the plate. You bad monk, you sold me. I won't forgive you, you black-hearted ghost, you lied to me. The young man lowered his eyes and pursed his thin lips, but in the end, he remained silent and did not say anything. The oxhorn demon had a black face and fangs. He walked over with a smile, and when he saw Wei Wei Bai, his eyes lit up. He thought she was cute from afar, but when he looked closer, she was even cuter. If she grew up, he wondered how beautiful she would be. Wei Wei Bai frowned. He could not stand such an ugly face, so he went closer to her. Is this ugly disease contagious? No way. She leaned back and said to the system with a cold face, "This guy, didn't his mother teach him not to go out when he's so ugly?" The system said, "This guy doesn't have parents. He came from a filthy place." Wei Wei Bai said, "How filthy? A septic tank." The system said, "No, the so-called filth comes from those dark places. It's formed by the filth and evil thoughts gathered in the human world. This guy's power is very strong. Anyone who touches him will be corroded." Wei Wei Bai said, "So this is a septic tank with sulfuric acid added?" The system said, "The host has always rejected ugly people." When Bai Weiwei saw the bull-horned ugly monster, she reached out her hands with a covetous expression and said, "Come, let me hug you, cute little goblin." She only felt that those hairy fingers and that dark face were both challenging her limits. She leaned back and was almost touched by him. But the Empress Dowager fell backwards, her whole body directly onto the black wooden plate. When Ugly Person saw her like this, he was delighted to see such a small and soft person. He wasn't angry at all. Instead, he reached out to grab her. The young servant suddenly said, "Please put the Saraira on the plate." The smile on the ox-horned ugly person's face immediately disappeared. He coldly curled his lips. "Humph, such a disappointing thing. Here." The Saraira was thrown onto the plate, and golden light splashed out. This was the trace of the power of the Almighty being injured by the fall. Wei Wei Bai was almost hit by the Saraira. She immediately rolled to one side as she was tied up, but was blocked by the black plate's enchantment. She couldn't jump out of the black plate, but was blocked by the power of the black plate. She was like a pitiful little glutinous dumpling rolling back and forth. Seeing that she was about to roll into the hands of the ugly man, she angrily shouted, "Monk, if you don't save me, I will really hate you." Ugly Person sneered. "After the exchange, you are mine. Why are you still calling that bald donkey?" When Wei Wei Bai saw those hairy fingers coming toward her, she immediately closed her eyes and said to the system, "Buy me a bottle of disinfectant. I want to disinfect my whole body so that I won't be infected by Ugly Person's bacteria and become ugly." System? ? He thought that he understood the host well enough and had practiced his ability to praise. In the end, the host could still surprise him. Ugly Person's bacteria. Aren't all bacteria about the same? Chapter 29-28. You have me, demons and demons, beauty and ugliness all have bacteria. In the eyes of the host, bacteria can be divided into beauty and ugliness. Then he twitched the corner of his mouth and finally calmed down. "Well, I'll buy you the most effective one. I guarantee that once it's sprayed, it can immediately beautify the ugly bacteria and make them beautiful. You'll be satisfied." Wei Wei Bai nodded, satisfied. The system again, just as that hand was about to touch the tofu-like delicate little demon. Suddenly, the ugly bull-horned monster paused. Its body emitted countless black gas, which turned into terrifying sharp blades and attacked wildly in all directions. But the black gas did not have any reaction and disappeared again. The golden light landed lightly on the bullhorn monster. Bit by bit, it entered the bullhorn monster. Xie Ling's whole body trembled. The finger that was about to touch Wei Wei Bai immediately retracted. Wei Wei Bai heard the movement and immediately opened her eyes, seeing the golden light formed by countless scriptures. The young man stood in the middle of the scriptures and slowly walked over. The beautiful golden light landed on his thick eyelashes and dyed his dark eyes, bringing out a strange and stunning luster. Ling Long was shocked and immediately shouted, "Ning Chun, you heard a guest at my Ling Long banquet. Don't blame me for being rude." As soon as the words fell, the blue halos around the peach blossom flew over like thousands of ribbons. The huge array began to operate. The Ling Long banquet could be held because of the Ling Long array, ensuring that no one could break it. Whoever hurt people here would not be able to escape the suppression of the array, and would even be directly killed by the array. Following Ling Long's orders, the array began to emit a terrifying tsunami-like power, rushing towards a young man standing in the middle of the countless scriptures. The young man walked forward step by step, looking at the golden Zhou one. shattering Xie Ling's black protection, just as Xie Ling could not take it anymore. Countless light blue transparent ribbons rushed over, breaking the golden light. Xie Ling was about to be saved, but he saw the young man unhurriedly stretch out his finger, passing through the blue ribbons. The terrifying power could not hurt him at all. He was neither sad nor happy. Red cinnabar. His fingertips came to the black plate. Wei Wei Bai immediately sat up, with a face full of desire. "Monk, you're here to save me." In the end, the young man's finger did not stop, and took the relic of the great monk, then looked up at the blue ribbons that kept coming. His voice was cold and distant. "I've been here for 3 years. Every year, I've been observing this place. This year, I've finally been able to crack this array formation. The exquisite banquet is a gathering of demons and demons. Most of the items exchanged are ill-gotten gains, and some are even obtained by taking lives. This place shouldn't exist. Buddha, the Tao was also formed, not to mention all kinds of demons and ghosts. They were all driven by their desires, and no one could escape from them. True, who would not? Even though he knew how dirty the underground transactions of the exquisite banquet were, he still chose to protect it just because it was beneficial to him. This was the second time the exquisite sect leader had been elected. For the first time, he set up the Linglong banquet and set up the Linglong array. Such a genius only did business with the 3 realms of Buddhism and Taoism. But in this generation, it was time. The young man looked up indifferently, looking at the Linglong banquet standing on the peach blossom steps. "You've crossed the line. In just a few years, this Linglong banquet had become a protected place for all kinds of dark transactions. It affected the interests of all parties, a den of evil that could not be touched." To make it easier for you to read next time, you can click. Chapter 29-29. The exquisite hierarch smiled coldly. "Ning Chun, you're really shameless. Even if you're the leader of Buddhism and the abbot of Wanyuan Temple, can you break the exquisite array? This array was set up by my mother herself. She's a genius, so don't even think about resisting this power." After a pause, the exquisite hierarch suddenly smiled sweetly. Her veil was lifted by the wind, revealing her delicate chin. She practiced the art of seduction and exchanged it for an evil secret book from the devil. She killed 10 virgin girls every month and bathed in their blood in exchange for beauty and youth. Her every move was even more seductive. She laughed, and the broken bells on her wrists jingled with the sound of tinkling. "Monk, don't you want a woman? Since you were born in the temple, you haven't even touched a woman's hand." Ningchen looked at her indifferently and suddenly raised the prayer beads on his wrist. The black prayer beads separated from the prayer beads. The beads flew into the sky. 108 prayer beads formed a perfect circular array. His voice was deep. "The exquisite array is presided over by you." In the end, it lost its purity. The evil aura invaded, stained the blood, and damaged the edge of the array. "What kind of evil demonic arts did you practice?" After saying that, his thin lips opened slightly. Those scriptures seemed to come from the distant mountains, from the long river, and from the vast and boundless deep sea. His voice was soft, and his words were slow. The prayer beads fell into the blue ribbon array one by one. The exquisite array began to shatter. Evil Bell took advantage of the moment when Ning Chun was destroying the array and suddenly roared. He stretched out his finger and grabbed Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai realized that the rope on her body had dropped. She jumped up and immediately ran with her head in her hands. "Monk, the monster is going to catch me. It's going to catch me." She ran to the edge of the black plate. She realized that the enchantment of the plate was also gone. Behind her were the plush fingers full of ugly bacteria, and the black plate was far from the ground. Her body was light. Wei Wei Bai took a deep breath and jumped out without hesitation. Evil Bell was about to change his method of fishing. However, he found that his finger was broken. The young man had already walked over. He raised his hand, and a golden ray of light caught Wei Wei Bai. Then, with a slight movement of his hand, she had already landed in the center of his palm. Wei Wei Bai quickly hugged one of his fingers and sobbed. "Monk, you tricked me into selling it. You're so evil." Ning Chun lowered his head, his jawline slightly tightened. A helpless expression appeared on his usually calm and indifferent face. I said it's temporary. Wei Wei Bai threw a tantrum. I don't care. I was almost eaten by a monster. You have to get justice for me. He looked at the little person rolling around in his palm, that soft and tender feeling lightly scraped against his palm. The young man lowered his eyes and moved his fingers. Then he froze. Without saying anything, he raised his other hand, and a golden light passed through Evil Bell's body. The humongous and ugly body began to crumble. The remaining relics on his body had already flown out and landed in the youth's sleeve. Ning Chun glanced at the relics in his hand indifferently. Among the Buddhists, his character is the purest. As the abbot of Qinyuan Temple, he also does the best in everything. Half a year ago, he came to meditate with me for 3 days. After that, he left and disappeared. I came to Bureau Linglong to test if anyone had killed the Buddhists. The young man carefully opened his palm, and a little lotus spirit sat on it. He turned sideways and looked at the sky. / to facilitate your next reading, you can click on Chapter 2930. The beautiful blue ribbons fell one after another. Like blue stars, they broke apart in front of his eyes. He looked down at Wei Wei Bai, who was still sitting with her arms crossed and her mouth pouting. After a moment of silence, he asked calmly, "Why are you still angry? Didn't he kill Xieling?" Wei Wei Bai glanced at him. "Monk, you don't understand women." Ning Chun said indifferently, "You're not a woman, you're a demon." Wei Wei Bai was immediately unhappy. She jumped up and puffed out her chest. "How am I not a woman? Are you blind? Can't you see clearly? Can I come closer?" The young man glanced at her body and then looked away. "I see clearly. You're a lotus spirit, formed by heaven and earth. You have the ability to purify. In my eyes, there's no difference between men and women." Wei Wei Bai suddenly sat down and then turned around. She crossed her arms again and raised her head. She snorted and ignored him. The young man lowered his eyelashes. His eyes were calm, and there was a trace of confusion on his face. He didn't seem to understand why she was so noisy. What was she angry about? He thought indifferently and felt that it was more difficult to understand than those difficult Buddhist scriptures. Then he saw that the array finally began to shatter and the ribbons disappeared. His golden scriptures had begun to fall on a large scale. On the contrary, the demons with the smell of blood died on the spot. He walked over, and the golden Buddhist light opened up a path. Beautiful flowers and plants grew out of the cracks in the ground. Those peach trees and floating cloud koi were also beginning to be destroyed by the real flowers and plants. Flowers bloomed one after another under the young man's feet. Countless creatures began to warmly welcome his aura. The young man looked at the rest of the Buddhists and Taoists. "It's not a good thing for you to be greedy. I don't want to kill you in the future and become a demon slayer. I will abide by my heart and be the demon slayer that always exists." After saying that, he walked towards the door. But the exquisite sect leader suddenly shouted, "Monk, you destroyed my exquisite feast, my exquisite array, and my foundation. I will break your hands and feet and make you into a human swine." After saying that, the exquisite sect leader suddenly removed her veil and danced. Countless bewitching fragrances assaulted him. Those Taoists who were originally stunned, as well as a few monks who could no longer maintain their composure, immediately shook their bodies. He had been charmed. Ning Chun paused and turned around. The aroma assaulted him. He sighed softly and placed the little lotus fairy in front of his chest. He asked in a low voice, "Do you like this fragrance?" Wei Wei Bai was already coughing and sneezing. "Do you think I like it? This is too suffocating. Could it be that it's not body odor?" Ning Chun's voice softened. "I also think it smells bad." Wei Wei Bai turned around and snorted. "Don't think that I'll forgive you just because you talked to me. I'm still angry, monk." The young man's expression froze for a moment before he pursed his lips as if nothing had happened and fell silent again. Then he recited a passage of scripture in a low voice. The fragrance was all gone. Those who were about to attack him regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically, and they turned to attack the exquisite sect leader. The exquisite sect leader's dance halted, and he fell to the ground, receiving heavy blows from all directions, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. She lay on the ground, and a mournful expression appeared on her beautiful face. Ningchun, I've loved you for 3 years. Have you never taken pity on me? How could you treat me like this? The young man's eyes were indifferent, and his voice was calm as he looked at her. You're just a pretty skeleton. What's there to pity? The exquisite sect leader's face was full of blood, and he laughed sinisterly. Do you think I can't keep you? I want you to die with me. After speaking, she opened her mouth and was about to spit out the poisonous gas from the evil technique. However, she found that a golden exorcism wand was already hanging above her head, covering her. The young man's expressionless face was still expressionless. His eyes were cold and clear, bright and beautiful. Death is not to be regretted for harming others. If you don't change your mistakes, you'll be punished again. After speaking, he turned around coldly. When he reached the door, he suddenly thought of something and turned his face again. A trace of light appeared in his beautiful eyes. Also, you were wrong when you said that I have never touched a woman's hand in my life. He gently held the little lotus fairy in his arms. She is a woman, and I have touched her. After speaking, he stepped out of the door as if nothing had happened. The exorcism wand behind him fell. The exquisite sect leader let out a shrill scream, and then no sound came out. The little lotus fairy trembled. Ningchen noticed and said calmly, I won't hit you. Don't be afraid. Wei Bai looked up. Monk, you'll never hit me, right? Ningchen looked down and was silent for a moment before slowly saying, That's not it. If you hurt someone, I'll still kill you with one strike. By Wei Wei. At the / crossover system, Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Com download to read the full text. 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 To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click the button at the bottom to record the reading record. Chapter 29:31. The monk was destined to be a loner. He alone raised the standard of the loner model to a super VIP level. He was the monk's role model. Learn from him. Live a long life alone. Wei Bai said to the system with a serious face, Don't learn this in the future. It's okay if you don't have a sweet mouth, but you beat me to death for no reason. Don't you have any manners? Strategy makes my heart ache. The system thought for a while and suddenly asked, If I suddenly meet an ugly monster like the ox horn demon? Wei Bai said expressionlessly, Don't explain. Remember to download the antivirus software and smash it a few more times so that it can't be revived. Delete it completely 10,000 times so that it won't appear in the system world and scare people. She was now the aggressor. If she didn't kill it first, what if she met such an ugly monster in the future? The system, then it felt that it had to ask clearly, if I look like the ox horn demon. Wei Bai was silent. Then she laughed awkwardly. Our friendship is not something that can be judged by appearance. I'm not the kind of bad person who would hurt my own people. Where's the form for you to change your system? I'll just look and not do anything. The system, suddenly its heart felt cold. The host liked beautiful things so much. It was so handsome. What if the host accidentally saw it and fell in love with it? She would be beaten by the male lead. Die, Wei Bai said. Okay, I just spent 3 seconds to mentally prepare myself. Even if you're as ugly as bacteria, I won't despise you. I won't change you no matter who comes. Even if other systems are as handsome as Gu Tianla, they can't compare to you. The system was touched. It felt that its cold heart was poured with a cup of sugar water. It was about to say something. Then it heard the host say, My sweet-talking mouth has gone up another level, hasn't it? I'm really getting more and more beautiful. The system silently dug out the narcissist's words of praise and praised expressionlessly. Yes, you will always be the most beautiful person in this world. You are more beautiful than everyone, every flower, every brick, every pot, every electric appliance, and every broom. There are thousands and thousands of things in this world, but you are the most beautiful. Wei Bai, although I know it just to coax you, it still feels good. The system reached out and touched her hair with its transparent fingertips. Yep, as I said, the host is easy to coax. He was really easy to coax. Saying that she was beautiful made her happy. When Ning Chun returned, it was raining heavily. They sat on the vestments without a canopy. The rain was heavy. Normally, it would not matter, but now that Wei Wei Bai had shrunk, she simply did not know where to run. She immediately ran in circles and shouted, "Monk, I'm going to be smashed to death." Ning Chun lowered his eyes to look at her. The rainwater stained his eyelashes and his eyes were clear. Then, he sighed softly, as if he had never seen such a tormenting little fellow. He could only stretch out his fair fingers and gently lift her collar. Then he put her into his collar. She hung on from the gap of the collar. The beautiful young man was expressionless. "My clothes are waterproof. You can hide here first." Wei Wei Bai's hair was wet. She reached out and grabbed her hair, afraid that the rain would make her bald. She immediately grabbed her hair and shook it dry while complaining. "Aren't you very capable? Monk, why don't you know how to block the rain and make an umbrella?" Ning Chun sat in the rain indifferently. The speed of the vestments did not change. His voice was calm. "Why should I hide from the rain? The rain is also one of the thousands of living creatures. It's nothing to hide from it." Chapter 29:32. Wei Wei Bai struggled to put her hands on his collar, her body hidden under his neck. This short-haired bald donkey's clothes were warm. The youth's skin was very good, white and smooth. She was stuck at the collar, only revealing her head. The rain splashed on his clothes, but not a single drop was soaked. Suddenly, a drop of water fell. The little Wei Wei Bai immediately dodged and looked up. She saw the youth's fair and beautiful chin, where the rainwater gathered, dripping down. Wei Wei Bai immediately hid her face in his clothes, revealing a pair of clear eyes. She pressed against his skin. Her body was warm. She whispered, "Monk, why did you bring me here?" Ning Chun lowered his eyelashes. There were droplets of water on them, sparkling and translucent. "I brought you to purify my dark aura." The little lotus asked curiously, "You don't seem to have any dark aura now." The youth's voice was still clear and melodious in the rain. "Because I hid it." Wei Wei Bai tilted her head, puzzled. "Where did you hide it?" The youth was silent for a moment. "In my heart." Wei Wei Bai, what kind of Zen language was this? It was exhausting to talk to this damn bald donkey. The youth also felt that his words were too concise. He pursed his thin lips, moist and bright red. He then said softly, "I was born with a Buddha bone. It's too pure. The Linglong banquet is a filthy place. Those who go there are all excessively lustful. If there are demons, the filth of slaughter is abnormally thick." He raised his eyes and looked forward. Wan Yuan Temple was already faintly appearing in the lush mountains. 3 years ago, I went to the Linglong banquet because the sarairas of great monks began to appear there. Buddhists had to be eminent and powerful monks. Only Buddhist cultivators with a kind heart would be able to produce relics after they died and were cremated. The abbot of Qin Yuan Temple was not the first victim. If there was a need, there would be a supply. But there were only a few great Buddhists. There were only a few who could produce sarairas. Relics were mostly hidden in Buddhist temples for worship. How could there be so many of them for people to profane and barter? Therefore, the demons set their sights on the great monks who were still alive. The young man's voice was low and calm. Even as he spoke of such a terrifying matter, there was no trace of emotion. "Every time I go to the Linglong banquet, it's to observe the Linglong formation. The array formation was a work of nature. It could suppress so many demons, devils, and Buddhists. How could it be an ordinary object?" Every time he returned from the exquisite banquet, he would go into seclusion for a month to study the array formations he saw. Last year, he had completed the blueprint, and this year he had thought of a way to crack it. Only then did he go to the exquisite banquet again. "Every time I come back, I will be stained by the various dark auras from the exquisite banquet. They accumulate in the Buddha's heart and can only be expelled bit by bit through seclusion." Or he could go to the spirit pool and wash it off. After Ning Chun finished speaking, he felt that he had made a mistake. Usually, he was in Zen and did not speak much. He was also used to not talking much about anything. Why did he suddenly have so much to say? He quietly lowered his eyes, and no longer spoke. However, the little lotus spirit was still chattering away. Monk, the water on your chin is dripping onto me. Block it for me. Ning Chen, the little lotus spirit, raised her voice again. Monk, your body temperature is high. I feel that you are dehydrated. Her current body was that of a lotus. Of course, she thirsted for water. Ning Chen, you can come out and get wet. Wei Bai, humph, you're simply unreasonable. I am ignoring you. Ning Chen, what did he say wrong? This lotus spirit did not speak the same language as him? Why was she angry again? Say button below to record this reading record. Chapter 29:33. Back at One Yuan Temple, Ning Chen jumped down from his robe, and the water vapor on his body instantly disappeared. To him, the rain was no big deal. His robe was waterproof, similar to a raincoat, and his innate ability could also evaporate the water vapor on his body in an instant. Ning Chen returned to the side of the spiritual pool, stretched out his hand, and gently touched the little fellow on his neck. His fingertips paused for a moment, and he hesitated for a moment before confirming the small position. It was the collar of her robe. He was afraid that if he grabbed too hard, he would break her little neck. After Ning Chen carefully lifted the little spirit out, he looked up and saw that she had fallen asleep. She lacked strength. That was why she was so tired. Ning Chen walked to the pool, lifted the little girl, and put her in the clean water, and shook her. It was like the way a hot pot was rinsed, and rinsed. Suddenly, the little lotus spirit in the water spat a few times and woke up. Ning Chen calmly lifted her out of the water. Seeing that she had coughed out a few mouthfuls of water, she angrily scolded him in a soft voice. Monk, are you trying to drown me? He was silent for a while, then said indifferently, You are a lotus, and you can't drown. Wei Bai said, Who said that a lotus can't drown? I happen to be a lotus that can drown. Do you have any humanity, monk? The young man pondered for a while, then shook his head. Humanity is the most deserving, because humanity represents all kinds of desires, all kinds of... Wei Bai raised her hand to stop him. Don't talk, I don't want to kill you. Was this guy's brain made of cement bricks? He was too stubborn, too rigid. He was too inhuman. Ning Chen carried her with a calm face, but his eyelashes were slightly lowered, as if he didn't understand why she was angry. Wei swayed under his fingers. Monk, you want me to purify you? How do I purify you, ah? Ning Chen raised his head and looked around before saying, Let's go to the meditation room. You can sit in front of me and absorb some of the dark aura. You're still young, so you might not be able to handle too much. Wei Bai, who was originally still in the shape of a blowfish, immediately flattened. She sighed, Monk, you're finally speaking human language. I'll reluctantly absorb more black gas to make you feel better. Ning Chen reached out and placed her on his palm. Hearing her words, he paused for a moment, but didn't say anything. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 6. Wei Bai, this increase in favorability is simply not something that a human can achieve. She even asked the system, Do I have a grudge against him? Did Lotus kill his parents or make him a monk? This increase in favorable impression points was simply too stifling. The system flipped through the information. No, the two of you don't have any enmity. You don't even have any interactions. The only interaction is that you've been drinking his bathwater. Wei Bai, the system immediately corrected him. Your lotus body drank it, not you. Wei Bai, puke. Ning Chen walked back to his meditation room and sat on the futon on the ground. The prayer beads on his fingers flew out and surrounded him, emitting a golden light. He put his hands on his knees and looked down at Wei Bai, who was sitting on his knees. Don't force yourself. Wei Bai's face was cold. It's best if you die. Who's willing to force themselves for you? Ning Chen nodded in agreement. That's good. If you accidentally absorb too much and die, wouldn't I have committed a sin of murder and added another resentful spirit's aura? It's troublesome to purify it. Wei Bai. The system, Prince Charming, come here. The system, Prince Charming, come here. System, Prince Charming, come here. The system, Prince Charming, come here. Download the at https://m Sashu. Save button at the bottom to record this chapter. The book, please recommend it to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Chapter 29:34. She reached out and silently touched her heart, feeling a heart attack waiting for her. Is this human language? Why is it even more disgusting than the system of the first plane? Ningchen saw that her face was even colder. She seems to be angry again. Is this lotus inflatable? She gets angry so easily. His eyes were indifferent. His fingertips fell lightly on her hair, rubbing it lightly. It messed up her hair, making the lotus bud tremble. Wei Bai immediately covered her head with both hands. Monk, what are you doing? Ningchen looked at her indifferently for a while, then said calmly, You're so easily angered. How can you become a big demon? Wei Bai snorted coldly. You don't need to care about what I become. You said that you'll kill me with a stick when I become a big demon. Ningchen stared at her quietly for a while, then said indifferently, but there was a trace of undetectable hesitation. If you don't hurt people, I won't hurt you. Wei Bai rolled her eyes at him. You fool! Who coaxes girls like you? The more I listen, the angrier I get. You should sew up your mouth. You'll be accumulating merit if you don't say anything. After saying that, she coldly turned around and crossed her arms in front of her chest, saying, I'm angry. Don't talk to me. If you ignore me, I'll ignore you too. The young man looked at her quietly for a while, a trace of confusion appearing in his dark eyes. How could she get angry over this? What a strange little demon. He sighed lightly, thinking that he shouldn't be confused about this. After all, she was just a newborn little demon. Although it took 100 years for her to become a demon, it didn't mean that she had 100 years of wisdom. Maybe she had a 10-year-old mind? He stretched out his hand, and the light of Buddha appeared on his fingers. Then he pressed his hand on his chest, and the golden light of Buddha opened the dark place. A dark aura appeared. The hideous and terrifying darkness surged out from the place that was glowing. Roaring, surging, silent, evil spirits constantly twisted and merged, but they couldn't escape the seal of the Buddhist prayer beads. They could only surge in the entire Buddhist temple. It was like hell on earth. The twisted heads and countless bony hands seemed to be dragging someone into the abyss. Wei Bai was shocked as well. Monk, why don't you say that there's so much black qi? You must be a paste. You'll be stained with it whenever you pass by. That's why you've accumulated such a terrifying thing. Ningchen quietly lowered his eyes. His face was pale, but his tone was still calm. It's only a part of it. Humans are too stubborn. I can kill demons and demons, but I can't get rid of these things. It was so dark, so sinister. It was the accumulated desire of countless humans. The fiendish demons were merely intermediaries. He killed demons and saved people, but in the end, he was tainted with the negative karma and black energy of countless people. There was no way to resolve it. Although the innate Buddha bone allowed him to gain a faster understanding of source abilities than any other Buddhist cultivator, it also brought about terrible repercussions. His voice was indifferent. If you can't purify it, you can leave. After all, this is indeed a little scary. Wei Bai immediately frowned. It's not just scary. Where did you get so many ugly monsters? Can't you give them plastic surgery to make them look better? After saying that, she took a deep breath and jumped out, leaving the protection of his Buddhist light. Countless darkness seemed to have met a purifier and dissipated around her. Wei Bai's face also began to turn pale. She had difficulty breathing, and her body was extremely heavy. Although the nature of the lotus was to purify, there was a limit to it. There were so many of them. Wei Bai narrowed her eyes and said to the system, Give me an air purifier or something and help me purify this thing. Chapter 29:35. System, as expected of the host, you're willing to risk your life for favorability points, even sacrificing your life points. Then, the host complained, These things are too ugly. Take them away quickly. I feel like if my eyes look at them for too long, they'll pollute my beautiful eyes and infect me with ugly bacteria. System. Very good. That's very host. Ningchen thought she would purify a portion of it. After all, her abilities were limited. He didn't want her to purify all the dark energy in the house. He just wanted to scare her. Nothing good would come out of her sticking to him. Although he didn't know why she liked to follow him, he didn't want her to follow him all the time. With so much dark energy, it should be enough to scare her away from sticking to him. Ning Chun looked up indifferently at the darkness in the sky. In the light of Buddha, countless dark energy was still pouring out. He was about to stop releasing the dark energy. Suddenly, his body felt lighter. Then he saw the little lotus fairy walking step by step towards the darkest part of the house. Wherever the little body went, the dark energy would be purified into white fragments. His eyelashes trembled slightly, his eyes trembled, and his thin red lips pursed slightly. She shouldn't be able to stand it. She was still purifying. System. How is it? An air purifier that can purify smog can easily absorb a little bit of dark energy. Do you want to absorb all of it? Bai Weiwei walked forward step by step, unhurried, but she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. No, let the bald donkey bear more of the darkness. Let him suffer and remember my good. I'll let him feel comfortable for a few minutes, and then feel uncomfortable. Then he won't be able to get rid of me. System, why did it sound so much like a criminal case of selling addictive drugs? The host really was a heartless and unscrupulous person. Ning Chun saw the ferocious, dark energy pouring into the little lotus fairy's body. Then it was purified into fragments by her body. She stood in the darkness and the white fragments. Her black hair fluttered, and her lotus bud began to wither. Her little body was trembling. Ning Chun clenched his fingers, his fingertips touching his palm. Finally, he whispered, "Don't purify anymore. You can't take it." She was just a little demon that was just born, so this much dark energy would destroy her. Weiwei Bai's footsteps paused. She suddenly turned around and said with a smile, "Oh, monk, you feel bad for me." Ning Chen's face froze for a moment before his voice faded. "Stop, I'm much better." He really felt much better, because she had absorbed too much dark energy. He moved his finger away from his chest and did not release any more dark energy. However, there was still some dark energy floating in the room. Weiwei Bai opened her arms and suddenly took a deep breath. "Monk, you see, I've sacrificed a lot for you. You're not allowed to drive me away or say unpleasant things to me in the future. Otherwise, you'll be considered ungrateful, okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, all of the dark aura disappeared. Meanwhile, Weiwei Bai squatted down in a daze, her entire body trembling. Due to excessive absorption and excessive purification, her body suddenly became much bigger. This was the result of the body growing due to the excessive power that was still in a contest of strength. Ning Chen's face finally changed slightly. He was about to say something. However, he saw Weiwei Bai, who had already grown up to the height of an ordinary woman. The lotus bud on her head had already withered. She suddenly stood up and turned around to smile at him sweetly. Then she ran in front of him and bent down to say, "Hey, monk, I've become taller." Ning Chen's lips were a little pale. He saw that her beautiful face was completely pale. He was about to say something. Weiwei Bai had already lowered her head and kissed him. A light kiss, a fresh fragrance of flowers, and a place that had never been touched before was touched by someone. That soft touch swept across Ning Chen's heart like a tsunami. His calm eyes widened in an instant. However, Weiwei Bai waved her hand and immediately said, "Okay, I've purified the dark energy for you. I'm leaving." After saying that, she turned around and ran out. However, before she could run 2 steps, she swayed and suddenly fell. Ning Chen immediately got up and reached out to catch her, but all he could do was hug a dull lotus. The lotus was lusterless and lay in his arms on the verge of death. Ning Chen's beautiful brows slightly furrowed. He finally sighed. "Why do you have to do this?" Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 10. Chapter 29:36. Weiwei Bai was stunned. She stretched out her wrinkled leaf and touched her pitiful faceplate. The flower was also wrinkled and did not have any beautiful luster. She felt that if she was a human now, her body was dry, her skin was dry and rough, and even her face was wrinkled. She was now an ugly flower. Fortunately, she was not human. She did not want to see herself become wrinkled, dry, and yellow like a ghost without water. Bai Weiwei pitifully touched her plate with her face painted on it. Because the air purifier had purified too much, the purified dark aura turned into power and poured into her body. It made her grow bigger, and then the power was used up and she became small again. Because of the excessive use of power, the petals were dry. Sitting next to her, a young man in a white robe was holding the prayer beads with his fingers. He lowered his eyes and thought for a while before saying cautiously, "You're just short of water. Drink more water and you'll be fine." Wei Weibai was angry. "Drink your bath water? You bathe here every day. The water I drink is not clean anymore." Ning Shun was silent for a moment and finally spoke carefully again. "Then I'll go elsewhere." This was the spirit pool that could purify the filth. The rest were not effective. Wei Weibai raised the leaf with difficulty and became even angrier. "Where are you going? Are you going to give your bathwater to other little demons?" Ning Chun, he suddenly felt that it was better not to speak. It seemed that she would be angry no matter what he said. What was she angry about? Ning Chun thought indifferently. He couldn't figure it out. It was too difficult. Then he turned slightly to the side and sat cross-legged on a huge lotus leaf. The lotus leaf swayed gently as he turned his body. Wei Weibai, "Monk, do you think I'm ugly and don't look at me anymore?" The young man was silent for a while. Should he talk to her or not? If he did, she would be angry again. Wei Weibai, "Monk, you kissed me and you want to go back on your words, right? You don't even look at me because I'm ugly. Scumbag." "Scumbag, what was that?" Ning Chun pondered with an expressionless face. Finally, he sighed and turned around. The helplessness in his voice began to become obvious. "I didn't... It's you." At this point, the young man quietly lowered his eyes and silently turned his back to her, silently chanting the sutra. He was not good at arguing about this. The little lotus fairy held her own face and lowered her head bitterly. "Will I be so ugly in the future, monk?" Even the #1 beauty badge couldn't save her face from being poisoned by the dark fog. Sure enough, after seeing too many ugly people, one would become an ugly person. Ning Chun silently counted the prayer beads. He didn't say anything. On the calm surface of the water, countless lotuses stood quietly. Only a small lotus was chirping nonstop. It was as if he had always preferred peace and quiet throughout the years. When had he ever had such a noisy little thing by his side? No one disturbed him, so he didn't disturb others either. Everything in the world, even the hell created by the dark aura, was often silent. Ning Chun quietly looked at the black sandalwood bead on her finger and sat on the green lotus leaf. Beside him, the little lotus fairy stretched out her dry leaves and hooked the corner of his clothes. "Monk, you're in a daze again. Are you avoiding me? Do you think I'm ugly?" Ningxin was pulled by her leaf. Because of the extra force, the lotus leaf lost its balance and was on the verge of collapsing. The little lotus fairy pulled him to her side. The young man looked up at her and suddenly said indifferently, "You're not ugly." Wei Weibai coldly glanced at the plate on her face. "You're lying." The young man sighed softly and then said in resignation, "You're very beautiful." As soon as these words fell, the leaf that was hooking him suddenly lost its strength. /T quick. Chapter 29:37. The leaf under him swayed again and left her side. The young man turned his head as if nothing had happened and didn't say anything again. It was as if the sentence just now was not said by him. The little lotus fairy also didn't say anything. She just stood there quietly with her petals lowered, as if she was looking at the fish swimming quietly under the water. The young man was silent for a long time, but he didn't hear the little lotus speak again. Angry again? He looked to the side strangely and wanted to look back, but felt that he cared too much about a flower. A strange ripple appeared in his calm heart. Like the water under the lotus, it kept spreading. Ning Chun gently turned his head to look at her, but he found that she was holding her petals with her leaf. The petals that had no luster just now, but they were dyed with a charming red, although the leaf was still dry. But the petals were really beautiful, bright, but not charming, like a beautiful thing that came out of the clear water, clear and beautiful. Ning Chun faintly lowered his eyelashes, covering the strange fluctuations in his black eyes. Then he got up and stood steadily on the young man on the lotus leaf. He jumped down and stood on the water. The Buddha beads were still floating in the air, following his footsteps. He walked to the edge of the water and was about to leave. The little lotus fairy behind him suddenly said, "Monk, you're also old and handsome." Ning Chen's footsteps paused, and he almost knocked into the stone by the water. He was silent for a long time and finally sighed. He felt that he really didn't understand the thoughts of a lotus. Then he turned and left. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 13. Wei Bai, this stingy little bald donkey, can't he properly increase his favorability? Others would increase it by 5 or 10 points. After so long, he would increase it by 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, and so on. Bai Weiwei felt that her disheveled face was rounder with anger. She cupped her face with Yi Zi and said to the system, "Restore me to my original state, BA. Seeing my own Yi Zi so ugly, I'm sad, ah." Yes, most of the dark side effects were absorbed by the purifier. In fact, she had only absorbed a small amount. She was just fooling bald donkey Ning. There was no other way. She deliberately turned ugly to act pitiful. He wanted to see if he could get more favorable impression points. The system silently restored her to her original state. It watched as the host turned back into a beautiful and bright flower. Wei Bai stared at the water. Through the hazy water surface, he still couldn't see his appearance clearly. However, one could tell that she was the most beautiful flower here. That was enough. Wei Bai said, "I've never seen my face turn into a human." There was not a single mirror in sight. Bald donkeys didn't need to comb their hair and didn't need to worry about their hairstyle. Therefore, they didn't even bother to buy a mirror. What a bunch of ugly monks with no aspirations. The system said, "Believe in badge. You are the prettiest, and no one could be prettier than you. Believe in professionals, believe in supermarkets, and believe in legitimate products." Bai Weiwei touched the plate on her face, then nodded. Yes, she was in a good mood. Even if the stingy monk's favorability didn't increase, with this face, it was still pleasing to the eye. The 1,000 yuan temple held another Dharma assembly. The young man sat on the lotus platform. His pale face was silent. The red cinnabar was still bright, but it couldn't suppress his cold temperament at all. Everyone sat cross-legged quietly below, listening to Ning Chen's clear voice. It was not easy for Buddhists to practice Zen. Every time Ning Chen held a Dharma assembly, it was the time when they were most sincere and serious. Download the at https://m Sashu com button at the bottom to record this chapter. Chapter 2938. At this moment in Wan Yuan Temple, regardless of whether it was winter or drought, flowers would bloom and cranes would land on the ground. All living things with spirituality would instinctively get close to Ning Chen. The floating prayer beads were wrapped around his wrist, and the golden tassel fell beside his leg. His fingertips were pale and pure like snow. Suddenly, the golden tassel was tugged by someone. Ning Chen opened his thin lips slightly and was explaining the sutra. His tones suddenly paused, and when no one noticed anything strange, he continued the explanation just now. The young man's voice was pleasant and cold. When it entered the ears, it washed away the distracting thoughts in the mind. The little person grabbed his tassel and climbed up. She even kicked his leg. This made Ning Chen's eyelashes tremble slightly, but he still did not lower his head and maintained his calm appearance. Wei Bai, who had once again spent a lot of money, bought the damn transformation sticker again, wanted to gain the monk's favorability. Otherwise, she would have to stay in the spiritual pool every day. Even if she waited until the lotus flowers withered, she might not gain the monk's favorability. Bai Weiwei grabbed the tassel and hugged a floating Buddhist prayer bead. Like a swing, she shook it, then with a tug, she let go. She instantly fell into Ning Chen's arms. The young man, who was still explaining calmly, finally looked to the side and saw Weiwei by falling towards him while covering her face. She shouted, "Monk, I'm going to fall to my death. You have to catch me." Under the lotus platform was a very high flight of stairs. If she fell, even if her body was light, she would still be injured. The young man, who was originally holy and cold, finally showed a trace of helplessness on his face. He sighed faintly, stretched out his beautiful fingertips, and spread them out. The little person fell right into his palm. The sudden touch was soft. Her lotus dress was also very pink, giving people the feeling that she was a glutinous rice ball. This sudden turn of events interrupted the rhythm of the explanation. The young man pursed his thin red lips and lowered his eyes. His eyes reflected her body that was rolling on his fingers. She sat up with difficulty and immediately showed him a cute smile. She even winked at him. "Monk, I miss you, so I came to find you." Ningchen looked at her silently for a while before he casually placed her on his knees. Then he looked up again. He looked at all the monks who were dumbfounded. His voice was still calm. "Continue." The old monk at the side immediately lowered his head and obediently knocked on the wooden fish. Wei Wei Bai sat in his palm curiously, looking left and right. "Monk, it's fine if you're not interesting, but you've even nurtured a bunch of even more boring monks. Can't you do something fun?" Ning Chun ignored her. It was as if there was nothing more important to him than explaining the scriptures. Wei Wei Bai snorted coldly. She suddenly raised her hand and blew on her sharp fingernails. Then he scratched his palm. Ning Chen's expression was calm. Wei Wei Bai coldly snorted and scratched her fingertips. His skin was really thick. He couldn't even scratch it. She frowned and lowered her head. Her 10 fingernails lit up, and then she scratched quickly as if she was digging the ground. Finally, Ning Chen's eyes trembled slightly, and his fingertips trembled. His voice explaining the scriptures also lowered. "Wei Wei Bai, scratch, scratch, scratch. You stingy bald donkey." Under the warning of the sound of the wooden fish, everyone lowered their heads again and began to listen to the scriptures carefully. In the end, they couldn't hear it, because the young man on the stage didn't speak. They looked up again, only to see the young man on the lotus platform squinting his eyes and quietly looking at his palm. // Chapter 29:39. This was the first time they saw such a serious expression on their abbot's face. It seemed like he had encountered some unsolvable problem. Ning Shan was silent for a while before he turned his head and said in a low voice, "Do your homework for the rest." Then he closed his fingers gently. His beautiful fingertips were like a wall, preventing the person inside from falling out. Then he turned and left. Once he was out of everyone's sight, he said softly, "Nonsense. You're just a demon. How can you go to this kind of Dharma assembly? There are plenty of demon slayers among the Buddhist cultivators who are participating in this Dharma assembly. A weak little demon like you can be crushed to death with one finger." Wei Wei Bai sat up straight and hummed delicately, "I miss you." Ning Chen stopped in his tracks. He felt like they were communicating from different worlds. Why is she so disobedient? Back in meditation room, Ning Chun put her on the table and took out a bead from the prayer beads. "Don't force yourself to transform into a human form. It's too damaging to your foundation. Besides, you've been on land for a long time and lack of water will cause your cultivation to regress." After saying that, the prayer bead on his pale fingertips fell into her arms. She hugged the prayer bead and was stunned. Then she looked up. "Is this for me, monk?" Ning Chen looked at her indifferently for a while before nodding indifferently. "I wanted to give it to you before, but you were too noisy. So I gave it to you today." He wanted her to be a lotus for a while longer. That way, his ears would be quieter. What he didn't expect was that she forced herself to transform into a human to find him. Wei Wei Bai hugged the large prayer bead. Suddenly, tears fell from her beautiful eyes. "Monk, you're really a good person. This is your life bead. You're giving it to me, aren't you?" Ning Chun didn't want her to be too grateful. He didn't care about this. However, he heard the little lotus fairy say, "Do you like me?" The young man lowered his eyelashes and looked at her quietly for a while. Suddenly, he reached out and wanted to take the prayer bead from her arms. "Forget it. Just give it back to me." Bai Weiwei immediately hugged the prayer beads and opened her mouth to bite his finger. It was a small bite mark. It didn't hurt at all. It only itched. His fingertips paused. However, he saw Wei Wei Bai snort coldly. "Monk, if you give it to me, it's mine. How can you snatch it back? You're shameless." Ning Chen's eyes were calm. After a while, he took back his finger as if nothing had happened and didn't say anything. Then he turned around to get the teacups and began to pour the tea. When no one was paying attention, his fingertips lightly touched the difference, but they froze. Then, Wei Bai heard the favorability notification sound. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 15. Wei Bai, he's so stingy that he doesn't look like a man. Wei Bai studied the Buddha beads and realized that the Buddha beads were filled with flowing energy. She took a deep breath, and the energy instantly surged in her body. Before she could react, she had already fallen from the table onto the floor. When Ning Chun heard the commotion, he immediately turned his head. His gaze landed on the ground, but he suddenly froze. Wei Bai touched her waist and looked up. Her bright red lips were slightly pursed. She tilted her head and said unhappily, "Monk, what are you looking at? My waist hurts." The young girl sat on the ground. Her pink dress hung down messily, revealing her white jade feet that were slender and delicate. Her long hair fell to the ground, as smooth as ink silk. Her eyes were like the mist of a spirit pool, hazy yet clear. There was a contradictory beauty that could turn all living things upside down. She had once become bigger, but it was shrouded in darkness and her figure was illusory, so he couldn't see it clearly. However, he never thought that he would suddenly see her in her physical form, or even her mature form. She was a beautiful demon that could bring chaos to the world. Ning Chun held the teacup in his hand. He suddenly turned around and said to her, "You've absorbed too much energy. You need to go to the spirit pool to digest and cleanse it. Take the Buddha beads with you. If you don't have enough energy, you can absorb it." Wei Bai jumped up. Only then did she realize that she had grown up. She immediately smiled. "Monk, I've grown up." Ning Chin's tone was calm, and she immediately picked up the Buddha beads. Then, she happily turned around and ran away. "This thing is very useful." "Thank you, Monk." Ning Chun expressionlessly turned around. When he saw Wei Bai at the door, she suddenly turned around and pointed at her bright red lips. "Right, Monk, am I beautiful when I've grown up?" Ning Chun, Wei Bai laughed happily and then left. Ning Chun stood in place. His eyes were still indifferent. Then he slowly raised the teacup in his hand and took a sip. The tea was cold. As for him, his chest began to heat up. Was this a desire? After he finished drinking the tea, he slowly let out a sigh of relief. Then he softly muttered to himself, "What a big trouble." Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 20. The and read the at https://www.sashu.com/the and read the at https://www.sashu.com/ and read the at https://www.sashu.com and read the at https://m sashu. Say button at the bottom to record this chapter.